Chapter 61. Just as Sherwin Yuan was mumbling in his heart, there was a knock on the door of his office. Hearing the sound, Sherwin Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, after the door opened, several familiar figures appeared in front of Sherwin Yuan. You? When Sherwin Yuan saw a staff member behind him, he immediately understood, and then said dejectedly, I accept the investigation and handling of the organization. How to deal with it later is the choice of the organization. Now, I hope you can cooperate with all my actions to deal with this sudden disaster. Sun Muyun said directly to Sherwin Yuan. Sherwin Yuan worked his way up from the grassroots level of this island, and has been operating here for a long time. Sun Muyun was just transferred here from outside. In terms of local operation, he is no match for Sherwin Yuan, which is why Sherwin Yuan can have the final say here. In fact, Sherwin Yuan's actions in the past few days can be said to be in line with the rules. Without knowing the inside story, it is not outrageous. In this case, both publicly and privately, she has to give Sherwin Yuan a chance so that she can continue to carry out the follow-up work. After all, in the face of disaster, accountability is secondary. Dealing with the next things and ensuring the survival of more people is the most important thing. Sherwin Yuan listened and couldn't help but be stunned. He was willing to give him a chance. After reacting, Sherwin Yuan hurriedly said, I will definitely cooperate with your next work and make remedial measures. If he doesn't remedy it, I'm afraid he won't remember it after this incident. Sun Muyun listened and raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that the other party's attitude would change so quickly. Yes, if we don't reflect on the situation now, there is really no hope. The first thing to do now is to contact the Doomsday resort town. Sun Muyun said without hesitation. Is there anything special about this Doomsday resort town? Sherwin Yuan couldn't help but say, looking at the name, it's a bit unlucky. In the past few days, there have been a number of tourists who suddenly appeared on the island. After contacting our staff, we found that they called our island a volcanic area, called us NPCs, and called themselves players. The Doomsday resort town is a place where these players are active. Sun Muyun said directly. Players? Sherwin Yuan listened and felt that this world was even more mysterious. Then he continued, did our world become like this because of them? No, it's because of a Doomsday game. It pulled the players out of their original world and put them into different game areas. The players initially thought that the game areas were formed by data, but after playing a few games, they realized that the so-called game areas of the Doomsday game were real. I don't know how the Doomsday game is selected, but several worlds have been pulled into the Doomsday game. Sun Muyun said carefully. Sherwin Yuan was silent for a while. Listening to this, it really doesn't feel realistic. Are all these players good? Can we win them over to fight together? Sherwin Yuan continued. Among these players, there are good and bad ones. The good ones hoard some supplies, and go out with a boat to catch seafood every day. As for the bad ones, they incite residents on the internet, intending to disrupt order and profit from the chaos. Sun Muyun continued, the Doomsday resort town does not allow players with high sin values to enter. From this, it can be seen that the Doomsday resort town is at least in the Goodle camp. If we want to cooperate, I suggest cooperating directly with the Doomsday resort town. It is also the first one to warn us. As he spoke, Sun Muyun looked at Sherwin Yuan meaningfully. Sherwin Yuan instantly understood what Sun Muyun meant, and with a little embarrassment on his face, he said, before, apart from the sea barrier, there was nothing special about the entire island, so I naturally didn't believe it so easily. Sun Muyun listened with a calm expression. In fact, it was not just Sherwin Yuan, many people in government agencies were like this. Therefore, she had spent countless manpower, material resources, and financial resources in the past few days to find out the situation of the Doomsday resort town and the players. Only after finding out the situation clearly could she convince others. Otherwise, how could she appear in Sherwin Yuan's office so openly? In fact, even if there was no volcanic eruption today, she could still seize power. Everything is up to you now. At this moment, Sherwin Yuan also understood from the few words just now that Sun Muyun did a lot behind the scenes. Compared with his sensitivity to crisis, Sun Muyun is much better than him. Perhaps, when the subsequent sea barrier did not disappear, and he could not contact the outside world, he had already felt vaguely uneasy. But before the disaster actually happened, he was a little relieved. He felt that as long as the disaster didn't come, then the decision he made was correct. At this moment, endless regrets came over him. Fortunately, there weren't too many casualties. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any chance. At this time, Sun Muyun continued to talk about the disaster. According to the players, the disaster will become stronger and stronger with 10 days as the node, and in the end, humans will be unable to resist it. 6 days have passed since the first stage, and by the 10th day, the disaster will double, which means that the impact of the volcanic eruption will be even greater. Sure, when Yuan listened, his expression changed again. Let's contact the Doomsday resort town now. They have a sea base that can be purchased. Sure, when Yuan spoke subconsciously. He is really nervous now, if the official preparations are not sufficient. How many people will die in this disaster? And all of this will become his fault in the future. The purchase of the sea base requires a large amount of ore, metal, and other resources. Sun Muyun replied, I have also mobilized some of them these days, but more you are needed. Yes, yes. Sure, when Yuan said without hesitation, thank you for preparing in advance, otherwise I would be a sinner. We have contacted the Doomsday resort town. At this time, the staff on the side spoke excitedly. They said that if we go to the Doomsday resort town, someone will send us an invitation letter, and then we can enter it. How many points are there for an invitation letter? Sun Muyun asked hurriedly. The invitation letter is free. The staff replied. Sun Muyun's eyes flickered, and then he asked, what about the number? The staff seemed to have noticed Sun Muyun's little thoughts, and said directly, I asked, and the other party said that non-players cannot stay for a long time. Even if you get more invitations, it will not be of much use. Sun Muyun listened, with a bit of regret on his face. If all residents can enter the Doomsday resort town, then as long as they can survive the 1 month mentioned by the players, all residents will be able to survive. Of course, if that is not possible, then don't let the residents know about the existence of the Doomsday resort town. Otherwise, seeing a safe place but not being able to enter will make anyone's mentality unbalanced. Then shall we go to the Doomsday resort town now? Sure, when Yuan said. He was now full of curiosity about the existence of the Doomsday resort town. Before that, we need to give an explanation to the public. Sun Muyun said to Sure Wen Yuan. Sure Wen Yuan is also a well-known leader in the eyes of the people. It is the best choice for him to come forward. Okay. Sure Wen Yuan said quickly. In a moment, Sure Wen Yuan appeared in the official live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, many residents who heard the news were still venting their dissatisfaction. Fortunately, this volcano only erupted slightly, and has stopped now. We just cleaned it up. I'm afraid there will be more volcanic eruptions in the future. What should I do if the volcano erupts in the future? I can't leave now. Many hotels were affected this time. Tourists have nowhere to stay. What should I do? I heard that the mayor came out to be interviewed. Will it solve our problem? I just want to know, will the volcano continue to erupt? If the entire volcano is awakened, our entire city will be doomed. You know, there is still a lot of lava on the beach. It is all the remnants of previous volcanic eruptions, which is enough to prove that our volcanic eruption affects the entire island. The authorities are too inactive, and they only appease people every day. Sure Wen Yuan looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, calmed down, and stood in front of the camera. The first thing he did was to bow deeply to the camera. Here, I express my deepest apologies to all the people. Regarding the volcanic eruption, the authorities did fail to accurately issue volcanic eruption warnings. This volcanic eruption was sudden, and this suddenness is still continuous. Our officials will pay close attention to the situation of the volcano, with a small report every 4 hours and a large report every 24 hours. At the same time, the authorities will also build an offshore base to prepare for emergencies. At the same time, it is recommended that the public prepare the materials needed for survival in January. Please pay attention to official reports at all times. Natural disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. We will work together to overcome difficulties. At this moment, the barrage was even more lively. Your attitude of admitting mistakes is still good. Continuous, does that mean the volcano will continue to erupt? Sudden? Can't the geological expert team find it? 1 month? Is it possible that the volcano will erupt for a month? I always feel that this disaster is unusual. I feel it. First, a sea barrier appeared, trapping all of us inside, and now the volcano erupts again. We can't get out or retreat. It's too dangerous. The government is planning to build a sea base. Does this mean that the place where people can live in the future is the ocean? The problem is, our island has a population of more than 2 million. Can the government build a sea base that can accommodate so many people in a short period of time? Who will be abandoned then? The above is still too conspiracy theoretic. If you really want to give up, can't you just conceal the sea base? Yes. Anyway, the situation this time must be very serious. Fortunately, we stocked up a lot of goods on the first day regardless of the price. In fact, It is useless to stock up too much supplies, because the future is to continue to migrate to the ocean. Speaking of which, do you remember that special stall? The stall for exchanging heat-resistant swimming rings, heat-resistant rubber boats, and heat-resistant rubber boats. How come it looks a bit like preparing for disasters? Please give me directions. In the live broadcast room, the direction of the residents' discussion gradually shifted. In fact, there is also official guidance here. Sherwin Yuan, who had just finished the live broadcast, looked at this scene and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, this level was passed. Then, looking at Sun Miyun, who was secretly operating, he couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration and gratitude in his heart. Thank the other party for not letting him make the same mistake again and again, and there is still a chance to make amends. Let's go, it's time to go to the Doomsday resort town. Sun Miyun looked at Sherwin Yuan, who was stunned, and said directly, with a somewhat relaxed look. Obviously, this simple press conference was quite smooth, at least it appeased the people. In fact, a lot of information should not have been disclosed. But at this time, if we directly disclose it, and put the worst situation in front of the public, we may be able to get the public's forgiveness. Otherwise, if we suppress it now, when the situation gets worse later, the public may stir up a bigger storm. Yes. Sherwin Yuan nodded. Then the group started to take a car to the Doomsday resort town. Everyone was worried. I don't know what is waiting for them there. Chapter 62. The official NPCs of the Volcano Zone have finally taken action. In fact, someone is secretly looking for us to buy things. We have sold a lot of heat-resistant ships, and made a lot of money. In fact, we have also sold a lot of swimming rings, rubber boats, etc. Will the official NPCs of the Volcano Zone come to the Doomsday resort town later? I think they will. Are they hiring? The official treatment seems to be good. If they want to build, they will definitely hire people. The cost of buying backpack grids is much higher than hiring players. In this case, we can wait in the Doomsday resort town. That's right. The resources on the island are still less than those in a normal city. In addition to seafood, there are also few materials that can be exchanged. Especially in the early days, collecting metals is simply a dream. The official NPCs in the island area are collecting metals from the resident NPCs. We are outsiders, and we are not as familiar with them. I heard that the people at the scrap collection station exchanged a lot of points at the official side in one go. It's much better than the previous game area anyway. Yes, watching the residents working hard to live in the island area, you can really feel that you are still alive. It's a pity that there are not many normal days left. Yes, there are only 3 days left. The players sighed unconsciously at the end. They have played many games, so they understand the pitfalls of Doomsday games. Although the island area has only rained and accumulated some water, and the volcano area has only slightly higher temperatures, and the volcano has erupted slightly, it has not affected their normal life with the NPCs, but when the 10th day comes, and the first major change occurs, it will be completely different. In the crowd, Lu Lishan was listening to the players' conversation. After seeing their concern for the 10th day, she became more alert to the 10th and 20th days. The situation on the island is now under their official control, and the construction of the offshore base is also in full swing. Although the final construction may not be able to accommodate 2 million people, if the offshore base is the center, plus the ships of many residents, it should be able to basically meet the requirements. However, she really didn't know what the disaster would eventually turn into. She knew that the players didn't know either. It was because of the unknown that it seemed so scary. Now we could only take one step at a time. As for the other information, it was about the volcanic area. The leader of the volcanic area was coming. When she heard the news, Lu Lishan was relieved for the residents of the volcanic area. If the authorities didn't take action, the residents didn't know how much suffering they would have to endure in the future. Of course, another point was that she could talk to the leader of the volcanic area and learn about another world that was experiencing the same disaster as herself. While Lu Lishan was thinking, Sun Miyun and Sherwin Yuan entered the apartment hall from outside in a daze. They had already been shocked by the scale and situation of the Doomsday resort town along the way. Another world, this is the word they can think of. The worldview was baptized again. After recovering, Sun Miyun and others immediately came to the recycling cabinet and automatic sales cabinet. Lu Lishan recognized it at once. When they finished checking and showed the same smile on their faces, Lu Lishan herself was in a daze for a moment. A few days ago, she also behaved like this. Thinking about it, Lu Lishan went straight forward and found Sun Miyun. Hello, are you the person in charge of the volcano area? Sun Miyun was immersed in the excitement of their world being saved, and was stunned when he heard the voice. Then he realized that the volcano area was the name given to their island by the players. Well, you are? In view of the magic of the Doomsday Resort town, Sun Muyun hurriedly asked politely. I am the person in charge of the island area. Lu Lishan said directly, another game area. Are we in the same world? Sun Muyun said excitedly after he realized what was happening. Lu Lishan shook her head, not the same world. It doesn't matter. I can get in touch with them more and gain some experience. Sun Muyun said, apart from our 2 game areas, are there other game areas? She really didn't know that there were 2 game areas in the Doomsday Resort town. It seemed that she missed it when she was looking for information. No, the Doomsday Resort town was connected to 1 game area before. Maybe this world has been upgraded, so there are 2 game areas. Lu Lishan explained. It is our fate to meet here. I hope that our 2 game zones can help each other. Sun Muyun said quickly. Of course. Then the 2 began to chat. Sun Muyun also learned about the situation of the Doomsday Resort town through Lu Lishan. In addition, Sun Muyun also asked Lu Lishan about the situation of the island zone and their response measures. Other cities in our world have encountered many game zone incidents before, so we have received special training before being involved in the game zone. We know the existence of the Doomsday game and the players. On the first day, we have already locked in some players and plan to let them assist the game zone in dealing with the Doomsday game. Later, Doomsday Resort Town contacted us, and we came here immediately. On the first day the seed barrier appeared, we contacted Doomsday Resort Town, and then exchanged many things in Doomsday Resort Town. At present, 1 sea base has been built, and the second one is under construction. The natural disaster in our game area is currently unknown, but we know it is probably related to water. The water on the island has reached the knees at most, and the situation will be more serious in the future. The residents have accepted this reality because of the scientific popularization explanations in advance. They are now trying to save themselves. The authorities encourage them to stock up on supplies and rainy day travel tools, swimming rings, rubber boats, etc. Lu Lishan did not hide anything and told Sun Muyun and his party everything about her game area, fearing that she was not detailed enough. After all, compared to them, the people in the volcanic area were obviously much slower, and they hoped that their experience could help the other party avoid some detours. Sun Muyun and his party naturally felt Lu Lishan's sincerity. Sun Muyun's assistant took a recorder and recorded every word, fearing that he would miss any information. Of course, in addition to gratitude, there was more emotion. In just a few days, they had already prepared sufficient countermeasures. The 2 game areas formed a sharp contrast. Thank you. Sun Muyun thanked sincerely. As human beings, we should help each other. I hope you can get through this difficult time smoothly. If you have not experienced such a thing before, wait a month and try your best to spread the news and make more preparations. Don't be like us before. At the cost of tens of millions of lives in several cities, we know that our world has been involved in such a game. Lu Lishan also said sincerely. If she could help the other party and save more lives, it would be her merit. Well, we will definitely spread the news. Sun Muyun hastily assured. This is related to the survival of the entire world. Well, come on. Lu Lishan encouraged. Afterwards, after chatting about some details, the 2 sides parted ways. After Lu Lishan left, Sherwin Yuan, who was behind Sun Muyun, felt even more embarrassed. It seemed that he was the one who dragged down the progress of the volcanic area. It seems that after returning, we have to hurry up to build. Otherwise, if there is a heavy loss at that time, he will be blamed. So, after a moment, after picking up the resources that can be used for exchange, Sherwin Yuan spoke without hesitation. You are responsible for the equipment exchange of the Doomsday Resort town. How about I hurry back to coordinate the construction of the offshore base? In this situation, we can only do 2 things at the same time. Step by step, I am afraid it will be too late. And we have to make good use of every day that comes next. Otherwise, by the 10th day, the situation in their volcanic area is still unknown. In fact, he could sense that their volcanic area was more dangerous than the island area. Water, with boats and so on, could be escaped. But what about fire? If the volcano erupted, the residents of the volcanic area would have no way to survive. Okay. Sun Muyun nodded. In fact, she brought Sherwin Yuan with her because she wanted him to see the situation in the Doomsday Resort town. After seeing it, you will know that natural disasters in the game area cannot be smoothly overcome with a little preparation. However, at this moment, she was more confident than before. In the next few days, the island area and the volcano area were busy with construction. At the same time, the disaster was constantly intensifying. The 7th day of the game. Island area, rainstorm. In addition to the rainstorm, the whole island was also howling with strong winds, and the waves washed the seashore and coastal areas from time to time, and the seawater backflowed. The water level continued to rise. Volcano area, sunny. The volcano erupted on time at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the scale was larger than the day before. Tourists and people in hotels around the volcano were evacuated. The official broadcast the construction of the offshore base to the public, and the public was relieved. The official began to set up resource exchange points, publicly exchanging breathing masks, heat-resistant rubber boats, ships, etc. for the public, and the public actively exchanged. The 8th day of the game. Island area, heavy rain. The storm intensified, and the construction of the offshore base was hindered. All staff continued to build in the storm. The water level continued to rise. Volcano area, sunny. The volcano continued to erupt at 8 o'clock. The government encouraged people to go out to sea to fish and to purchase, and encouraged residents who had the conditions to move to coastal areas. The offshore base continued to be built 24 hours a day. The 9th day of the game. Island area, heavy rain. The storm intensified and swept across the entire island. Many residents' glass in their homes was broken, and some residents were even swept away by the wind. At the same time, power facilities were affected, and power was paralyzed in some areas. The government formed a volunteer team to guard the community and maintain order. Officials warn that the disaster will escalate tomorrow, and suggest staying at home and minimizing going out. The water level continues to rise. Volcano area, sunny. The volcano continues to erupt at 8 o'clock. The amount of volcanic ash increases, and it begins to affect people's travel. In the center of the distant island where people bring their families, coastal residents begin to live on boats. The official publicizes the progress of the construction of the offshore base. The official warns that the disaster will escalate tomorrow, and recommends that residents stay away from the volcano. The 10th day of the game. Players, officials, and people in the island area and the volcano area are all waiting for the first change of the disaster. Everyone, wait seriously. Chapter 63. Island area, typhoon day. Early in the morning, countless residents found that in addition to the rising water level, the wind also suddenly became stronger. The wind was howling, and the surrounding trees were swaying. Some were blown off, and some were even uprooted. The road was full of broken branches. The vehicles parked on both sides of the road were smashed to pieces. It was enough to prove how powerful this typhoon was. Some residents who still had power networks could not help but go online to check the situation. The authorities did not hide this. The typhoon warning was raised to the highest level, and the disaster situation of the entire island was broadcast. At the same time, residents were called on to temporarily move to higher floors. For the victims in dangerous buildings and lower floors, the official team will move them first, and said that when the situation permits, the public will be moved to the shelter, and the public is asked to wait. Although the situation seems very serious now, the officials' calm attitude still reassures the public. They would rather know how bad the environment outside is, and be mentally prepared than be kept in the dark and know nothing. Unable to resist, many people started chatting on the internet. The wind is so strong during the typhoon, and we don't know when the power and internet will be cut off. This disaster is really too big. Yes. Why did the officials seem to know yesterday and told us to try not to go out? It must be monitored. Alas, I don't know how long this disaster will last. The water level has risen again. My first floor has been flooded. The terrain here is relatively high, only halfway up. I actually saw the rescue team. There are many rubber boats. The government really hasn't given up on us. See picture.jpg. But we are an island here. Where can the official rescue send us? Should we go to another place to suffer the disaster? If so, we might as well stay at home. Let's take a look. I feel this disaster is really weird. Yes, although we have encountered typhoons before, the weather here is really rare with rainy days that are so continuous and getting stronger. Yes. Normal typhoons are warned several days in advance and their paths are observed. It's not like today, where it came suddenly and with such great power. It always feels like the end of the world. I don't know what the outside world is like. It feels like we are blocked. We won't become a testing ground for some alien high-tech. Come to think of it, I feel like our island situation is not an isolated case. What? Do you remember the trending searches that suddenly appeared last month? It said that several cities had lost contact and that we couldn't find our relatives and friends. Didn't it disappear after a while? It was said to be a rumor at the time, but now it seems that such a disaster has already occurred in our world, But the authorities didn't tell us for the sake of social stability. This can also explain why the official response to the disaster on our island was so quick. That means we are not the first to face this situation? Then why is there no news about the parties involved? Is it possible that not many parties involved survived? Some netizens said a terrible fact, and when netizens saw it, they couldn't help but panic in their hearts. Yes, there are several cities with tens of millions of people, but there is no news at all. In addition to the official control, there is another explanation, that is, the number of survivors is too small, so it can be controlled. Does this mean that there will be very few survivors on their island in the end? In particular, they can feel that the disaster on their island seems to be escalating. The water level is now 1 floor. Will it become 2, 3, or even higher in the future? When that time comes, how can they escape? At this time, the official staff has seen the changes in online public opinion. Seeing that the situation has been speculated, and the comments are getting more and more intense, they quickly reported the situation. After reporting to higher levels, it finally reached Lu Lishan. Lu Lishan started leading the rescue work early in the morning. After the construction of the No. 1 offshore base was completed, they directly transferred the victims to the No. 1 base. In addition, they had to continue to build other bases. At the same time, they had to arrange for personnel to continue to purchase supplies and equipment from the Doomsday resort town. In this situation, she was really busy. When she saw someone guess the truth, Lu Lishan sighed. She knew it long ago, and she was afraid that she would not be able to keep it secret for long. As netizens speculated, the cities selected as game areas, in addition to official control, the most important thing is that there are not many survivors left, so the news can be blocked. But as time goes by, the news is getting harder and harder to control. Take this island for example. If you want the residents to cooperate with the official actions, you have to disclose the truth to the public. Otherwise, no one knows what kind of situation will be caused in the end. The most important point is that the speed of the disaster is indeed far beyond their imagination, and cannot be viewed with common sense. They are no longer able to control the entire island. Now they can only let the people go to the offshore base on their own. As long as the authorities control the offshore base, they can control the residents' chances of survival. Hold a press conference, Lu Lishan said without hesitation. But this is the top secret of the country. If you announce it, the consequences will be unpredictable. Another official who knew the inside story couldn't help but say, it's two different things for the residents to guess it themselves, and for you to announce it. One is passive, the other is active. How can they be the same? It doesn't matter, I will bear any consequences. Lu Lishan said directly, I think it is better to let the residents understand and prepare earlier than to let them face the disaster without knowing anything. I also plan to carry out the relocation operation in the next few days. We are short of manpower, so we should let the people learn to save themselves and let them adapt early. Okay. The official sighed. Lu Lishan's personality is like this. It was also because of her tough style that she was able to build their island into a well-known resort within a short period of time in office, and at the same time she also gained a firm foothold here. They all said that as long as the island develops well and soundly, people like Lu Lishan, who do practical things, will be promoted sooner or later. Especially Lu Lishan herself has a family background. After a while, a simple press conference started. Many residents successfully entered the live broadcast room, and of course many people were blocked from entering. When the live broadcast room officially started, many people were still asking questions below. What is this announcement? Is it the disaster mentioned earlier? After reading other people's speculations, I really feel panic. I'm really nervous now. I hope things are not as I guessed, but I'm afraid that things are really like that. No matter what, I'd rather be a ghost who knows. As netizens were discussing it, Lu Lishan appeared in the live broadcast room. Today, a typhoon suddenly hit our island, causing unpredictable damage. Previously, the authorities announced to the public that the sea barrier would trap us for a month. In fact, in addition to being trapped, we will also encounter an unprecedented disaster within this month. This disaster comes from a Doomsday game. This game willfully turns our world into a playground, where we encounter disasters continuously, with 10 days as a node. Today happens to be the 10th day of the game, and the disaster we encountered is the lightest in these 10 days. In the next 10 days, the disaster may hit the entire island, and we will have no place to live. When Lu Lishan said this, the live broadcast room had exploded. Is it the lightest today? It is indeed the end of the world. Does this mean that we are hopeless and waiting to die? If the authorities knew about it in advance, they must have a backup plan. Doomsday game, damn, so fantasy. It is really the end of the world. Amid the wailing of netizens, Lulishan changed the subject after introducing the difficult situation. But our country and our government are not unprepared. We have built an offshore base, which can temporarily prevent the invasion of disasters. However, due to the limited size of the offshore base, it is still under active construction and cannot accommodate all residents. However, the government has a plan to move some people to the offshore base within 10 days and complete the self-rescue plan within 20 days. The next thing to talk about is the specific rescue measures, and even encourage residents to go to the offshore base on their own when appropriate. As for how to get there, you can rely on the rubber boats, ships, or even swimming rings. With limited manpower, the authorities will only rescue serious and important areas first. However, the authorities will also dispatch personnel to the corresponding locations to respond. At this moment, the residents realized that the rain gear and water transportation tools that they were encouraged to exchange before were actually useful at this time. No wonder they kept asking us to exchange rubber boats before. Where is the offshore base? When can we start? I'm willing to leave right away. Since it will get stronger, why not leave now, when the disaster is slightly lower? Didn't I say that the number is limited, and the manpower is limited? Woo, save me. Will the authorities abandon us under the pretext of self-rescue? In fact, the authorities have worked hard enough. If we can go by ourselves, we can go by ourselves. In this disaster, not only the authorities have to work hard, but we also have to learn to save ourselves. That's right. But I haven't prepared anything. Whoever can take me with me will be rewarded handsomely. I have a rubber boat at home. I hope people nearby can join me in a team. I need a rubber boat escort. If you are interested, please chat privately. Perhaps it was because of the foundation laid before. Most netizens quickly accepted this matter, and now only wanted to go to the sea base. Of course, there were also many who were not prepared and began to panic. But at this time, most people were too late to save themselves, so how could they have time to rescue others? This group of people started a war of words. But no one paid attention. Most of the people knew the location of the offshore base as soon as the live broadcast ended, and immediately took out the swimming rings, life jackets, rubber boats, etc. that they had exchanged before, and also packed the supplies into boxes, ready to choose the right time to leave. At this time, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. At the same time, you must also guard against the malice of other people. Now is the end of the world. Chapter 64. While everything was going on in full swing in the island area, the volcano area also ushered in a disaster. At 8 o'clock, the volcano erupted on time, but the scale suddenly became larger. Originally, there was only a little magma during the eruption, which only affected the surrounding area. But this time, the eruption could be felt, and the entire island was shaking. A large amount of magma erupted from the crater, and then flowed from the volcano to the city. The volcanic ash covered the entire island, blocking out the sky and the sun. Originally, the government encouraged people to move to the seaside, but many people were reluctant to leave their hard-earned belongings, so they thought they would take action when something really happened. But they didn't expect that when the disaster happened, they couldn't move at all. Because their legs were weak. The whole house was shaking. They felt very clearly that there was an earthquake. After a panic, they hurriedly took their belongings and left their homes, then staggered downstairs. After getting downstairs, I saw cracks on the road. Some houses collapsed directly on the cracks of the earthquake due to their bad location, bringing with them rolling dust. Some building debris fell from time to time. Some people were hit because they couldn't dodge. In addition, there was volcanic ash floating in the air, so it was impossible to see the situation clearly. This scene was the end of the world. At this moment, the people who had escaped death looked at the various ghosts and wolves howling around them, and they felt like crying but had no tears. They never thought that when the accident came, they didn't even have the ability to resist. At this moment, countless people were filled with regret. Why is there an earthquake? Isn't a volcanic eruption the movement of the Earth's crust? Earthquakes are normal, and the authorities have also reminded us. We are reluctant to do it. If I had known, I would have retreated with the team. It's not too late to retreat now. Well, let's team up and go together. Run, there is magma flowing down over there. Just when everyone gathered together to discuss, suddenly someone pointed to a place in shock. It turned out that the magma in the volcano flowed from the volcano to the city in such a short time. This is enough to prove that the scale of the volcanic eruption is not small. A group of people ran quickly towards the seaside. Of course, some people used their own cars. The oil resources on the island had been taken over by the government a few days ago, but someone happened to have a full tank of gas, So he kept it for the critical moment, and this time was the critical moment. Those watching the cars going away, wanted to cry but had no tears. Wow, there used to be official cars to pick us up, now they have to walk. This is called, if you don't listen to the official, you will suffer the consequences. The coast near the offshore base is also crowded at this moment. They all moved here 2 days ago, but because the offshore base needs to hand in supplies today, points or apply for a job before entering, many people think about waiting. They think that if they are in danger, the official will not watch them die, maybe they can get in after making a fuss. But today, seeing the huge volcanic eruption, especially with magma, it was scary. For a moment, they felt that the offshore base was safer. They didn't know what principle the offshore base used, but they saw that the volcanic ash was isolated. If the volcanic ash can be isolated, the magma should be able to be isolated too. After all, if what the official said is realized, the disaster will become stronger day by day. We are already so strong today, what else will come later? This time, we are willing to give up all the material points. At the port, there are not only official ships, but also some private ships. They received official orders and followed the official to transport survivors. For every survivor transported, 1 point can be obtained. After a whole day of transporting, the points obtained are not small. This makes many people who were just prepared for the worst have the capital to survive in this special period. Just when the transportation service was in full swing, the first group of residents who had fled had already rushed to the scene. This urgent scene attracted the attention of many people at the scene. After all, because of the official emphasis, most people stayed around the coast. Where did you migrate from? Someone asked curiously. From the city. After seeing the place, the people who fled breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing so many people, they instantly felt safe. The city? Haven't we been notified several times to evacuate? I can't bear to leave the house I worked so hard to buy. Why are you here now? Did something happen in the city? Someone asked anxiously. In fact, they had already felt the power of the volcanic eruption, but because they were far away, they didn't have a real feeling. Now let's see if we can get some useful information from these people. The volcanic eruption caused an earthquake, and many houses in the city collapsed, and the magma has spread to the city. Lava. Yes, the lava is constantly corroding the road surface. Some hotels near the volcano have collapsed due to lava corrosion. Buildings are like this, not to mention such fragile human bodies. It is really unacceptable to stay in the city. When this person said this, his face turned pale. Looking at such a scene, people really feel that the end of the world has come. Sure enough, when the people at the scene heard about this scene, their faces changed. Isn't this a scene that can only be seen in movies before? This has become a reality. Without hesitation, a group of people ran to the port nearby. I want to go to the offshore base. I want to go too. Me. For a moment, the whole scene became more lively. Everyone wants to live. The situation at the scene was also seen by Sun Muyun and Shi Wenyuan, who were inspecting. Looking at the people who came later and fled from the city, Shi Wenyuan unconsciously wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Should we send a team to rescue them? Shi Wenyuan asked Sun Muyun hurriedly. In the past few days, in order to make up for his mistakes, he forgot to eat and sleep, and only slept 3 hours a day to catch up with the progress he had missed. But now that he saw the scale of the disaster, he felt uneasy. It can only be said that the few days of loss in the early stage will become an indelible stain in his life, and he can only try his best to whitewash himself. Of course, whitewashing depends on his own ability. He now hopes that he can sit more and more. Sun Muyun looked at the active Shi Wenyuan and said directly, Mayor, you can arrange it yourself. We each have our own responsibilities. In fact, Sun Muyun also admires Shi Wenyuan. In such a short time, he caught up with the construction progress and arranged everything in an orderly manner. Because of his diligence during this period, everyone from top to bottom is convinced by him. After all, the other party really did it himself. In this case, she naturally would not hold on to the past mistakes. Moreover, both parties now have their own division of labor. She is mainly responsible for communicating with the Doomsday resort town. This is the top priority, because it can not only help their island now, but also help their country and their world. The prospects are great. This is why she will hand over other matters of the island to Shi Wenyuan. Okay. Shi Wenyuan also knows Sun Muyun's thoughts, and he just wants to make up for it now. As for the future, he will do a good job in the rear area so that Sun Muyun can develop with peace of mind. Will he still benefit from him in the future? Thinking about it, Shi Wenyuan quickly arranged for people to go. Apart from other things, The things in the Doomsday Resort town are really good, especially the vehicles, which actually have protective functions. Driving is very safe, and he sent people to unsafe places, and they were willing to go. After a while, the rescue team set off. A lot of people were really saved. When these people came, they were grateful to the authorities, although the outbreak was later than that in the island area. Because of the effective communication during this period, the situation in the volcano area stabilized faster than that in the island area. In the Doomsday Resort town, players in both areas are talking about the changes in the two game areas, and they are more emotional. The island area is really difficult. Yes, the disaster is widespread, the number of people is limited, and the transfer is not as fast as the volcanic area. But in terms of future power, it feels that the volcanic area is more powerful. Although the situation in the island area is a bit troublesome now, there are many opportunities. Yes, transporting them to the sea base can let them exchange for supplies, and they are willing to do so. Also, they escaped to the sea base at this time, so we can also explore if there are any swimming objects. Just be careful, some NPCs are not prepared, they will rob, and a team of players was robbed. Fortunately, they had equipment on them, haha, they were still scared, and then the official people came and captured them as coolies. Players still have advantages over NPCs. Ordinary NPCs can't buy things in the Doomsday Resort town at all. In addition to NPCs, we must also pay attention to those players with high sin values, who are also eyeing us now. Don't worry, they are only coveting a few points, and for them, killing a player is not as cost-effective as doing more for the official. Some of the early ruthless methods have been controlled by the official, especially the island area, where the hot weapons reserves are sufficient. I also want to prepare some hot weapons from the official island area, which is definitely lower than the Doomsday Game Mall. What about the volcanic area? You can earn points by buying a ship in the volcanic area. Although it's not a lot, it's better than nothing. There are also a lot of resources, seafood and other things, which can be sold a lot. Many people are still studying whether volcanic rocks are useful. Is it useful? It hasn't been formed yet, but sooner or later someone will experiment, just wait. Anyway, there are not many game areas that have such opportunities. Yes, save some of the money you can earn, buy more equipment, and you will have the capital to survive. In the future, when we go to other game areas, we must also save points and wait for the next encounter with Doomsday Resort Town. Yes, yes, yes. Now it's time to go to the game area to do things. Let's go! Similar discussions were heard in every corner of Doomsday Resort Town. For Doomsday Resort Town, they admired it. Of course, in addition to admiration, it also aroused their desire to work hard to get points. In a flash, after a good rest, one team after another went to the game area without hesitation. With the existence of Doomsday Resort Town, the game area has never been a burden to them, but a treasure land where they can earn points. It was also from this time that more and more players began to change their attitude towards games from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 65. The 11th day of the game. Island Area, Typhoon Day. The highest water level rises to the first floor. The official volunteer team organizes and encourages people to migrate in an orderly manner. People use swimming rings, rubber boats, and other water tools to go to the offshore base. Players begin to charge for rescue and search for exchangeable materials within the island. Volcanic area, volcanic eruption plus earthquake. The volcano erupted several times at 8 o'clock. The volcanic ash increased, and the magma continued to spread. The 12th day of the game. Island Area, Typhoon Day. The highest water level rises to the second floor. The power supply is completely paralyzed. Residents accelerate their migration. The official dispatched teams to maintain order at important intersections to ensure the migration of residents. Players continue to earn points in their own way in the island area. Volcano area, volcanic eruption plus earthquake. The volcano erupted several times at 8 o'clock. The volcanic ash increased, and the magma continued to spread. The 13th day of the game. Island Area, Typhoon Day. The highest water level rises to the third floor. There are no residents living in the city, and the fishing boats, ships, rubber boats, and other water tools on the beach are overcrowded. The number of offshore bases is increasing. Volcanic area, volcanic eruption plus earthquake. The volcano erupted several times at 8 o'clock. The volcanic ash increased, and the magma continued to spread. The temperature of the entire island rose. There are no residents living in the city, and the fishing boats, ships, rubber boats, and other water tools at the seaside are overcrowded. The official increased the purchase of heat-resistant water tools. The volcanic area continues to build offshore bases to accommodate residents who survive at sea. The 19th day of the game. Island area, Typhoon Day. The highest water level rose to 60 meters, and the entire island was covered. Volcanic area, volcanic eruption plus earthquake. A large number of houses collapsed, and the island has become a ruin. The sea temperature rose, and undersea earthquakes occurred frequently. Before I knew it, it was the 20th day of the game. It was also the second major change of the disaster. All residents of the island area and the volcanic area have entered the offshore base. In the island area, the climate directly changed from typhoon to tsunami. Ocean waves rushed directly into the island, impacting the remaining buildings. There were only a few building roofs left, and they were still being destroyed. All the residents had red eyes when they saw the scene in front of them. These days, they watched their homes being swallowed up, leaving only a part of the high-rise building standing. Looking at the tsunami, they knew that their homes were completely gone. Lu Lishan was among them. She had seen so many cases before, and the shock was strong enough. But when she was in it, the feeling was even more shocking. She couldn't help but wonder, what would their life be like without the offshore base? I'm afraid that millions of people will compete for the last rooftop position. In the end, they killed each other and abandoned their humanity. In the end, they found that they still couldn't escape the disaster. Lu Lishan couldn't help but shudder. She was even more afraid of the Doomsday game and the future. Can their world really resist this inhuman ability? In the end, will it really be Doomsday? Mayor, what's wrong with you? The assistant beside her looked at Lu Lishan's worried look and couldn't help asking. Lu Lishan came back to her senses after hearing this and shook her head. It's okay, I was just thinking about how we can get to the Doomsday Resort. As the water level rose, the Doomsday Resort was also submerged. Of course, that was absolutely okay, but it also cut off contact with the Doomsday Resort. This made Lu Lishan feel pity. She still had a lot of points on hand, waiting to be exchanged for other natural disaster equipment. We can only wait for the Doomsday Resort to find us if there are any tools. The assistant heard it and said quickly, I hope so. Lu Lishan responded. Then, Lu Lishan's attention shifted to the affairs of the sea base. What is the situation in the base now? With our soldiers patrolling with real guns and live ammunition, no one dares to do anything excessive. There are some small fights and petty thefts, but we have limited personnel and can't take care of them. The assistant reported the situation. There are many disputes in places with many people, especially when so many people are controlled in a small area and the control is too strict. People will go crazy. We can arrange for people to open courses. Lu Lishan thought of the scene she saw in the Doomsday Resort town and spoke directly. Exercise their bodies and let them vent their excess energy. Lu Lishan spoke. Will it? No. Those who are willing to learn at this time have plans for the future. When we go out, it does not mean the end of the game. It is very likely to be a new beginning. In this case, the better the physical fitness and personal ability of the residents, the better it is for us. Lu Lishan responded, the Doomsday Resort town is also improving the quality of players. Speaking of which, there are many things in the Doomsday Resort town that are worth learning. Yes. The assistant nodded, and then immediately went to make arrangements. At this moment, from a distance, Lu Lishan suddenly saw a bus coming from two protruding buildings. The bus came closer and closer, and seeing the words Doomsday Resort Town clearly printed on it, Lu Lishan smiled unconsciously. The Doomsday Resort Town is really something. The remaining 10 days of the game are not difficult to endure. Volcano area. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the volcano ushered in a major eruption. The magma even continued to fall from the center of the island to the ocean. Naturally, it also fell on the offshore base, but was temporarily blocked. Fortunately, there is an offshore base, otherwise we would all be finished. Some residents looked at their homes being swallowed up by magma in the distance, and they were only grateful for their rebirth. Yes, the land is no longer suitable for survival. The temperature of the ocean is already high enough. When I went out to fish, I found that it was easier to catch fish. Isn't this a good thing? How can it be a good thing? It means that the temperature of the seabed is too high, and it is not suitable for marine life to survive. They have floated up. But no matter what, seafood should be able to be exchanged for points. Yes, the official will collect it. Actually, I want to know, after the official collects it, where will it be sent? I haven't seen much seafood in the official cafeteria. If you want to preserve it, seafood is not easy to preserve, right? Never mind, the points can be exchanged for better food anyway. The residents responded on the deck of the offshore base, looking at their homes. Say it's sentimental, of course, but since this kind of natural disaster is unavoidable, just accept it. Being alive is better than anything else. They believe that as long as they wait for a month, their offshore barrier will disappear, and they will be rescued by the outside world. While thinking about it, many people cast their eyes on an aircraft carrier that was still parked outside the sea barrier. They didn't expect that the country would actually send an aircraft carrier to wait for them. Looking at this big guy, they all felt safe. Just at this moment, suddenly someone screamed, "Look!" When everyone looked over, they saw a bus driving directly over the magma. Magma? That was magma with an absurdly high temperature. What kind of ship can sail on it? And the more outrageous thing is yet to come. After passing through the magma, the bus drove directly on the sea, heading straight for their offshore base. What kind of black technology is this? In fact, don't you think this offshore base itself is black technology? Volcanic ash can't penetrate at all, and the magma can also be blocked. This is true. I was shocked when I saw it this morning. And the official knew about the disaster in advance, and there may be alien forces involved. You have a really wild imagination, but it's really reasonable. Hey, let's see what this bus brings later. As the residents talked, more and more people gathered around the deck. After a while, the bus docked. The soldiers guarding the entrance and exit saw the words Doomsday Resort Town written on the bus, and let it pass without hesitation. When the residents held their breath, they saw people like them coming out. Okay, they are also human beings. The people who came are players. The Doomsday Resort Town has new products for the island area and the volcano area. They know very well that this is prepared by Boss Goo to allow players to continue to play in the game area. The players are happy to see this situation. After all, with the Doomsday Resort Town and the special effect buses, the risk of traveling between the two places will be relatively small. They can also continue to play in the game area and earn points, which is not a good thing. Therefore, their team immediately raised funds to buy the bus and went out to do business. They came the earliest and could make the most money. Sure enough, as soon as they stepped onto the offshore base, a group of people surrounded them. Why can your bus resist molten lava? What kind of black technology is this? Is it expensive? It is normal for the bus to travel on the sea, but it is a real skill to be able to resist molten lava. Oh, the material is specially made. Specially made? The residents suddenly realized. That's right. Where are you from? How come you still live on the shore? We have a small base on the shore, which is just right to avoid the damage of the volcano. We are here to do business with you. The player evaded the point. Business? What business? Seeing that everyone was interested, the players unloaded many boxes from the bus one by one. When the boxes were opened, there were lunch boxes, fruits, and many daily necessities, even water supplies. You can redeem it with points, it's cheap and good. The player said. Points? We registered it under the official name. Can we use it? Yes. The player said without hesitation. The official and the Doomsday Resort Town have their own currency system. Some people still couldn't believe it, swallowed their saliva, and then went to ask the official staff. After getting the news, they took their points registration cards to buy lunch boxes, and so on. In a short while, many people who heard the news came and surrounded this simple stall. Looking at the lively scene here, Sun Miyun and Sherwin Yuan smiled. The Doomsday Resort Town is really capable. I was afraid that everyone would be too bored and make a fuss. Now that there is commodity economic exchange, the entire offshore base can also be active. Sun Miyun said in surprise. Yeah. Sherwin Yuan nodded. Besides, if players can come, it also means that we can go. Let someone collect the seafood caught today, and follow their car to exchange points later. Sun Miyun quickly instructed his subordinates. The Doomsday Resort Town is really their savior. Chapter 66. The Doomsday Resort Town 1 hour ago. Today is the second disaster of the game. Early in the morning, countless players took paper and pen to prepare registration materials. Such a note is a critical moment. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Many players will leave a grid to place notebooks. Whether communicating or exchanging with others in the future, it is a survival capital. Of course, in addition to registration, another reason is to see the rare scene in front of you. For players in the island area, the Doomsday Resort Town is like being at the bottom of the sea, surrounded by water, just like an underwater city. Occasionally, some marine creatures will float by, and even accidentally hit the protective shield. For players in the volcano area, it is to watch the volcanic eruption plus meteors falling from the sky up close. Of course, because it is daytime, you can see magma falling from the sky, but this scene is also difficult to see on weekdays, or, at other times, you are not in such a good mood as now, so you can watch while eating and drinking. The two groups stood in the right positions to admire and discuss with each other. Wow, it's a shark. Haha, this shark is so stupid, it hit me several times. Fuck, your side is completely submerged, right? Yes, how about your side? The entrance is full of molten lava, it looks spectacular, and it feels hot. We feel cold. It's all psychological. Although the scene in front of us is indeed rare, I just don't know what's going on outside. With a sea base, it should be safe for the time being. Then, there should be a lot of survivors, right? Yes, probably only a few hundred people died. Why are there still hundreds of people? There are always some who don't listen to advice, and there are also those who died in accidents or were robbed by others. It's normal. When I went out to fish for seafood yesterday, I saved a few people. When they went out to fish for seafood, their boat was accidentally overturned by the typhoon. Compared to the 80 to 90% death rate in the previous game area, this number of people is nothing. Yes. Looking at the current situation, we may be trapped in the Doomsday resort town for the rest of the time and can't earn points. It's already pretty good. If we were in a game area without a Doomsday resort town, we would probably have died or faced a life and death situation. That's true. It's okay if we can't go out. We can enjoy the rest of our days and improve our skills. The players were full of emotion when they talked about the last part. Although they were emotional, most of the players were still willing to make good use of the remaining 10 days. Some people who work for the Doomsday resort town, such as Zhang Jingza and Yusiyu, could not go out, so they used their rest time outside of work to train, and occasionally have some entertainment to relax. Most of the people who have more free time, in addition to training, also spend time on entertainment activities, eating and drinking. Some players are more creative, and started their own business. After knowing that shops in the Doomsday resort town can be rented for a short period of time, and because they cannot go out, many players rented shops and started their own business. The most popular shop is a barbecue shop. The shop specializes in seafood barbecue business. Grilled squid, salt and pepper shrimp, charcoal grilled lobster, garlic vermicelli shrimp, etc. The aroma is so fragrant that few people passing by can resist it. Other shops also have their own styles of boiling, charcoal grilling, stir-frying, etc. The fees are also points, but the points are relatively small. There are also some seafood and dry goods. In short, after the opening of these shops, the whole Doomsday resort town has become more lively. Gu Weiwei looked at the scene in the Doomsday resort town, and was naturally in a good mood. For the two game areas this time, because enough staff were hired, she didn't need to worry about the affairs of the entire Doomsday resort town. Just lie down and collect points every day. Especially in the past few days, because the disaster intensified, players stayed in the Doomsday resort town and unconsciously spent more money. Then, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the control panel. Tenant, 153,234. Many players could see the changes in the island area and the volcano area were different from the previous game areas. After patient exploration, they found that the Doomsday resort town was the reason for the intervention. As time went by, more and more players entered the Doomsday resort town, and once they came, they basically would not leave. As for those who didn't come, most of them were banned because of their high sin value. Therefore, the two game areas combined can have more than 150,000 people, and Gu Weiwei thinks the ratio is high enough. However, there are still 10 days before the game, and it is not a good thing to let so many players only enter the Doomsday resort town, but not leave. Gu Weiwei really wants to earn points, so that the Doomsday resort town can operate better, but she hopes that the Doomsday resort town can help each other with the players, so that both sides can benefit, so that these players can have the capital to survive when they enter the next game area. In addition, there are two game areas outside. Although there is a sea base, the protective shield of the sea base is the same as the shelter in the hands of the player, which requires energy consumption. It can even be said that if it is always safe, the protective shield can be consumed for a long time, but if it is hit by a natural disaster, the sea base cannot be completely safe. There are still 10 days left, therefore, the Doomsday resort town must restore contact with the outside world. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei directly opened the Doomsday Landlady system mall. I clicked on the special products column directly. As expected, I saw a new product listed in the front. Product, Amphibious bus. Price, 10,000 points. The note below said that it could enter the water and be used regardless of any terrain. It was also specially marked that it was not afraid of high temperatures, but under special circumstances, the energy consumed would be higher. Gu Weiwei bought 10 without hesitation and opened them for rental. As for why she wanted to rent them out, Gu Weiwei understood that even after going through multiple game areas, many players had tens of thousands or more points in their hands, and it was too luxurious for them to spend so many points to buy a bus. In addition, her main purpose was not to get players to buy the bus, but to get them to continue going out, acting as a bridge between the Doomsday Resort town and the game area, so that they could continue to go out and earn points. Perseverance, struggle. After the purchase, Gu Weiwei placed it directly in the parking lot, and immediately dispatched the driver to open a special line for 4 amphibious buses. Doomsday Resort Town. See base in the island area. Doomsday Resort Town. See base in the volcano area. As for the rest, Gu Weiwei also rented them to the team at a not-so-expensive price. It can be said that as soon as these buses appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of many players. Why are there so many more buses? Amphibious, not afraid of high temperatures or severe cold. Damn, is this bus so awesome? Is it prepared by the Doomsday Resort Town for travel? I thought we were going to be disconnected from the outside world. Great, I was just worried that my points were only going out but not in. I just don't know if the disaster outside is dangerous or not. That must be limited. In the island area, the water surface fluctuations will definitely upgrade to storms or tsunamis. In the volcanic area, you have to pay attention to the magma that falls from time to time. But this bus is definitely different. It can be protected, so you don't have to worry about traveling. The products of the resort town must be high quality. Hey, there are actually 2 cars in each game area. What does that mean? It just costs 5 points to go out. 5 points, so expensive. If you can catch seafood outside, or make more money, it won't be expensive. Yes. Do you want to go? You can give it a try, get in a car, and leave when it's full. What about the remaining cars? Players can buy or rent them. More than 12,000 points. I can't afford it. If you rent it, it will cost 200 points to use it for a day. In fact, if you have the ability, you can buy it. This car can be used in extreme disasters like now, not to mention in other game areas. Yes. After the discussion among the players, some teams did have some ideas. Especially the players who led the teams, whose points reached 6 figures, all of which were earned by their own ability. After calculating the price, in a flash, 3 of the 6 idle buses were bought, and the other 3 were rented. After buying or renting the buses, these teams immediately organized their team strength, transferred countless goods to the buses, and filled their backpack grids. A moment later, a car drove towards the island area and the volcano area respectively. Countless players witnessed this scene in front of the gate. After rushing out of the gate, the amphibious bus entered the 2 areas respectively. The one heading to the island area directly entered the ocean, like a submarine, and drove away freely. The one heading to the volcano area drove directly onto the hot magma, as if walking on flat ground, and drove away. Fuck, this car is really awesome. If I have money, I will definitely buy it. If I can't afford it, we can take a bus, it's only 5 points. It's too late, it's full, wait for the next bus. The one who bought 3 cars is really a big shot, more than 10,000 points. Spend it immediately. It's worth it. If I have money, I will buy it too. It seems to be useful in any disaster in the future. So it seems to be worth it. If it's not worth it, those big shots won't buy it without hesitation. I hope I can buy it one day. The players who originally planned to spend the rest of their days in the Doomsday Resort Town became active again. Earn points. Earn points as much as possible. And this amphibious bus not only became a bridge connecting the Doomsday Resort Town and the game area, but also became a ray of hope in the hearts of the residents of the island area and the volcano area. Chapter 67. The buses from the Doomsday Resort Town arrived at the island area and the volcano area one after another, making the sea base that was immersed in the disaster become more active. Island area. The huge waves rolled up by the tsunami continued to attack the outermost protective shield of the sea base. The huge waves were like a monster opening its mouth, trying to swallow it. Every attack was frightening. But that was before. Now most people's attention is on the stalls on the deck. These stalls are basically set up by players. Some sell boxed lunches, some sell snacks, some sell daily necessities, some sell potions, some sell equipment, etc., which can be said to have everything. These are all shipped from the Doomsday Resort Town for resale, and the price is directly doubled. If you don't have points, you can also exchange them with gold and other items, or even seafood. Even though the price is higher than before, residents of the island area still come to buy in an endless stream. Although the official also provides some food, they are all compressed biscuits, which can fill your stomach, but they are dry and unpalatable. There are many tourists among the residents. Those who can come to the island for tourism have good conditions. Although they have suffered some hardships before, it is relatively safe now. Under such circumstances, they naturally want to pursue something. As for the residents, it is even more so. Because the government announced quickly, they kept their property. Not only did they stockpile a lot of goods, but they also exchanged a lot of metals at home for a large number of points. Those with a relatively rich family background even exchanged for ships. Although they have fishing boats at home, they know very well that their fishing boats are not good enough in the face of strong winds and waves. After seeing the ship that required a lot of points to redeem, they knew that the official stuff must be extraordinary, so they redeemed it all together just in case. And after redeeming, they also started doing business with people they knew. Therefore, during this period, they all accumulated a lot of points. So when they saw the various stalls, they naturally took their families to spend without hesitation and reward themselves. What interested them most were the stalls selling potions and equipment. After using the ships and rubber boats exchanged by the government, they firmly believe that the government has developed black technology. Even if it is not developed, there must be a partner. This group of people uses a special bus, which must have a great connection with the partner. The things they sell must have special effects. Is the effect marked on it real? One of the residents pointed to the words written on it. Of course it is real. I can try it out for you on the spot. The stall owner said without hesitation, then picked up a heat-resistant suit, took out a lighter, and put it close to the heat-resistant suit, but the heat-resistant suit did not show any signs of being burned. The resident's pupil shrank, and then he said, I am willing to buy it. Can it be cheaper? It's already very cheap. Look, it's stormy weather now, and this heat-resistant suit may not be used yet. The resident wanted to take the opportunity to lower the price. It can't be used now, but it will definitely be used in the future. The player said meaningfully, then lowered his voice. You will definitely not regret buying it. Are you saying that there will be other disasters in the future? I don't know about that, I'm just guessing. Then if I buy more, can it be cheaper? That's a must. Then both parties began to bargain, and a deal was reached. A moment later, a similar conversation took place at the same stall. Although there were many people who could buy, the goods in front of the stall seemed to be endless. After someone noticed this scene, they secretly accumulated points and started buying. The resellers made a lot of money without even realizing it. And all of this naturally did not escape the eyes of Lulishan and others. They are all ordinary people. Will buying these special equipment have an impact on society? One of the officials couldn't help but say. This is also their opportunity. Disasters have already invaded our world. If the people have the ability to protect themselves, isn't it a good thing for our country? Lulishan said bluntly. But those are their points, and they deserve them. Lulishan continued, instead of paying attention to them, it is better to continue to lead the team out to catch seafood and exchange more equipment for them. Yes. The official nodded. The time left for them to buy equipment is not much, they have to hurry up. Volcano area. The situation in the volcano area is similar to that in the island area, and there are also players who come out to sell various supplies. But relatively speaking, there will be more people bartering. The residents and tourists in the volcanic area don't have many points. After all, the official exchange time for residents was relatively late, and they didn't have time to collect them. Later, they used a sum when they landed on the offshore base. Now they need to use points every day, and they have too few points in their hands. But looking at such a wide range of goods, some residents and tourists seem to have glimpsed something. However, they didn't go to inquire, but just worked hard to exchange points, and then exchange them for potions, equipment and other items. The origins of these merchants are strange, but if the authorities do not stop them, then they are good things. Good things, of course, should be collected more. This is the capital for their future survival. Under the enthusiastic purchase of residents and tourists in the volcanic area, the things brought by the players were quickly swept away. After selling, one team after another prepared to pack up and leave. But unexpectedly, when leaving, they also earned a sum of transportation fees. You want to go to the Doomsday Resort town with us? A player asked Sun Muyun and his group in surprise. Yes, we also have things to exchange with Doomsday Resort town, but we don't have a suitable means of transportation to get there. Sun Muyun asked directly, is Doomsday Resort town willing to sell your bus? They should be willing, right? As long as there are points. We rented this one, someone bought it before, and there is also a special line opened. The player was in the volcanic area and knew Sun Muyun's identity, so he didn't hide it when answering. Is there room for us? Yes, you all have invitations, right? The player asked. Yes. That's fine. The player replied. If someone without an invitation gets on their car, they won't be able to enter the Doomsday Resort town. It's all lava outside, so they can't take people in. That's a problem. A moment later, Sun Myun and his team got on the first team's car and drove away from the sea base in the volcanic area. This scene was seen by someone with a keen eye. There are so many good things in the Doomsday Resort town. Why can't we enter? If we can enter, we will be the ones who can earn a lot of points now. The person who spoke was also one of the players, but he was a group of players with high sin values who were excluded. Because they could not enter the Doomsday Resort town, they could only follow the official NPC's footsteps. Even if they were prepared, many of their companions died in the face of some sudden disasters. But those companions didn't care. What they cared about was that in this world, they couldn't earn any points at all. Seeing that there were no points for killing people, and the number of survivors in the entire game area was still high, the points that could be divided were probably pitifully few. How could they not be angry? Especially when they saw those players who took refuge in the Doomsday Resort town easily earning points, their eyes were red with jealousy. Yes, why? We just killed people to survive. Is that wrong? I don't believe that those players have never killed anyone. In fact, maybe we can sneak in and rob them of their stuff? Forget it. It's molten lava, not water. If it's in the water, we can't get what we can't get, and we can get more points. But in molten lava, you can lose your life if you're not careful. It's a bargain for them. There's no chance in this game area, but there will definitely be opportunities in other game areas. Just wait. Yes. And the Doomsday Resort town, we have to find a way to destroy it. Since we can't enjoy it, there's no need for it to exist. When the group of players finished speaking, their eyes were filled with malice. Their hearts had become twisted in jealousy. Gu Weiwei didn't know all this. She only knew that with the restoration of traffic between the Doomsday Resort town and the two game area sea bases, the points of the Doomsday Resort town began to increase exponentially, the points of the players' personal accounts also increased, and the lives of the NPCs in the game area also became better. It really achieved a win-win-win situation, and time passed slowly in peace. Day 21 of the game. Island area, tsunami. The entire island has been basically submerged, and tsunamis sweep across the island from time to time. NPCs can hardly move in the sea base, relying on the daily players to pass the time. In addition to doing business, players use buses to start looking for resources that can be exchanged in the underwater city of the island area. Some shops with gold, diamonds, jade, and hardware have become their first choice. Volcano area, volcanic eruption plus earthquake. The magma has spread across the island and is heading toward the coastline. The ocean temperature is rising, and volcanic ash and toxic gases are floating over the island. NPCs have stopped fishing for seafood and dare not go out to sea easily. Players continue to travel by bus. Game Day 22. Island area, tsunami. Volcano area, volcanic eruption plus earthquake. Game Day 23. Island area, tsunami. Volcano area, volcanic eruption plus earthquake. Game Day 29. Island area, tsunami. Volcano area, volcanic eruption plus earthquake. The 30th day of the game arrived unknowingly. On this day, the players in the Doomsday Resort town did not plan to go out at all, because it was time for them to leave the game area. The players were moving around the blacksmith shop, tailor's shop, hospital, etc., making the most of their resources and points. The NPCs in the island area and volcano area hid in the sea base, watching the great changes outside. They were experiencing an unprecedented disaster. Even with the sea base, they felt the power of this disaster. Chapter 68. Island District. When the residents woke up early in the morning, they saw that the buildings of the entire island district emerged from the water. When they saw this scene, everyone was a little shocked. Is the disaster over? It's impossible. Didn't we say that every 10 days is the strongest time? Today is the strongest time of the disaster. How can it end? But if we get through today, it will be truly over. What's going on now? Of course a big one is brewing. What? People who live by the sea should know that if the water on the coast suddenly disappears one day, there is only one thing to do, run. Does that mean a big tsunami is brewing now? Yes. Fortunately, we are not on an island. If a new tsunami comes, can our original buildings still withstand it? I am afraid that many of them will not be able to withstand it. The power of this tsunami must be very strong. I was still thinking about going home after the disaster. Now it seems that the last home can't be saved. Most of the residents are very experienced and quickly analyzed what they would encounter next from the current situation. Sure enough, The seawater receded less than 2 hours before it came back. A wave several tens of meters high was brewing at their offshore base. Those with experience know that such a wave can't be formed out of thin air. But now it doesn't look like it was formed naturally, but like something is controlling it from behind. Many people were shocked. If it was controlled by humans, it would be scary to think about it. The players in the crowd looked at this scene and felt a little scared. Even though they were safe now, they were afraid of the game's lack of room for maneuver. If there was no sea base provided by the Doomsday Resort Town to the official NPC, how many of them could survive the impact of the previous disaster and the current disaster? While everyone at the scene was thinking about it, the wave wall on the side seemed to have finished brewing and rushed directly towards the island. Extremely fast speed plus huge amount. The houses on the coast were actually directly collapsed by these waves. The waves attacked all the way, leaving many buildings with no resistance at all, and only ruins were left in a blink of an eye. In a short while, the entire island disappeared again. Then, it began to recede again, and the cycle repeated. No matter how strong the building is, it is difficult to survive under multiple impacts. One after another fell. When the island emerged from the water again, no one could see the shadow of the past on it. Wow, our home is gone. This damn tsunami. This is too regular, it must be controlled by humans. Are they using us as a test site? Will it really end today? Is it true? The end of today is just the beginning. Is this the end of the world? In fact, the appearance of offshore bases, medicines, equipment, and special ships were all expected. Our world has changed dramatically. Although there is a disaster ahead, at least we are still alive now. I just don't know what we will encounter when we go out. After a series of complaints, many people began to worry about the future again. Everyone can feel that their current world has undergone subtle changes. The more they feel their own insignificance. How can they not be afraid? Volcano area. Unlike the island area where the disaster cycle reappeared in front of them, the entire volcano area was destroyed in front of many residents. The volcano erupted continuously, and a large amount of magma was ejected. Coupled with the occasional earthquake, the entire island was directly buried. The once prosperous island was left with no ruins, only hot magma. Because the amount of magma was too large, it continued to enter the sea. Bursts of steam came out. The sea surface was full of corpses of various fish, and the seawater was boiling. In addition, magma fell into the protective cover of the offshore base from time to time. Originally, residents in the volcanic area were not worried, but just now, when a ball of magma fell on the protective shield, they saw the collision of the two with their own eyes, and saw the sizzling sound of the protective shield. This means, the protective shield is broken. The people at the scene immediately panicked. Will this protective shield fail? If it fails, we will definitely be crushed to death by the magma. Don't do that. God, you must hold on. This is the last day. Don't let it go on the last day. The residents put their hands together and prayed to God. Meanwhile, Sun Miyun and the others already knew that there was something wrong with the protective shield. Add energy blocks. Yes. After giving the order, Sun Miyun went directly to the deck. Looking at the hexagonal grid that appeared faintly on it, Sun Miyun's eyes flickered. She was sure that the existence of the protective shield was a high-tech product. It's just that this kind of high-tech product requires energy. However, this also means that after leaving the Doomsday Resort Town, the protective shield will lose its effectiveness without energy blocks, and it will be no different from ordinary existence. There is also the amphibious bus of the Doomsday Resort Town. Energy blocks. We need to prepare more energy. After Shi Wenyuan handled the delivery of energy blocks, he came to Sun Miyun and said bluntly, "Well, we can indeed buy more. I plan to use some cultural relics from the museum." Sun Miyun spoke. Cultural relics are the crystallization of human history. But she thought that it was worth it to exchange for the capital of human survival. She originally wanted to keep it until the end, but she had consumed too many energy blocks these days. In addition, today is the last day that the Doomsday Resort Town can be in their game area. If they don't seize this opportunity, they don't know when the next time will be. In addition, the value of cultural relics is very high, much higher than many ores and metals. In addition to exchanging energy blocks, I suggest that you can go to the library to buy books to see if you can develop energy blocks in the future. If you can, we won't be afraid even if we don't encounter the Doomsday Resort Town in the future. Shi Wenyuan made his proposal. It is convenient to buy in the Doomsday Resort Town, but there will always be a day when the energy is insufficient or broken. Mastering the production method in your own hands is the essence. Sun Miyun listened to Shi Wenyuan's words and came back to his senses. You are right. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2 years. If 2 years don't work, then more years. Mastering knowledge is the real salvation. Especially after discussing with the leader of another game zone, if such a disaster occurs, it will definitely be a disaster for the whole world, not just one person. During the time when the two were discussing, the residents cheered enthusiastically when they saw the protective shield returning to normal. It's normal now. The authorities are still prepared. So does the protective shield still need to be charged? Of course, it's a high-tech product. Actually, I'm also curious, where does the electricity for our base come from? The facilities and the shops on the entire island have obviously been destroyed. There is still water. I heard that the water is a seawater replacement device, which was installed when the base was built. No wonder. When we can get out, what will happen to our homes? It seems that we can't rebuild them. Not only will we lose our homes, but we will also lose our jobs. We talk about it when the time comes. It's good enough to be alive. Listening to the voices of the residents, Sun Miyun and Sher Wen-Yuan looked at each other, and then looked at the sea barrier behind them. Their eyes were a little distant. They still have a long way to go. Doomsday Resort Town. Players have basically planned their points and backpack grids. Food, water, potions, equipment, weapons, all have been prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be enough for them to use for several months. The backpack grids provided by the system are not enough, so they went to the tailor shop to buy backpack grids that can be carried with them. The backpack grid that can be carried with them is a very ordinary backpack that can also hold things. Only the bound person can operate the additional storage space. It is considered the most popular item in the Doomsday Resort Town. It is also because the players have prepared everything they should, so they are in a good mood to look at the Doomsday scene outside. The disasters in the island area are really sick, with repeated impacts. If you are really outside, I am afraid you will have no chance of survival. The volcano area is no less bad. No buildings can survive on the island, and the seawater in the ocean is boiling. Normally, only 1 in 10 people will survive outside. It feels like the island-type disasters are more difficult than the normal city disasters. I hope I won't encounter island-type game areas again in the future. Yeah, I'm so nervous. I'm afraid that the equipment I prepared won't be used in the next game area. It's better than not preparing anything before. That's right. Just when the players were anxiously waiting for the end of the game, they saw buses coming to the 2 game areas. Many players focused on the buses. They knew that only the official could buy buses in the 2 game areas. This was the official NPC coming to buy goods. Speaking of which, the players have a good impression of the official NPC. At least they directly protected so many residents in this disaster. Of course, they also earned a lot of points from the NPC. It was at this time that they realized that sometimes the NPC's survival was also good for them. The car drove quickly into the Doomsday Resort Town and went straight to the apartment lobby. When we arrived at the site, we saw the people in the car getting off with a lot of backpacks. Knowing that they were here to exchange things, many players withdrew their gazes. Unexpectedly, a moment later, a player came out excitedly to spread the news. Wow, so many cultural relics, the kind that I could only see in museums before. A moment later, many players gathered in the hall, watching the cultural relics being put into the recycling cabinet. I'm afraid they have no other choice. Yes, the number of points required for an entire city is not small. I wonder if the price is high. It should be quite high. Except for the ores, everything with cultural foundation is quite high. Then, normal people have no chance to touch it, but you can pay more attention to some game areas with unbalanced order. Yes. Gu Weiwei also rushed here after receiving the news that the system had exchanged a large number of cultural relics. She was a little dumbfounded when she saw that some cultural relics were directly exchanged for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of points. The price is indeed high enough. But what does the system collect these cultural relics for? Boss Gu. The voices of Lu Lishan and Sun Miyun greeting pulled Gu Weiwei back to her senses. Gu Weiwei nodded. What will happen to these cultural relics after they are recovered? Lu Lishan and Sun Miyun asked subconsciously. Gu Weiwei shook her head. I don't know either, but since they are recovered at a high price, they will definitely cherish them. Yeah. Lu Lishan and Sun Miyun nodded, feeling a little comforted. Perhaps, leaving them to the Doomsday Resort Town can still preserve the flame of their culture and stay in their world, and maybe one day, they will disappear with their world. Thank you for your help, Boss Gu. I hope to meet you again in the future. The two sincerely hope that they can meet Gu Weiwei and Doomsday Resort Town again in their world. If we are destined to meet, we will meet again. Gu Weiwei said frankly. She can't control it, it's all about fate. A moment later, Lu Lishan and Sun Muyun exchanged millions of points directly, and then spent all of these millions of points on Doomsday Resort Town. Equipment, potions, backpack grids, energy blocks, amphibious buses, books. With full backpack grids, the two groups left Doomsday Resort Town at nightfall. They carried the hope of the world they live in. After they left, Gu Weiwei and the players were quietly waiting for the end of the game. Compared with the previous worlds, both Gu Weiwei and the players became much calmer. When the time came, everyone received the notification of the Doomsday game and disappeared one by one in the Doomsday Resort Town. Congratulations to the host, you have cleared the Doomsday Disaster, Natural Disaster, Island Area, Primary Field, Area 888, and obtained 100 points. There are 100,000 players in this game area, and there are 73,823 players left. The remaining players share the player points and get 211 points. You have been assigned to enter the Doomsday Disaster, Mutation, Fog Area, Intermediate Field, Area 1. There are 200,000 players and 5 million NPCs in this game area. The scene is being generated, waiting for the rest of the players. The scene has been generated, and the fifth game officially begins. After the scene was frozen, Gu Weiwei looked at the notification and fixed her eyes on the intermediate field. It's almost the intermediate level? Chapter 69. Island Area. When the sea barrier disappeared, all kinds of messages flooded into the mobile phones of countless survivors, including those from relatives and friends, unknown netizens, and official probes. When they saw the messages, all the survivors cried. Finally, they survived. You know, today is definitely the most difficult day for them in these days. Because the officials have been telling them that they will be liberated after today, but they are unsure, especially today's disaster cycle, as if to completely destroy them. In this situation, how can they rest assured that their disaster will end? But now, seeing the restoration of contact with the outside world and seeing their country's aircraft carrier coming towards them, their current mood is really hard to describe in words. Some survivors, after calming down a little, have immediately contacted their families and cried about their experiences. Some survivors went online directly to see what the internet thought about the disappearance of their entire city. But once they went online, they found that the whole world had changed. Official announcement: Doomsday game is coming. Our world is facing challenges. Many cities are almost wiped out, facing the Doomsday game. Is there any hope? What city will be the next to come? The latest city, P Island, appears, and it is being live broadcast. How many people will be left on P Island? The latest news, obviously, the existence of the Doomsday game has been officially announced. The reason for the announcement is that too many cities have been dragged in, too many people have lost contact, and it can't be concealed at all. Not to mention, not only their country, but also many other countries abroad are facing the same situation. Now, all countries are working together and exchanging information with each other. The Doomsday game, which caused their city to become a game zone, has entered everyone's sight. The entertainment news, gossip, food, etc. in the past have become a thing of the past. In the face of survival, everything else is nothing, which is why the survivors see the scene now. After reading the news carefully, I found that there were so many cities where only 1 out of 10 survived. In some cities, there were even less than 3 digits of survivors. Most of the survivors were mentally affected and were sent to relevant institutions for treatment. At the same time, I also wanted to get some news from them. The previous cities appeared one after another and had big problems, and P Island will become the next focus of attention. The news that the survivors can see can naturally be seen by the officials. Lu Lishan received the contact number from the country as soon as possible. On the other end of the phone, the officials were a little nervous because they had heard too much bad news. Now they only held a faint hope. Unexpectedly, the call was actually connected. Lu Lishan already knew the situation outside and understood how lucky it was for her city to encounter the Doomsday Resort Town. After a sigh of relief, she reported seriously, "Chief, we encountered a special existence, so most of our people survived, and we also got a lot of things." Lu Lishan talked about the details of their rescue. Every word struck the hearts of everyone on the other end of the phone. After they realized what was happening, they were delighted. The authorities still have survivors. Unconsciously, their demands have become so low. In the past, they have always been immersed in pain because they are powerless against this sudden Doomsday game. They want to resist, but they don't know where to resist. In this situation, they feel uncertain when facing the public. Over thousands of years of history, they have also experienced the low period of the country, but even then, they were not as powerless as now. However, the appearance of P Island brought so much news, which rekindled the spark in their hearts. It turns out that the Doomsday game is not unbeatable. As long as they find a way, they will study it desperately. The aircraft carrier has gone to P Island. At the same time, there are many ships nearby. They are all some media. They should interview you. I hope you can accept the interview well. Of course, some secret things do not need to be explained to the public. We just hope to take this opportunity to show the public that we are not without a way to deal with the Doomsday game. Yeah. Lu Lishan nodded. When she first heard the news, she was also very desperate. Because they were facing an unknown, powerful, mysterious existence. But after experiencing it, she now has a little more hope for the future. They have advanced knowledge exchanged from the library. They have a sea base, a shelter, a protective shield, and energy blocks. They have a large number of potions and equipment. Even in the future, they will have the opportunity to encounter a Doomsday resort town and obtain more capital from it to fight against the Doomsday game. With hope, they have the courage to fight. While Lu Lishan was thinking this, the commander of the aircraft carrier was shocked when he received the news that there were many survivors on P Island. In fact, they didn't have much hope when they came here. It was because they saw a lot of debris in the outer area. There were fishing boats, buildings, daily necessities. The existence of these things all proved one thing, that P Island suffered an unprecedented disaster. The most important thing is that their life instruments did not detect any living beings. That is to say, disasters on the ocean have always been extremely destructive. Until they received a call. There were a large number of survivors on P Island. The reason why they were not detected was that they used special methods to hide. When the aircraft carrier was moving at full speed, the media also followed behind at full speed, like a cat smelling blood. In a moment, they had arrived at P Island. The moment I looked at P Island, I was completely stunned. The entire P Island has become a deserted island, and the prosperous scene has disappeared. Only some of the remaining ruins of the buildings prove its former existence. The entire P Island is like this. Can anyone survive? Many media have been thinking about how to report it without being 404, but they saw the aircraft carrier continue to move in one direction. As a result, after turning in one direction, I saw a platform that was no less beautiful than P Island, and it was full of people. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Why didn't I notice it before? There are so many survivors. How did a platform like theirs survive the disaster? Anyway, they survived, didn't they? Ah, finally I see hundreds of survivors. It's obvious that there are more than 100, there must be 1,000,000. There are more than 2 million residents and tourists on the entire P Island. If there are 1,000,000, wouldn't more than half of them survive? Finally, there is good news to report. It's exciting, and there is finally some hope. Knowledge. How did they build this platform? I don't know. The media were all a little excited about the scene of many survivors, and their eyes were filled with tears. After all, as frontline reporters, they saw more deeply than netizens. They knew that those block cities were like hell on earth. There were corpses everywhere, and many of them were giants. As for the buildings, they were almost destroyed. After seeing such a scene once, I don't want to see it again. But what about them? They watched it many times in a row. Every time they watched it, they would be emo for a long time, and even have a vague sense of panic. They were worried that such a fate might befall them and their families without knowing it. And once it falls, they will definitely not be able to resist it. Now, seeing that someone successfully survived the disaster, how can they not feel happy? The cameras in their hands were clicking. Some had already started editing and reporting the news. In the meantime, the commander of the aircraft carrier, Yi Chuanxiu, had already met with Lu Lishan. Looking at the sea base full of people, Yi Chuanxiu was also a little excited. It was great to have so many survivors. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Chuanxiu couldn't help but say to Lu Lishan. Even if there were some special opportunities, it would take decisiveness and ability to build such a sea base and protect so many people under such opportunities. Lu Lishan did not live up to the country's trust. Now take these tourists home first. As for the original residents of P Island, according to the country's intention, let them continue to stay here. Yi Chuanxiu turned to business. But the island has been destroyed beyond recognition, Lu Lishan said. According to expert research, if the city used as a game area is severely destroyed, there is a small probability that it will be selected again, so the most dangerous place may be the safest. Yi Chuanxiu said. Do you want to rebuild this island? Of course we need to rebuild it, but it doesn't need to be trimmed to the same as before. This offshore base can be disassembled and reassembled. Lu Lishan continued. When the voice fell, Yi Chuanxiu's eyes brightened a little. Wait for the country's allocation. Yi Chuanxiu thought, Lu Lishan's good things in her hands are definitely more than just offshore bases. Their country is saved, their world is saved too. And in this short while, the incident of P Island has caused a stir on the internet. There are more than 1 million survivors on P Island, with a survival rate of 98%. Facing the Doomsday game, we are not powerless. Miracle under the Doomsday game. Exclusive interview with survivors. There are many news, and netizens' discussions are even more outrageous. Finally, I saw some good news. I thought the entire P Island army was going to be wiped out, but it turned out that all the soldiers survived. Is this news true? Does this photo look like a photoshopped one? Why do so many people survive on P Island? My relatives are tourists on P Island, and we have contacted them. Wow, that's great. I hope the country can learn from the experience of P Island survival, and let other cities involved survive. P Island survived not because of its own ability, but because it encountered a golden finger. What golden finger? I don't know. Anyway, there are a lot of good things, and there are still a lot, so everyone is right, our future is promising. Some of the comments were naturally made by the officials. They wanted to let the people see the hope of fighting the Doomsday game, rather than facing the fear of death every day. After calming the people on the internet, the officials sent a plane to take Lu Lishan and other leaders, who knew the inside story, back to the safe base. The books, potions, equipment, shelters, energy blocks and other things that Lu Lishan and others exchanged were all studied by specialized experts in a very short time. They all hoped that these things would give their world a new life. Foreign countries have naturally noticed these domestic movements, and one by one they hope that they can share these things, and even work hard on public opinion. As for domestic leaders, they only share a little bit of equipment with a few countries with good relations. Those with bad relations naturally need to exchange things. The reason for doing so is that they hope that other countries can also research something. Of course, they did not hide the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town. In this short period of time, the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town has been included in the priority list of most countries. They are all eager for fate to favor them. But more are investing a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. They don't want to be powerless in the face of the Doomsday game. When they have the ability to fight, they will definitely fight to the end. Chapter 70. Volcanic Area. For more than a month, Sun Myun and his team have been paying attention to the area outside the sea barrier. At the beginning, they tried to contact it because there was a search and rescue team. But they came and went, unable to break through the barrier, so the search and rescue team suspended the search and rescue, but there were troops patrolling here every day, waiting for the restoration of communication. So when they found that the disaster was really over, and they could communicate with the outside world, Sun Myun had already sent a team to contact the army outside. Su Chung is the person in charge of the patrol ship. He was ordered to monitor the situation in this sea area. After all, an island suddenly disappeared and became a world of its own. This phenomenon is really strange. In addition, this island is a famous holiday island in their country. There are many tourists on the island. In addition, the crash plane has directly occupied the hot search list within this month. Until now, someone has mentioned this matter. Just when Su Chung was thinking about it, suddenly, someone urgently reported the situation. "Commander, a ship is approaching us. It's not shown on the radar." Su Chung subconsciously glanced at the radar scan, his face slightly changed. There are not many people in this world who can escape their radar. Could it be a survivor? Be on guard. No matter what, Su Chung chose to be on guard first. When the situation is unclear, it is better to be cautious. The patrol ship also approached the ship. When the ship approached, someone spoke to them excitedly. "We are the mayor of K Island." When the conversation was possible, Shi Wenyuan, as a representative, spoke without hesitation. K Island. Su Chung immediately realized that this was their mission target this time. Unexpectedly, before they went to inquire about the situation, the people from K Island showed up first. What happened on K Island? Why did it lose contact with the outside world for a month? Su Chung asked without hesitation, and at the same time, he had asked his subordinates to contact their superiors to report the situation. When Shi Wenyuan listened, his eyes were a little bitter. This month's work was really hard. "Our entire island has been destroyed," Shi Wenyuan said directly. "Destroyed? What about the residents on the island?" Su Chung asked anxiously. The situation of the residents of K Island is also the most concerned by the superiors. Netizens outside are all concerned about this matter. If too many people are in trouble, I'm afraid it can't be concealed. At this moment, Su Cheng's mood has reached the bottom. There are nearly 2 million survivors. Shi Wenyuan said quickly. Although they encountered a natural disaster, Most people were saved because they received help from some mysterious forces. The deaths were basically those who refused to listen to advice, or those who took risks in order to survive in the later stage. This is unavoidable. Sure Wenyuan felt that under such circumstances, their survival rate was already very good. That's good, but what exactly did you encounter? Su Cheng asked seriously. Sure Wenyuan listened, his eyes became deeper. We are in a game, a doomsday game that will sweep the whole world in the future. Although it is currently known that there is only one game area, but according to the information they got from the neighboring island area, the number of game areas will increase, because once you are selected, you will not even have a chance to escape. Su Cheng looked at Sure Wenyuan's reaction and frowned slightly. Is the other party mentally ill? However, thinking that this place was isolated for a month before, the sudden news and sudden appearance are likely to be related to mysterious forces. Doomsday game? Doomsday? Su Cheng immediately realized that this matter might not be simple, and said decisively, I will report to my superiors. You continue to comfort the survivors. Yes. Sure Wenyuan nodded. He felt much more relaxed at this moment. Especially in the last few days, his spirit has been tense, and now he can finally pass the news. Someone from above took over, and he could relax for a while. After a while, Sure Wenyuan took the boat back. Su Cheng's patrol ship followed behind Sure Wenyuan, and when he saw that Sure Wenyuan's ship was still not on the radar, his eyes flickered unconsciously. After a while, the group returned to the sea base together. Seeing such a huge sea base, Su Cheng was stunned unconsciously, and then he boarded the sea base. The arrival of Su Cheng and other soldiers instantly reassured the survivors of the sea base. Especially Sure Wenyuan's next speech. Our situation here has been reported to the country. The country will arrange personnel to rescue. We will have a good rest tonight, and then evacuate in an orderly manner. After hearing these words, the survivors were all excited. It's finally over. Wow, I thought I was going to die. Fortunately, the disaster is over. I stay at home and not wander around. By the way, do you have any power on your cell phones? They've been out of power for a long time. You need points to charge them, and I've used up all my points. But we should be able to get back in touch with the outside world soon. Take a good rest. I haven't slept well in this period of time. Me too. I really envy those people who sleep well without interruption. My family must be terrified after being missing for a month. I hope we can contact them soon. They were all smiling as they spoke. Because they knew they were saved. They would be home safely soon. Then, they all went to their dormitories. After being tense for a few days, they could finally sleep well. Seeing that the order at the offshore base was pretty good, Su Cheng raised his evaluation of Sure Wenyuan and others by a few points. Of course, he was more concerned about this offshore base. Before, he was a little bit unbelievable, but now, he trusted Sure Wenyuan's words completely. Indeed, if there was no mysterious power, it would be impossible to build such a large base on the ocean with the ability of K Island. Therefore, it could only be external forces interfering. While Su Cheng was inspecting the offshore base, the matter here had been reported to the top leaders through layers of reports. An emergency meeting was held. Late at night, when most of the survivors fell asleep, Sure Wenyuan, Sun Muyun, and other personnel boarded the patrol ship and started a video conference. Facing the top leader, Sun Muyun couldn't wait to tell the top leader and others everything they had experienced. Emphasized the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town, and the people from another world met in the Doomsday Resort Town. The other world has long been invaded by the Doomsday game. According to them, once selected, other places will soon become game areas, and the mortality rate in most game areas is as high as 99%. Not only are there casualties, but the entire city buildings are completely destroyed. As Sun Muyun spoke the data one by one, everyone fell silent. This is really bad news. How many goods did you buy in the Doomsday Resort Town? The top leader asked directly. We have limited resources, and the goods we exchanged are a drop in the bucket for the whole world. Sun Muyun introduced the situation of the materials in his hands in detail, among which the most should be the shelters and energy blocks. I exchanged these for the cultural relics in the museum. I also exchanged many related books. If we can study it ourselves, then there will be a lot more confidence in the future. Sun Muyun, thank you for your prompt decision. The top leader looked at Sun Muyun with some appreciation, and at the same time used his own words to comfort Sun Muyun. It is worth it to exchange cultural relics for goods that allow people to survive. Sun Muyun was also stunned. She did not expect that the other party would believe her words so quickly, without any verification. The next moment, a leader spoke directly. In fact, the game area of the Doomsday game has appeared in our world. Just now, After you restored contact with us, 3 cities lost contact at the same time. The news is currently being blocked. Sun Miyun and Shi Wenyuan were stunned when they heard this. Oh my god, so fast. How many people would die without any preparation? In fact, there have been signs. These 2 cities have suffered natural disasters in the past few months, but we always thought it was an ordinary natural disaster and mobilized nearby teams to rescue. Who would have thought that we would suddenly lose contact today? The leader continued to introduce the situation. We are also worried about the cause of this incident. Hearing this news from you is very precious to us. This is what we should do. Tomorrow, a special plane will pick you up. The top leader also said. Sun Miyun and Shi Wenyuan understood instantly. In addition to picking them up, the most important thing is the goods in their hands. These are things to save lives? It seems that the time of the game area is fixed now, and we still have a month to prepare. The top leader suddenly said. Others also reacted at once. Yes, one game area comes out, and the others go in immediately, which can only mean that the time of the game area is fixed. If it is fixed, then the players will have no time to rest. After one game area ends, they will immediately enter the next game area. In the long run, their spirits will be extremely tense, right? Not only that, the casualty rate will be very high. This is too miserable. We are miserable too, being treated as a game area. The disaster we will encounter is long-lasting. It's all because of this damn Doomsday game. Where does it come from? It's probably a high-level civilization. So many worlds have been harmed. Knowing that there are other parallel worlds, it is not strange that there are higher civilizations in the interstellar. When they thought of this, everyone felt powerless. Can they really fight against such existence? Next, pay attention to the disaster situation in each city, conduct a survey, and prohibit information concealment. If we can lock the city where the game zone is located before the game zone is formed and mobilize resources to enter, we may be able to increase our survival rate. In addition, mobilize experts in related fields to study the products of the Doomsday resort town as soon as possible, and strive to achieve technological breakthroughs as soon as possible. Mobilize leaders from various provinces and cities to reveal the existence of Doomsday games to them, and also pay attention to the Doomsday resort town. If you encounter it, you must buy their products at any cost. Pay attention to the players. Even if you don't encounter the Doomsday resort town, the players have good things in their hands. See if you can get their help and understand various disasters. Make every effort to develop various mineral resources, and allocate them according to the situation in case of emergency. Build small safety bases in key cities to ensure the safety and integrity of leaders. When disaster strikes, we must unite as one and overcome difficulties together. The top leader delivered a speech. Everyone remembered the content one by one. This will be the top priority of their future life and work. The time when their world was pulled into the game area was relatively late. This is also their advantage. Sun Miyun and Shi Wenyuan watched the lively video conference, and their uneasy hearts unconsciously calmed down a lot. From now on, it is not only them who are struggling, but their country is also struggling with them. Chapter 71. Gu Weiwei was more curious about the intermediate field. After all, the difficulty of the primary field was already ridiculously high, and the primary field might be a new level. The Doomsday game seemed to leave no way for people to survive. But even so, all she could do was face it. Her eyes were on the control panel. Player, Gu Weiwei. Task, complete the Doomsday game. Each game lasts for 1 month. Pass the game safely, and enter the next level. Failure means death. Any player who completes all the games can restore the blue planet to normal. Points, 163789492, extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered as a failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game, 1, Doomsday Disaster, Extreme Heat, Drought Area, Primary Field, 003 Area. Game, 2, Doomsday Disaster, Extreme Cold, Ice and Snow Area, Primary Field, 112 Area. Game, 3, Doomsday Disaster, Meteorite, Virus Area, Primary Field, 056 Area. Game, 4, Doomsday Disaster, Natural Disaster, Island Area, Primary Field, 888 Area. Game, 5, Doomsday Disaster, Mutation, Fog Area, Intermediate Field, Zone 1. Countdown, 29 days 23 hours 57 minutes 32 seconds. Building, Doomsday Resort Town upgradable. Level, Level 1. Owner, Gu Weiwei. Description, Within the scope of the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 163789492. Mall, open, goods available for purchase. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, stone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants, 0/372632. Buildings, special buildings *16, ice and snow world, trading hall, activity center, hot spring, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, hospital, library, pond, commercial street, watchtower, arrow tower, ancient city wall, amusement park, arena, grain processing plant, Doomsday apartment *190, tent area, integrated planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot. Warehouse. After looking at the control panel, Gu Weiwei searched and did not see the last notice of expanding operations and contacting other game areas. Gu Weiwei thought about it and thought it might be related to the scale of the Doomsday Resort. Last time, it was because the capacity of the Doomsday Resort exceeded the upper limit of the tenants in the game area. But this time, the number of players in the game area reached 200,000, but the number of rooms in the Doomsday Resort was only a few hundred thousand. So to contact other game areas, more buildings must be built. Should we build? Gu Weiwei looked at the remaining open space and made a choice without hesitation. Build. Just like the last world, connecting two game areas, to a certain extent, it can be regarded as saving the people in the two game areas. If she can contact more game areas, maybe she can save more people and worlds. As long as those worlds have some capital, it will be a good thing for players who enter those worlds in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei directly opened the map and began to build apartments on the remaining open space. One game area has 200,000, and the current number of tenants in the community is 160,000. If 50 more apartments are added, the capacity can reach 200,000. If more than 200,000 people can connect to one game area, and if more than 400,000 people, can two game areas be connected? Anyway, if there are two, at least 400,000 people should be prepared. It's good to prepare in advance and do an experiment. Do you want to spend 50,000 points to buy 50 apartments? Yes. After the purchase, Gu Weiwei directly arranged them neatly on an open space. I checked the mall again and bought some basic supporting facilities and fences from it. Since it is called a town, let's divide it into communities one by one. In addition to the newly built communities, Gu Weiwei also moved the original buildings and added many fences. After arranging the existing 240 buildings neatly and dividing them into 5 communities according to the first and second communities, she spent 260,000 points to buy 260 buildings and added 5 more communities. After the division was completed, Gu Weiwei directly started operation. After running, the system indeed sent a new notification. It is detected that the capacity of the Doomsday Resort town exceeds the upper limit of the tenants in the game area. The operation is expanding. Please wait. The number of game areas that can be connected is currently 3. Do you want to connect to the second and third game areas with 2 million points? Yes. Connecting to other game areas. Choose from Doomsday Disaster Meteorite Virus Area, Intermediate Field, Area 1. Choose from Doomsday Disaster Extreme Heat Desert Area, Intermediate Field, Area 2. Choose from Doomsday Disaster Natural Disaster Insect Disaster Area, Intermediate Field, Area 5. After reading the data, Gu Weiwei was stunned. This time, the game area that can be selected is obviously no longer just natural disasters. Maybe it's because of the intermediate field. In addition, compared with the previous game area rankings of the primary field, which were several hundred, the intermediate field rankings are mainly in the single digits. Does this mean that not all players have entered the intermediate field, but only a very small number of players have entered? Then what will be the selection of these very few players? How many points? Gu Weiwei felt that it might not be too good. It feels that with the nature of the Doomsday game, there is a high probability that players with stronger talents will be deliberately killed. The only thing to be thankful for is that not all players have entered the intermediate field. After all, if all players enter the intermediate field, there is a high probability that many people will die. Then, Gu Weiwei's eyes wandered around the game area and chose the virus area and the desert area. She wondered if these two game areas would be related to the extremely hot area and the meteorite area she had been to before. The second and third game areas have been selected and are being connected. Connection completed. Do you want to spend 2 million points to open the gate to the other dimension? Gu Weiwei, yes. The gate of the intermediate field has increased tenfold. Will the advanced field cost 10 million? If so, her more than 10 million points will still be rubbish in the future? The gate of the other dimension has been opened, and the Doomsday Resort Town will soon face 3 game areas. Please host to officially operate. This time, 2 more phantoms appeared on the gate. Gu Weiwei exhaled lightly, and prepared to start checking the situation. But before officially checking the situation, she found that there was a new notification on the Doomsday game panel. You know, in the past few game areas, the Doomsday game panel was just a decoration except when it was starting and ending, and there was rarely any news. After seeing the announcement, Gu Weiwei was stunned. The intermediate game field is open, and the public forum can be activated. Dear players, do you want to spend 1 million points to activate the public forum? After activation, you can become a forum administrator. Gu Weiwei listened and was stunned for a moment. Another 1 million points? Does this mean that if it is not activated, the forum will not be truly activated? Damn Doomsday game. Since it's already started, why not start it completely? 1 million points, I'm afraid not many players can afford it. Gu Weiwei sighed. Thinking about the game forum built by the computer expert she met in the first game zone before, it must be said that there are a lot of good news for players on it. The most important point is that these 1 million points are really not a big deal for her. Yes. After thinking about it, Gu Weiwei still chose. Yes. Dear player, congratulations on activating the player public forum. You have become an administrator. Along with this notification, a complete forum appeared in front of Gu Weiwei. Several notifications popped up on the forum. Dear administrator, you can 1. Name the public forum. 2. Set up forum partitions. 3. Charge for forum login. 4. Designate players as forum moderators. 5. In short, the public forum can be said to be basically Gu Weiwei's personal product. If she wanted, she could even use this public forum to make a lot of money. This is challenging people's psychology. Gu Weiwei paused, then started to operate. Name, Doomsday Forum. Forum section, communication area. Open to all players for free. Players can set up paid posts. Report if the content is not in line with the rules, and points can be refunded if the report is approved. Administrator identity, anonymous. After making the selection, Gu Weiwei ran it directly. Anyway, the section will be set up later, and the focus is still on communication. The forum was naturally open to the public for free. The Doomsday Forum has been activated and is open to all players. Notification is being sent. As the Doomsday game system notified her, Gu Weiwei could see with her naked eyes that the number of people online in the forum began to rise, and soon, many posts appeared in the communication area. Fuck, the forum is open, finally, there is a place to communicate. Relative search post. Help, I am in the hail zone, who can upload a guide? The person who opened the forum must be a big shot. This is only the 5th game zone. There are 1 million points. Do you want 1 million points? I didn't receive the notification. Only players who enter the intermediate field can receive the forum opening notification. Finally contacted the organization? Looking at these posts, Gu Weiwei didn't know why, and a sense of intimacy rose in her heart. As expected, people still like to be lively. She thought that with this forum, her life would become much more lively. Gu Weiwei originally wanted to hang out in the forum, but she didn't want to do her business yet, so she abruptly retracted her gaze and started to work. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to place an ad in Doomsday Natural Disasters Fog Zone, Intermediate Field Zone 1? Do you want to spend 10,000 points to place an ad in Doomsday Natural Disasters Meteorites Viruses Zone, Intermediate Field Zone 1? Do you want to spend 10,000 points to place an ad in Doomsday Natural Disasters Extreme Heat Desert Zone, Intermediate Field Zone 2? Yes. The next moment, the ad was quickly distributed to the players in the 3 game zones again. This ad and the previous game forum brought double stimulation to the players in the 3 game zones. Chapter 72. Misty Area. After many players experienced life and death, they suddenly entered a new game area, and it was an intermediate area. The first thing was to be alert. If it was a primary area, knowing that the first few days were safe, they might relax a little, but they didn't even dare to think about taking a break when they were new to the primary area. In addition, they did feel that something was wrong with the environment. Even if it was dark, it was a city with 5 million NPCs, so it was unlikely that there was no light at all. The whole environment was too quiet, as if there were no living things. Some players prepared flashlights, and when they noticed the darkness of the environment, they tentatively took out the flashlights to illuminate. With this little bit of light, some players bumped into each other. The moment they met, they were alert at the first moment. Having experienced several game areas, they dared not trust even compatriots easily. The situation is unclear now. We can all cooperate. Someone spoke first. After a few seconds of silence, some people gradually stood up. In the early days, players rarely killed each other. Moreover, not all players were ruthless, and sometimes they would cooperate with each other to overcome difficulties. In this process, some players cooperated very well, while others were backstabbed, depending on their own judgment. At this time, those who could directly enter the intermediate field were quite capable, and had a little confidence in their own abilities. In a moment, a group of players gathered together. After meeting, I found that all the players were wearing masks and other protective tools. Obviously, everyone suspected that the fog in this foggy area might carry some viruses, so they took precautions first. Have any of you ever been to a foggy area before? I have experienced it before. The area where the fog spreads will cause air pollution. Humans cannot survive in it. Only by preparing oxygen in advance can you survive to the end. However, the situation in this foggy area is different. Breathing is normal. And it seems that the fog has been here for more than 1 or 2 days. The whole city is very quiet, which is very strange. Should we go look for a hotel nearby? The 500 NPCs can't be fake. Yes, no matter how difficult it is, there won't be a large-scale death on the first day of the intermediate field. The players discussed it one by one. In the end, one thing was confirmed, that there must be some reason why the NPCs were quiet at night. Did you hear any noise? Suddenly, a player said, "Turn off the lights." Players are always sensitive to danger. In an instant, the surroundings became quiet, and the previous lights turned off. And at the moment, when everyone held their breath, they saw a group of huge monsters passing by them quickly. One player's mind moved slightly, and he took something and threw it far away. The next moment when the thing made a noise, the group of monsters quickly came forward and tore the thing to pieces. A group of players couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. They couldn't make any noise. At this moment, all the players said they didn't dare to move. As a result, the next moment, a notification suddenly appeared in front of them. Starting from the intermediate game field, the public forum can be activated. Dear players, do you want to spend 1 million points to activate the public forum? After activation, you can become a forum administrator. 1 million points? Maybe it can only be done by selling all their players, and at this moment, probably no one can collect all the points in such a short time. Many players immediately became interested. Being able to contact the players' forum and become an administrator, the benefits behind this are not low. Perhaps we can work together to take over this public forum. Of course, if you want to cooperate, you naturally have to carefully consider the object. At this moment, all the players temporarily suppressed their expressions. As a result, the next moment, the players who were interested were instantly broken. Players spent 1 million points to activate the public forum and become a forum administrator. The forum is open to all players for free. Currently, the communication section is open, and players can apply to the administrator to build other sections. The public forum has one and only one administrator. If the administrator dies, other players can take over. Who has the ability to spend 1 million points to open a forum in such a short time? I'm afraid he must be a big shot. After seeing that they could take over after the administrator died, many players subconsciously looked at the player's name. Seeing that it was anonymous, they felt a little bit sorry. However, more players, seeing that the forum was open to players for free, admired this player in their hearts. Spending so many points, and still opening it for free, this is a good person. The reality cannot be discussed, and players log into the forum one after another. Looking at the posts popping up on the forum, the players are almost crying. Finally, they got in touch with the main team. Just when they were feeling excited, a new advertisement suddenly appeared in front of them. Doomsday Resort Town is now open for rent. Doomsday Resort Town, providing many players with location, XXX. Note, in Doomsday Resort Town, the consumption currency is points. After the opening slogan, there is a panoramic view of Doomsday Resort Town. The 360-degree surround advertisement instantly made the player stare. Does such a place really exist? Immediately, a player posted the Doomsday Resort Town on the forum. Since he said he had run 4 game zones, there must be players he met, and he should be able to get some information. If it is as safe as the advertisement says, they will definitely go there. Virus zone. Fuck, it's zombies. Quick, hide in the building. Hurry up, those in front. It's disgusting. Finally blocked it. A group of players gathered together to escape, and after blocking the door tightly, they gasped for breath. Fortunately, someone just made a noise somewhere else, attracting the attention of the zombies, so we were able to escape. Yes, but this game area looks a little broken, which proves that the zombie virus should have been out for a long time. I thought so too, but since it has been out for so long, why are there so many NPCs left in this city? Maybe they have a way to deal with zombies. Just now, someone helped us. I think it must be the NPC. Maybe now is the safe period. Later, it will become serious. After hearing the last sentence, the players were silent. Yes, with the nature of the Doomsday game, how can it be easy for these players? The initial comfort is always confusing. If the players indulge in the same life as in the past, when the disaster comes later, they will know what despair is. Of course, if you have the ability to grasp it, then you don't need to worry. You can enjoy when you should enjoy and deal with disasters when you should deal with disasters. If the zombie virus had already broken out in this world, it would be difficult to collect supplies. At least it's free, so you don't have to consider the stage of exchanging money. That's true. I just don't know what the mutation of the disaster in this world will be. It should be related to the evolution of zombies. The group started to discuss and analyze directly. Soon, they received notifications of the opening of the public forum and the Doomsday Resort. The group logged into the forum immediately. After entering the forum, they saw someone asking about the Doomsday Resort. Has anyone encountered the Doomsday Resort in the game area? Yes, it's a good place. Hey, Doomsday Resort? The last time I encountered it was the Doomsday Resort Hotel. I survived until now with the equipment I bought at that time. When I encountered it, it was the Doomsday Resort. Fuck, why did you all encounter it, but I never did? I didn't encounter it either. Can you give me a detailed introduction? Is there really such a good place? Yes, if you encounter it, the mortality rate will not be higher than 10%. If you have the ability, you can not only get through the game safely, but also earn a lot of life-saving equipment, potions, and weapons. If you have points, I really recommend you to enter without spending money. Anyway, if you want to exchange points in other game areas, it will take a few minutes, but it is difficult to encounter the Doomsday Resort town. But there is one thing to note, that is, those who kill innocent people indiscriminately will not be allowed to enter the Doomsday Resort town, and will be publicly executed if they approach, and will not be able to use the potions and weapons that flow out of the Doomsday Resort town. There is a lot more to the post, but the people at the scene still believed it after seeing the details. The main logic and everything else are consistent. Even if some players talk nonsense, it is impossible to be so consistent. Let's not talk about other things. Just test the sin value. After all, they only need to approach the Doomsday Resort town, but don't need to enter it. What conspiracy is there? There are so many players. Then shall we go now? But there are still zombies outside. Should we wait until tomorrow morning? I think the distance is not far, so let's go overnight. The players have different ideas, but in the end, everyone is a little impatient. Without hesitation, they picked up their weapons and began to move towards the Doomsday Resort town. After all, they have experienced 4 game zones, and many players have purchased equipment and weapons suitable for them from the Doomsday Game Mall. They have the confidence to go to the Doomsday Resort town. After a group of players were ready to go out, they cut a bloody path in a moment. At the same time, some players hiding near them watched their actions and quickly followed them. They also planned to go to the Doomsday Resort town written on the Doomsday Forum. Just when someone opened the way, they took the opportunity to pick up a bargain. The players' movements did not escape the attention of the survivors nearby. Yes, there are still many survivors nearby, and the number is not small. The zombie virus here has been breaking out for more than a month. And the cause of all this is the meteor shower that happened more than 2 months ago. The meteorite swept their world with various viruses, and many countries were attacked by the virus, and these viruses were not the same. The most important thing is that these meteorite viruses seem to be controlled by humans. Different cities have different viruses, and they do not affect each other. Their city was attacked by the zombie virus. The relatives around them suddenly turned into zombies, and many people became zombies before they could react. The country naturally helped, but there were so many provinces and cities that they couldn't take care of them all. The central government could only regulate, and the rest was up to each province and city. Compared with other viruses, the zombie virus is the easiest to exploit. So in the past month or so, people from nearby cities have come to seek refuge. I just don't know why. Today's zombies are suddenly faster and have a more sensitive sense of smell. Where are these people going? They are out at night? You know, night is the active period for zombies. I don't know. They seem to be from outside. There are no such people during the day. And they are capable. The survivors muttered, and these words were passed to one of the teams in the corner. Looking at the movement below and listening to their words, the eyes of everyone in this team flickered. City has lost contact with the outside world. It is confirmed that the Doomsday game has arrived and those people are players. One of them fumbled with the box in his hand and confirmed it after a moment. If it becomes a game zone, City will usher in a huge change. I don't know how many people will die this time. Another person said worriedly. Yes, they have known about the existence of the Doomsday game for a long time. After all, their world has been invaded, but only a very few people know this news. The reason for not explaining it is that the time is not right. After all, the outside world is in chaos now. If there is more news like this, it will only make social order more chaotic. But they also know that they can hide it for a while, but not forever. They are waiting for the right time. In addition, there are also quite a few people who know the existence of the Doomsday game. For example, these soldiers. They are the special operations team assigned to enter City in order to collect information about the Doomsday game and explore the existence of the Doomsday resort town. At this moment, the captain of the action team, Jean Manjun, looked at the calm road below and said directly, "There is a place that players may be eager to go to." After Jean Manjun finished speaking, the eyes of others fell on her, with disbelief in their eyes. "Captain, you mean? Doomsday Resort?" Jean Manjun nodded. The others became excited all of a sudden. They had been to City A and witnessed the miracles created by the Doomsday Resort products. Even their team was equipped with such equipment. If they encounter the Doomsday Resort, what they have to do is to pay all the price and buy enough special goods from the Doomsday Resort. They have been in City for a month and are ready to stay for a long time. Originally, they didn't have much hope, because there were so many game areas, and they had never encountered the Doomsday Resort again, but they didn't expect to encounter it again. Since there is a great possibility, should we chase it? Yes. Jean Manjun nodded. Only by finding the location of the Doomsday Resort can they contact it as quickly as possible. Especially, they have an invitation letter in their hands. Do you want to contact the official? One of the teammates said. Of course, we need their cooperation in our actions. Jean Manjun said directly, and the person in charge in City happens to be the leader who has contacted the Doomsday Resort before. Send a message first, and contact after confirming the location. Yes. The team members listened and quickly prepared. In a moment, Jean Manjun led the team members to the direction the players had just left. As for whether they could catch up, there was no need to think about it. With their skills, they could infer it based on the traces of their progress. Desert area. Ahem, it's really dry here, and there's a lot of sand. Desert area, what do you think? Isn't this intermediate field too bad? It's extremely hot and desert. It's a very difficult game area. I wonder if there will be a chance to stock up some water during the day. Didn't you stock up water in the previous game area? I drank it all up a long time ago. Really? A group of players gathered together to build a temporary shelter tonight, but from the chat content, it can be seen that everyone has their own thoughts. Of course, this is normal. Didn't you see that everyone was holding weapons in their hands, more or less? Of course, they were holding them just for deterrence and self-protection. This situation is happening among many teams. It will take some time for a team that is put together temporarily to trust each other. The reason for building such a team is that the environment is too harsh. If a player wants to survive in the desert at night, he needs capital. If they get together, they can share resources. The same resources can serve more people. Just as the number of players at this gathering point increased, the players all received notifications from the public forum and the Doomsday Resort town. As soon as the notification came, the players instantly became excited. The public forum is open. 1 million points. It's open for free. He's a good person. I want to go to the forum to find someone. I don't know what happened to my family. I want to go too. Doesn't anyone care about the Doomsday Resort town? Look at the advertisement. There are so many things in it. If it's true, this game area will be stable. Anyway, the place can't be moved. The forum is more important. It can contact other players. The players in the desert area were so calm because they knew that the danger might not be great at the beginning of the first day, and they didn't need a little time. The players in the desert area quickly started looking for their relatives on the internet. They were all worried about their families, especially the elderly and children at home, who were extremely anxious. Of course, after posting the information about looking for relatives, their eyes were all on the Doomsday Resort town. There are still many people discussing the Doomsday Resort town on the forum now. The players had already understood the situation of the Doomsday Resort without any effort. Seeing so many confident remarks, the players could not help but think about it after leaving the forum. Everyone was very excited. Especially some players, whose resources had been almost consumed. They were worried about how to survive in this intermediate field. The existence of the Doomsday Resort is simply a pillow for those who are sleepy. Are you going? Now? Yes. If it's true, then go early and enjoy it early. You only get a few points a day. That's right, you know, I haven't had a good sleep after going through 4 game areas. I haven't showered for several months, my body is smelly. Who isn't? We are all the same, we just get used to the smell. Then let's go together. I won't go. I won't go either. Why not? Let's find a chance later. Don't force yourself if you don't want to go, let's go together if you want to go. While talking, many players moved away from the players, who said they would not go. Those who knew that the Doomsday Resort town was good but did not want to go must be the ones mentioned above, with highest in values. Staying away from such players. In a short while, countless teams of players headed towards the Doomsday Resort town. And along the way, more and more teams gathered. In this way, players from the 3 game areas all headed to the Doomsday Resort town. Chapter 73. At the same time, Doomsday Resort town. After the advertisement, Gu Weiwei planned to check the situation of the 3 game areas through her mobile phone, but she didn't expect that she could only check the information of the virus area, and there was no signal in the fog area and desert area. This means that the disaster in the fog area and desert area started early, and has already affected reality. In fact, Gu Weiwei had expected the difficulty of the intermediate field, and was mentally prepared, but the actual situation still exceeded her expectations. If there was anything that really surprised her, it was the virus zone. Through the remaining network information in the virus zone, Gu Weiwei discovered that the world where the virus zone was located was actually the meteorite virus zone she had been to before. The current virus zone is experiencing an outbreak of the zombie virus, which was brought by the meteorite. In addition to the zombie virus, there are other viruses in the world where this game zone is located, and many cities in the world are involved. And there was another piece of news that surprised Gu Weiwei even more. Shi Wenjin will take over S City. The city where the virus zone is located is S City, and Shi Wenjin is an old acquaintance. That's great. The next moment, Gu Weiwei sent a message to Shi Wenjin without hesitation. At this time, Shi Wenjin on the other side had received the message from Jin Manjun. After receiving the news about the suspected Doomsday Resort, he was a little excited. He was already prepared for a long wait, after all. According to the news they got from the players, there were so many game zones. I didn't expect to get the information so soon. It's not in vain that he chose S City. The reason why he came to S City was, first, because S City had a large population and heavy tasks, and second, because S City would become a game area. But he didn't expect that S City would not only become a game area, but also that a Doomsday Resort might be coming. At this moment, Shi Wenjin was a little restless. He hoped that Jin Manjuan's guess was right, and the Doomsday Resort was in their S City. As a result, while waiting, he received the second message. Mayor Shi, the Doomsday Resort town has sent you a message with its address. A staff member, who had been with Shi Wenjin before, saw the message and reported it immediately. Doomsday Resort town? The Doomsday Resort has been upgraded. The thought flashed through his mind, and after Shi Wenjin realized it, his heartbeat quickened. Quick! Get people ready and leave immediately, Shi Wenjin said without hesitation. In fact, he also bought a lot of good things in the last game area, but these things were not good enough in front of the whole country. Even though a city is a populous city, it only gets very little. There is only one bus purchased in the Doomsday Resort town. Shi Wenjin is going to use this bus now. After all, this bus is more useful than a military vehicle. As long as there is energy, zombies can't break its glass. But even so, Shi Wenjin rarely uses it unless there is an emergency. After all, energy blocks have not been developed so far. This makes the bus a consumable. A moment later, Shi Wenjin gathered his confidence and went directly to the address given by Gu Weiwei. While Shi Wenjin was moving at full speed, Gu Weiwei had received a new notification. This notification came from the special building Sentry Tower. Within the range covered by the Sentry Tower, many small green dots and some small red dots appeared directly. The green dots represent safe players, and the small red dots represent dangerous players. In the previous world, Gu Weiwei also received it, but she didn't care too much, because the number of green dot players was the largest, and they could even cover the red dot players. But this world is a little different. The number of red dot players occupies a considerable territory. Although only a little data does not represent anything, but from the small to the big, it is more likely that there are more ruthless people in the middle field of the Doomsday game. In fact, it is normal. If people are not ruthless, how can they survive the life and death games again and again? According to her understanding, the judgment of the Doomsday game is already lenient enough. The red dot players are no longer simply ruthless, but have abandoned their humanity and survived only for survival, and they may even enjoy the pleasure of killing. Gu Weiwei was not worried about this phenomenon. After all, the special buildings added in the previous game area have given the Doomsday Resort Town preliminary offensive and defensive functions. Not to mention that the Doomsday Resort Town itself has a protective shield. Even if it doesn't, the ancient city walls and arrow towers are not for decoration. Then, Gu Weiwei directly looked at the number of players notified by the sentry tower. In just a short while, the number of players outside has reached 30,000. Compared with the situation on the first day before, when there were usually only more than 1,000 players, it was much better. Gu Weiwei guessed that it should be related to the emergence of the Doomsday Forum. In addition, this is an intermediate field. There are 200,000 players in each game area. There are 600,000 players in 3 game areas. 1/10 of the people have 60,000. After confirming that there are so many people outside, Gu Weiwei continued to operate on the panel. The first is to recruit people. People who maintain order and explain in each building. Drivers, doctors, planting staff, breeding staff. One recruitment advertisement after another is not only synchronized in every apartment lobby, but also synchronized on the notice board next to the gate entering the Doomsday Resort Town. In addition to the recruitment advertisement, there is also an introduction to the Doomsday Resort Town, the rules that need to be followed, etc. Gu Weiwei still wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper like before. When Gu Weiwei finished the operation, the first batch of players had already entered the Doomsday Resort Town. After passing through the thick city gate, the players were instantly shocked by everything in front of them after entering the Doomsday Resort Town. Obviously, after Gu Weiwei concentrated on building and placing public buildings, the large area of land entering the city gate became more substantial, and the overall building looked more modern. Not to mention the public buildings of various shapes and dazzling colors, as if pulling people into a fairy tale world. The most important reason is that all players have entered a world of bright lights from a world of darkness, so they will naturally feel a sense of trance. For players who have experienced multiple game areas and only saw a dilapidated ruin in the end, this is undoubtedly the place where the Peach Blossom Spring is. Fuck, there is really electricity here. The lights are bright. Where does the electricity come from? It's definitely not a game area. Shouldn't the most important thing be these buildings? It feels like game buildings, each different and unique. Aren't we playing games now? The Doomsday game has appeared. There are hot springs there. I'm going to take a bath right now. The guide says that you have to check in first. Look, there's a notice on the notice board saying that they are recruiting staff. Where can I sign up? Various sounds rang out at the scene. After the players calmed down, they were still excited. One by one, they ran to different buildings without hesitation. They planned to get to know this Doomsday Resort Town. In a short while, the crowd that had gathered densely at the door was dispersed in the Doomsday Resort Town. The only thing that was brought to Gu Weiwei was the constantly increasing points. At this moment, Gu Weiwei was browsing the forum in the room. She was trying to understand the situation of the players through the forum. The upper right corner of the forum shows the number of people online. Number of people online, 747727875. Although the number of people is still jumping, it is less than 800 million. You know, the world's population is about 8 billion. The current situation really fits the saying that only 1 in 10 survives. Thinking of the living people in the past, at this moment, they have only turned into cold numbers, and Gu Weiwei's heart sank unconsciously. This is a Doomsday game. Massacre of life. Even though Gu Weiwei was in a safe environment, she still felt a sense of grief. With a heavy heart, Gu Weiwei continued to read. The number of forum posts had already become ellipsis, with many more pages added almost every second. Before, when she built the exchange area, Gu Weiwei was just making a preliminary attempt. Now, looking at the various posts, she planned to further subdivide the sections. The first one was the most common post about finding relatives. The players were all so excited. In the past, it's not that no one has tried to find relatives in the game area, but in a game area, the probability of meeting your relatives is pitifully small. You are thinking about them all the time, but because you know you can't find them, you can only suppress your anxiety. But now, there is such a public forum. The probability of finding them is much higher. When Gu Weiwei was operating, she directly added the missing person notice section. The missing person notice section has been added. Do you want to spend 100,000 points to add the search function? Note, Each time you check the information, you need to spend 1 point. After the introduction popped up, Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment. Can the system automatically find relatives? After reading the introduction, Gu Weiwei didn't expect that the Doomsday game could actually match people based on the existing database. As long as you have an ID card before entering the Doomsday game, you can use this module to check the status of your relatives, such as whether they are dead, which game zone are they in, do you want to talk? Looking at the functions provided by the system, Gu Weiwei chose yes without hesitation. She paid 100,000 points, but the 1 point for checking the information was paid by the player himself. Once confirmed, the news section appeared directly on the forum. Gu Weiwei did not choose to check, but continued to add news sections. She got inspiration from this section for finding relatives. Since finding relatives can be specific to a certain game area, and can also be communicated, does it prove that the forum also has the function of making friends? She has played games before and understands the importance of the function of making friends. At least partners, who have cooperated with each other, if they can meet in a certain game area, can form a team through the Doomsday forum, which is much more reliable than temporary teaming. Even if you haven't met, if there are other people you know, you can introduce them. It can even be derived into a large team. Sure enough, when Gu Weiwei added a dating section, a similar notification appeared. Dating section has been added. Do you want to spend 100,000 points to add the dating function? Note: adding a friend requires 1 point. You can add friends by logging in with your account and ID number, and you can chat. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei chose to add without hesitation. After these 2 sections, Gu Weiwei thought about game strategies. After all, Doomsday games are more deceptive, and she is not sure whether this Doomsday forum derived from Doomsday games will allow people to openly post strategies on the forum. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei still added it. Game strategy section has been added. Do you want to spend 100,000 points to add verification function? Note: 1 point for 1 verification. The verification function can verify whether the player has experienced the game. When she saw this function, Gu Weiwei was stunned. It's not bad, but too good. Would Doomsday game be so kind to help players distinguish between true and false? As soon as the thought came out, Gu Weiwei thought of the news she saw in the virus zone. Suddenly, she understood the meaning of Doomsday game. The game zone is constantly developing. The primary field may still be a brand new game zone, but after experiencing one game, you will never encounter the same scene again. The strategy may only be useful in the early stage, and it is not the standard answer. Therefore, Doomsday game is willing to verify for players, and even obtain points from players through verification. Are players willing to spend this 1 point? Yes. Gu Weiwei pursed her lips, and added this section without hesitation. After adding this section, Gu Weiwei suddenly had an idea. Trading section. If players can trade through Doomsday forum, such as points, such as equipment, then can it be fully utilized and increase the circulation rate of equipment and weapons in players' hands? The Doomsday forum does not have this function. Just when Gu Weiwei was looking forward to it, the Doomsday forum rejected this section without hesitation. She knew very well that the Doomsday game definitely had this ability, but it was unwilling to do so. Gu Weiwei sighed and kept this in mind. The Doomsday game could not do it, but maybe she could complete it through the Doomsday Landlady system in the future. Gu Weiwei did not think of other section functions, so she would not add them for the time being. Gu Weiwei felt that these 4 sections were enough for players to digest for a while. Then, Gu Weiwei's eyes returned to the forum front page. She saw that the section had changed. The homepage was no longer just a post, but had become 4 major sections. Communication area / missing person notice / dating game guide /. You can directly choose to enter the partition to check the situation. Gu Weiwei chose to check the situation of the news section. When entering the missing person notice section, you just need to register your information. After registering the information, the social network before the end of the world will appear directly. It couldn't be more detailed. But there is another function here. Prevent being searched. As long as you choose not to be searched, you can't be searched through the missing person notice. Gu Weiwei paused and directly chose to prevent being searched. Before the end of the world, her circle of friends was relatively narrow. Because of the inheritance, her relationship with her relatives, who were not on good terms to begin with, fell to the freezing point, so she didn't need to look for relatives and friends. In addition, her special identity, as the owner of the Doomsday resort town, it is better not to connect with the past. After spending 10 points to reject this function, Gu Weiwei looked at the friendship section and the game strategy section. The friendship section is similar to the queue chat before the Doomsday, but the function is only chat dialogue. The game strategy section is similar to the communication area. You can post by yourself and set a fee. After reading it, Gu Weiwei returned to the communication area. The communication area is now occupied by posts related to the update of the Doomsday Forum section. The Doomsday Forum has added sections. There are many more functions. I am excited. Did that administrator do it? Wow, that's great. I can finally see the relative situation. Isn't the administrator's greed too ugly? You need points to find your relatives. If I had known, I would sell everything I have to become this administrator. A large reward for administrator information. But when she saw the back, Gu Weiwei's eyes flickered unconsciously. She really didn't expect that after discussing it, it would end up with her, the administrator, and many of them were malicious. As expected, don't overestimate human nature. Gu Weiwei was clear-minded and was not affected. Anyway, she did everything she wanted to do, and that was enough. It was about the fact that after the administrator died, the administrator's identity could be inherited by other players. She really felt the deep malice of the Doomsday game. Will she be targeted by the Doomsday game in the future? As soon as the thought came out, Gu Weiwei thought of the Doomsday Landlady system that followed her. The Doomsday Landlady system was obviously much more advanced than the Doomsday game. With it, she could feel a little more at ease. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei continued to look at the posts in the communication area. She also saw a post about the Doomsday Resort town. Looking at the heated discussions inside, she thought that the advertising effect of the Doomsday Resort town would be better the next time she entered a new game area. Looking at it bit by bit, Gu Weiwei felt that time passed quickly, and at the same time she really felt the joy of surfing the internet in the past. It was not until the official of the virus area sent a message that Gu Weiwei turned her attention back from the forum. Already at the door. Looking at these 6 simple words, Gu Weiwei was surprised. The other party came really fast. This also proves that the authorities still have a certain control over this virus area full of zombies. After responding, Gu Weiwei stood up and prepared to go to the gate to meet. At this time, the gate. Shi Wenjun had already met up with Jean Manjun. On the way, the two had already communicated. Jean Manjun's eyes were fixed on the huge town in front of him, watching people constantly coming in and out, and he felt a sense of unreality in his heart. How long has it been since I saw so many people in S City? Although this popularity has nothing to do with them, I really have to sigh when I see this scene. Others can't see the Doomsday Resort town, they can only watch people disappearing continuously, and their whole bodies are a little tense. It's getting bigger again. Shi Wenjun's expression is a little bit emotional, but more of it is joy. The Doomsday Resort has become the Doomsday Resort town, and it has been upgraded. I'm afraid there will be more and more good things inside. This is a great thing. What was it like before? Jean Manjun asked curiously. The scope is a little smaller, and it's not a city wall, just a simple fence. Shi Wenjun introduced briefly. So the Doomsday Resort town is upgradable? Yes. It would be great if the Doomsday Resort town could be open to all of us. As long as we enter, we can survive the disaster safely. When Jean Manjun said this, his tone was a little eager. It can save people temporarily, but not forever. It is impossible for it to stay in our world every time. Shi Wenjun said calmly. Besides, it cooperates with the authorities, so it can be regarded as saving our people to a certain extent. Didn't the last game area rely on the Doomsday Resort town to survive so many people? Yes, so this time, we must seize the opportunity and try to exchange more points, so that more people can benefit. Well, let's work together. Shi Wenjun said seriously. Just as the two were chatting, Shi Wenjun suddenly became serious and looked at a figure in front of him with burning eyes. She's here. Jean Manjun listened. Her heart unconsciously beat wildly, and her eyes unconsciously followed Shi Wenjun's gaze. That was the owner of the Doomsday Resort town, their savior? Chapter 74. Jean Manjun looked at Gu Weiwei and thought she was just a pretty girl. She was just such a little girl, but she carried the hope of their world. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Thinking of this, Jean Manjun's expression became more cautious. No matter what, she deserved her respect. Boss Gu. Seeing Gu Weiwei approaching, Shi Wenjun immediately spoke enthusiastically. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Gu Weiwei's lips curled slightly. It was really rare to see an acquaintance in the game area after a month. Yes, this is our fate. Shi Wenjun tried to make friends, but I didn't expect that in just 1 month, the Doomsday Resort became the Doomsday Resort town. The more things you sell, the faster you upgrade. The previous world is for 2 game areas. Gu Weiwei inadvertently revealed the news. 2 game areas? 2 worlds? Then this time. Shi Wenjun's expression was indeed a little more strange. 3 game areas, and they are all intermediate fields. Gu Weiwei reminded, There are very few game areas in the intermediate field, and the difficulty should be much higher than that of the primary field. When he heard this, Sherwinjan's eyes changed instantly. Intermediate field. He had experienced the primary field before, and he understood the difficulty of the primary field even more. If there was no Doomsday Resort town in the primary field, they would have been wiped out, let alone the intermediate field. No wonder the zombie virus outbreak in S-City did not form a game area until 2 months ago. And once it was formed, it was an intermediate field. Indeed, because the population of S-City is too large, even if he controls it quickly, many people will still become zombies. As for the survivors, many are concentrated in the safe base centered on the shelter, but there are also many large and small forces outside. After all, it is only slightly safer in the safe base. If you want to eat enough, you still have to go out and do tasks by yourself. And the material search points near the safe base have long been searched, and most people can only go to farther places. Instead of going back and forth in danger, it is better to find a slightly safer place outside. Sherwinjan also supports the forces that can be independent. After all, it is not just S-City, but all parts of the country that are suffering from various viruses. If you want to survive, the most important thing is to rely on yourself. Can you tell me what the intermediate field is like? Sherwinjan thought, and continued to ask. I don't know. The players have just entered, so I can only spend some time to pay more attention. Gu Weiwei said directly. She believed that the natives should be better than players in finding out information. If there is any new information, please inform me at any time. Thank you. Sherwinjan asked Gu Weiwei. He knew it was not good to trouble Gu Weiwei, but there was no other way. Apart from Gu Weiwei, no one else could make them trust without any scruples. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. Anyway, for her, it was just a matter of convenience. Then, Gu Weiwei handed the invitation letter in her hand to Sherwinjan and his party. Sherwinjan asked Jean Manjun to distribute them. At this moment, everyone around had seen the full view of the Doomsday Resort town, and they were all dumbfounded. This is amazing. Can the car enter the Doomsday Resort town? Sherwinjan asked. You can follow in with an invitation. Then get in the car? Sherwinjan invited Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei did not refuse. Seeing this, Jean Manjun hurriedly called others. Soon, the car slowly drove towards the city gate. During this time, countless players who entered the Doomsday Resort town were overjoyed. They were ecstatic to learn about this place. Of course, they also noticed the commotion made by Sherwinjan and his group. Did this group buy a bus from the Doomsday Resort town so quickly? Some players looked at Sherwinjan and his group's bus with a bit of envy. After all, the words Doomsday Resort town on the bus were too vivid. They just learned about the goods in the Doomsday Resort town and knew that the price of a bus is not cheap. Although some players can afford it, they always feel that it is not a necessity. Whether to buy it depends on the situation. Especially now that it is the first day, some players have bought it. The players who bought this are definitely extraordinary. This group of players are not ordinary people. They are trained at first glance. I wanted to get close to them before, but I was stopped. A player echoed on the side. Just as they were muttering, some players were confused. Where is the bus? We didn't see it. Is there anyone outside? It's still a team. Are you talking about the outside? Did all of you see it? No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. I thought I was mistaken. Some players raised their doubts. Ah, it's outside. How could you not see a bus that big? I saw it too. So different people see different views outside? What's the reason? The players at the scene couldn't help but discuss. While they were discussing, the bus followed Gu Weiwei and her group through the city gate and entered the Doomsday Resort town. The appearance of the real object instantly surprised the players in the other two game areas. It's really there. Why can't I see it? What's the reason? Is it possible that we are not in the same game zone? Which game zone are the people you saw from? Virus zone. Ah, virus zone, we are from the fog zone. Ah, fog zone, we are from the desert zone. Are there any other zones? No. So now, the Doomsday Resort town is hosting players from 3 game zones? No wonder I feel that players are coming here too fast. 3 game zones are great. You can communicate with each other. You can also exchange supplies. Brothers in the desert area, do you need water? Yes. Come on. After the players realized what was happening, they immediately started to do business. Of course, some players couldn't help but explain the situation on the player forum. In just a short while, the news that there were 3 game zone players in the Doomsday Resort town had spread throughout the resort town. In addition to sighing at the great power of the Doomsday Resort town, more players gathered their moods and began to prepare for the next survival. The players are no longer the novices they were before, and they know how to adapt to the environment. Players in the fog area, virus area, and desert area gathered together to discuss the situation in their respective game areas. At this time, Gu Weiwei and his party had already led Shi Wenjin and his party into apartment number 1. Even after the adjustment, apartment number 1 is still in the most central location. However, Gu Weiwei did not open it to the players for the time being. After seeing the benefits of cooperating with the official, she planned to set up apartment number 1 as an external communication point. In this way, the NPCs in the game area and the Doomsday Resort town have a fixed trading point, and at the same time, no one will disturb her. Although it was a little wasteful, it was nothing for her who now has tens of millions of points and a Doomsday Resort town that can lay golden eggs. Mayor, you chat first. Let's go out for a walk? Jean Manjun couldn't wait to speak after arriving at the destination. Through the brief chat between Gu Weiwei and Shi Wenjin, they already knew that the situation they were facing in S City was very dangerous, so they urgently needed the help of the Doomsday Resort town. How to use the power of the Doomsday Resort town depends on their understanding. Jean Manjun wants to understand the situation of the Doomsday Resort town and what kind of help it can give them in the shortest time possible, so that it will not be a waste. Well, go, Shi Wenjin said hurriedly. Jean Manjun and his team belong to the Special Operations Team, which is independent of the official system. To a certain extent, Jean Manjun is at the same level as him, and the two cooperate with each other. And Jean Manjun can become the captain of the action team, so his own ability is naturally strong. The division of labor at this moment will only improve efficiency. Jean Manjun listened, then nodded to Gu Weiwei, and hurriedly took the members of the action team away. The people brought by Shi Wenjin also dispersed to the corners of the lobby of apartment number 1 to check the situation, especially the automatic receiving machine and recycling cabinet. The Doomsday Resort town has been upgraded, and there are so many new buildings, so the variety of goods must have increased a lot, so they naturally have to update their database. When an expert takes action, there is no professionalism. Seeing Gu Weiwei following them, Shi Wenjin said embarrassedly, "Excuse me, they just don't want to waste time." "It's okay, I understand." Gu Weiwei retracted her gaze and said calmly, "Have you contacted the officials of the other 2 game areas?" Shi Wenjin looked at the quiet hall and couldn't help asking. "I can't contact them. They don't have a network. Maybe they have been damaged long ago," Gu Weiwei said bluntly. Shi Wenjin listened and pursed his lips unconsciously. At this moment, he finally realized the power of the middle field of the Doomsday game. "Do you know what the 2 game areas are like?" "I have a general idea. The fog area is now full of fog, and there are monsters in the fog. They will capture people's movements based on lights and sounds, and tear them apart after finding them. As for the desert area, the temperature is currently high, the whole city is desertified, and there is sand everywhere. The specific situation is unknown," Gu Weiwei said. "How do you know? I see you just arrived, and the players don't seem to know your identity yet." Shi Wenjin keenly noticed that when he appeared with Gu Weiwei just now, the players didn't look excited, but just curious about them, especially after they entered apartment 1, which was in sharp contrast with the previous game area, so he guessed that everything Gu Weiwei was doing was still behind the scenes. He knew Gu Weiwei's personality, and it seemed that she didn't like to socialize with people. "I saw on the Doomsday Forum that after players enter the intermediate field, the Doomsday Forum is activated, and all players can go online. I thought of a way to hack into the forum, and check their movements on the forum." Gu Weiwei directly found a reasonable reason. Shi Wenjin listened, his eyes excited. "Can other cities in our world also be contacted?" Gu Weiwei wanted to say yes, but Shi Wenjin and his team couldn't. Unexpectedly, her Doomsday Landlady system panel had an additional notification. "Congratulations to the host, triggering the special building * network center." Gu Weiwei looked at the panel, her eyes flickered. Finally, another special building was triggered. Chapter 75. Network Center can provide internet to customers, including the gaming area. To customers, not to tenants. This proves that Shi Wenjin and his team can use it. But to what extent can they use it? While thinking about it, Gu Weiwei began to choose to place the network center. After the placement, the network center began to be built. After it was built, Gu Weiwei could check the specific functions. Then, Gu Weiwei knew some restrictions. First, to use the internet, you need to buy a matching Doomsday Resort Town communicator, that is, a mobile phone. Second, after buying a mobile phone, there are matching software on the phone, but using these software requires points. Third, there are 2 options for the network. One is to use it only in the game area, and the other is to cross the game area and connect to the world where the game area is located, and the second option requires a high amount of points. Gu Weiwei thought that players generally would not waste points to use the second option, so the second option should be prepared for the official NPC of the game area. After checking the functions of the new special building, Gu Weiwei calmly nodded to Shi Wenjin. Okay, but it will cost a lot of points. As long as it's possible, we're willing to give any points. Shi Wenjin said excitedly, if we can get in touch, can we also send supplies? Gu Weiwei listened and paused. She was really bold. Then she shook her head. There is no such function yet. If there is, I will notify you. What a coincidence. She also wanted this cross-border transmission function before. Listening, Shi Wenjin was a little disappointed, but he knew very well that being able to get in touch was already a very lucky thing. After all, if they can get in touch, there are a lot of things they can do, especially for those cities that have been dragged into the Doomsday game. Being able to contact the outside world means they are no longer isolated and helpless, and they have more hope and courage. How to contact? There is already a new network center outside, where you can buy a mobile phone or computer, and just follow the instructions. Gu Weiwei said directly. Shi Wenjin took note. Points. There were a lot of high-value ores prepared in advance in the bus they took, and he was waiting to exchange a batch of points for the things needed for the base. But when I thought about the things I exchanged could protect the people, the city, and the country, I felt motivated again. Thank you, I go take a look? Shi Wenjin asked impatiently. You can do whatever you want. Gu Weiwei said directly. It was late at night. It was time to rest. Shi Wenjin also knew this, so he didn't invite Gu Weiwei. According to the information he had learned so far, Gu Weiwei was very considerate. The next thing would depend on him. So after Gu Weiwei agreed, Shi Wenjin went out and headed straight for the network center. As for Gu Weiwei, she looked at his back, yawned, and went back to her room. On the other side, Jean Manjun had already taken the action team to stroll around the entire Doomsday resort town. The neatly arranged street lights on both sides of the road directly lit up the town, and Jean Manjun and others suddenly felt like they were dreaming back to the days before the Doomsday. They hadn't seen such a scene for a long time. The civilization that was once proud of was completely destroyed in the face of the Doomsday game. I feel quite uncomfortable. What makes me uncomfortable? It's too safe. In the 5th month of the Doomsday game, I lived in fear every day, and I couldn't eat or sleep well. Now I feel safe, but I have to habitually check my surroundings. This is normal, me too. You get used to it in a day or two. I heard the discussion of the players. Although they said they were not used to it, they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. When watching, Jean Manjun felt as if her mood was affected. Although the world is broken, at least there is hope to patch it up. With a sigh of relief, Jean Manjun began to assign tasks. Everyone went in different directions to explore the entire Doomsday resort town, which was also to collect all the data of the Doomsday resort town as soon as possible. After the people dispersed, Jean Manjun also started her own exploration mission. She went to the activity center first. There were no players in the activity center at the moment. After walking around, she gave a relatively high evaluation of the training room inside. Next is the blacksmith shop, where all kinds of cold weapons are placed. Jean Manjun noticed that the style seems to be the same as that of the training room in the Vitality Center. In this way, you can try the feel of the weapon in the training room before choosing the weapon that suits you. The combination of the two can help players quickly transform from a novice to a skilled player. Then, there are the tailor shop and the hospital, where you can learn about the equipment and potions inside. Just from these buildings, Jean Manjun already understood why Shi Wenjin was obsessed with them. These buildings are all intended to improve the strength of players and protect them. Of course, if they can enter, it can also increase their survival rate. Finally, Jean Manjun came to the library. As soon as he entered the library, Jean Manjun looked at the full of books. With the naked eye, it is impossible to count how many bookshelves and how many books there are. Jean Manjun walked to the book navigation at the front desk of the library without hesitation. All books are systematically classified on the page, including astronomy and geography, and even many technologies that surpass the current ones. Jean Manjun's eyes wandered around the energy area. Among all the goods in the Doomsday resort town, they care most about the shelter, because the shelter can protect one's side. With a safe base, they have a foundation for living and other problems can be overcome. In addition to energy books, there are books on other industries. It's great. When Jean Manjun came out of the library, others also came back after learning about other buildings. The ice and snow world has a cooling effect, and the hot springs can have a warming effect. You can fish for treasure chests in the pond, and supplies, potions, weapons, and equipment may appear in the treasure chest from time to time. It's all about luck, and there seems to be a guarantee. Anyway, you won't lose much if you play more. The commercial street is not open, but there is a rental notice. No one is allowed to enter the Sentry Tower and Arrow Tower, but they should be offensive and defensive buildings to protect the Doomsday Resort town. The amusement park and the arena are purely entertainment buildings, allowing players to relax, and there are really quite a few people playing. There are large tracts of farmland over there, where grains and vegetables are planted. There is also a grain processing plant next to the farmland, which has not yet started operation. I heard that it will be put into production after grain is produced to make grain-related food. The integrated planting and breeding garden also grows vegetables, fruits, and raises chickens, ducks, geese, etc., but it seems that they have never been sold. It should be a cell phone channel. As the few people talked, the situation of the Doomsday Resort town became more concrete in their eyes. This is not much different from a city. If you have such a place in the Doomsday, you are really lucky. Unfortunately, such a place is so elusive that it depends on luck to encounter it. In this case, you can only seize this opportunity. Jean Manjun then prepared to lead the team back to apartment number 1. The other team should have almost learned about the goods in the automatic vending machine and the points of the goods in the recycling cabinet. As a result, when they were returning, they saw a building next to them in the blink of an eye. Building products have a shining sign. Network Center. What is this place? Is it for surfing the internet? When Jean Manjun was curious, some players who were outside looked at the newly launched special buildings and went in directly. When Jean Manjun was about to lead people in, he saw Sherwingen coming in a hurry. Mayor. You are here too, it's just right, come in with me. Sherwingen's eyes were filled with joy. Following behind Sherwingen, Jean Manjun asked directly, this building is? I was just with Boss Goo. She built it directly, so we can contact the outside world. Sherwingen lowered his voice and replied, his tone was full of uncontrollable ecstasy. The appearance of the network center is really a coincidence. It was built just when he proposed it. Sherwingen believed that it was built by Gu Weiwei on purpose, and his gratitude to Gu Weiwei was rising. Jean Manjun listened, and felt a lot of gratitude to Gu Weiwei in his heart. When they entered, there were already quite a few players in the network center. They checked the network center in the shortest possible time. If it had appeared before the Doomsday Forum, I would have definitely bought it. Now that there is a forum, I feel that these mobile phones and computers are not very useful. Yes, the Doomsday Forum doesn't even require any points. The functions are also more powerful. But the functions of this network center are quite powerful. It can even communicate with cities outside the game area. In fact, we don't need it. It's not bad to import goods and sell them to NPCs. NPCs will definitely be willing to spend a lot of materials to buy them, especially official NPCs, and maybe we can win their protection. You can consider it. I have to see if I have extra points. If I don't, I'd better take care of myself. That's right, I'd better work harder to earn points. We will form a group to go out and get things in exchange for points tomorrow. I feel that the game area with the Doomsday Resort Town is the Welfare Bureau. Because of the existence of the Doomsday Forum, players were not interested in the existence of the Network Center. After a while, many players left one after another. But Sherwingen, Jean Manjun and others stared at the mobile phones and computers. This can allow them to contact the outside world. Buy more. In this way, even if the city is involved in the game area, it can be controlled by the central government to improve the survival rate of the people in the game area. After all, City A is now the central base, and has temporarily escaped the control of the Doomsday game. Now we are vigorously building City A, and we have also introduced countless experts and high-tech personnel into it. Brainstorming can always play a role in the cities in the game area. What is the Doomsday Forum? When Jean Manjun looked at the players talking about the Doomsday Forum, Sherwingen's face did not show any strangeness, and asked directly. It is a forum exclusively for players, where players can communicate across regions. Sherwingen simply replied. Doesn't that mean that we can learn about the situation of other cities in our world that are involved in the game area through players, even able to communicate? Jean Manjun immediately thought of the key point. Sherwingen nodded, yes, so I also plan to use some points to hire players later. Yeah. Jean Manjun agreed with this point. The players may have more experience in dealing with Doomsday games than them. Now there is a key communicator. This is really a good place. Jean Manjun couldn't help but say. On the first day of the game alone, they were given too many surprises. Yes. Sherwingen agreed, let's work hard and earn points. In the following time, Sure Wenjin and his team focused all their attention on earning points. When he knew that the highest scoring item in the recycling cabinet was cultural relics, he also had his eyes on the museum. As time passed, the Doomsday Resort town at midnight had slowly returned to calm, but the 3 game areas entering the intermediate field had also quietly changed. Chapter 76. First day of the game. Fog area, heavy fog. Virus area, sunny. Desert area, high temperature. Early in the morning, many players from Doomsday Resort Town were waiting at the city gate. They all planned to go to the game area to collect supplies today, and bought backpack grids for this purpose. Many of them formed teams directly on the spot. After all, everyone knows that in Doomsday Resort Town, the sin value is clearly revealed. No matter how smart or not, or whether there are small thoughts or not, at least there is no big problem in being a human being, and it is relatively safe to cooperate. Those who need to be lookouts and have relevant equipment, please sign up here. Those who need to run faster. Those who need heat-resistant equipment. When forming a team, the team members explained their situation clearly, and the team was formed one by one. Of course, after forming, the team did not leave immediately, but directly established a group chat on the forum's dating section and added friends. After the forum team was formed, many people returned to the homepage and began to ask about the situation outside. There are endless posts like this on the front page of the Doomsday Forum. Are there any natural disasters? Players in the fog zone, intermediate field, zone 1, I want to ask about the current situation outside. People are in the extremely hot drought zone, beginner field, zone 23, are there any players who have been in this zone? Please ask about the precautions. Want to ask? All players naturally know that there may be some in the game strategy, but there are hundreds of millions of players online now. If there are some kind people willing to disclose it, then wouldn't it save money? With this in mind, there are quite a few players who do this. And in fact, some players actually answered. For example, the first post. It's still a fog outside, so it's recommended not to make any noise, otherwise monsters will appear and tear you apart. Monsters can't see with their eyes, so it's best not to make any noise when you see monsters. I answered your question. Can you tell me about the Doomsday Resort? Very good, it couldn't be better. It's a place where you can rest in peace. At least there are no monsters near the Doomsday Resort. Come to think of it, I'm not in the foggy area, but we also have a Doomsday Resort town here. Can this Doomsday Resort town cross regions? It really can cross regions. I saw someone else posting about it. Last month, it connected to 2 game areas, and this month it has 3 game areas, and they are all intermediate games. Speaking of intermediate games, I'm curious about the difficulty, and what conditions will send you to the intermediate games. I want to avoid it. Look at the game guide. There is an analysis post. As for the situation of the intermediate field, we will have to wait until the end of this month to know. The topic gradually shifted towards the end. Many people are indeed curious about the intermediate field. After all, the difficulty of their primary field is already unbearable, let alone the intermediate field. Just when the players in the Doomsday Resort town contacted the players in the game area outside and made preparations, the players in the game area had already begun to suffer challenges, and the war was gradually approaching the Doomsday Resort town. Fog area. Is the Doomsday Resort town real? Player Chiu Shushan couldn't help asking Li Jinhe, the temporary leader of the team. They were all players who were rescued by Li Jinhe one after another, and they still had some trust in Li Jinhe. The possibility is very high, because some players did mention it there, and there is a complete development chain, from the Doomsday Hotel to the Doomsday Resort, and then to the Doomsday Resort Hotel. If it is really a scam, I don't believe there would be no news at all. Li Jinhe said without hesitation that he spent a lot of time searching for content about the Doomsday Resort town last night. There were both positive and negative comments, but he believed the positive comments more than the negative ones. He didn't know why at first, but when he saw that the Doomsday Resort town could detect the sin value, he knew why. As for the sin value, he read many posts repeatedly and verified this point. He was instantly relieved about the Doomsday Resort town. If it could detect the sin value, could it be bad? No. Does that mean we have a safe zone? Chiu Shushan looked tired, but his eyes were a little brighter at the moment. He was really too tired. After playing in 4 game areas, he was exhausted because he didn't know the situation in the foggy area and was chased by monsters. Especially in the last game, he had experienced a battle royale. Now he really wanted to find a safe place to rest and relax. Yes, so I plan to go directly to the Doomsday Resort town later. Do you want to join us? Li Jinhe asked directly. Everyone's mental state is not very good. At this time, Finding an absolutely safe place is the best choice. But the Doomsday Resort town requires points. There are many gold shops nearby. You can earn points first, and then go to the Doomsday Resort town. A player said subconsciously. He really knows where the gold shop is. As long as he swallows that shop, he will definitely get a lot of points. Li Jinha glanced at the man and said directly, if you want to find it yourself, you can also drag it away from the team. This is an intermediate field, be careful. He saw the monsters rampant in the fog area yesterday. Once encountered, a team of less than 10 people will definitely be easily solved. The ears of these monsters are very sensitive. So the team must be careful when moving. If the mental state is not good, if one person makes a mistake, the whole team will be affected. The player listened to Li Jinha's words, and then muttered a few words with the 3 or 4 players around him, and then the group left the team. The other players thought for a moment and stayed. Compared to points, life is the most important, so be steady. If Li Jinha has the ability to save them from the monsters, they will trust his judgment. After Li Jinha confirmed that these players are willing to follow him, he said directly, let's go to the Doomsday Resort town now. Yes. Qiu Shushan and others nodded and followed Li Jinha carefully. Li Jinha and his party began to move slowly in the fog with weapons. Fortunately, the advertisement of Doomsday Resort town was powerful enough, and there would be instructions when clicking on the address, otherwise they would definitely have to spend more energy to get there. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a sound came from near them, which made Li Jinha and others excited for a moment. It's the direction they just left. Qiu Shushan couldn't help but say that after a player in the team left, he took the opportunity to remember the direction they left, but he didn't expect to encounter something strange just after they parted. Is it a monster? Hide first. Li Jinha happened to see an empty shop and led his men directly into it, then squatted behind a shelf, watching the fog outside and the sound getting closer and closer. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. They had seen the appearance of the monster and did not dare to act rashly. After a moment, they saw a figure appear in the fog, moving at a high speed without making any sound. Looking at the other party, Li Jinha and his party felt that he should be able to escape. Unexpectedly, a monster's whisker appeared from the fog behind him, and the monster's whisker bound the man in an instant. The monster can see people, be careful. When the player was dragged into the fog, he still said that loudly, and then there were screams, and then they disappeared in an instant. Li Jinha and his group couldn't help shrinking their pupils. The monster can see people? How can you escape? You know, the monster has a total of 10 whiskers, 2 of which are hooks, which can easily scratch the wall of the building, and the other whiskers are directly used to catch prey. They had seen it before. When the 8 tentacles caught a person, the monster tore the person from behind without hesitation and stuffed it directly into its mouth. They felt sick when they thought of that scene now. And now, the monster that could only catch people by hearing the noise can see people directly. In this way, is there still room for them to survive? At this moment, everyone held their breath and dared not move. Then, with some vibrations on the ground, the monster's figure began to appear in the fog. There are still 10 whiskers. But at this moment, only the whiskers in the second row are floating around, as if they are looking for something. Li Jinha noticed that there are 2 more eyes on these 2 whiskers. The next moment, he quickly made a gesture to hide. Everyone listened, and those who could find a cover started to search. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. At this moment, the sound of breathing and heartbeats seemed to be audible. And something happened that made them even more nervous. One of the whiskers actually went directly into the shops on their block, and was searching one by one. They were about to reach their shop. When he reached in, Li Jinha couldn't help sweating on his forehead. This moment was too tiring. When the whiskers were about to reach behind the counter, for some reason, the monster retracted its whiskers and ran away. It was very likely attracted by people from other places. After a while, after confirming that there was no movement from the monster, Li Jinha and his party acted quickly. Taking advantage of this gap, Li Jinha went directly to the Doomsday Forum. Without hesitation, he posted this information on the homepage. The intermediate monsters in the foggy area have evolved, and 2 of their whiskers are visible to people. Please pay attention, players. After posting the post, Li Jinha continued on his way. After a while, he checked the replies again. At this time, the post had been pushed up many pages. Fuck, is this true? The monsters evolved on the first day? Is the intermediate field so dangerous? I thought there would be a 10-day dangerous period. Wow, why can't this news be released earlier? I watched my companions trying to sneak past the monster, but they were suddenly caught. Alas, it's getting harder and harder for players. Is there a weakness for this monster? currently unknown. I hope everyone can publish information and find the monster's weakness as soon as possible. We can't always be beaten by the monster. That's right. If we can't do anything about natural disasters, can we do anything about monsters? After browsing a little, Li Jianhe withdrew his gaze, his eyes becoming more and more determined. On the following journey, Li Jianhe and his party encountered monsters from time to time, but because they were careful enough, they were not captured by the monsters. They were getting closer and closer to the Doomsday Resort town. But among the players, there were many players who had the same idea as Li Jianhe and his team, so the closer they were to the Doomsday Resort town, the more players there were. As the number of players increased, the noise was also louder, and before they knew it, an unknown number of monsters also poured into the vicinity of the Doomsday Resort town. For example, at this moment, there was a monster attracted behind Li Jianhe and his group. Although the main body was still some distance away, its whiskers followed like a shadow. When they were waiting to meet up with the others, they found that they were all in the same boat. Everyone didn't care about anything else at this moment, and just ran towards the Doomsday Resort town with all their strength. Because someone in the Doomsday forum mentioned that if they reached the control range of the Doomsday Resort town, the monster would not be able to find them. Finally, many people have seen the Doomsday Resort town. At this moment, there are still many players in the open space in front, and they all fell to the ground and gasped for breath. At the same time, there are a group of players shouting at them, run in, and you will be safe." Because of the power of this sentence, all the players can be said to have used all their means. The magical thing is that after they stepped in, there are indeed many monsters that seem to have lost their target all of a sudden, and began to look for the target again, and then went towards the target. Some players were unlucky, and were caught. Some players with some skills managed to escape from the monsters. Others could only watch themselves enter the monster stomachs, leaving their lives to fate. Li Jianhe and his team naturally ran hard into the control area of the Doomsday Resort town, but Qiu Shushan, who ran to the end, was caught by the monster Shushu at the last moment. Li Jianhe subconsciously grabbed Qiu Shushan's hand. "Save me, I don't want to die." Qiu Shushan also tightly grasped Li Jianhe's hand, wailing desperately, of course, with the other hand holding a weapon and slashing at its whiskers frantically. But he didn't expect that these monster whiskers were like a solid wall of steel, and ordinary weapons were of no use to him. Others looked at the scene and said directly to Li Jianhe, "Let go, it's hopeless. If you save it again, you will lose yourself." It's not the other players' fault for being so indifferent, it's because their strength is nothing compared to the monsters, and it's enough to be able to protect themselves. Li Jianhe listened, his heart tightened, and then he said to the people around him, "Help attack together. If successful, he is willing to repay the favor with points." Yes, I still have a lot of points," Qiu Shushan also hurriedly said. Other players listened and thought that it was okay to attack within a safe range. For a while, many players really took action. Such a scene happened outside the Doomsday Resort town. But the monster was obviously not easy to mess with. It obviously also felt that there was its food in the strange energy shield in front of it, and it also attacked the energy shield directly. As it attacked, the arrow towers on the ancient city wall of the Doomsday Resort town were aimed at them one after another, and countless arrows attacked the monster. Compared with the players' attacks, the arrows were more powerful. When the monster's whiskers were hit, the monster let out a wail, and all its whiskers swung around, throwing out the players it caught. It was at this time that Qiu Shushan was pulled into the Doomsday Resort town by Li Jianhe and others. Qiu Shushan, who had escaped death, looked at the arrows flying over his head, and tears flowed. Survived, finally survived, virus zone. After daytime, many players followed the movements of some teams, and went directly into the official base. Looking at the orderly appearance of the official base, many players spent a relatively peaceful night there. It also made them feel like checking the situation in the Doomsday Forum. The Doomsday Forum was more lively during the day than what they saw last night. The number of logins also increased from 800 million last night to 1.5 billion now, but after that, the growth rate became slower and slower, and sometimes there was even a sharp drop in the number of people. From this aspect, we can see how bad the environment of the Doomsday game is. In addition to using the Doomsday Forum to form a team and check the strategy, more players still focus on the Doomsday Resort town. Because from some of the comments on the Doomsday Forum, it can be seen that the Doomsday Resort town is a forum that belongs only to certain game areas, not all game areas. Since they have it, they naturally want to find out about the situation of the Doomsday Resort town. "Do you think we should go to the Doomsday Resort town to take a look?" One of the players couldn't help asking. "I don't think we need to go. The Doomsday Resort town is full of players. We can't hide there. What if a player targets our points? It's better to go to this official base. I heard that this official base was built not long ago. I didn't expect it to be built so well. Yes, with this base, I feel that the difficulty of the intermediate field may be much lower. Then let's stay in this base for a few days before we talk about it. After other players have figured out the situation, I saw that some teams have already gone to the Doomsday Resort. That's fine. Wait, take a look, am I dazzled? This group of players was discussing, and suddenly they saw a lot of cars coming in from outside the base. The cars were not military vehicles, but buses. The most important thing is that there are 6 big words on the bodies of these buses. Doomsday Resort? Is this a car from the Doomsday Resort? How can these NPCs be connected to the Doomsday Resort? Isn't the Doomsday Resort only visible and accessible to players? What's going on? The players were instantly confused. This scene was too incredible. Go to the Doomsday forum and ask. After a while, the players' doubts were answered by another player. The Doomsday Resort has always cooperated with the official NPCs. The low mortality rate not only refers to players, but also to NPCs. There is a special building trading center in the Doomsday Resort town, which contains invitations specifically for NPCs. NPCs who get these invitations can enter the Doomsday Resort town. There were official NPCs who hired players before. The salary is settled in points. Don't worry, it's the luck of the OP to encounter it. The OP can pay attention to whether the official base where he is located has hired players. The benefits are very good, and there is a chance to touch hot weapons, and even exchange them. After the player finished talking about this situation, everyone felt a little dazed. Why is the Doomsday game of others so different from the one they experienced? But it seems to be a good thing. At least it proves that the Doomsday Resort is trustworthy. Look, the NPC official is cooperating with him. This NPC official is similar to our previous official situation. It's right to trust them. Well, then let's go to the Doomsday Resort to take a look? No, let's follow the official actions. There are so many zombies outside, it's definitely not as safe as following the official. Then go find out the situation? Sure. After the players finished their discussion, they went directly to the mission hall of the official base. The mission hall is open to all survivors, and survivors can apply for different positions based on their own abilities. As soon as the players came in, they checked the notice board in the mission hall. As they were looking, they suddenly saw a new notification refreshed. Hire a number of players, with preferential treatment. The pupils of the players shrank. Are they just going to recruit directly? What are these players? What kind of job is this? It can't be playing games, right? I don't know. They must be special talents. The officials should know. I'm so jealous. Preferential treatment means there's room for negotiation. That's right. Just as the survivors were discussing, and the players were thinking, the officials of the base were also discussing this recruitment advertisement. Are you sure there will be players applying? Jean Manjun couldn't help but ask Sherwinjin. Of course, they need points. Sherwinjin nodded without hesitation, and they also need the official base to arrange for them to enter the Doomsday Resort town. Thinking of the tens of thousands of people who suddenly appeared in the base, he knew that there were also many players in the base, and he also knew their thoughts accurately. Yeah. Jean Manjun nodded. She also believed in Sherwinjin. After the resources are mobilized, you will personally escort them to the Doomsday Resort town. After you get the points, you can immediately buy a mobile phone and a computer. Sherwinjin explained again. This is the key to their contact with the outside world. Don't worry. I will definitely complete the task perfectly. Jean Manjun promised without hesitation that she would complete the task even if it cost her life. Sherwinjin nodded, and he was really happy at this moment. Although this game area is a bit difficult, the starting point is much better than the first game area, and it always feels full of hope. Doomsday Resort Town is really a good place. Sure enough, when the two were talking, some players had already found the staff to sign up, and the staff reported the news to Sherwinjin. Jean Manjun listened and finally breathed a sigh of relief. These players have backpack grids. No matter how ordinary, the value is not comparable to ordinary people. The most important thing is the value of their information. And just when everything was going smoothly, a large team hurried back outside the official base. Even more, many people were injured. Of course, they were all stopped outside by the soldiers at the gate. The zombie virus spreads very quickly, and sometimes a small wound caused by a zombie can change. There are millions of people here, and we can't take risks easily. We are from the nearby Brave base, and our base was rushed into by zombies. When Sherwinjin and Jean Manjun saw the riot scene, they had already arrived at the gate. Listening to their words, His brows furrowed. There seemed to be several thousand survivors in the Brave base? Jean Manjun called up the data in his mind. Yes, and they are all young and middle-aged. Sherwingen nodded. They were broken through by zombies? This seems to be the first case of zombies destroying the base? Jean Manjun looked more serious. Although they encountered the zombie virus and were hunted by zombies on a daily basis, with the help of hot weapons, the zombies can still be dealt with. Even the relatively weak old people and women can be dealt with as long as they have the right weapons in their hands. The zombies may have mutated. Don't forget, this is an upgraded game area. Sherwingen was more perceptive. He felt that the mutation had already begun. The injured will be sent to the quarantine area. Don't worry, we will make good arrangements for you. Now I need to ask you some information. Sherwingen came out directly. Who is your base leader? Me. Suyuowen stood out from behind the crowd. He had just been comforting the people in his base. Hearing Sherwingen's words, he was a little impatient. He had thought that he could accomplish great things in the Doomsday, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. If it weren't for the guards, who held back the zombies for their families, they wouldn't have been able to escape to the official base. What happened? I feel that some zombies have evolved, and some are commanding other zombies to attack our base. Suyuowen said this with a bit of fear on his face. Many zombies have also mutated, and there are more crystal cores in their brains, which they didn't have before. As he spoke, Suyuowen carefully took out a piece of clothing from his pocket, and after opening it, he found a shiny crystal core. It's just like in the novel, very beautiful. I saw it by accident, so I just picked it up. The crystal core is white, and it emits a crystal light under the refraction of the sun. Jean Manjun took it directly. Have all the zombies been taken? Xiaoguowen asked. Not sure, I took one afterwards, and didn't have time to check. There was no time to escape, so how could there be time? Sherwingen nodded, and then said, You accept the arrangement. We need to make sure there is no problem before we can let you in. I know. Then, Sherwingen took Jean Manjun away. Some staff from the base came to receive Suyuowen and the other's situation. Sherwingen and Jean Manjun took the crystal core and went straight to the laboratory. After going through layers of disinfection, the two entered the laboratory. The crystal core was handed over to the laboratory staff for research, and the two of them took the opportunity to discuss. The zombies have definitely mutated, and they will become more and more powerful as time goes by. Sherwingen said without hesitation, frowning. This was not good news for them. Should we send a team to take a look? Jean Manjun asked directly. Let the special forces go out and practice, and we can know the degree of zombie mutation. It can be considered, and we can get more crystal cores back to see if this crystal core has a way to deal with the zombie virus. Sherwingen spoke subconsciously. After all, the concept that there must be an antidote near the poison is still deeply rooted in people's minds. Didn't the virus in the previous game area get the antidote from the meteorite? Yes. Jean Manjun nodded. Just as Sherwingen arranged this task, the experimenters in the laboratory were excited. Mayor, there is energy in this crystal core. Sherwingen listened and didn't react for a while. Energy? What energy? Energy similar to that in energy blocks. If it can be used well, it can be converted into energy blocks, so our shelter doesn't have to worry about energy shortages. The experimenter explained excitedly. At this point, Sherwingen immediately realized. Crystal core equals energy. Mayor, this means that we now have a constant supply of energy. Jean Manjun on the side spoke excitedly. Sherwingen exhaled a long breath. Energy. Sherwingen immediately notified several teams to go out and kill zombies. More crystal cores, more energy, maybe they can expand the shelter, and once it is expanded, it will be more difficult for zombies to invade their official base. Great. I will give you enough crystal cores for research as soon as possible. Now, put down the unnecessary work at hand, and try your best to overcome this difficulty. Sherwingen suppressed his excitement, and said to the experimenter. Yes. The experimenter responded, also very excited. Then, Sherwingen's eyes fell on Jean Manjun beside him. When you go to the Doomsday Resort Town later, collect some crystal cores on the way, and bring them to the Doomsday Resort Town to see if the Doomsday Resort Town will recycle them. If so, how many points can you get? He had a feeling that the price of crystal cores in the Doomsday Resort Town would definitely not be too low. Energy is a necessity no matter which world it is in. Yes. Jean Manjun nodded. A moment later, the entire official base was mobilized. Various military vehicles and soldiers were constantly going out. This attracted the attention of the survivors and players in the base. What happened? It seems to be targeting zombies. The zombies seem to have mutated. Won't mutations make it more difficult to deal with? I heard that after the zombies mutated, good things appeared in their heads. What good things? Crystal cores. It seems to be crystal cores. Didn't you say there were none before? Now there are. Will there be superpowers after having crystal cores? I hope so. If so, our world will be saved. Should we go out and take a look? Maybe these crystal cores will be useful next time? The words of the survivors reached the ears of the players. The players listened and could not help but gather together. It's obvious that the difficulty has increased. Is the crystal core really a good thing? I don't know whether it is good or bad. Let's take it one step at a time. At least we know that the zombies have mutated and we are prepared. Stop talking. The official has called for a meeting. What are you calling for? The players who just signed up are going out. Where are you going? Is it the Doomsday resort town? Just follow them. If it's a trap, just run away on the way. That's right. In this way, some players stayed in the base, while some players followed Jean Monjuan's team to the Doomsday resort town. Chapter 77. Desert Area. The players who spent a night in the desert headed towards the nearby city without hesitation, when they could see the road clearly in the morning. Unexpectedly, they were stopped at the door. Where are you from? We don't accept tourists here anymore. The soldier Fan Tingjun, who was guarding the city, asked directly. They have been affected by the disaster for some time. At the beginning, countless experts came to investigate the cause, but they could not find out anything. They could only watch the nearby green land that they had worked so hard to plant turn back into a desert again, and gradually invade their territory. Now the water source of the whole city is rapidly drying up, and the groundwater is gone. The water that is available is just bottled water delivered by the state to the local residents. Each household only has enough for 1 month, of course. This is for food and drink, and more is gone. Because of this harsh environment, more and more residents have chosen to leave in the past month, either to live with their children or to work in other cities. Most of the remaining people are reluctant to leave their own savings, and with the help of the state, they will wait and see. Some are already planning to leave. As for them, they were sent by the country to escort experts and maintain order. Because the drought is not only happening in this city, but also all over the world. No one knows why, and can only check the cause in the city where the disaster first occurred. Under such circumstances, there will be no tourists here, and no tourists will come. The identity of this group of people seems particularly suspicious. Especially this group of people are in a very embarrassed state, as if they have suffered some kind of disaster. For a moment, many soldiers stared at the group of players sharply. The players were also confused at this time. They had been through so many game areas, but they had never encountered such a situation. Of course, there were also some who reacted quickly and said directly, "We are a group of hikers who travel together. We didn't expect to encounter a sandstorm outdoors. We didn't know the direction. When we saw a city here, we came here for help." Fan Tingjun listened, his eyes narrowed slightly. The reason was reasonable, but it was still wrong. Then he said, "ID card." The players listened and took out the ID card given to them by the system. It's produced by the system, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Fan Tingjun took the ID card and looked at it. It was indeed their country's ID card. Afterwards, Fan Tingjun checked the identities of other people, who came from all over the country and looked like travelers. After the inspection, Fan Tingjun said directly, "You go in. There are fixed flights leaving from City X every day, so you should pay more attention to it." The players listened and nodded quickly. But they were helpless in their hearts, thinking that they couldn't get out, but now they should buy some supplies to prepare. Originally, Fan Tingjun didn't care about these people after a group of players entered. But then, people from outside came in batches. It really made people suspicious. "Captain, is there something wrong with the people who came today?" At this time, another soldier Su Qinghai also felt that something was wrong. If it was a normal city entrance and exit, with such a large flow of people, how could it be easy to find something unusual? But who made X City a small city built on the basis of an ancient city? The mayor, who was first sent to X City, left many ancient buildings and ancient city walls of X City against all odds, and built a new city wall to connect with the ancient city wall, which is also a major feature of X City. This also made it easy for them to control the entrance and exit of the entire city after the natural disaster. During this period, they had a certain amount of entry and exit in the city. It's not like today, where all the people are from outside, and the number even reaches tens of thousands. Fan Tingjun listened, his eyes deepened. There are indeed some problems. I have sent people to follow them to see what they want to do in X City. Su Qinghai listened to Fan Tingjun's words and felt relieved. As expected of the boss, He was well prepared. Then, the two continued to watch the desert where no one had been seen for many years, and people kept appearing. Most of them looked like disaster victims, and only a few were dressed decently. After the successor arrived, Fan Tingjun took Su Qinghai to meet the tracking personnel. What did they do? The first thing they did was to exchange gold for money, and then they bought water, food, clothes, and other daily necessities without hesitation. But they didn't expect that water resources were scarce and expensive here, and there was no hotel that provided shower services, but they still bought a lot of things. Then they went to a place, and in that place, they disappeared. When listening to the previous information, Fan Tingjun and Su Qinghai's expressions did not change, but when they heard the last one, they were a little stunned. Disappeared? Su Qinghai was shocked. Disappeared openly in X City? Yes, they said that since X City lacks resources, they will go to the Doomsday Resort Town, but we searched every corner of X City and still couldn't find the Doomsday Resort Town they mentioned. When answering, the tone was still a little trembling. This matter is so incredible that it is really shocking. Doomsday Resort Town. While silently reciting these 6 words in his heart, Fan Tingjun thought a little more. The whole city is gradually becoming desertified. Does it mean the arrival of the end of the world? Is this Doomsday Resort Town the culprit for the desertification of their world? After all, this is too coincidental. Just when Fan Tingjun was thinking about this, a new group of surveillance personnel came back and brought back more news. They are players of the Doomsday game. I heard them cursing the Doomsday game. They were dragged into the game area for no reason. According to them, City X is a game area. They have experienced 4 games. Each game lasts for 1 month, without any rest time. This is the 5th game they have experienced. They mentioned that the game area of the primary field made them survive, and our City X is an intermediate field, so they are very vigilant and want to go to the Doomsday Resort Town mentioned in the advertisement as soon as possible. They haven't encountered the Doomsday Resort Town in the previous game area, but according to them, the Doomsday Resort Town is a place to rescue players, and the survival rate in the game area where it is located is very high. The new news overturned Fan Tingjun's thoughts just now. This Doomsday Resort Town is actually good? Any other news? Fan Tingjun continued to ask. If all the news is true, then it means that their world is indeed about to usher in the end of the world, and it is not just their world that will suffer such a doomsday. What exactly is this Doomsday game? Why do we need to turn their world into a game zone? What are the benefits? At this moment, Fan Tingjun had a hunch that the cause of the desertification of their world might have been found. This news must be spread so that the country can be prepared. Fan Tingjun thought about it, and asked Su Qinghai to contact the top leaders. Su Qinghai understood, and went to work. At this time, the tracking personnel continued to report the situation. There are still many players recycling metals in our City X. According to them, the Doomsday Resort will recycle such things, and can be exchanged for points. Points are the currency of players, which can allow them to buy water, resources, props, etc. in the Doomsday Game Mall. However, the prices in the Doomsday Game Mall are very high, while those in the Doomsday Resort are relatively low. They tend to spend money in the Doomsday Resort Town. After they entered the intermediate field, they triggered a Doomsday Forum, which allowed them to contact players from their world. Through the Doomsday Forum, they said that many players have gone to the Doomsday Resort Town, and they are living well there. It was also mentioned that the Doomsday Resort Town is facing not only 1 game area this time, but 2 others. More detailed information came out of their mouths. Fan Tingjun's expression has also changed from shock to calmness. He really had to stay calm. So far, everything that had happened was refreshing his worldview. Their world had become different. However, he also had a question in his heart. So what if their City X became a gaming area? With the help of the country, even if it was desertified, how could they not survive the difficulties unless their city was blocked? Just as this thought was rising, Su Qinghai hurried back. Boss, it's bad. We can't contact the outside world. Su Qinghai went to the business newspaper to report the strangeness here after hearing what Fan Tingjun said. Who would have thought that the network and everything else were normal, but they couldn't contact the outside world, as if they were a world of their own? Even though Fan Tingjun had some guesses in his mind, his pupils couldn't help shrinking when he heard Su Qinghai say that. It's true. Drive out of the city, and take a look to see if the road is blocked. Fan Tingjun guessed that it should be blocked. But no matter what, we still have to confirm it. What if? Okay. Su Qinghai responded in a panic. He also realized at this time that something terrible might have happened. After Su Qinghai left, Fan Tingjun looked at the scouts in front of him and continued, You continue to follow those players, and see if you can collect more information and report it immediately. Yes. The scouts also left immediately. After they left, Van Tingjun was the only one left in the entire meeting room. Van Tingjun let out a long sigh. If their city is blocked, they will face too many problems. The biggest problem is the water problem. The only thing to be thankful for is that because there were early signs of the disaster, the water resources in the entire city of X were prepared according to the amount of one city for 1 month. This month's resources were delivered just a few days ago, and they are not short of water resources at present. But after all, they can't afford to waste. In addition, if the news spreads throughout the city of X, it is unknown whether there will be unrest. Now, report to the government department first and ask them to cooperate with the resource allocation of the entire city. In addition, see if they can obtain resources from the Doomsday Resort Town through the players. The survival rate in the game area where the Doomsday Resort Town is located is relatively high, which should also include NPCs like them, right? In this case, there is definitely a channel for communication. Chapter 78. Outside the Doomsday Resort Town. Gu Weiwei stood on the city wall, and her eyes touched 3 different scenes. One was a foggy sky with countless monsters in it, and their long whiskers proved their presence. One was a dilapidated city with zombies chasing players. The last one was a relatively normal city with a little more sand on the ground. Players kept coming to the Doomsday Resort Town with umbrellas, but they didn't know that there were some little tails following them. 3 game areas, 3 different situations. When all of them appeared, there was really a sense of separation. Especially at this moment, the players outside the city gate were still different. Insufficient arrows. Do you want to replenish? Gu Weiwei looked at the monsters and zombies outside and chose yes. As she answered, the arrows continued to fly towards the monsters and zombies, creating a safe path for some players who were escaping. It was also at this time that Gu Weiwei saw several buses from the Doomsday Resort Town coming from outside, followed by many people and zombies. The whole team walked and killed zombies without hesitation. Most importantly, when the battle was stable, we saw a team get off the car, approach the zombies with military shovels, and then quickly and accurately mess with their heads. The same was true for the players. Gu Weiwei didn't know what they were doing until she saw someone dig out a shiny crystal core from the zombie's head. There is actually a crystal core in the zombie's head? What is the use of this crystal core? While Gu Weiwei was thinking, the bus had already entered the Doomsday Resort Town. Gu Weiwei saw Jean Manjun at a glance. Jean Manjun naturally saw Gu Weiwei, waved to Gu Weiwei, and went directly into the city gate, and then climbed the city wall with Gu Weiwei's permission. Boss Gu. When Jean Manjun saw Gu Weiwei, he saluted directly. Are you here to redeem points? Gu Weiwei asked directly. Yes. Jean Manjun nodded, but in addition to this reason, we also brought this thing. As he spoke, Jean Manjun took out several crystal cores. We have checked this crystal core, and it contains energy, which is similar to the composition of energy blocks. I want to show you how many points you can exchange for it. Gu Weiwei listened with a surprised look on her face. There is energy in the crystal core? Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei took the crystal core directly from the other party. The moment she touched the crystal core, Gu Weiwei's Doomsday Landlady system was activated. Energy detected, special products triggered, please accept. Gu Weiwei paused, then looked at the panel. Then I saw the special product rewarded by the system. Product, Purification Trash Can. Function, can recycle special trash, return the world to a pure land, and have a certain probability of dropping points. Note, can be used outside the Doomsday Resort Town. Gu Weiwei looked at this product and couldn't help frowning. Is there a connection between the crystal core and the trash can? What does special trash refer to? Suddenly, a thought came to her mind. Could it be a zombie corpse? Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei said to Jean Manjun, how do you deal with the zombie corpses in your game area? Jean Manjun listened with a somewhat helpless look on his face. Of course they burn them, but they can't handle them all, because if they are accidentally contaminated with zombie blood, they will be infected, so the manpower to handle them is very limited, and most of the corpses are exposed outside. It's not that they don't want to clean up, they just don't have that much time. Killing zombies and searching for supplies have already made them run around. That's right, the Doomsday Resort Town has a new product that can recycle zombie corpses, and there is a certain probability that you can also reward some points. Gu Weiwei said directly. Bonus points? Jean Manjun's eyes lit up instantly. How much will it be? I don't know, you can try. Gu Weiwei said directly. Okay. Jean Manjun agreed without hesitation. If Boss Gu can recommend it, it must be a good thing. The most important point is that they have been considering the livelihood of ordinary people. After all, they can't always rely on the government for support. When the time comes, go out with the task force. Not only can you clean up the zombie corpses, but you can also get points to support yourself. A win-win situation. After leaving the Doomsday Resort, can this product still be used? Jean Manjun suddenly asked. Gu Weiwei listened, paused, and then asked the system in her mind. She didn't know whether it would respond. She just felt that the Doomsday Landlady system had rewarded a new product for the zombies, and maybe this thing was a little useful to it, so it might not respond. The purification trash can be used when leaving the Doomsday Resort, and it can also recycle crystal cores. Will the points exchanged by then be useless? Gu Weiwei's eyes moved slightly, and she spoke. If the system is willing to open a hole, then these worlds will have the capital to resist natural disasters. Otherwise, it would be too much to wait for the rare opportunity to encounter the Doomsday Resort town. Use with vending machines, only in eligible game areas. Looking at this line of words, Gu Weiwei's heartbeat accelerated a few points. It actually works. In this short period of time, Gu Weiwei received another product. Product, castrated version of vending machine. Note, 10 product slots. Gu Weiwei paused, looked at Jean Manjun, who was looking at her expectantly, and said directly, it can be matched with a vending machine, but it is a simple version with only 10 product slots. Okay. Jean Manjun said excitedly. This is really a huge leap. Jean Manjun suddenly realized that being able to get such a benefit may have a lot to do with the zombie crystal core. Thinking that there are still many cities in their world infected with the zombie virus, their cities can be used. But what about those cities? At this moment, Jean Manjun only felt that their world really had a layer of hope. This hope can let them see the future. Thinking about it, Jean Manjun's eyes were unconsciously red. Gu Weiwei naturally saw Jean Manjun's red eyes, and understood her mood at the moment, and then continued, Let's go and see how many points this crystal core can be exchanged for. Yes. Jean Manjun raised her eyes, held back her tears, and followed Gu Weiwei after a soft response. A moment later, the group had arrived in front of the recycling cabinet. The crystal core was directly stuffed into it. Recyclable product. Level 1 zombie crystal core. Recycling price. 10 points. When she saw this price, Jean Manjun was also a little surprised. Energy blocks are 2 points, and 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 5 energy blocks. There are tens of millions of zombies in the whole city now, and the energy blocks they exchange for are enough for them to use for a long time. In addition, they have confirmed that the zombie crystal core has abundant energy, and they can continue to invest in research. As long as there is enough time for research, maybe one day, they will really be able to research it out. Thank you. Jean Manjun once again said solemnly to Gu Weiwei. You're welcome. Gu Weiwei said directly. Then I won't bother you. We will start exchanging points next. We will consider the trash can and automatic vending machine on our own. Jean Manjun said to Gu Weiwei. She knew Gu Weiwei's character, so she naturally didn't want to delay Gu Weiwei. Okay. Gu Weiwei did not refuse. There was no point in keeping her thoughts on what was to come. Speaking of which, the virus zone had obviously found their way out. With capable leaders, like Xiao Wenjin and Jean Manjun, they probably didn't have to worry about this game. She only needed to pay a little attention and understand the changes in the disasters in their game zone. The fog zone and the desert zone needed more attention, especially the fog zone. The huge monsters had raised the difficulty of the fog zone. The first day of the game was already so thrilling. How many chances would the NPCs in the fog zone have left after a month of the game? After Gu Weiwei left, Jean Manjun immediately asked his teammates to quickly put the things they had prepared from the backpack grid into the recycling cabinet. Watching the number of points increase rapidly, Jean Manjun cast his eyes on the automatic vending cabinet on the side, and then saw 2 new special products. Purification trash can. Castrated version of the vending machine. This is their hope for the future. At this time, many players in other apartment halls noticed this freshly baked special product. Subconsciously, I clicked to see what it was. When I clicked, a notification popped up. Sorry, you are not eligible to buy this item. Although the players who saw this message did not think about buying it, they remembered these 2 items. They were not eligible to buy, but there must be someone who was eligible to buy it. Let's see what kind of good thing this is, and it is even limited to certain qualifications. At this time, Gu Weiwei had returned to the city gate. When they arrived, Gu Weiwei happened to see the land in the foggy area, and a huge monster was dragged in directly. Haha, finally got a monster. This monster is really big. We have to take a good look at what the monster's weakness is. Maybe we can have a chance to deal with it when we meet it later. That's right. The players have experienced a lot of things so far, and their courage and ability have increased. So with the help of the Doomsday Resort Town, they dared to attack the monster boldly. Looking at the players, who were making bold statements, Guweiwei's lips curled up unconsciously. It's great that the players were not discouraged by the Doomsday game, and worked hard to fight. Looking at the virus area, the players were no less impressive. The zombies fell one by one, and many players even dug out the crystal cores in the zombies' heads, like the soldiers did before. Just as they were struggling, a large group of players rushed out of the Doomsday Resort Town, and then started to attack the zombies with weapons without hesitation. The posture was very fierce. This made the other players, who were watching the fun, a little confused. Why are they so excited all of a sudden? I don't know. There must be some benefit, otherwise they wouldn't fight so hard. But what benefit can it be? Could it be crystal cores? You see, they divided the work and cooperated with each other. Some killed zombies, and some dug crystal cores, as if they were afraid that the crystal cores would be dug away by others. Fuck, it's true, let's go too, it must be a good thing. If someone robbed it, it must be a good thing. With this thought, more and more people joined the battle. Guweiwei couldn't help laughing. 1 crystal core equals 10 points. When the players realize this, they will be so happy. At that time, zombies will no longer be a danger, but a treasure. Finally, Guweiwei's eyes turned to the desert area. The desert area is the calmest area so far. There are no monsters in the fog area, nor zombies in the virus area. The biggest problem seems to be desertification. But is it really that simple? Thinking, Guweiwei walked out of the door. The moment she walked out, she received a message. Go to the fog area / virus area / desert area. After Guweiwei made her choice, she went directly into the desert area. The moment she walked out, she ran into a lot of players. When the players saw Guweiwei, they were stunned. They had seen Guweiwei appear on the city wall before, and after hearing what other players said, they knew that she was the owner of the Doomsday Resort Town, and they all felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Another player was quite bold and asked directly, Boss Gu, do you have something to ask us? I want to ask about the current situation in the desert area. Guweiwei said directly. Except for the lack of water, everything in the desert area is pretty good now. The player Tang Ting said actively, I'm going to sell water in the desert area now. I collect some scrap copper and iron. This is the easiest way Tang Ting can think of to earn points. After all, the order in the desert area is not chaotic yet, and there are limited places where players can get bargains. Many players still look down on the small favors in the desert area, but she is different. No matter how small a fly is, it is still meat, and any profit is a little. It will be a lot if accumulated. Is there a network over there now? Guweiwei asked. There is a network. At least it was normal when I came. Tang Ting thought about it and replied. Guweiwei listened and frowned slightly. Since the other party's network is normal, why can't she receive it? Then, Guweiwei looked at Tang Ting and said, I will give you a task. What mission? Tang Ting asked hurriedly. She realized that this was a good opportunity. Boss Gu asked for help, so he would definitely not let her suffer a loss. Find the official of the desert area and give them the invitation letter. I will give you the invitation letter for free. The number of points you can get from them is your salary. Guweiwei said directly. Okay. Tang Ting answered without hesitation. The invitation letter from the trading center. It's a good thing for NPCs, and there is no problem selling it. Then, Guweiwei handed a stack of invitations to Tang Ting. Thank you for your help. Haha, this is my benefit, Tang Ting said cheerfully. After a moment, Tang Ting walked in with Guweiwei's stack of invitations. She was going to go back and disguise herself. So many players saw it. Although it was Boss Gu's job, they certainly didn't dare to act rashly, but she was still used to being cautious. Guweiwei looked at Tang Ting's actions, and didn't say much. Players have their own survival wisdom. Anyway, just bring the information. Chapter 79. Desert Area. Van Tingjun really didn't expect that when he just thought about contacting the Doomsday Resort Town, the Doomsday Resort Town would take the initiative to deliver it to his door. You said this is the invitation letter of the Doomsday Resort Town. With it, you can enter the Doomsday Resort Town? Van Tingjun once again confirmed with Tang Ting in front of him. Yes, Tang Ting said without hesitation. After she accepted the task from Guweiwei, she disguised herself and came out. Fortunately, there were many players in and out of the desert area, so she didn't look out of place among them. But because she was a little excited, she kept looking around, and then she found a figure secretly observing their area. After all, it is very obvious to distinguish between NPCs and players, especially when the players are not hiding. After confirming that the desert officials already knew about the existence of the Doomsday Resort town, Tang Ting did not hesitate to find the soldiers patrolling the city gate. After all, compared with the government, Tang Ting still felt that the soldiers were more trustworthy. In addition, she was questioned in the morning, so it can be seen that Fan Tingjun is very perceptive. What's the price? Fan Tingjun asked subconsciously. I need a gun and some bullets, Tang Ting said without hesitation. The chance of getting a hot weapon is too small, especially for an ordinary player like her. And holding a hot weapon in hand, to a certain extent, has several more lives, and the deterrent power is still very strong. Points, she actually has a lot left, enough to support herself, and there are other opportunities to get points, but hot weapons are different. In addition, the invitation itself was given by Doomsday Resort Town for free, so she couldn't ask for too much. If she took less, she might as well exchange it for hot weapons. So simple? Fan Tingjun listened and looked at Tang Ting in surprise, with a little doubt in his eyes. There is no free lunch in the world. The benefits were directly delivered to him, but he was suspicious. Because this invitation was given to me directly by the boss of Doomsday Resort Town. She always gave it to official personnel in small quantities. I accepted this task, and she said that the benefits belonged to me, but I just wanted hot weapons. Tang Ting said frankly, if you think it's too simple, you can give me some more different hot weapons. Fan Tingjun coughed lightly and continued, I will ask someone to prepare it for you, but can I ask you a few questions? Of course. Tang Ting smiled when she saw the other party agreed. Good stuff is coming. I heard that there are 3 game areas connected to the Doomsday Resort Town. What's the situation of the other 2 game areas now? Have they contacted the official personnel? Fan Tingjun asked directly. Tang Ting listened and looked at Fan Tingjun in surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect that Fan Tingjun knew this. It can only be said that in a short period of time, the other party has already figured out the situation of the Doomsday Resort Town without seeing the Doomsday Resort Town. This ability can only be said to be worthy of being an official army. Now there are 3 areas connected to the Doomsday Resort Town, the fog area, the virus area, and the desert area. The fog area is now a thick fog, and there are a lot of monsters hidden in the fog. Originally, the existence of survivors could only be judged by sound, but in just one day, the survivors can be seen up close. There is no official contact yet, but Boss Gu should also take measures. The virus area is a natural disaster caused by the fall of meteorites. People infected with the virus will become zombies. The Doomsday Resort Town has already cooperated with its official. The official leaders may have contacted the Doomsday Resort Town before. There is a certain foundation and a survivor base. Now it is deepening cooperation with the Doomsday Resort Town. The last one is the desert area, which is here. You should know the situation. Tang Ting simply narrated, and what she said was what she knew. After all, there were tens of thousands of players in there, and a casual chat would be an explosion of all kinds of information. Plus, it was also preparing for future games. So even if Tang Ting was not a player in the other 2 areas, she had a general understanding of their situation. After listening, Fan Tingjun frowned. The fog area, virus area, and desert area are all intermediate areas, and the difficulty should be the same? Fan Tingjun couldn't help asking. Tang Ting listened, paused, and then said, it's normal. But the desert area is still very stable now. Does it mean that there is a disaster brewing that we don't know about? Fan Tingjun continued. I don't know about that. Tang Ting was also a little alert in her heart. If it is not safe, should the business be suspended for a few days? I will pay attention. I plan to take people to the Doomsday Resort Town now. Can you come with me? Fan Tingjun continued. Now that I know the method of the Doomsday Resort Town, how can I not try it? Regardless of whether it is a den of wolves or tigers, they have to go there. Sure. Tang Ting said, in fact, there are many players who accept NPCs to hire them. Fan Tingjun listened and instantly got what Tang Ting meant, and said directly, I will hire you. Tang Ting listened, her lips slightly raised, and then reminded, points are a necessity for the Doomsday Resort Town, and can be exchanged for some metals and mineral resources. If you want to buy goods from there as quickly as possible, you can bring some to exchange first, so as to save an extra trip. Okay. Then the 2 of them discussed the details. After the discussion, Fan Tingjun entered a busy preparation period. After a while, they assembled a team and headed to the Doomsday Resort Town. At this time, the Doomsday Resort Town. The news that 1 crystal core equals 10 points could no longer be concealed in the Doomsday resort town. After all, there were too many players who followed the trend to kill zombies. During the intermission, they must have been curious about the use of crystal cores. There were always those who were curious enough to try the recycling cabinet. After all this, it's exposed, isn't it? Fuck, 1 crystal core equals 10 points, which means you can get 100 points if you kill 10 zombies. 100 points is 1,000 points, and more. Yes, but not all zombies have crystal cores, but relatively speaking, the probability is much higher. The recycling cabinet says it's a level 1 crystal core. Does it mean that the zombies will upgrade? If you raise them. Don't think about it. Aren't you afraid of raising a big boss in the end? The difficulty of the intermediate field is already high enough. Besides, if you choose to raise them, others will dig up your zombie crystal cores, and you will have nothing. It seems so. Before the crystal core is ready, I need to buy more equipment and potions, protect myself, kill more zombies, and I will make it back soon. The players in the virus zone muttered, and they ran straight to the virus zone with high spirits. There were also other players who came back to rest. They were in a mess, but at least they were full of energy. The players in the desert zone and the fog zone were envious. Especially the players in the fog zone. In the same world with monsters, why can other people's monsters earn a lot of points, but their monsters can't? Wait, they haven't verified it. How can they know that they can't? For a moment, many players cast their eyes on the 2 monsters lying on the ground outside the city gate, dead as hell. Maybe, there are things like crystal cores in the monsters' heads. As soon as the thought came out, countless players took daggers and started digging at the monsters. After a while, the existence of the crystal core was not found, but the monster was directly dismembered by the players. Gu Weiwei watched this scene at the scene, and the corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously. The players really had wild ideas, looking at the corpses scattered all over, thinking about the purification trash cans. After a pause, Gu Weiwei directly bought 3, and then placed them in the control range outside the gates of the 3 game areas. As soon as the purification trash cans appeared, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. In fact, there are also trash cans in the Doomsday resort town, but the sizes are different. This purification trash can be regarded as a cabinet. It is huge and has a special presence. The most important point is that this purification trash can actually has an electronic control panel, which is a bit similar to a recycling cabinet. This purification trash can is a special product that just appeared today. We are not qualified to buy it. Why is it here now? The trash can is definitely for throwing trash. Look at the ground. It's a mess, especially the corpses of these monsters. I can't bear to look at it. It's a large-scale dismemberment scene. I didn't feel anything when they were dismembering the bodies, but now it does look a little disgusting. I heard that someone next door dragged a zombie corpse in to dig out its head. It's even more disgusting. So do you want to try it, and see how this purification trash can is purified? Okay. As the players spoke, they picked up a part of the monster's body, and threw it directly into the purification trash can. The moment it was thrown in, a paragraph of text flashed on the electronic screen. Garbage. Octopus monster leg. Points dropped. 1. Enough to extract. Yes/no. The players were stunned when they saw this content. Just a small part can be exchanged for 1 point. The problem is that this is the garbage they don't want. The next moment, the players quickly ran towards the corpse of the octopus monster. I don't know why the system calls the monster an octopus monster. They look different, but since it's called that, they just call it that. Many players started to collect the monster corpses in baskets, and piled them up neatly. Although it can't compare with the zombie crystal cores in the virus area next door, it's still a considerable income. Of course, those with greater skills directly targeted those monsters. A small piece of meat has 1 point, not to mention a whole piece. It must be difficult to enter the fog area and fight against the octopus monster, but if the octopus monster is led to the vicinity of the Doomsday resort town, coupled with the Doomsday resort town's own defense, it will definitely be no problem. In fact, they had not expected that when the octopus attacked them, the Doomsday resort would actually start the counterattack mode. It must be said that the counterattack of the Doomsday resort made them feel more secure. When the fog area was in full swing, the same situation was happening in the virus area. After the news that the corpses of monsters in the fog area could drop points from the trash can, some players threw the corpses of zombies that had dug crystal cores into it. It turned out that the corpses of zombies would also drop 0.5 to 1 points. For the players, isn't this a free gift? They were very excited to carry them one by one. Of course, their eyes were all on the zombies. Because zombies are now full of treasures, and zombies are relatively easy to deal with compared to octopus monsters. The players in the virus area came out in full force. It was also at this time that Fan Tingjun brought Tang Ting and his party directly to the Doomsday Resort town. With the invitation letter, they finally saw the true face of the Doomsday Resort town. They were all shocked by the scene before them, and then they entered the Doomsday Resort town in a daze. After entering, they saw a more surprising scene. That is, the gate they just passed through actually had groups of embarrassed players coming in. Knowing that the Doomsday Resort town is connected to 3 game areas, but the fact that all 3 game areas can use the gate at the same time is really amazing. Fan Tingjun asked subconsciously. In the other 2 game areas, are the players' situations really that difficult? While thinking about it, I heard these players speak with smiles in their eyes. Ha ha ha, today's harvest is really good. Yes, the team I followed killed 100 zombies, 1,000 points, plus the corpses dropped in the trash can. I got more than 200 points, it's so cool. That's right, one game only gives us more than 100 points. I'm going to take a rest, replenish my energy, and fight again later. Me too. I thought the intermediate field was difficult, but I didn't expect it to be a benefit. Ha ha, I plan to show off on the Doomsday Forum. You're too late. Some people are already talking about this on the Doomsday Forum. Players in other game areas are so jealous. Fan Tingjun and others listened to the players and fell silent. Unlike the difficulty they imagined, this group of people obviously gained a lot. Tang Ting also learned from the players where their points came from, and she felt her saliva dripping instantly. Envy! Chapter 80. After being so excited, Tang Ting gradually calmed down. She looked at the shocked Fan Tingjun and his party, and curled her lips unconsciously. No matter who it is, when they first come to the Doomsday Resort town, they will be shocked by its uniqueness. She was also shocked when she came. Now it's really fun to see others look like they have never seen the world. It seems that they have unconsciously regarded the Doomsday Resort town as the home of the players. Thinking in her mind, Tang Ting has already reminded her, "Let's go, I take you to visit the Doomsday Resort town first." After they learn about the Doomsday Resort town, they will be brought to Boss Gu. Yes. Fan Tingjun nodded. Then, Tang Ting took Fan Tingjun and his party to introduce the buildings from the outside. Before coming, Fan Tingjun had a lot of speculations in his mind, but after he really came into contact with it, and looked at the various entertainment buildings, he realized that this place was actually used for vacation. As if seeing Fan Tingjun's thoughts, Tang Ting said, although they all look like entertainment facilities, they all have their own functions, such as hot springs, which can keep you warm after soaking for a certain period of time. The ice and snow world has a cooling effect, and there is a laboratory in the activity center that can improve our strength. Isn't this just like a game? The person following behind listened and said subconsciously. Tang Ting nodded. Aren't we just experiencing the Doomsday game? Is the Doomsday Resort town related to the Doomsday game? Fan Tingjun asked doubtfully. He still had some doubts in his heart. After the voice fell, Tang Ting said without hesitation, even if there is a connection, the two are definitely different. The Doomsday Resort town is here to help us. After saying this, as if realizing that she was too excited, Tang Ting explained, "You don't know how cruel the player's experience in the game area is. Watching countless people die in front of her eyes, watching herself wandering between life and death countless times, watching people who used to get along well kill each other in order to survive. The ugliness of human nature happened again and again. The Doomsday game is like a superior, silently watching these ants struggle. That feeling is terrible. It was a deep feeling of powerlessness. After all, if you seek revenge on the Doomsday game, you don't even know where the other party is." Fan Tingjun looked at Tang Ting's red eyes and pursed his lips. "Sorry, it's my job." It was really too coincidental, but looking at Tang Ting's appearance, he thought that the matter here might not be that simple. Tang Ting had already sorted out her mood and said calmly, "Time will prove everything. I just hope you don't miss this opportunity. Not every world can encounter the Doomsday Resort town." This sentence instantly made Fan Tingjun look serious. It was difficult for players to encounter the Doomsday Resort town, and it was also difficult for them to encounter the Doomsday Resort town. Tang Ting continued to lead Fan Tingjun and his party inside. This time, they introduced places such as blacksmith shops, tailor shops, hospitals, and libraries. Fan Tingjun and his party remembered them carefully. At this time, the group saw a building, and people were coming in and out. At a glance, Fan Tingjun saw that this group of people looked more like soldiers. After all, the behavior of soldiers has unique characteristics in one aspect. "What is that place?" Fan Tingjun asked. "Network Center." Tang Ting said, There are mobile phones and computers for sale inside, and they say they can use the internet, but because there is a Doomsday forum now, we don't plan to buy them for the time being. Maybe before she leaves, if she has some surplus points, she will consider buying them. Fan Tingjun listened and said, it should not only be the internet that can be used in the game area. I don't know about this, I don't know the details. Tang Ting replied. Fan Tingjun said directly, let's go and take a look. He had a feeling that the network of this network center might be very important to them. Then, as soon as Fan Tingjun entered, he saw Jin Manjun and his party inside. Seeing that Jin Manjun was obviously the person in charge, Fan Tingjun walked up and said hello, hello. Jin Manjun looked at Fan Tingjun and his party, and after taking a look, he said directly, I am an NPC in the virus zone. Which zone are you from? Desert area. Fan Tingjun was stunned for a moment, but still swallowed up X City. In the mouths of players and people in other game areas, perhaps the desert area is their business card. What do you want to ask me? Jin Manjun said directly. I heard that you have cooperated with Doomsday Resort Town before. How is the situation? Fan Tingjun asked. It was our mayor who talked about cooperation before. At that time, several games came directly to our country. Many cities were destroyed. The population was only 1 in 10, and some were even wiped out. The game area where the mayor was located was eliminated from the game area candidate list after the game was released because of cooperation with Doomsday Resort Town. Now it is the core of our country, and the special products of Doomsday Resort Town brought by him have been put into some key cities, and safe bases have been built to protect many of our people. Although our virus area is currently facing the threat of zombies, it is running well. With the help of Doomsday Resort Town, we are very confident to overcome the difficulties. As Jin Manjun spoke, she glanced at Fan Tingjun. Don't underestimate the Doomsday Resort Town. In addition, this network center sells mobile phones, computers, and signal towers. After purchasing them, we can escape the confinement of the Doomsday game and contact the outside world. If you can contact the outside world, I suggest you get the outside world ready as soon as possible. Once the natural disaster begins, it is very likely that you have been selected by the Doomsday game, and you should discuss it with the country. After that, Jin Manjun didn't say anything more. She said everything she could say. If the other party didn't value it, she couldn't do anything. But I think anyone with a little bit of brains would pay attention to it. Indeed, after listening to Jin Manjun's words, Fan Tingjun's heart sank, and he paid more attention to the Doomsday Resort Town. Thank you. Then he thanked Jin Manjun solemnly. He knew that the other party was calling him. He knew that because of his cautious attitude, he didn't trust the Doomsday Resort Town that much. But first there was Tang Ting, and then there was Jin Manjun. He also believed that the Doomsday Resort Town could bring many opportunities to their world. Take this network center for example. It can contact the outside world. This solves many of his current problems. You're welcome. We are all human beings. We should help each other. Jin Manjun replied. Yes, we are all human beings. Even if we are not in the same world, we have similar backgrounds, and we are compatriots. Then, after looking at the prices of mobile phones, computers, etc. in the network center, Fan Tingjun and his party said to Tang Ting, let's go to the apartment lobby. How can he redeem more points? There are also mobile phones, computers, and signal towers, which they also need to exchange quickly to contact the outside world. After a while, the group casually entered an apartment. In the lobby of the apartment, there were also players moving around. There are now 500 apartments, and each apartment has basic automatic sales cabinets and recycling cabinets. Many players don't want to squeeze in, so they naturally disperse. However, apartments closer to the main road are still very popular, so there will be more people living there, and more points will be exchanged. Especially the players in the virus zone. Tang Ting was jealous again. After looking at them with envy, she took Fan Tingjun and the others to the automatic sales counter. What is sold here is the goods currently available to players in the Doomsday Resort Town. Fan Tingjun and his party listened and nodded. The next moment, the people brought by Fan Tingjun quickly recorded them. Of course, there were also people queuing at the recycling cabinet. When it was their turn, someone registered their information while someone took out the things they brought from the backpack grid and put them into the recycling cabinet. Of course, the backpack grid they used belonged to Tang Ting. Before Tang Ting looked for Fan Tingjun, she had already bought some extra backpack grids in order to sell them to them. Of course, she didn't charge more, just 10 points for each backpack grid. She made money from the time difference. After a while, when all the backpack grids were emptied, Tang Ting's account had more than 200,000 yuan. Tang Ting looked at it, and swallowed her saliva. If it weren't for the restrictions in the Doomsday Resort town, she would have become rich overnight if she had cheated and run away. Then Tang Ting talked to Fan Tingjun about the points. Fan Tingjun nodded. This amount of points is a huge number for players, but for a game zone official, it is just a drop in the bucket. They need more. After returning, they can look for high point items more specifically. Then Fan Tingjun said to Tang Ting, "You first deduct the points from your backpack grid. In addition, I need to recruit some more players. Please help me hire them. 200 points a month, 8 hours of work a day, overtime pay for exceeding the time, and daily salary. As for you, I will give you 300 points every month. Do you think it's okay?" "Yes, yes," Tang Ting said without hesitation. Although she can earn some points if she works hard every day, everyone knows that it is easy to get in the early stage, but difficult in the later stage. And not all players are very strong. In this game, she just wants to earn some points in peace and stability, relax her body and mind that have been poisoned by the Doomsday game tea, and take this opportunity to arm herself so that she has enough survival capital in the next game area. There are probably many players who share the same plan with her. After all, not all players are combative. Especially with 200 points a month, plus fixed hours and overtime pay, many people are definitely willing. While responding, Tang Ting took out a pen and paper from her pocket, recorded the points, and then deducted them. After deducting the points, she also wrote the 6 words by backpack grid. Making the accounts clearer will benefit both parties. She thought that the other party would do it secretly. "It's troublesome," Fan Tingjun said to Tang Ting. "You're welcome. And the boss Gu you mentioned?" Fan Tingjun spoke subconsciously. "Boss Gu is at the city wall now. I go with you. Let's go to the network center first." As Fan Tingjun spoke, he also arranged for others to buy heat-resistant equipment and other goods. After all, according to what they learned, their desert area belongs to the extremely hot world. In the primary world, the temperature of the extremely hot world can rise to more than 100 degrees in a month, so heat-resistant equipment can be bought, as well as amphibious buses, shelters, and energy blocks. In short, there are too many things to do. They have to hurry up. "Yes," Tang Ting nodded. After a while, the group bought mobile phones, computers, and signal towers, and then headed towards the city gate. Gu Weiwei was on the city wall at the moment. After all, both game areas are now battlefields, so she is not bored watching them, and she can also accumulate experience. The octopus monsters and zombies have come out, and they are still a certain threat to the protective shield of the Doomsday Resort town. Gu Weiwei thought that this would not be an isolated case. The presence of defensive and offensive buildings in the Doomsday Landlady System Mall is enough to prove that even the extremely safe Doomsday Resort town is not absolutely safe. In the future, there may be such a time. When Fan Tingjun and his group appeared, she naturally noticed it. Seeing Tang Ting greet her enthusiastically, Gu Weiwei nodded and then motioned for them to come up. "Boss Gu, this is the representative from the desert area." Tang Ting took the initiative to introduce. "Hello." Fan Tingjun looked at Gu Weiwei and subconsciously saluted. Gu Weiwei also smiled, "Hello?" Then without saying anything, he took out some invitations and handed them to Fan Tingjun. "These invitations should be enough for you." Fan Tingjun took them without hesitation, and then couldn't help but said to Gu Weiwei, "Does the Doomsday Resort town allow more people to come in?" Gu Weiwei listened and shook her head. "No, you can't stay here overnight. What are you doing here?" Fan Tingjun was a little disappointed. He just wanted to confirm it in person. "Thank you. I plan to go back and make arrangements first. I won't bother Mr. Gu. We can talk later." After thanking him, Fan Tingjun said goodbye. He knew Gu Weiwei's character from Tang Ting, so he naturally didn't want to bother her anymore. Now the most important thing was to come forward and recognize her. "Yes." Gu Weiwei nodded, and then watched them leave. Through the purchase records, she naturally knew why Fan Tingjun was in a hurry to leave. If they can contact the outside world sooner, the decision-making in the desert area may be better. In addition, the news of the Doomsday game can be spread. After all, the desert area is experiencing the Doomsday game for the first time and knows nothing about it. This means that the world where the desert area is located has either never had a Doomsday game or has just appeared, so the news has been suppressed. Watching the world being pulled into the Doomsday game one by one, Gu Weiwei felt uncomfortable. When she first obtained the Doomsday Landlady system, she just thought that she could take care of herself. But as the Doomsday Resort town developed, she saw the miserable state of players and NPCs under the control of the Doomsday game, and it was hard for her thoughts not to be affected. She gradually figured it out. It's okay to provide some help to players and NPCs as long as she can protect herself. Especially NPCs. No matter what the purpose of the Doomsday game is, as long as there are people alive in these worlds, she believes that they will fight to the end. As long as there is resistance, there is hope. After watching Fan Tingjun and his party drive away, Gu Weiwei retracted her gaze and finally cast her eyes on the fog area. Now only the fog area is left. The next moment, Gu Weiwei directly clicked on the Doomsday forum. There should be information about the fog area on it. After all, there are still hundreds of thousands of fog area players outside. Chapter 81. The Doomsday forum can be very lively at this time. Even if many players are not free, it is still the first day of the game after all. In addition, there are many people, and the forum posts on the front page are updated all the time. Of course, most of them are still in the dating section. After all, the dating section can form a team and gain more survival capital in the game area. As the administrator of the Doomsday forum, Gu Weiwei saw that thousands of chat groups were established in the dating section, and these groups were established by players in the same game area. Watching them analyze the situation in the game area through the chat group and reach a cooperation to survive together, Gu Weiwei's mouth curled slightly, and then returned to the homepage. The posts on the homepage were mixed, and Gu Weiwei directly searched for the Intermediate Field 1 of the Misty Area, and many related posts quickly appeared. Intermediate Field 1 of the Misty Area. Damn, the monsters have evolved. Intermediate Field 1 of the Misty Area. Who knows? I just made a little noise when I was sleeping, and I was captured by the monster directly. Fortunately, I had a weapon to cut off the opponent's whiskers, so I escaped from death. Intermediate Field 1 of the Misty Area. Is this the difficulty of the Intermediate Field? The game started on the first day. Miss Zone Intermediate Field Area 1. Players in the Doomsday Resort Town. What is it like in the Doomsday Resort Town? Miss Zone Intermediate Field Area 1. We are in the virus area next to the Doomsday Resort Town. We are so lucky. Here is a friendly reminder. If the natural disaster is zombies, players should pay attention. The crystal cores in the zombies' heads are very useful. You can exchange for 10 points when you encounter the Doomsday Resort Town. 10 points for 1 crystal. Miss Zone Intermediate Field Area 1. We found the survivor base. I didn't expect them to hide underground. It was relatively safe, and we spent a peaceful night. Miss Zone Intermediate Field Area 1. I was also in the survivor base. The survivor said that the fog in the fog zone has appeared for several months. This fog has affected the whole world. At the beginning, there was only fog, and monsters and other things appeared later. This city is a monster, but the disasters in other cities seem to be different. Because the monsters in this city are active on the ground, the official has built an underground temporary shelter according to local conditions. After browsing these posts, Gu Weiwei roughly knew the current situation in the foggy area. The ground in the foggy area was pitch black, because the authorities changed the power transmission to underground, and the ground was basically abandoned. The reason why there is no network is to save power. Only the local area network can be used in the underground shelter, and the underground shelters have their own unique way of communication. Then, I clicked on the post about the Doomsday Resort Town and read it. Intermediate Field Zone 1 in the Mist Zone. Players in the Doomsday Resort Town. What is it like in the Doomsday Resort Town? Good, very good. I strongly recommend players to come to the Doomsday Resort Town as soon as possible. I slept the most peaceful sleep I have ever had since I started playing games. And the Doomsday Resort Town will also help us deal with octopus monsters. Today we killed 3 octopus monsters, then dismembered them on the spot, put them in the purification trash can, and exchanged them for a lot of points. Octopus monster? Who named it? It's quite appropriate. I thought centipede monster was more appropriate, because it has too many whiskers. After all, except for the extra 2 whiskers, the appearance is quite similar. I've only seen the whiskers of the monster, and I haven't had the chance to see the monster itself. Now I can imagine it. Monsters can be exchanged for points? I instantly feel motivated. You can exchange a lot, but the most valuable thing should be a crystal core under its belly, which is said to be worth 1,000 points. 1,000 points? How come I haven't heard of it? It was a player who got the meat from the monster's belly. After throwing it into the purification trash can, a reward of more than 1,000 points suddenly popped up. He just found out. Anyway, including the meat from the octopus monster, the whole monster has more than 2,000 points. Let's fight. Now some octopus monsters have been attracted outside the Doomsday Resort Town. I think the players in the Doomsday Resort Town should be careful, otherwise, it will be bad if they are accidentally injured by the octopus monsters. You can't just ignore so many of us players for points. But we go out to kill the octopus monsters and face life-threatening situations. Don't be so selfish. That's right. And don't you believe in the Doomsday Resort? You don't believe in it and don't come, but you blame us. It's ridiculous. Actually, there is a solution. The buses in the Doomsday Resort can avoid monster attacks. Our team will drive to the city today. Each person gets 10 points. Come if you are willing. 10 points, robbery. No. As long as you come to the Doomsday Resort town, you can earn more than 10 points, absolutely no loss. Our team runs a mobile store, driving the Doomsday Resort town bus to sell various supplies, equipment, potions, and weapons. If you need them, you can make an appointment in advance to buy them. You can also pre-order various goods in advance. Group number XXXX. If you don't have points, we also collect gold, or and other resources. Fuck, the guy above is really good at business. Hee fuck, thanks to Doomsday Resort Town for giving me the opportunity. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei paused. Then she chuckled. It seems that I really don't need to worry too much. The players in the fog area have such a big move, so there is no need to worry about the players outside not being able to come in, or not being able to contact the NPC. Since the NPCs have the ability to build official bases, they will definitely pay attention to the movements on the road. At that time, they will definitely discover the existence of the players, and there is a high probability that they will cooperate later. As the game progresses, the players have become more and more powerful. I just don't know if the invitation letters can be put in the automatic sales cabinet for players to withdraw by themselves. Hundreds of thousands of players collect invitation letters and release them. When they encounter the Doomsday Resort town in the future, they will be inspired. The official will be able to know the existence of the Doomsday Resort town at the first time, which will save a lot of trouble in the future. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei directly asked the system tentatively. In fact, since Gu Weiwei realized that the system behind her is not a stereotyped existence, she will subconsciously ask for help when she needs help. Anyway, it's fine if it works. If it doesn't, she won't lose anything. Just keep contacting the official to send an invitation. She just thinks that this operation will definitely work. After all, the existence behind the system must have made a lot of money through the recycling cabinet. By cooperating with the official NPC, he will only make more and more money. Congratulations to the host, triggering the special product invitation. Limited conditions. 1. The upper limit for each game area is 10,000. 2. Only official personnel can receive it, otherwise it will not be triggered. Looking at the new notification on the panel, Gu Weiwei smiled. It really works. The next moment, she directly clicked on the automatic sales cabinet, added an invitation letter to the special products, and added restrictions. After adding it, Gu Weiwei let out a long sigh. I hope that in the future, I don't have to find the official NPC and let them come to me. As for what the players can get through the invitation letter, that is the reward they deserve. This seems to be more convenient than her trying to contact the official in every game area, and at the same time, more news can be spread to more worlds through players. The only pity now is that more players didn't get it in the primary field. But think about it, as the Doomsday game field progresses, she thinks that the primary field will become less and less, and it's not too late now that it's only the 5th game. After doing this, Gu Weiwei plans to check the situation in the fog area later. At least so far, the fog area is within the controllable range, and she also hopes to see the power of the players. At this time, many players did notice the extra invitations on the vending machine. Fuck, the invitation is free. Before, didn't Boss Gu have to get it in person? Maybe Boss Gu doesn't want to be a tool to deliver invitations every day. Haha, if I have the ability of Boss Gu and a Doomsday Resort town, I would also want to lie down every day. Leave these tasks to us. We will definitely arrange the invitations well. But there are restrictions, and it can only be handed over to official personnel. Official personnel can also do it, more reliable. The most important thing is that the reward is enough. If you have the ability, you should be able to negotiate the terms. And there is no limit on the quantity. Players can take some and hand them over to the official NPCs in other game areas to let them know the existence of the Doomsday Resort town. It will only benefit them when they encounter it in the future. Then should we prepare some equipment as well? If you want to prepare more, you must consider your own strength. If you are strong, you can consider it. That's right. Otherwise, you have to work hard to buy a lot of things, but don't let others use them as wedding clothes. If you can find a Doomsday Resort town in every game area, why worry about players turning bad? Yes, because it's obviously easier to pass the level by cooperating with each other than killing each other. Those who kill will be killed. I don't think that players who come here by robbing can make it to the end. Yes. The players at the scene had some discussions because of the invitation letter released by Gu Weiwei. Such discussions also extended to the Doomsday Forum. The Doomsday Resort Town provides free invitations to players. Please explain what an invitation is. It is a certificate that allows NPCs to enter the Doomsday Resort Town. Fuck, this is a good thing. Is it free? If you sell this to NPCs, you can sell it for a sky-high price. Does it really not require points? It's definitely not, but there are restrictions, and it can only be given to official personnel. This Doomsday Resort Town actually still discriminates. Ordinary NPCs don't need to survive. What nonsense is said above? The invitation letter can only be used in the game area where the Doomsday Resort Town is located. After the official NPC gets it, they can mobilize resources to the greatest extent. At least in the game area I have experienced before, many NPCs survive because of the official's proper management. It is completely different from before. So this invitation letter may not be useful. Yes, but it's free. In that case, you should get more. If you see us who don't have some in the future, please send some to us. When we go to other game areas, we can also give them out. Give. If you have invitations, just sell them to us. You can definitely get a lot of things in exchange with the official. Don't raise the price. Isn't it free? It's not free if you resell it. Whether it's good or not, one thing is certain, distributing invitations will benefit us, so you should take them openly. On the Doomsday Forum, countless players were very excited about the invitation. The name of Doomsday Resort Town was also well known to many players. Because many players mentioned it, most of them praised it highly. After a while, many people knew about its magic. Of course, there were still some doubts in their hearts, but what if it was true? The more they knew, the more they would come in handy when they encountered it. Of course, no matter how many players joined the discussion on the Doomsday Forum, the players of Doomsday Resort Town on site did line up in front of the automatic sales counter. Since we can sell points in the future and it's free, why not take it for nothing? And several teams of players who plan to go to the Mist Zone are among them. Should we get some too? Take them to the Mist Zone and see if we can meet officials and sell them to them. Is that a good idea? What's wrong with that? Didn't officials from the other two zones appear in the Doomsday Resort Town? The invitation in their hands was given by Boss Gu. Maybe this invitation was given by Boss Xie because he didn't want to do it himself. Then have someone give more, and then we set off immediately. Okay. Hurry up, or we let others get ahead. The market is so big. The earlier we get there, the more we earn, and we can also make a profit from the price difference. It'd be harder the later we get there. That's right. Brother, you're going to do business outside? Are you still short of people? Yes, but our team has requirements. What requirements? Come, let's talk in private. In the entire Doomsday Resort Town, players have become active one by one. Players in the Desert Zone and Virus Zone were reminded by players in the Fog Zone, and are also preparing to start doing business one by one. Although the Virus Zone and Desert Zone are under official control, aren't there people in the private sector? People. They are all potential customers. Soon, it can be said that all the players in the Doomsday Resort Town came out in full force. Chapter 82. Misty Area. It was evening now, and the sun was still emitting its last bit of residual heat. Although the mist blocked most people's sight, everyone could still see within a short distance. After many players saw on the Doomsday Forum that players from the Doomsday Resort Town would drive to pick them up, some of them left the shelter directly and began to wait by some main roads. Many of them had already come out during the day, and they were looting some gold shops. After all, after the Doomsday Forum was opened, they already knew that gold was also the hard currency of the Doomsday Resort Town. They wanted to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, so they naturally couldn't miss this good opportunity. At this time, the location they chose was a crossroads. Such a place could see all directions. At least it was easy to hear where there was movement, and it was also easy to avoid the threat of monsters. Although the monsters have evolved now, and can see people at close range, players who have experienced several games have more or less something in their hands. They survived and got some points. No matter how much they hated the Doomsday game, they had to use these points to exchange for equipment. After all, equipment was used to save their lives. Will they really come? They will come, but there is one thing. Will they really not attract the attention of monsters? The monsters are too big. In fact, if it was just one monster, we would definitely be able to beat it, but unfortunately, as soon as there was a movement, a bunch of them came. You don't know how excited I was when I heard that monsters could be exchanged for at least 2,000 points. Haha, I'm also tempted, but our strength is what limits us. We should go to the Doomsday Resort town as soon as possible. At least there, we can get a share of the pie. That's right. I'm just afraid that the Doomsday Resort town is not as good as I imagined. If it's not as good as I imagined, just leave. Anyway, there are so many of us. That's right. Then do you want us to set up a group chat directly? Sure. By the way, change the discussion place to the forum, otherwise it will be bad if the subtle voice attracts players. The players looked around and saw no trace of monsters, so they discussed in low voices, but in the end, they were ready to move the battlefield. When they heard that they were going to continue the discussion in the Doomsday Forum, a small group of people in their team instantly became nervous, but when they saw the others staring blankly at what was in front of them, they also imitated them. After a moment, suddenly, they heard a movement nearby. Everyone instantly became alert, and seemed to hold their breath. Is it a monster? When everyone stretched their heads to check, they saw a car head suddenly appeared in the fog. When they saw the car head, they were extremely nervous. It's coming! It's finally here! Someone waved at the bus frantically. After seeing the people, the bus sped up. When the players saw the bus making such a noise, they were shocked. Aren't you afraid of attracting monsters? Just when they were thinking about this, a familiar vibration came over them. There were obviously several monsters coming from behind the bus. The players widened their eyes. Is the bus still safe? So many monsters are chasing and blocking it? Just when the players were thinking about whether to hide in the building, a monster had already quickly attacked the bus. They thought the bus would be smashed by the monster's whiskers, but they saw that the bus was not damaged at all. The monster's whiskers seemed to be tickling the bus. Instantly, their steps stopped. Holy crap! Awesome! No wonder they have the courage to wander around in this place full of monsters. While they were thinking, the bus had already accelerated to their front. As soon as the door opened, someone on the bus said, "Get on the bus." The players saw this, and quickly got on the bus. After getting on the bus, they had a deeper understanding of the safety of the bus. They saw with their own eyes that the monster Shushu, who had plundered countless lives, was helpless in front of the bus. This bus is really awesome. This is the popular Amphibious bus in the Doomsday Resort town. I heard it can travel in water and fire? I didn't expect the defense function is so strong. If it is not strong, how can it defend against water and fire? But I heard that the stronger the attack, the more energy blocks are needed. The running points plus the original points will cost a lot of points. Anyway, not many people can afford it. But it is really useful. If I have such a car, I will be very happy. Me too. At least I can travel across most game areas. Try to make more money and buy one. Brother, who bought this bus? When the players were chatting, they were full of praise for the Amphibious bus and their desire to own a bus. They still lacked enough savings to buy a bus. Even if they had, they couldn't put all of it on the bus. They had to have some risk resistance. At the end of the conversation, they focused on the original people on the bus. We bought it as a team. We make money first. Whoever wants the car will pay for it. Lulun responded and continued, I'm starting to collect the ticket money now. 10 points per person. Okay. The players responded one after another. This was agreed in advance. Then Lulun started from the first row and collected the tickets one by one. All the way to the back row. What about yours? We don't have many points on hand. Can I give you gold? The team that was asked was nervous, and finally it was Ji Zebing, the leader, who spoke up. Lulun didn't doubt it, and said directly, Sure, but 10 points requires a lot of gold. Did you bring it? Yes. Ji Zebing responded, then took off the bag from his body, opened it, and handed it to Lulun. How much do you think is appropriate? Lulun looked at the bag full of gold, and then looked at the team that was carrying the same backpack, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then looked at a few people. Are you not players? Ji Zebing and the others tensed up as they listened. The other party had discovered it so quickly. Do you want to admit it? Seeing the other party's entanglement, Lulun smiled, and then said calmly, It's not that players can't enter the Doomsday Resort town. You can't enter there even if you pretend to be players. Lulun thought it was quite fun. He had pretended to be an NPC in the previous game area, but this was the first time he saw an NPC pretending to be a player. Ji Zebing listened and was silent. They naturally knew this, but they just wanted to confirm where the Doomsday Resort town these players were talking about was. At first, they were because some strangers suddenly appeared. Although these strangers were in a very bad state, they were all tough guys. Unlike ordinary survivors, they had people secretly monitoring their situation, and even found ways to get into their circle. They collected a lot of gold, and the official also collected it. After seeing that they knew there was danger outside, they were still brave enough to go out in groups, so they were sent out. Then, they learned about the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town from them, and learned about the magic of the Doomsday Resort Town, and witnessed it with their own eyes. Naturally, they hoped to go deep inside, and get more information to see if they could help their city survive the difficulties. I just didn't expect to be discovered so soon. If we can't go, you won't take us there? Ji Zebang thought and admitted it. It's hard to pretend to be a player, so just be honest. From his brief understanding, these players are not bad. Li Lun looked at Ji Zebang and admitted it directly, chuckled, and then took out an invitation letter. You are official, you should be able to enter. Seeing this, Ji Zebang took the invitation letter from Li Lun. The moment he opened it, he saw 3 more words on the invitation. Ji Zebang. Looking at this scene, Ji Zebang's pupil shrank. This is the Doomsday Resort Town open to all players for free. It allows non-players to enter the Doomsday Resort Town, but it is limited to official personnel. This one is free for you. For the others, 1 for 2 points. Do you want it? Li Lun said excitedly. They have to rely on them to enter this time. It's not too much to exchange for 2 points for free. Okay. Ji Zebang agreed without hesitation. Then, the two sides reached an agreement on the points account. As soon as the discussion was over, the surrounding players surrounded them. You are actually NPCs. When did you infiltrate us? We didn't even notice it. Fuck, you are really good at disguising yourself. I thought you were really players. I think we hid well, but you actually found out that we are different from you. The players looked at Ji Zebang and the others curiously. After all, they thought they were all very low-key. As you know, our city has been shrouded in fog for a long time, and the members of the shelter are relatively fixed. You are all new faces. Under normal circumstances, there won't be so many survivors running around. In addition, your mental state is different from other survivors. Although there are underground shelters and official comfort, most of the survivors feel fear because of this sudden disaster. Especially after the monsters appear, their spirits are even more tense. But the mental state of these players is not to say that they are not nervous, but they are more easygoing. Under the combination of multiple conditions, they will suspect them. Then you are also very powerful. The players sighed. Seeing that their identities were exposed, the players did not show any malice, and Ji Zebang immediately climbed up the pole and asked about the situation. Is the Doomsday game the game you play? Is it real or illusory? What are we to you? What do you mean by other game zones? Are we going to be like this for the whole world? When will it end? The players listened, looked at each other, and finally explained one after another. We were forcibly dragged into the Doomsday game, and if we die, we should really die. Your world is naturally real, and you are victims like us. The Doomsday game sets your world into various game zones. These natural disasters are not only persecuting you, but also persecuting our lives. The same world will generate different game areas, and the disasters may also be different. You are not the only world that has suffered disasters. We have experienced 5 games and 5 different worlds. The Doomsday game mentioned that if we can pass the game, our world will return to normal, but how many games will it take to pass the game? It didn't say, and we don't know. We have been taking one step at a time. When talking about this topic, the players also put away their playful smiles. After all, it is really heavy. Ji Zebang and others listened, and their hearts could not help but sink. I don't know how many worlds are involved. The Doomsday game has such a great power. Such existence, they are like ants. Can they survive? Seeing that Ji Zebang and others were also worried, the players returned to their previous playful smiles. Don't think too much, things have happened, and worrying can't change the ending. Just take it one step at a time like us. Just try to live. Maybe one day, the truth will be revealed to us. Fortunately, there is the Doomsday Resort, which gives us another ray of hope. The Doomsday Resort is definitely different from the Doomsday game, and it also belongs to the mysterious power. Thank you. Ji Zebang also understood their good intentions, and thanked them sincerely. Afterwards, the bus kept picking up people along the way, and Ji Zebang and his party followed the bus to look at the scenery outside. This was their former city, and it was undergoing a huge change. Will humans perish in such a huge change? Damn, they are killing monsters. Inside the bus, the players exclaimed excitedly. Ji Zebang and others came back to their senses and looked outside. At a glance, they saw countless monsters gathered together, and countless people below were fighting these monsters with weapons. They looked so small in front of the monsters, but in fact, they contained powerful power. At this moment, Ji Zebang's heart was a little more confident. No matter what the final result is, they will not give up the chance to survive. Finally, Ji Zebang's eyes were cast on the Doomsday Resort town behind the battlefield. If what the player said was true, then the Doomsday Resort town was their chance. Chapter 83. Virus Zone. Jean Manjun has returned to the base with the goods purchased from the Doomsday Resort town. As soon as they entered the base, most of the personnel were busy. After all, only by working can they obtain points and survive. Of course, the things earned from this kind of work can only barely maintain food and clothing, and more is impossible. But even so, it is already very good in the Doomsday. The environment outside is even more difficult. Many of them escaped from the outside and came to the official base. Only after staying in the private base can you know that the official base treats people as human beings. But even if you understand this truth, many people are still in a bad mood. After all, the current life is too different from the past life. Every day feels like a torture. Hey, I used to eat a whole box of lunch, and I only poured half of it. Now think about it, it's really a sin. Don't talk about the past, just thinking about it makes me hungry. Barbecue, hamburgers, grilled fish, cakes, spicy hot pot. Don't talk about it, you can't eat it anyway. You can't eat it, can't you just talk about it? Oh, I don't know when our world can be restored to its previous state. It's difficult. There are different disasters in various parts of the world due to meteorites, and various viruses are raging. Among these viruses, the zombie virus is a type that can be dealt with. Oh yes, where can we go after leaving S City? Life is getting harder and harder. Actually, searching for supplies is pretty good, at least the income is high, and sometimes you can eat a lot of snacks you've eaten before. But it's too dangerous. Once you get hurt, you're likely to turn into a zombie and become one of the ones to be destroyed. The main reason is that the mortality rate is too high, and the effort is not proportional. Speaking of which, the pay for killing zombies seems to have improved a lot now. That's because zombies have evolved. There are crystal cores in their heads. I heard that crystal cores are useful. What's the use? Can it give people superpowers? Anyway, I just saw a lot of survivors carrying weapons out, saying they were going to kill zombies. I feel that zombie crystal cores must be useful. So what if they are useful? Now that zombies have evolved, do you have the ability to kill them? Let's see what happens. If the benefits of the crystal core are great enough, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. The survivors murmured to each other. This has become the norm in the base. One is to vent emotions, and the other is to communicate to get the latest information in the base and look for opportunities. It was also at this time that the survivors noticed the buses returning from outside the base. Hey, are there still buses operating now? The gas station was taken over by the authorities before, and the authorities have a lot of gasoline. They need to use buses, so it's not unusual to bring a few back. But won't the zombies find you if you drive and attack you? Won't so many buses attract zombies? It should be the authorities who are dispatched. Did they pick someone up? In the curious eyes of the survivors, Jean Manjun led the people out of the car. At the end of the car, there were a few cars belonging to the players of the Doomsday Resort town. They came with Jean Manjun. Jean Manjun thought of the millions of survivors in the base. Their lives really needed new stimulation. The arrival of the players would make them truly understand that the world has changed. In fact, they have been thinking about how to make the survivors adapt. Now, the existence of the Doomsday Resort town is an opportunity. Before, the survivors all thought that the end of the world was caused by a virus brought by meteorites from outer space. The existence of the Doomsday game was only spread in a small area because of the disaster, and most people didn't know about it. Now, it's time to know. You can move freely in the base, but you also need to abide by the rules of our base. Jean Manjun thought and reminded. These players have experienced multiple disasters and have various plugins. They are much stronger than the survivors in their world. No matter from which aspect, it needs to be mentioned. Although she knew that there were many players hiding in the base. Of course, she was more relieved about the players in the Doomsday Resort. After all, there was a sin value hanging over the players' heads. As long as the players wanted to enter the Doomsday Resort to get supplements in the future, they would definitely restrain themselves. People are most afraid of having no bottom line. Doomsday games have always made people lose their bottom line. These players who have to go through difficulties again and again in the game area are more likely to lose their bottom line than those who suffer in their hometown. Jean Manjun thought, maybe, they should really be thankful for the appearance of the Doomsday Resort town, which gave these players hope. Otherwise the existence of these players would most likely be a disaster for these local survivors, because these players also want to live. Sometimes, hope is really important. Don't worry, we won't mess around. Go and do your own thing, the players urged. The news that 1 crystal core equals 10 points is not only known to the players, but also to the official NPCs. They will definitely kill zombies vigorously next, and a large number of points will appear. More people have points, which means there is a vast market here. They are here to explore and occupy the market. The most important point is that there are many people here, and there are many zombies, which makes it easier for them to kill zombies. Originally, they had no confidence in the NPC base, but who let the NPCs in this game area rely on the Doomsday Resort Town. With the Doomsday Resort Town, the official NPCs in this game area can arm themselves by purchasing goods, and the safety index is rising. Seeing this, Jean Manjun nodded, and then directed the personnel she brought with her to send some of them directly to the warehouse to deliver the supplies, equipment, and weapons, while she went directly to meet Sherwinjin. The gains from this trip were much more than she had imagined. Sherwinjin looked at the excited Jean Manjun, and knew that the other party must have obtained something good, something better than the original plan. The Doomsday Resort Town collects crystal cores. 1 crystal core equals 10 points, and the Doomsday Resort Town also equipped us with a purification trash can and a castrated vending machine. Putting zombies into the purification trash can get a reward ranging from 0.5 to 1 point. As for the castrated vending machine, there are 10 kinds of goods for us to buy, and they will not disappear with the departure of the Doomsday Resort Town, but will always exist. This matter is of vital importance to Jean Manjun, and it is related to the future of their world. It is more important than being able to contact the outside world. Sherwinjin had long guessed that this time he would gain a lot, but what Jean Manjun said was beyond his imagination. Unconsciously, his eyes were red. This is excitement. Good, good, it's really great. As Sherwinjin spoke, his emotions gradually calmed down. Tell me in detail about the appearance of these things. The Doomsday Resort didn't have these things before. Jean Manjun told the story seriously. After listening, Sherwinjin looked thoughtful. The Doomsday Resort is constantly developing. It should be triggered by some reasons. Zombie crystal cores are energy. The Doomsday Resort may also need energy, so they are willing to take action. Then do we need to exchange all the crystal cores we have produced for the Doomsday Resort? Jean Manjun couldn't help asking. They can also study the crystal cores. Switch, we only need to keep some for research. After all, our technology is not that advanced yet. If we switch to energy blocks, they can be used for a longer time, and we can also have enough points to buy other things. Sherwinjin made a decision quickly. People should have a basic understanding of their own strength. Maybe they can research it in the future, but definitely not now. In addition, he still doesn't want zombies to exist in his world forever. If possible, if there is a chance, he still wants zombies to disappear completely from their world. As for energy, they can think of other ways. Jean Manjun understood Sherwinjin's meaning after thinking about it, and then said, I bought a purified trash can and a castrated vending machine. Can they be placed in our base? In addition, we can encourage the survivors in the base to kill zombies and obtain living capital. Speaking of which, the population of S City is more than 20 million, and it is the first city to have the zombie virus. The number of zombies in the entire city is probably about 20 million. If the game area is not blocked, the number will probably be even greater. Now that zombies and zombie cores are valuable, and with the help of players, Jean Manjun feels that perhaps all zombies can be eliminated as much as possible within this month, and then the protection area of the shelter can be expanded to turn City S into the second City A. In this way, their country will have the capital to deal with the Doomsday game and recover the lost territory bit by bit. Experts in their country have studied it. Although the Doomsday game is powerful, this kind of high-tech thing must have some limitations. They only need to slowly find its limitations through confrontation with the opponent, and then they will have the time to fight back. Even if this time is very long, they will definitely persevere. Now with the Doomsday Resort Town plugin, they are more confident. Okay. Sherwinjin nodded. Speaking of which, although Jean Manjun listened to her, to a certain extent, the two were on the same level, and the other party was also directly under the state. Then I will arrange it directly. Jean Manjun said without hesitation. Sherwinjin nodded again. Then Jean Manjun immediately went to arrange it, and Sherwinjin also asked his people to cooperate with Jean Manjun. As for him, he took the cell phone, computer, signal tower, etc. that Jean Manjun had brought back and started to contact Country A. After a while, as the communication was restored, the two sides had an excited exchange. Various information continued to pour in. With the recognition of the country, Sherwinjin could call on all the resources of City S and try his best to exchange for enough Doomsday Resort Town goods. And at this moment, because of Jean Monjuan's public announcement, the entire security base went crazy. Zombie crystal cores can be exchanged for points, and then exchanged for supplies, and even corpses can be exchanged. Oh my god, one zombie core costs 10 points, which can be exchanged for 4 bottles of water at the official base. Not only water, but also set meals. The vegetable set meal costs 2.5 points, and the braised pork set meal only costs 3.5 points. How come you only see food and don't see the weapons, equipment, and potions below? How come this is like a game, with shields and other things appearing? Is it true? This is the official base. They can't be lying to us. Wow, that's great. It seems that our world has changed dramatically. I saw it online before, saying that our world was invaded by some Doomsday game, but no one seemed to believe it, and thought it was a meteorite disaster. Now the official has admitted it. I'm afraid it can't be concealed. But where did these foods, weapons, etc. come from? Why do they seem to have suddenly appeared? You saw the car that was transported back from the official base before, and it said Doomsday Resort Town. I'm afraid it came from this place. Does the Doomsday Resort Town have anything to do with the Doomsday game? It shouldn't be related. If it is related, how could the official buy it there? No matter. I'm going to kill zombies tomorrow anyway. Anyone want to join me? Yes. Let's go together. Whether we can live a good life depends on now. Through the official notice, the survivors gradually uncovered the truth of this world. But at this moment, they were not panicked, because they had a way to survive. Just when the survivors were happy, the players who had come to the Doomsday Resort Town before were instantly excited. They immediately found a place on the open space, and started to set up a stall. Points are used to recycle gold, or metals. 10 points can be exchanged for 5 bottles of water. Steamed buns and white porridge only cost 1 point. Weapons, equipment, and potions are sold. What they earn is the price difference of gold and other items. At the same time, they also sell goods that are not available in the base, which also makes a little difference. Of course, they sold the relatively low-priced items, such as water and steamed buns, at the original price, as a benefit to the survivors. The next moment, countless survivors also flocked to their stalls. The news spread throughout the base in a short time. Countless people brought their gold and jade to exchange. There were men, women, young and old, the old, weak and disabled. For them, the existence of players is also hope. For a while, the whole base became lively. Of course, more people were looking at the zombies outside the base eagerly. Before today, zombies were the monsters they feared and wanted to stay away from them. After today, zombies are their goal, and they must get rid of them as soon as possible. The official also knew about the players' movements in the base. The official had no idea about the players' behavior, and was even happy to see it happen. After all, the players were also the carriers of materials. They sold them to the survivors at a lower price, which could reduce their pressure and give the survivors more choices. The players who were still in the base, seeing the players of Doomsday Resort Town prospering, and seeing the official NPCs cooperating with Doomsday Resort Town, and having so many good things, couldn't help themselves. Immediately, they also went out in groups to kill zombies. They planned to go shopping in Doomsday Resort Town after earning enough crystal cores. As more and more people were mobilized, the entire base was no longer as dead as before. He was alive. Chapter 84. Desert Area. Van Ting Jun and his party returned directly to the office area. As a result, the entrance of their government building was directly surrounded by countless residents. Why can't we contact the outside world? The car can't drive out. What is going on? The government shouldn't hide it from us. Now it's dry weather, and we rely on external aid for food and drink. What should we do if we lose contact with the outside world? Many stores can't buy anything. We don't have too many things stored at home. When the residents questioned, they looked very nervous. How could they not be nervous? Without supplies and water, their city can't last too long. The supplies just arrived 2 days ago. As long as it goes on normally, it can last for more than a month. According to the news we received, our city will be able to return to normal in a month. Mayor Yu Zhenglan stood up to comfort them. 1 month? Is it really 1 month? Yes, I promise. Yu Zhenglan said without hesitation. The existence of those players cannot be fake. Since they said the game lasts for 1 month, it must be 1 month. It's just 1 month, and they don't know what will happen. Thinking of the extremely high mortality rate mentioned by the players, Yu Zhenglan's heart also sank unconsciously. It's unknown what Fan Tingjun and his team gained from going to the Doomsday Resort Town. Looking at Yu Zhenglan's solemn look, the residents were silent. They didn't know whether they should trust Yu Zhonglan. When can we buy supplies? Then we will sell supplies and water in official stores, and each person will be limited to purchase. Yu Zhonglan replied that it was impossible to have no restrictions like before. In fact, not only this batch of supplies, but also the remaining supplies in City X, were taken over by the military as soon as possible to prevent residents from hoarding large quantities of goods. This was also the reason why the residents were making a fuss. Without food or drink, the residents' sense of security is seriously lacking. Now that they heard that they could buy, but there were purchase restrictions, the residents calmed down a little. They couldn't hoard goods, and neither could others. Besides, there was government control, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yu Zhonglan saw that their emotions had eased, and when she was about to speak, several buses drove over in the distance. 2 of them were playing loudspeakers. Long-term high-price recycling of gold, or metals. We sell parasols, heat-resistant clothing, heat-resistant boots. We sell mineral water, braised pork set meal, vegetable set meal, porridge, steamed buns, mung bean soup. Hearing these voices, Yu Zhonglan's eyes flickered. Is it those players? The residents' attention was also attracted involuntarily. What's going on? These buses also sell supplies? What are heat-resistant equipment? Is it useful? I don't know, but you can try it. The weather is really too hot recently. Do you recycle gold, or metal, any metal? The official purchase limit? They should not have purchase limits. Can I buy it with money? Not sure, go ask. The residents left and headed towards the car with a loudspeaker. Can I buy it with money? No, I can exchange it for metal or gold, etc. Can I buy a jade bracelet? Yes, but it needs to be real jade. Is there a purchase limit on water? No limit. When they heard that there was no purchase limit, the residents were a little excited. Many people have some gold jewelry at home. During this special period, they should change it. After all, they can buy it again after this difficult time. Some people have already gone home to get their things. In addition, some people have thought about going to the gold shop to buy some gold. They are afraid that after the world is in chaos, money will be useless, and gold is still practical. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhonglan felt relieved. No matter what the player's purpose was, at least they temporarily appeased the people. Most importantly, they definitely had enough supplies. The next moment, Yu Zhonglan looked at other buses. Fan Tingjun should be inside. The next moment, the bus stopped outside the gate of the government center. Fan Tingjun came down with a few backpacks. Yu Zhonglan saw Fan Tingjun, nodded slightly, and then asked other staff to continue to check the situation, and she followed Fan Tingjun's team to the meeting room. There were already many people waiting in the meeting room. After all, such news could not be concealed at all. When they saw Fan Tingjun, they could not help but, what is the situation? Are they really harmless to us? Does our current situation have anything to do with them? Several questions were asked directly to Fan Tingjun, with a somewhat anxious look on his face. They had already confirmed that their entire city of X had lost contact with the outside world. In the morning, when some residents tried to leave by land, they could not get out at all. The earliest one had a car accident and was sent directly to the hospital. Some people even want to bravely walk into the no man's land. Fan Tingjun looked at their anxious looks and said directly, there are indeed Doomsday resort towns and players, but they have no ill will towards us. Our situation here has nothing to do with them. It is related to the existence of a Doomsday game. The Doomsday game has turned our city into a game area. These players need to survive in our city for 30 days to pass the level. In addition, the Doomsday game has never invaded just one city. If nothing unexpected happens, our entire world will be invaded, but the time it becomes a game area varies. These are all confirmed news. In the Doomsday resort town, I also saw players from 2 other game areas. They are from 2 other worlds. They are in the same intermediate game area as us. One is a fog area. There are 10-meter-high monsters in the fog that eat people. The other is a virus area with zombie viruses that also eat people. Following Fan Tingjun's description, Yu Zhonglan and others were really dumbfounded. When they heard about it before, they all thought it was incredible, just like a science fiction movie. But Fan Tingjun confirmed it, and it was really confirmed. Everything is true, aren't they in danger? Is there any solution to the Doomsday resort town? Yu Zhonglan asked directly. There is no way. If a natural disaster really comes, we have no choice but to deal with it. There is a way to deal with it, which is to buy a shelter and build our city into a shelter. At least it can protect people, but the shelter needs energy blocks to maintain it, and energy blocks require a lot of points. Fan Tingjun repeated the details. We do have minerals, cultural relics and other resources in City X, and they can be exchanged for points. But can we prepare for them? Yes, we must. Yu Zhonglan said without hesitation. This involves more than just us. The more we prepare, the more people we can save in the future. There are things in the Doomsday Resort town that can contact the outside world. Fan Tingjun said hurriedly. Why didn't you say it earlier? Yu Zhonglan listened and looked at Fan Tingjun speechlessly. Let me tell you about the situation first. Fan Tingjun said calmly. Hurry up and contact. Decisions should be made early, in case something unexpected happens later. Yu Zhonglan reminded, according to what you said, we are an intermediate field. One of the other two game areas has monsters, and the other is zombies. We will definitely not simply decertify. Fan Tingjun listened and was silent. He also had such concerns. After a while, after the signal tower was installed, the group took their mobile phones and started to contact their superiors. After a busy tone, the call was finally connected. This is City X. Please wait. After a moment, a different person obviously spoke. City X? Yes. Can you contact the outside world? Using special means, we want to talk to the leader directly. This matter is very important. Please wait. After another period of waiting, another person spoke on the other end of the phone. This time, Fan Tingjun and others told them everything they knew, including the Doomsday game, the Doomsday Resort town, and the players. After a long wait, they got the response from the leader. At all costs, exchange for enough points. As for what to exchange, we will inform you after the expert group discusses. Be careful. Yes. After another round of detailed inquiries, the phone was hung up. However, after the call ended, the computer came in handy. The two sides began to keep in close contact. Yu Zhonglan and Fan Tingjun began to act according to the plan made by the other side. Race Against Time. Chapter 85. At this time, Doomsday Resort Town. Although countless players have gone out to do business, the Doomsday Resort Town is even more lively than before. Because the players outside can't help but come to Doomsday Resort Town. Originally they were afraid that Doomsday Resort Town was fake, but the fact is that they saw the first batch of players who came to Doomsday Resort Town all started businesses in the game area, and each of them made a lot of money. Can they bear it? Of course they can't bear it. I packed my bags and went to the Doomsday Resort Town right away. After seeing the situation in the Doomsday Resort Town, they chose to stay one by one. In this short while, the vacant apartment rooms were quickly occupied. In just one day, the number of tenants increased from 30,000 to more than 100,000, and the number is still increasing. There are also players rushing to the town on the way. Among them, the desert area has the most players. After all, apart from the high temperature, they had not encountered monsters or zombies for the time being. In addition, the desert area was short of water, so they were not very comfortable living there, so they naturally came with their luggage. The most difficult areas were the fog area and the virus area. The presence of monsters and zombies made it difficult for them to move, and most people could only spend 10 points to take the players' buses. The number of people who could afford the buses was limited, so the speed was naturally much slower. Of course, there were also some big guys who were skilled and bold and came with their teams, but such people were relatively rare. Fuck, I was almost killed by the monster on the way. Luckily I ran fast enough. Don't make any noise. Stay a little distance from the monster. It's still safer. But on the first day of the game, the monsters are like this. I'm afraid it will get harder and harder later. It's normal to be difficult. After all, it's an intermediate field. I'm ready for many people to die in this field, but I didn't expect. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter the Doomsday Resort Town. It's really stable. Yes, when I saw the monsters surrounding the Doomsday Resort Town, I really thought we were tricked, but the next second, the monsters were solved. That scene was really shocking. I will also join in killing monsters tomorrow. That's 2,000 points for one monster, which game world can let us earn so many points. And zombies, 10 points each. I heard there are 20 million zombies. That's 200 million points. Even if there are official NPCs competing with us, we can still get a lot. It's so cool. Woo woo woo, you have ways to earn points in the fog area and the virus area, but we don't seem to have anything in the desert area. At least it's safe. But with the Doomsday Resort Town here, this safety is useless. This is called blessing and misfortune. The players from the 3 game zones were mixed together, chatting and looking relaxed. For them, such a day was really unimaginable. Of course, there were still few people who gathered together to chat, and most of them went to various buildings to enjoy themselves when night fell. Under normal circumstances, they would not dare to enjoy themselves. But who made them work hard for several months? Now that the new game zone will have a fixed income, they naturally want to be extravagant. Some players are just living for the moment, and are very generous. The players who are lying down leisurely also take this opportunity to check the situation on the Doomsday forum. The Doomsday forum is at its peak time for players online. The most lively forum at this moment is the family search section. Have you found your relatives? Why can't I find my son? Wow, I can't find my daughter either. She's only 2 years old. My parents are the same, they are old, and I don't know what's going on. I checked, and it seems that the children and the elderly are not in the game area. If they are not in the game area, where are they? In fact, we should feel lucky that we didn't find them in the game area. If they broke into the game area, they would definitely not survive a day. That's true. So where did the Doomsday game send them? Will they be taken good care of? I think so, if the Doomsday game needs to control us. Is it really okay for us to talk about this on the Doomsday forum? The Doomsday forum was developed by the Doomsday game. Just watch it. It's just a rotten life anyway. Hey, there's no news about the child. You still have hope. My husband is confirmed dead. My husband is dead too. And my husband? But I'm happy. He abused me at home when the game started, and I thought I'd never get rid of him in this life. It's great. Congratulations to the sister above. Hey, you said this topic is inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Domestic violence, men deserve to die. We are all human beings. Haha, if we are all human beings, remember to help others in the game area. It is best to give all your points to each other. Only women are hard to raise. Haha, it's the end of the world. Who needs you men to raise them? We women can still hold up the sky. I have strayed from the topic. Let's get back to the topic. Has anyone successfully found their relatives? Yes, I contacted my brother. He is doing well now. Haha, my sister and I met in the same game area. Although I don't know if we will be together in the next game area, at least we have met each other. It is worth it. In the family search section, there are all kinds of people. Guweiwei was watching it, and she had actually been keeping an eye on the whereabouts of the elderly and the elderly. After all, it was a little strange that there were no elderly people or children in so many game areas. So after the family search section came out, she started paying attention. She was wondering what the Doomsday game was doing by suppressing these people. Was it supporting them? Would the Doomsday game be so kind to support them? I'm afraid it was like what some players said, to control the players in the future. After Guweiwei recorded this matter, she ignored it for the time being. Anyway, the Doomsday game will be exposed one day, so let's talk about it then. As for the debate between men and women in it, Guweiwei didn't take it to heart. In the Doomsday game, although there is also a struggle for power, as the game progresses, it is more about survival wisdom, and women have more advantages in terms of thinking. She roughly calculated the ratio of men to women in the list of survivors in the game area she had experienced, and found that the number of female players surviving would be even greater. Then, Guweiwei checked the friendship section and the game strategy section. The friendship section has become more of a communication area for players in the same game zone. For example, there are several chat groups in the fog zone. Now someone is posting ads. The official recruitment of the fog zone. If you don't want to fight monsters and want to earn points safely, come quickly. As for the game strategy section, there are tens of thousands of posts, and the strategy of a game zone can reach dozens or even hundreds. I think that having these experiences is also a special benefit for players. Seeing the healthy development of the Doomsday forum, Guweiwei felt that her 1 million points were not wasted. It was also at this time that Guweiwei saw a group of players passing by her quickly, and then running to the trading center. I want to apply for a job. I have 10 backpack slots and can transport goods. I bought speed boots, which can run fast and lure monsters. The players were introducing one person enthusiastically. Guweiwei took a look and noticed that this person was a representative sent by the official staff of the Mist Zone. Unlike the desert area where she sent people to go, the officials of the fog area came to her door by themselves, and the most important thing was that her free invitation letter was spread among the players, giving them a chance. After they knew the operation of the virus area officials and understood the situation, they did not hesitate to bring a large group into the Doomsday resort town and began the process of exchanging points and purchasing goods. This means that her previous idea has come true. Players will spread the good things of the Doomsday resort town. She thought that after this game, the reputation of Doomsday resort town would spread more widely, and even if there was an advertisement in the future, players would believe in Doomsday resort town more quickly. Great. Then, Guweiwei's eyes returned to the homepage of the Doomsday forum. Coincidentally, There was a post about Doomsday Resort Town on the homepage, and this post relied on its popularity to occupy a place on the homepage. Doomsday Resort Town is awesome. The new purification trash can and castrated version of the vending machine were actually placed in the game area. I heard that after Doomsday Resort Town is no longer in this game area, this game area can continue to be used. Looking at the post, Gu Weiwei clicked indirectly. I saw the purification trash can and the castrated version of the vending machine at the official base of the virus zone. Do you know how excited I was when I saw it? I heard that the official bases of the fog zone and the desert zone have bought them. This means that even if the 3 game zones do not encounter the Doomsday Resort Town in the next round of the game, players can still buy supplies and equipment, and the probability of survival in the game is greatly improved. That's great. Fuck, is this true? Really? I saw it in the virus zone. Can players buy it? Some people tried, but couldn't. Why not? If you can buy it, buy more. You can put it in the next game area you go to, and it will save many players and NPCs. Yes. This is too critical. After all, the probability of encountering a Doomsday Resort Town is too small. There is only one, but there are 600,000 players in your 3 game areas. Most of these 600,000 players survive. And when it comes to the next game area, there may be hundreds of thousands of game areas. One more round, maybe millions. I was instantly excited when the person above said that. Even if I don't encounter the Doomsday Resort Town, I can still buy his products. Players in the intermediate fields of the Fog Zone, Virus Zone, and Desert Zone, please ask that Boss Gu, can you sell the purified trash cans and castrated vending machines? Be sure to ask her. I will definitely ask her. Boss Gu is a nice person. If possible, she should be willing to do it. But didn't someone try it before? Players don't have the conditions to buy. Isn't there a rule already in place? What should we do? Just ask more and beg more. If it works, it will be a huge benefit for us to fight against the Doomsday game. The probability of passing the level will be greatly increased. Yes, if we pass the level, we can return to normal. Gu Weiwei looked at the post and saw that the players were considering how to propose to her, and her expression paused. In fact, she had also thought about what the players were thinking. But she had deeper considerations. The existence of the Doomsday Resort Town itself is a bug. If the goods are sold, involving hundreds of thousands or millions of game zones, will the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town be noticed by the Doomsday game? After being noticed, will the Doomsday Resort Town bug be cleared? If so, then the game will outweigh the loss. But looking at the scenes described by the players, her mind moved again at this moment. If you don't try, how do you know that the Doomsday Landlady system won't agree? Perhaps it can be hidden from the Doomsday game. Just ask the Doomsday Landlady system? Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei shouted in her heart. System. As she asked, Gu Weiwei's heart was beating fast. Will the Doomsday Landlady system agree? This is a big operation. Chapter 86. After a while, the system responded. Only in the world with special energy. Not all game areas meet the conditions for use. Special energy? Is it crystal cores and monster cores? Gu Weiwei instantly became alert. Gu Weiwei looked at the simple word him, and her eyes flickered. There is indeed a life behind the Doomsday Landlady system. However, this life does not exist all the time. But as the game progresses, it seems that he is online a little longer. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei sighed lightly, and took this opportunity to continue asking, if it is not an alien mutation, what about the special minerals that originally existed in the world? Need to meet system requirements. Will it be discovered by the Doomsday game system? No. These 2 words can be said to be decisive. Gu Weiwei's expression paused slightly. Why was the other party so sure? Why? Gu Weiwei still asked. Again, there is no loss in asking. No comment. Looking at the 4 straightforward words, Gu Weiwei was not disappointed, and took this opportunity to continue asking, how many worlds are involved in the Doomsday game? How many games do you have to complete? If you complete them in the end, will our world really become normal? No comment. Gu Weiwei didn't ask the same 4 words again. Maybe the time has not come yet. She was mentally prepared and said calmly, thank you. Then she opened the control panel to check, and sure enough, she saw the permission to open the purification trash can and the castrated version of the vending machine, and opened them without hesitation. Then after opening the Doomsday Forum, she said to the Doomsday Landlady system, can you invade and add space on the Doomsday Forum? Let me post an ad for the Doomsday Resort Town to show off the strength of the Doomsday Resort Town and let more players know about its existence. Since she is not afraid of being discovered, it means that the Doomsday Landlady system has this strength. She naturally thought about advertising on the Doomsday forum, but her identity as an administrator is not suitable for exposure, and she is also afraid that the Doomsday game system will track her through the Doomsday forum. She was also afraid that some players would think differently. In addition, she could advertise strongly in the game area, and she wanted players to recommend it to her, so she didn't think about it. But now, the existence behind the Doomsday Landlady system has appeared, and she can just take advantage of it. If the Doomsday Landlady system takes action, she won't have so many worries. The Doomsday Landlady system didn't answer, but Gu Weiwei watched on her control panel as a banner advertisement appeared on the homepage of the Doomsday forum, with 3 words written on it. Editable. Thank you, system. Then, there was no more sound. Gu Weiwei did not call again, but she had a feeling that the other party was gone. Then, she edited it directly on the banner advertisement of the Doomsday forum. Doomsday Resort Town gives back to customers. Purified trash cans and castrated version vending machines, you can take them home for the original price plus 1 point. Note, only available in cities with special energy. After editing and confirmation, this advertisement appeared on the Doomsday forum. When the players saw it, they were stunned instantly. A post immediately appeared on the homepage. My whole family was shocked. Is Doomsday Resort so awesome? The advertisement was even posted on the Doomsday forum. Does this prove that Doomsday Resort is better than Doomsday Game? This advertisement is really too strong. Does Doomsday Game know about it? Is Doomsday Resort related to Doomsday Game? The above person said that it is definitely not related to Doomsday Game. You should look at what the advertisement is about. The castrated automatic vending machine can sell 10 kinds of goods in the Doomsday Resort Town, which can be equipment, weapons, potions, food, and water. This can save your life at a critical moment, and the price is much cheaper than that in the Doomsday Game Mall. There is also a purification trash can, which can earn points. Does this mean that the Doomsday Resort Town is connected to all game areas? No, it is a game area with special energy. Although there are restrictions, it is not that it cannot be done, but that you don't want to do it. The Doomsday Resort is awesome. Since it can connect so many game zones, why not open it to all game zones? In this way, many players will be able to survive. Fuck, someone is actually blackmailing the Doomsday Resort, but they have to listen. Maybe the Doomsday Resort is opened by players? The above person must be very ambitious to have such a fantasy. I've read infrastructure management novels before, and the heroine has such a golden finger. I hope the boss of Doomsday Resort is a player. This NPC who can mix in multiple game zones has a really strange identity. Gu Weiwei originally wanted to see the players' reactions, but seeing their thoughts diverge to this extent, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. She thought that the players basically didn't believe it, but it didn't stop them from doubting it at all. Sure enough, the topic of the post soon shifted. Since the purification trash cans and castrated automatic vending cabinets are available for sale, please buy more for the players in the game zone where Doomsday Resort is located. I think those game zones will definitely be willing to spend several times more to buy them. I think players from Doomsday Resort should be low-key. Don't go to other game areas and get ripped off. I think so too. There are free NPC invitations in front, and now there are purification trash cans and castrated automatic vending machines, and even various weapons, equipment, potions, and points. It's too tempting. Of course, I will definitely keep a low profile. Haha, in fact, the goods in Doomsday Resort have certain characteristics, that is, players with high sin values cannot use equipment or something even if they use other means to buy it. Players with high sin values have a characteristic, that is, they kill innocent people. Therefore, those who want to rob should weigh it. Do you want to never be able to buy goods in Doomsday Resort in the future, or trade peacefully? Then just rob them. How can a player with so many equipment be robbed so easily? It seems that someone really has this idea. It's actually normal. We have been participating in the Doomsday game for several months now. Players who are not vigilant would have died long ago. Yes, looking at the number of people online, you can tell how cruel this game is. Speaking of which, is there a foreign version and a domestic version of this Doomsday forum? I don't think I've ever met a foreigner. I don't know, I can't manage it myself. The players' thoughts continued to diverge, and Gu Weiwei naturally saw it. Her eyes fell on the number of people online. She also suspected that there were domestic and foreign versions of the Doomsday game and the Doomsday forum, but she didn't seem to have the authority to see it. I don't know, will foreign Doomsday games be the same as domestic ones? I think they are about the same. Since the Doomsday game is isolated, they don't have the ability to climb the wall, so why think so much? I just don't know if there will be a merger in the future. The Doomsday forum is still bustling. The Doomsday resort town is also bustling. Many players went directly to confirm whether they can buy the purification trash can and the castrated automatic sales cabinet. After confirming that they can be purchased, many players silently put it on their shopping lists. In fact, there are players who really come over after seeing Gu Weiwei. Boss Gu, are you a player? Boss Gu, did you put the advertisement on the Doomsday forum? Boss Gu, if you are really a player, I support you. You will definitely be able to persevere to the end and pass the level. Boss Gu, you are really awesome. Gu Weiwei was surrounded by players, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. She didn't answer their questions directly, and walked forward calmly. It's late, I'm going back to rest. Anyway, she is invincible in the Doomsday resort town. She doesn't need to be afraid of others' suspicion. Not to mention, these players just think it's fun. Seeing that Gu Weiwei did not directly answer their questions, the players did not feel disappointed. Disband, disperse, Boss Gu is definitely not a player. That's right, how can a player have such a big golden finger? Yes, if Boss Gu is a player, the Doomsday game she plays is the children's mode, and ours is the hell mode. Hurry back and take a shower, recharge your energy, and earn points tomorrow. Yes, I have earned hundreds of points today, try to earn thousands tomorrow. Haha, you are so generous. It's a rare opportunity. Yes, zombies, kill, kill, kill. The players also return to their rooms one after another. Of course, there are still a small number of the King of Rolls, who are still struggling outside at this moment. In this way, the days that followed, the players and NPCs in the 3 game areas became fixed. The second day of the game. The foggy area, foggy weather. The monster's vision continues to evolve, and the visual range has evolved from 1 meter to 2 meters. The official NPC officially set up multiple small shelters, each of which is equipped with a purification trash can and a castrated automatic vending cabinet. At the same time, teams are formed in the shelters to deal with the octopus monster. Virus area, sunny weather. Zombies evolve, and the speed becomes faster. The official NPC announced that crystal cores appeared in all zombies, and encouraged survivors to kill zombies and obtain crystal cores. Purification trash cans and castrated automatic vending cabinets are equipped throughout the city and in key areas. Desert area, temperature 51 degrees, high temperature. Sandstorm weather, wind and sand rush into the game area, and a lot of sand and dust appear on the road. The official NPC announced the construction of a shelter, encouraged residents to take refuge, and recycled metals, ores, and other resources from residents, and sent a team to the desert for investigation. The third day of the game. Fog area, foggy weather. The monster's vision evolved, and the visual range evolved from 2 meters to 3 meters. The NPCs discovered the effectiveness of the shelter's protective shield, walked out of the ground, and began to look for metals and other recyclable resources in the cleared area. In the virus area, the weather is fine. Zombies evolve, their speed increases, and their hearing becomes more acute. Ordinary people begin to follow the combat team out, responsible for digging zombie crystal cores and carrying zombie corpses to obtain a source of income. In the desert area, the temperature is 52 degrees, high temperature. The sandstorm weather continues. More NPCs go out of their homes to stock up water resources and collect metal ores to exchange for mineral water and other supplies from the official and players. Petty theft and even robbery occur, and the perpetrators are arrested by the official and become coolies. Day 4 of the game. Fog zone, foggy weather. Monster vision evolves, and the visual range evolves from 3 meters to 4 meters. It becomes difficult for NPCs to fight with players. Virus zone, sunny weather. Zombies evolve, their speed becomes faster, and their hearing becomes more acute. NPCs begin to kill zombies crazily, and ordinary people can also use special means to deal with zombies. The old, weak, sick, and disabled also leave the shelter and begin to search for supplies in the lost area. Desert zone, the temperature is 53 degrees, high temperature. The sandstorm continues. NPCs have an increased demand for water, and have begun to purchase a large amount of heat-resistant equipment, and continue to search for supplies to exchange for resources. The 9th day of the game. Misty area, foggy weather. Monster vision evolves, and the visual range evolves from 8 meters to 9 meters. Monster strength is further enhanced. Virus area, sunny weather. Zombies evolve, speed increases, and hearing becomes more acute. Zombie crystal cores change from transparent to red, and it is speculated that zombies are about to mutate. In the desert area, the temperature is 59 degrees, which is very high. The sandstorm weather continues, and the dust on the ground is as high as 1 meter. The game area is at risk of being buried. NPCs cannot travel unless they are equipped with heat-resistant equipment, and players' heat-resistant equipment is in great demand. Everyone knows it well. The game has come to the 10th day. It's the 10th day of the game, and I don't know what changes will happen in the game area. It must be a qualitative change from quantitative change, which is definitely not simple. Yes, monsters and zombies are becoming stronger and stronger, and more energy is consumed every day, but the points are not as high as before. But the points the monsters get are also higher. Do you know how the monsters and zombies become stronger? Is it the system that controls it? I don't know. The NPCs have already started using hot weapons. The NPCs can contact the outside world, and they are basically asking for the number of monsters and zombies to be reduced as soon as possible. That's right. If the number is not reduced, they will become stronger and stronger, and it will become more and more difficult to hold on. Anyway, I've discovered that the monsters are getting smarter and smarter. They know that we are not easy to mess with, and can't be fooled anymore. It's the same with zombies. In the virus zone, the small forces outside can't stop them at all. They can only enter the safe base. Is there a zombie tide? Yes, they will attack small bases, including some small shelters built by players. They were originally thought to be able to resist, but after being attacked by zombies for a day and a night, they were directly broken. The intermediate field game is really worthy of its reputation. But in total, these 10 days have been the least deaths in the game zone I have seen. Players, as long as they are in the Doomsday Resort Town, have a 100% survival rate. The dead players are all high in sin value. In fact, those players with high sin values can save their lives if they are willing to go to the shelter. Some don't dare to go. They attacked NPCs, and were monitored by the official NPCs. They were caught and emptied, and then killed. Maybe the previous world made them accustomed to doing evil. Now the officials of these game areas are very capable. Anyway, I have seen the benefits of official suppression in the game area. Just like in the desert area, many uprisings were suppressed. In the desert area, it's pure natural disasters, which are more tiring, and there is no common combat target outside, so naturally everyone's guns are pointed inward. I heard that some players were robbed, and almost killed, but the players had equipment, and were killed in return. Then, the official NPC. No blame. Special circumstances in troubled times. Special treatment. The players lined up in front of the city gate to go out, chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Then, buses began to drive out one by one. Because of the rich source of points in the monster area and the virus area, more and more players have the ability to buy buses for the Doomsday Resort Town. After all, buses are a must-have for players when traveling at home. As long as there are enough energy blocks, you are not afraid of monster attacks, floods, or fires outside. It can be said to be the most cost-effective existence among the high-point products in the Doomsday Resort Town. Players who have the ability are willing to spend money to buy it. Because after buying it, not only can you earn enough points in this game area, but it will also be a mobile base for going to other game areas in the future. Gu Weiwei was watching this spectacular scene on the city wall at this time. She had never thought that a bus worth thousands of yuan would become a popular product in this game area. This product alone earned her millions of points, and this number is still rising. If she had raised the price higher before, she would have earned more. However, a gentleman loves money and earns it in a proper way. She is satisfied with this. The most buses go to the virus area, followed by the fog area, and finally the desert area. Especially in the desert area, there are only a few buses. Relatively speaking, the desert area can earn fewer points for players, so naturally they don't have the ability to buy buses. Under such circumstances, except for players hired by the official NPCs of the desert area, most of the players in the desert area actually chose to stay in the Doomsday Resort Town to rest and train. After 9 days of fermentation, the number of tenants in the Doomsday Resort Town is 510,000. For this reason, the number of apartments in the Doomsday Resort Town has increased from 500 to 638. Among the 510,000 players, there are 180,000 players in the desert area. From the side, we can see that the environment in the desert area is bad. Gu Weiwei also saw from here why the desert area has become an intermediate field. The main reason is the torment of people. After reviewing, Gu Weiwei's eyes turned to the fog area. It's because the fog in the fog area actually dispersed directly today. What is the specific situation inside? The players should be able to see it after exploring. Fog area. After the buses drove out of the Doomsday Resort Town in groups, they dispersed in different directions. The remaining buses went directly to the largest shelter in the foggy area. Although there are several shelters in the foggy area, the shelter in the center is the largest and takes the most effort. Similarly, it has the most people. The reason why players go directly to the shelter is to deliver supplies to the NPCs in the shelter. Because time is limited, in order to get as many points as possible, the official NPCs put most of their energy on purchasing special products. As for the daily supplies needed by the residents, the official NPC directly handed them over to the players. For both parties, it is a win-win situation. The official can save time on food and drink, and the players can earn the points they want. This is the first time I have seen the panoramic view of the fog area. Yes, it looks very prosperous. No matter how prosperous it has become a ruin after the Doomsday game. Yes, it is uninhabitable. Once the monster touches it, it feels like a shortbread. Hey, I wonder what's happening to the cities on Blue Star. Blue Star, now that I think about it, it seems a little far away from us. Blue Star has a future only if people are alive. If we all die, Blue Star will probably be lost in the torrent of time. You guys are just bored and sad here. That's right, pay attention to where the octopus monster is going. The closer we get to the Doomsday Resort town, the less monsters we can see. They're scared of being killed by us. Yes, killing monsters is really exciting and thrilling. Fuck, look, there are two monsters fighting over there. Drive over and take a look. The players in the bus were chatting, and suddenly they were attracted by the movement nearby. From a distance, they saw two monsters fighting each other in the building, and their monster whiskers were entangled together. Realizing that something was wrong with the monsters, the players immediately decided to check the situation up close. After saying something in the common chat group, one car was sent towards the monster's car, while the other cars continued to pursue their original goals. When the car was moving at full speed, there was a loud bang, a building collapsed, and the two monsters disappeared. They accelerated and drove towards the source of the sound. When they arrived, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. It turned out that the two monsters had already decided the winner, and the head of one of the monsters was directly blown up, and black blood flowed out. From the wounded area, it can be seen that the core of the monster has been dug out by another monster. At the same time, the monster climbed directly on top of the dead monster's body and began to swallow it. Monsters can actually swallow each other. Will it become stronger after swallowing? Of course, then should we do it? Of course we should do it. It's already difficult to kill, let alone after swallowing it. So should we do it now? Do it, but notify them in the group first, and let the official NPC go out and find similar situations directly, so that the monster cannot evolve again. When we came here, they had finished fighting and were in the process of devouring. We didn't know if they had already started devouring last night. No wonder they were so quiet today. I'm afraid they had been devouring for a long time. Remember to announce this message in the group. I know. Everyone be careful, and use all your equipment. Are there enough energy blocks? Enough. Well, let's get off the car and build a shelter. Yes. The players are all experienced fighters. With division of labor and cooperation, they established an optimal attack point in a suitable location in a short while and began to organize the attack. Chapter 87. With the shelter as a barrier and the monster's focus on devouring, this team of players relied on the strong firepower pressure to grind the monster to death on the spot. In the end, the players harvested two monsters, one of which had half of its head digested. The players looked at each other, and then felt a little heavy. The monster's digestion ability was too fast. No wonder someone was captured before. If he hadn't been rescued from the monster's whiskers, he would have been silenced soon. It also means that the monsters upgrade quickly. Hurry up and deal with their bodies, and search for available supplies around. The captain said immediately, and took out a purification trash can. The purification trash can is very convenient for players, and many teams directly use it as a portable trash can. Then, the players began to automatically split into two teams. One team took a knife and started cutting the monsters, then threw them into the purification trash can and started collecting bonus points. The other team entered nearby buildings and began to search for useful things, especially places like convenience stores and supermarkets. Whether it was supplies or daily necessities, they could use them as well as the players. Of course, if they came across a gold store or a hardware store, they would definitely go there, and they would search through everything. After all, they could be directly exchanged for points, which was more valuable. In a short while, all the monsters were thrown into the purification trash can. The monster core was in the hands of the team leader Xiaojianqing. This monster core seems to be bigger than the previous one. A teammate beside him asked curiously, will the price be higher? I think it will. Xiaojianqing said, Put it away first and exchange it later. Yeah. Others nodded. Anyway, the price of this kind of thing cannot be hidden. During this period of time, the team searching for supplies also came back. Everyone was carrying several backpack compartments, which was not difficult at all. It can be said that the existence of backpack grids really makes players more comfortable when searching for supplies. Afterwards, after putting away the shelter, the group got on the bus again and started to wander around. Xia Jianqing immediately checked the group chat. We have also found the phenomenon of monsters swallowing each other here. When they encounter monsters that have been swallowed successfully, their strength doubles. The swallowing should have started in the evening. I encountered a monster that is taller than before. So while there is no fog today, we have to quickly search for the number of monsters. Otherwise, it feels like the 20th and 30th days will be even more difficult. They have definitely evolved, and will continue to evolve. Today, we were 100 meters away, and they actually ran straight towards us. What do you mean? That is to say, if the monsters relied on hearing and vision before, maybe now they have a sense of smell. Okay, I expected it. This difficulty matches the intermediate field. The official NPC has received the notice. They have sent out many teams to place locators on the monsters to determine the number. That's not bad. Yes, the official NPC has more good stuff than us. After browsing some records, Xia Jianqing mentioned it in the group. Just now, the team killed a monster that was devouring. The digestion ability is very good. After killing their companions, they first devoured their companions' cores. After devouring the cores, their own cores will also become larger. As soon as the message was sent, many people in the group responded immediately. What good luck. The core is bigger, so the price should be higher, right? Does this prove that the monster's energy source is the core? Will it be useful if we attack the core directly? Of course, but the monster is dozens of meters tall. How can you guarantee that you can hit the core with one strike? The old way is better. Just deal with their whiskers directly, and then attack the center. I'm just wondering, in the end, will the whiskers of this monster regenerate? Fuck, stop being such a pessimist. After seeing everyone's discussion, and confirming that they had received the message, Xia Jianqing stopped looking at the group. Coincidentally, they had already arrived at the official number 1 shelter. The shelter was also very lively at this time. Some of the players who came first replenished various goods in the shops along the street, some selling food, some selling equipment and potions, and some recycling gold and other metals. The shops were rented by players from the official shelter, under official protection, and the rent was paid daily. The survivors in the shelter spent their points saved in the past few days in these shops. Mom, I want to eat steamed buns. Then I buy you one. Be good today, and don't run around in the shelter. Mom, can I go out with you today? I can also find metal. No, it's too dangerous. I heard that the monsters have evolved. You stay in the shelter first. Then don't eat steamed buns. It's a waste of points. Save more and buy some protective equipment to protect Mom and Dad. It's okay, the points for buying equipment have been reserved. Then I share it with my mother. Okay. The mother and son bought a steamed bun and shared it together. After a while, the child entered the shelter to play with his friends, while the mother followed the team to a relatively safe area to search for supplies that could be exchanged for points. Such scenes happen from time to time in the shelter. Xia Jianqing couldn't help but compare it with the first day he came to the foggy area. At that time, monsters were rampant, and countless survivors died because they went out to look for supplies. Facing the fog and monsters, they were helpless. They organized counterattacks several times, but were finally wiped out. They could only hide underground like rats and live silently. But now, even if the objects still exist, their lives have hope. Hope is a beautiful existence. Xia Jianqing felt for the first time that the existence of NPCs is so important. In the previous game areas, it was very difficult for players to survive, so how could they consider the life of NPCs? Even if the NPC is a real person, it is definitely not as important as their own life. The death of NPC has become a very common thing for them. In the process of playing games, they really lost a lot. Now looking at this scene, I really feel what it means to be alive. Perhaps, when conditions permit, without affecting myself, I can still help. After all, the current situation is different. If the purification trash can and the castrated vending machine come in handy, the official NPC will be able to establish organizational strength in the shortest time. They won't have to pay any price, and they can even make a profit. The power of the government is still very strong. While thinking, Xia Jianqing said to his teammates behind him, "Let's take the goods to the shelves first, leave 2 people to watch the store, and the others will go with me to join the other teams later." The teammates nodded. This is what they are used to doing, and they are happy to do it. These days, they have made a lot of money just by transporting goods. After all, there are millions of people here, and for their own safety, these people have to buy protective equipment, medicines, etc., so their shops are still selling well. As soon as they put the items on the shelves, many people came around. "Do you have a shield? I want to buy speed boots. Do you have any? Can the recovery potion cure pneumonia?" The NPCs asked one by one. They went out a little late today, and the other shops they found had already been snapped up. If they bought from them, they would have to add 1 point, so it would be better to queue up by themselves. The 1 point saved can also buy a steamed bun. Yes, all are available. Xia Jianqing's teammates hurriedly said, "Get your cards ready and choose in order. Don't cut in line. Cutting in line will disqualify you." As soon as the words fell, the NPCs quickly lined up, holding cards in their hands. This card was purchased by them through the castrated version of the automatic vending machine. It is a tourist card and belongs to them personally. After having these tourist cards, they can trade with players. And these tourist cards are unique, with their ID number and name marked on them, as well as their serial number. It takes 0.1 points to make a card. After discovering this, the official NPC directly used this tourist card as the identity certificate of the survivors. For convenience, the NPCs naturally applied for it. A high-tech product that only costs 0.1 points is worth it. Everyone knows that it is worth it. As soon as the team was lined up, a long line formed in a short while. After all the goods were put on the shelves, 2 team members stayed behind, and Xia Jianqing and others went directly to the central square of the shelter. In the central square, not only players gathered, but also many NPCs. These NPCs were all planning to go out with the players to search for supplies or kill monsters. The players' origins were unknown, and they were holding so many good things, so the NPCs naturally discovered it, but the players were strong, and they couldn't snatch them, and they would be killed in return. In addition, the official obviously protected the players, so they naturally accepted the existence of the players. However, there were still many people who were curious about where the players' goods came from, and they followed them, but they couldn't find the Doomsday resort town, so they naturally gave up. Most importantly, they have also learned from the official that these players will leave after staying for a month. In this case, they naturally want to follow this group of powerful players to earn more points, buy more goods, and strive to survive with their own abilities after they leave. If they were still expecting rescue from the outside world before, they don't expect it at all now, because the official has already contacted the outside world, and the cities outside are also suffering from various disasters. In many places, there are not only monsters, like the octopus monster, but also other large monsters, and many cities have lost contact. The cities that lost contact have undoubtedly become the game area of the Doomsday game just like them. So let alone waiting for rescue from the outside world may even need them to rescue in the future. When are we going to leave? It's too late now, don't we usually leave early? I heard that the monsters have evolved today, so we need to wait and see. What has it evolved into? I heard that it can detect the presence of people from 100 meters away, and then launch an attack. Fuck, can we still kill monsters like this? Don't let them kill us. What should we do then? My life has just gotten a little better. If I can't go out, I won't be able to earn points. That's right. For a moment, the whole scene was in chaos. After all, the lives of the NPCs have only recently been put on the right track because of the official and the players. How could they be willing to go back to the days of hunger and wandering between life and death? The players naturally noticed their movements and spoke to comfort them. We have a bus that can protect us from monsters. Even if the monsters evolve, we will still go out to kill them. Don't worry. We are just waiting for people to find out the situation outside and wait for the right time. Ji Zebang was also at the scene at this time. When the player shouted, he also spoke up. The official also sent a team to locate the monsters. After that, each team will be issued a locator, which can grasp the situation of the monsters to a certain extent. The survivors at the scene were relieved when they heard this. They were just worried that they had no legal source of income. At this moment, the players were all watching the news in the group. This is a good opportunity to collect supplies. The monsters are busy fighting each other. It seems that their main purpose now is to devour other monsters to promote their own evolution. Yes, when we encountered a monster that had devoured its own kind, we were next to it. It originally wanted to attack, but when it noticed that there were other monsters nearby, it ignored us. So the team preparing to search for supplies can go to Area A, Area C and Area F to collect supplies. There are more monsters there. You must not let the monsters swallow their own kind all the time, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with them. So if it is a team that kills monsters, you can also take action, but you have to see whether those monsters choose to swallow or attack when facing an attack. Looking at the chat in the group, Xia Jinqing paused and replied in the group. It chose to devour the monster it encountered before. I didn't realize this before, but now I think that the reason they were so successful was not only because the monster was in the middle of devouring, but also because the monster's instinct made it choose to devour. The other teams at the scene also saw what Xia Jinqing said. Soon a team made a decision. Let's get ready to go. Our team specializes in collecting supplies. Come quickly if you need them. Our team mainly kills monsters. Come if you are willing. Instantly, the whole scene was filled with shouts. The NPCs immediately went to different teams according to their needs. There were men, women, young and old here. The NPCs also saw it. Especially some children. If there was no other way, no one would let the children go out with them. For older children, many parents want to take Zeely out to see the world and get some points. As long as they go out with the team, they will get some basic points. And the reason why they are relieved is because they know that there is an agreement between the official and the players. If there is a death, the official needs to intervene in the investigation to prevent intentional harm. In the past few days, many NPCs were injured when they followed him, but no one died, so everyone was more and more relieved. Captain, where is our team? Someone came to Xia Jinqing and asked. Kill the monsters. There is no fog today, and there is a priority, so it is easier to kill. What do you think? I listen to you. Soon, a team member went to call people. At the scene, there were many teams that had the same idea as Xia Jinqing's team. It's a rare opportunity. Of course, there is another reason. They think that with the nature of the Doomsday game, if the monsters are the main natural disasters, they will only become more and more powerful as time goes by. In order to eliminate the dangers in the later stages of the game, they naturally have to kill more monsters. After a while, when enough people were shaken, Xia Jinqing led the team to set off. Some people who stayed in the shelter watched the buses leave one by one, with a little envy in their eyes. Of course, more were waiting for other teams that didn't come. After a while, a new batch of players arrived at the scene, and a similar situation happened again. Everyone is trying to adapt to the new life. Chapter 88. Virus Zone. The same situation as the Mist Zone is also happening in the official base. Compared to the scattered shelters in the Mist Zone, the official base in the Virus Zone is unique, with people gathered together. Not only are there many people, but the area is also large. Compared to the norms of the Mist Zone shelter, this place seems more casual. The official has a store that sells not only food supplies, but also various equipment and medicines. Of course, the official supply is limited every day, and it is sold out. Their existence is more like limiting the prices in the entire base. After all, we can't rely on the conscience of the players. Of course, the price will definitely fluctuate, but the overall price is still around the official price. NPCs have a place to buy goods, and players can also make a profit. Compared with monsters, buses are needed to ensure relative safety, and players are needed to lead the team. The teams in the virus area are led by players, some by the official, and some by NPCs themselves. After all, the price of zombie crystal cores is relatively high. These days, whether it is the official, players or NPCs, they have made a lot of money. Especially the official, with the army and powerful firearms. Killing zombies is mainly done in groups, hundreds or thousands, and it can be said that they make a fortune every day. Players also use some special means to target small zombies. As for the NPC teams, they are basically searching for the remaining supplies in the city, and fighting lone zombies in the areas that have been cleared by the official and players. Of course, those who are capable will also go to the places where there are many zombies to clean up. Therefore, in this period of time, many teams have gone out. Most of those who went out at this time were relatively strong, because only in this way could they dare to fight against zombies on this special day of the 10th day of the game. Jean Manjun usually led the team out, but after hearing from the players that the disaster would intensify on the 10th day of the game, he stayed and waited for news with Shi Wenjin. Of course, in addition to the official team, players are also a major source of information for them. For this reason, they also specially hired a player from the team at a high price. Shi Yining is the hired player. After she was chosen in the lottery, she stayed in the base. During this time, she was constantly observing the messages in the chat group. At Shi Yining, the zombies have evolved, and the speed has increased by at least twice compared to yesterday. At Shi Yining, the zombie crystal core has completely turned red. At Shi Yining, not only red, but also some have turned orange. Zombie corpses with orange crystal cores can get at least 2 points of reward from the purification trash can. At eating, zombies are devouring each other's crystal cores. It is suspected that the crystal cores will increase their promotion speed. At eating, zombies with orange crystal cores can already command red crystal core zombies, which are more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. At eating, orange crystal core zombies will ambush. The messages in the group came one after another. Some were sent at different times, and some were sent at the same time. After seeing the message, eating immediately reported to Sherwingen and his group, and his heart was constantly sinking. When a single zombie evolves, it will be faster and stronger, but when it spreads to the entire group and involves more than 10 million people, it will not be so simple. Especially when these zombies will continue to evolve. There are still 20 days and 30 days to go. What Sherwingen could think of. Sherwingen and Jean Manjun naturally thought of it, and their expressions became more serious. They already knew that zombies would evolve, and they were mentally prepared, but when it really came, they felt uncomfortable. Because the more powerful the zombies become, the more casualties they will suffer when fighting them. Even with the existence of equipment, casualties are inevitable. After all, ordinary injuries can be treated, but injuries caused by zombies can infect survivors and turn them into zombies. So far, very few people have been able to avoid infection. They are all just scratched lightly, and the person who was scratched will treat the wound as soon as possible and squeeze out the blood. The deeper the wound by the zombies, the higher the degree of infection. As early as when the zombie virus appeared, they set up a biological laboratory in the base and began to study the zombie virus. At first, they used the meteorite virus vaccine they used in City A, thinking that since they were from the same batch of meteorites, there might be some connection between the viruses. But reality slapped them in the face. The two viruses are completely unrelated. Therefore, the laboratory can only start the research from scratch, which also delayed a little time. At least so far, they have no research results. After recalling, Zhao Wenjin pulled his thoughts back. No matter how the zombies evolve, they will not admit defeat. Now they have to kill as many zombies as possible, and try to kill all the zombies within this month to ensure that the situation in the game area will not get worse. Chapter 89. Then, Sherwingen's eyes fell on Jean Manjun. Do you think it's appropriate to arrange more people to go out in this situation? Relatively speaking, the zombies outside have indeed become stronger. It has become much more difficult for ordinary people to kill zombies, and they may even risk their lives. Perhaps, they may not be able to harm the evolved zombies even if they try their best. In this case, is it necessary for ordinary survivors to take risks? Environmental changes will not stop because of people. We cannot wait for the environment to adapt to us, but we have to adapt to the environment ourselves. Even if they survived under the protection of us and the players within this month, what will happen after the players leave? At that time, we may face the next game area, or the whole chaotic world outside. Jean Manjun said calmly, tell them the current situation and let them choose. By then, those who are not adaptable will gradually be eliminated by the world. They are willing to provide opportunities and create conditions, but they don't want to tie the other party completely. Sherwingen breathed a sigh of relief. With the mobile phones, computers and signal towers of the Doomsday resort town, they have contacted the country, but the country is also very busy outside. Because more cities were involved in the game area. Those who were not involved also encountered various infectious diseases. The country was happy to be able to contact them, but still handed all decision-making power to him and gave him the highest authority. The only requirement was that he make the best use of the resources of S City and exchange more resources from the Doomsday resort town. Spread the news that the zombies are evolving and will continue to evolve. At the same time, the official will continue to organize teams to go out and let the survivors, who are willing to go out with them. Sherwingen said, but the main task of the official team is to kill a large number of zombies, so don't be stingy with the weapons in the arsenal. As I said before, zombies cannot be the last danger in their game area, nor can they become a threat from the outside world. After knowing about the evolution of zombies, the outside world is also vigorously clearing out the zombie area, just to prevent the area from becoming the next intermediate game area. Because in the last game, City A was eliminated as a candidate for the game area, which made them understand one thing. That is, the Doomsday game has to turn a city into a game zone, and there are also conditions and restrictions. So some experts have proposed that if they can't deal with the Doomsday game, then they should try to break the conditions for forming a game zone. Even if they can't do anything about the Doomsday game in the end, it's better than doing nothing. And now, with the help of the Doomsday resort town, their chances have gone from being negligible to having a certain possibility. Yeah. Jean Manjin nodded, and then prepared to deal with this matter. Because of the official reminder, there are still a lot of people waiting for news. Shirin also paid attention to the conversation between the two, and she still approved of this matter in her heart. They were all involved in this natural disaster by the Doomsday game. They had no choice but to wait for others to protect them. They would have died long ago. At the beginning, she couldn't lift or carry anything, but in order to survive, she forced herself to grow up step by step. Now, with the Doomsday Resort town, she has made up for her shortcomings, and her survival competitiveness will only be stronger in the future. In fact, she still likes the virus zone very much. She is afraid that she will have psychological trauma after killing too many people, but it is different when dealing with zombies. Not only can she put her knowledge into practice and practice killing people, but she can also get crystal cores from zombies to exchange points. You know, if you have more points, sometimes it means one more life. While thinking about it, she suddenly saw a new message in the group. At Shirin, big news, a red crystal core can get 20 points, and an orange crystal core can get 40 points. One is worth 20 points, and the other is worth 40 points. This is an exponential increase. She missed the chance. But it's not too late. The next moment, Shirin said to Wenjin and Jean Manjun, the evolved zombie crystal cores have also become valuable. Red crystal cores are worth 20 points, and orange crystal cores are worth 40 points. Most of the zombies now have evolved into zombies with red crystal cores. After hearing Shirin's words, Wenjin and Jean Manjun's eyes lit up unconsciously. Although zombies have become more powerful, they are also more valuable. If it were them, would they be willing to fight? Of course they would. Now they only need to kill a few more zombies to buy protective equipment. The next moment, Wenjin said to Jean Manjun, add this news. For the long-term future, more and more people will be willing. Yes. Jean Manjun nodded, and then quickly went to organize. As for Wenjin, he also spoke to Shirin, thank you for your help. No trouble, you paid us. Shirin replied politely. Although Wenjin was not an official in their world, Shirin would naturally show some respect to Wenjin, who was a high-ranking official under the same background. Especially since Wenjin had been working diligently to build a base these days, he had a good reputation among both the survivors and the players. Your forum has a good function. Can all players see it? Yes. Shirin nodded. Can you find your family? Yes, there is a section for finding relatives. Have you found your family? Wenjin asked. Shirin listened and was silent for a while. I found them, but they are all gone. There is also a younger sister, who is only a few years old. She is shown to be alive, but she is not in the game area. Although she knew that participating in the game was a life and death struggle, and the probability of her family being alive was very small, when she actually saw the information, she cried bitterly, and then she could only compose herself and continue to face the game. The only thing she was thankful for was that she still had a younger sister. She was now working hard to accumulate points, equipment, and potions, hoping that one day when she had the chance to see her younger sister, she could be more defensive. Of course, it would be even better if she could stay by her side. So at present, there may be many people in your world who are not in the game? Wenjin asked curiously. Elderly people and children. Shirin said, but someone mentioned in the family search section that his grandfather was originally shown to be alive, but not in the game area. But 2 days later, his grandfather died. Maybe they live in the same place, but that place may not be completely safe. It depends on the conditions. Children might be better. Especially babies, who can't do anything at all. However, she didn't think the Doomsday game would be so kind. She was more afraid that the Doomsday game would use these children to do something bad. This is also the mainstream speculation on the Doomsday forum. Wenjin only listened to Shirin's simple description, and saw the difficulties. It's not easy for you either. Wenjin sighed. Under the Doomsday game, there are only victims. Even those who survive the game now are still like this. I don't know when this kind of life will end. Shirin couldn't help but say, I don't know how long I can hold on. Perhaps, without 2 game zones, she will be in the Doomsday game. Wenjin listened and pursed his lips subconsciously. They are the same. However, as long as you can hold on, you still have to hold on. My sister is waiting for me. Shirin then said optimistically. The sister who survived became her motivation to live. You will definitely meet again one day. Wenjin gave him the most sincere blessing. Thank you. Shirin said, then thought of what he had heard from the survivors before, and spoke curiously. I heard that you have experienced a game zone, and there are no natural disasters in that game zone? Wenjin listened, paused, and nodded. Yes, I was involved more than 2 months ago, and then encountered the Doomsday resort town. Many people survived in our game zone, and were temporarily removed from the game zone. How did you know you were eliminated? I heard a mechanical sound. Sherwinjan's eyes deepened. That's a good thing. After being eliminated from the game area, at least there is a safe place to rest. Sherwinjan listened with a bit of envy. NPCs at least have a chance to have a safe place in their own world, which is hope. They are now wandering, and the psychological pressure they bear is too great. So she is really grateful for the existence of the Doomsday resort town, which at least allows her to relieve her psychological pressure and strengthen her confidence. This is probably why so many players are rushing to play after the Doomsday resort town was confirmed to exist. We will work hard to eliminate the game areas in our country one by one. Sherwinjan's expression was a bit resolute. Even if the future is bleak, they will not back down. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Then we will work hard and clear the game again and again. Since it is said that passing all levels will restore normalcy, there should be an ending. Anyway, thinking this way, I have the idea to continue playing the game. Have you encountered the same world? Sherwinjan continued. Not yet. Every game area I encountered is different, and the world is also different. Sherwinjan shook his head. Maybe there are different game areas in the same world, but the disasters in the game areas must also have the same source. Sherwinjan said that this was the judgment made by the expert group after receiving the information he sent out, and he needed to verify it, but he didn't have time to verify it yet. I just wanted to communicate with Sherwinjan first. Sherwinjan was stunned for a moment. Sherwinjan continued. Just like in our world, whether it is an infectious virus, a zombie virus, or a plant mutation, their sources all come from a meteorite. Natural disasters abroad are also caused by viruses carried by meteorites, so we have such speculations. In other words, we have experienced a world with extreme heat and extreme cold disasters. Maybe other cities in their world will eventually experience similar disasters? Sherwinjan's thoughts diverged. Well, we thought so, but we haven't verified it yet. So as long as this is verified, we can infer how many game worlds are involved by the disasters that the players have experienced. As Sherwinjan spoke, his expression became a little excited. Yes. Sherwinjan nodded again to confirm. You have a Doomsday forum. You can post it there for discussion, and you can also integrate the information and compare it. This is Sherwinjan's purpose, and he will communicate with Boss Gu later. But he felt that if the players could dig this out on their own, in the future, as long as they could meet the players, they would be able to draw conclusions. After all, in the future, the probability of them meeting the players is much higher than the probability of meeting the Doomsday resort town. Sherwinjan listened and became excited. This is big news. For the players, it will definitely cause a strong reaction, because this may be able to determine how many worlds there are behind the game area. After confirming it, they can sort out the types of natural disasters and accumulate experience. Even more, if the Doomsday game is thinking that they will go through all the natural disasters, it can be inferred how many games they have. The more she thought about it, the more excited Sherwinjan felt. The next moment, she began to compile news on the Doomsday forum without hesitation. After editing, Sherwinjan looked at Sherwinjan. Thank you for your reminder. If there is any news, I will tell you. Sherwinjan is not stupid. She guessed Sherwinjan's purpose. But this purpose is good. Is there a problem with using their news network? No. It's all for the future of mankind. Sherwinjan said. Yes, for the future. Then, Sherwinjan stared at the Doomsday forum with a burning gaze. She really hoped that there would be good news. Chapter 90. Desert Zone. During this period of time, the Desert Zone has been preventing the appearance of monsters, like the Fog Zone and zombies in the Virus Zone. But so far, on the 10th day of the game, no special species have appeared. However, the sandstorm is getting worse day by day, and the sand from outside is piling up every day. At the same time, the roads originally built outside have basically disappeared, and the height of the sand is also rising. It is almost foreseeable that as time goes by, their entire city will be submerged by sand sooner or later. Especially today, the power is many times greater than usual. In a short period of time, the height of the sand has risen by 1 centimeter, and the speed is still accelerating. Now it is impossible to see the scene outside. Countless survivors are shivering as they look at the huge sandstorm outside. Can we really survive this natural disaster? Woo woo woo, it really is the end of the world. If I had known that something was wrong with our city, I would have left earlier. Yes, the official also notified that this phenomenon was caused by the Doomsday game really. I cried to death, the real version of infinite flow. Luckily I came to this shelter. It's just that this shelter is too small. It's good to be able to protect yourself, Otherwise, such a big sandstorm outside will definitely sweep people away. This world is so fucking fantastic. Suddenly the world ended. Suddenly our city became a game area. Suddenly many players appeared. And suddenly there was an extra shelter. We should be thankful for this shelter. Otherwise we would have to watch the sand bury us. As the survivors were talking, the height of the sand outside suddenly rose a lot. And at the same time, the sky was like quicksand, still falling non-stop. Adding to the previous accumulation, the height was already as high as an adult's chest. The survivors watching this scene inevitably felt a sense of anxiety in their hearts. Even though I know the shelter will intercept the sand, I still feel like I will be buried by the sand after seeing this scene. It's getting higher and higher. Today's speed is too fast. Yes, it was only 1 meter in the previous 9 days, but it's almost 1 meter in one morning. I suspect that after this wave of bad weather, the sand will cover several layers. In the end, will our shelter be buried by the sand? No one outside will know that our shelter exists. There is also food. You need points to buy food from that vending machine. I don't have many points. I can't last for a few days. Now I can't go out to search for supplies. The official shouldn't ignore us. The official seems to have a lot of points. They took a lot of things out to exchange. Where are those players? There should be plenty of food in that place. We can't go to that place, not even the official. They go there during the day and come back at night, which means they can't stay there either. If the official can't stay, we certainly can't stay there either. Ah! The survivors were getting more and more depressed. Trapped in one place, unable to get out, and watching the disaster happen, how could their emotions not be affected? At this moment, Fan Tingjun and Tang Ting appeared in the crowd in a low-key manner. He also knew that the disaster would escalate on the 10th day of the game, but he did not expect that the speed of this escalation exceeded his imagination. Indeed, as the survivors thought, if the disaster continued like this, it would sooner or later bury the shelter. At that time, they would face a dark sky, which would be a torture for them. Even if they leave the game area after a month, the outside world is gradually becoming a game. What is their future? Maybe death is a relief for humans. Thinking of this, Fan Tingjun couldn't help but speak out. Tang Ting was completely stunned when she heard Fan Tingjun's words. She felt strange. Because Fan Tingjun didn't seem to be a person who would be shrouded by emotions, at least not the kind of person who thought about death when encountering something, but just now, he blurted out that sentence. There's a problem. Tang Ting knew long ago that she had to pay attention to any anomalies in the game area and not let them go, otherwise it would be easy to miss the key clues. Looking at Fan Tingjun's absent-minded look, she reminded him friendly. You forgot that the amphibious bus you bought from the Doomsday resort town can be used. Can it be used? Well, it can be used in water and fire, not to mention sand. Don't underestimate the goods of the Doomsday resort town. Tang Ting said confidently. You can directly send a team to drive out to continue searching for supplies, and even provide seats for the survivors to get them moving, so that they won't think about it in the shelter, and you can also play the final value of X City, otherwise many things may be buried by sand. Fan Tingjun instantly became alert after listening to Tang Ting's words. After being alert, he recalled his thoughts just now, and was instantly confused. He actually had the thought that death is a relief? Fan Tingjun hesitated and spoke. Tang Ting saw that Fan Tingjun realized this, and then said, maybe it is affected by the surrounding magnetic field. Not only you, the survivors around are also quite pessimistic. In the game area, everything is possible. Fan Tingjun listened, exhaled lightly, looked around, and immediately prepared to arrange the affairs of the shelter. Although the disaster was still going on, they could still move around outside after putting on their gear. He had to at least find a way to mobilize the entire shelter. Before Fan Tingjun could arrange things, the survivors started to riot. Because they saw something moving in the sand outside. The sand outside is moving. Oh my god, it's really moving. Is there a monster in there? I heard that there are monsters and zombies in the game area. Could it be that there are monsters and zombies in our game area as well? No, life is hard enough. The survivors were terrified and moved a little further away from the shelter's protective shield. The sand was moving louder and louder. In the wind and sand, suddenly, a car rushed out of the sand and floated directly on the sand surface. Then, one after another, they were neatly lined up. Looking at this scene, the survivors were shocked. It's the bus of the Doomsday resort town. They can actually float on the sand? I thought the sand was too deep, and they wouldn't come today. It's good that they can come. I feel hopeful about the future. If they can come in, does it mean that we can also go out? It should be. We are saved now. As long as they can send us out, we can find supplies ourselves. Yes. Soon, stairs came down from the bus and led directly into the shelter. After all, the shelter has limited space. If so many cars enter the shelter, it will only block the entrance and exit, so they have to find a way. The players jumped into the shelter one by one with great agility. Looking at the survivors who were looking at them eagerly, they said directly, "We brought a lot of water and food today. Those who want to exchange can come and line up. Will you take people out to search for supplies today?" The survivors couldn't help asking. Different situations are related to their next plans. Yes, and we plan to clean up the cars in the whole city, which is worth a lot of points. One player said directly. In the past, many cars had owners, and many people sold their cars at a discount as scrap metal. Some people thought that they could still use them after the game area returned to normal. Later, when the sandstorm hit, another group of people sold their cars. But when the situation became urgent, more people abandoned their cars because they had no time to sell them. All kinds of cars were abandoned in the whole city. Now no one can tell who the car belongs to, so the players will naturally not be polite. When they were driving just now, they had collected all the cars they hit. Is it still 1 point even with our points? The survivors' eyes lit up. The metal of a car can be sold for dozens of points. The bigger the car, the more valuable it is. Now there are points everywhere outside. Yes, but safety is not guaranteed. We will deliver to a fixed location and pick people up there later, the players said bluntly. The desert area is much less dangerous than the other two game areas, but it doesn't mean there is no danger. They don't want to hang other people's fate on themselves, so they don't want to be responsible for the safety of the survivors. I know, the survivor said without hesitation. Compared with the risk, the reward of going out is too high. They are unwilling to give up. If this game area ends and their days can become safe, they will definitely not take this risk. But who can blame the world for having changed? In this situation, they would rather gain more survival capital for themselves at this time when there is no danger. Okay, those who need to go out can come to me to sign up and queue up. We will arrange the bus according to the number of people who sign up, a player said. Anyway, they have to go out too. As long as they leave a driver to pick them up, they can earn hundreds of points in a whole day. It's really worth it. Okay. Suddenly, the entire shelter became lively because of the arrival of the players. And Fan Ting-jun also made various decisions. The official side also recruits survivors to go out, but the points are fixed. It will be safer to act with the soldiers. The official factory is recruiting people again to make compressed biscuits. More people are needed. They have recruited tens of thousands of people in total. Not only for us, but also for the outside world. Is the situation outside not good? I'm not sure about that. Anything else? Yes, there are many positions that are still hiring, but they are only to ensure basic living. Also, they said they would rebuild schools. What is the purpose of building schools? They said they would teach children the skills to survive in the future. In addition to children, anyone who is interested can go and have a look. I think the situation outside must be bad. It's better to follow the players out, and then act independently and prepare more. All of a sudden, the entire shelter was mobilized. After a while, Tang Ting looked at the shelter that had regained its vitality, and her heart was relieved. So what if there is an inexplicable magnetic field that affects people's mood? As long as people have hope to live, they will not choose to die. Then, Tang Ting followed Fan Ting-jun's team out. On the way, Tang Ting clicked on the Doomsday forum. But she saw a post on the homepage at a glance, and her eyes were instantly attracted. Chapter 91. In the Doomsday resort town, the situation outside was continuously transmitted back to the town. The core of the octopus monster in the fog area has become larger, and one core can be exchanged for 2,000 points. The crystal cores of the zombies in the virus area have become 20 points, and the more powerful ones have 40 points, which is almost doubled. It's a lot of points, but it's also powerful, so you still have to be careful. Don't worry, everyone is working in a team, and they all have equipment, so it won't be so easy to be killed by monsters and zombies. Yes, fortunately, we have equipment, so we won't be completely defenseless when facing monsters and zombies. Yes, I don't have the courage to fight monsters and zombies with bare hands. What about the desert area? What's the situation? Are there any monsters? No monsters, but today's sandstorm is particularly strong, and it seems to be almost 2 meters now. Will the shelter in the desert area be disconnected from the outside world? The amphibious bus can also drive freely in the sand. Many players have already gone there with their goods, and are planning to clean up the game area. Not bad, At least it's relatively safe. But I still envy the fog area and the virus area, which are a paradise for accumulating points. This is not just about accumulating points, but also about future lives. Who made us lucky enough to encounter the Doomsday Resort town. Otherwise, it would really be a life or death game. The players are really satisfied with the current situation, and everyone has a bright smile on their face. Because it turns out that they can still hold on at the first critical time point of the game. They have endless self-confidence for the remaining 20 days. Of course, the next moment, many players focused on the Doomsday Forum. After all, there are so many players on the Doomsday Forum that they can't help but want to pay attention to the situation in other game areas during the break. Of course, the most important thing is that on this day, many players found that the number of online players dropped drastically, with millions less. Since the Doomsday Forum appeared, the number of people in the early stage has been increasing and decreasing, and the overall trend has been rising. Until it was completely stabilized later, most players remembered the total number of players. It roughly reached over 900 million. But today, the 10th day of the 5th game, it became a number starting with 8. This decrease is too obvious, and many online players can notice it. The number of surviving players has opened at 8, and 7 or 8 million people died at once. My heart is tied at the moment. I didn't care before, but now I feel desperate. This number seems to tell us that the Doomsday game is irresistible. I feel that if I continue to pay attention to it, I will have psychological problems. But I can't ignore the Doomsday Forum. Suddenly, I feel that the emergence of the Doomsday Forum is not all good. I am in the intermediate field, hiding in a room now, and the mutant beasts outside are knocking on the door. They will soon say goodbye to the world, damn Doomsday game. Me too, I will soon be one of the decreasing numbers. Can you tell me some good news? I feel like I'm going to be emo if I keep reading. The posts about Doomsday Resort are very inspiring. They are happily fighting monsters and zombies. Seeing them happy about their increasing points, I really want to be in the middle of it. I also came out of the posts about Doomsday Resort. I'm really envious. If Doomsday Resort continues to exist, will players be able to clear the game in the end? I hope there will be such a day, although I won't see it. The mood of the players in the Doomsday Resort town slowly subsided with the appearance of these posts. Luck is only temporary. Suffering is long-lasting. As long as they don't clear the Doomsday game, they will never be able to avoid wandering between life and death. On the homepage of the Doomsday Forum, the difficult situations in various game areas are constantly being refreshed, and many people even left their last words on the forum. I want to post a post to prove that I have been here. Doomsday game, we will definitely clear it. My name is Chi Yin-Cheung, I am 28 years old this year, and I will not check in on the day I don't check in, which means I am gone. The 50th day of the Doomsday game, I am still alive. Will I be alive tomorrow? Major discovery. Maybe we can try to infer how many game worlds there are. After confirming it, will it be just around the corner to clear the game? Among the posts, one post was directly revealed. No player who scanned it would ignore this post. Many players entered it in a flash. As soon as they entered, they saw the topic of the post. I am currently a player in the Doomsday Resort town. Because the Doomsday Resort town has a special building network center, the mobile phone in the network center can allow players in the same game area to contact each other. After the Doomsday Forum was established, this function did not attract much attention for the time being, until the official NPC used it, and confirmed that the mobile phone can be used not only in the game area, but also in the world of the game area. Therefore, the official NPC in the game area is connected to the outside world of their world. Then I heard the official NPC mention that the source of disasters in their outside world is consistent to a certain extent. For example, the virus area where I am now is called Doomsday Natural Disaster Meteorite Virus Area, Intermediate Field, Area 1, and the city outside it has also experienced a game called Doomsday Natural Disaster Meteorite Virus Area, Primary Field, Zone 056. The two games took place at different times, but their source came from the same natural disaster, the meteorite, more than 2 months ago. There are multiple game zones generated in different parts of the world, all of which are related to the meteorite virus. Does this prove that disasters in the same world have the same source? Therefore, other worlds may be generating the same natural disaster according to their actual conditions, such as extreme cold, extreme heat, etc. Then, as long as we players integrate the game worlds we have experienced so far, and integrate the same game world, can we determine how many game worlds there are? Even if we can't determine it exactly, we should be able to make an estimate, and according to the fact that the natural disasters we have experienced so far have never repeated themselves. Perhaps the number of levels we need to clear in the game is related to the number of worlds, or the number of disasters. It's so confusing, but I still read it word by word and understood what the OP meant. Once the number of game worlds is determined, the types of disasters can be estimated. Not to mention how many levels to clear. At least we will have a lot of experience on how to survive the disasters. In fact, the game strategy section has been helping me. I found a similar game background and survived until now according to the player's clearance skills. I think it makes sense to calculate this. I feel less pessimistic about the Doomsday game. I also found that none of the disasters I participated in so far are repeated. There are no repeated worlds I have visited. Calculate it. Do I need to open another thread to register? This is a big project. There are more than 800 million people online now. Even if there are only a few in our country, it is definitely over 100 million. In this case, it is a huge number. I have a good idea. We can relay. Yes, relay. Talk about what you know about the world, and then copy the content of the first floor on the second floor and edit it. If there is a duplicate, just +1. But there are too many people posting at the same time. Make 2 posts, one for sorting and one for answering. People who are sorted in the sorting post answer in the other post according to their numbers, so there will be no confusion. This method is okay. What if someone deliberately makes fun of you? The number of people who make fun of you is not enough to cause any trouble in front of big data. I am willing to join. I am willing to do the same. There is no harm in trying it anyway. OP, you can post it. You were the first to propose it, we believe you. Yes, we will accept you. Also, it would be great if the administrator could pin it to the top. After pinning it to the top, the position will definitely be conspicuous. At admin, the administrator was too low-key when I first raised the issue. At admin, if you pin this, we will no longer hate the rich. At admin, add 1 for not hating the rich. The players were discussing excitedly, and the number of replies was rising rapidly. Gu Weiwei couldn't ignore the huge number of replies. Not to mention that the post was about what she was interested in. Gu Weiwei agreed with what was said in the post. After encountering the game area of the same world again, she thought about the same world and the same disaster. The data is relatively weak, but after the officials of the 3 game areas have given the same feedback, this possibility has greatly increased. Therefore, the suggestions mentioned in the post can be tried. Anyway, there is no loss, and the most important thing is to inspire the confidence of the players. Just now, after seeing the number of players suddenly decrease by millions, most of the players were in a low mood, and she was a little affected. Again, the living life turned into a string of cold numbers, which can make people feel most shocked. Seeing everyone calling her, Gu Weiwei let out a long sigh, and then responded to everyone in the group. Administrator at Shirening, post it. I pinned it to the top. As soon as the administrator appeared, the post was instantly excited. Catch an administrator alive. I originally thought that the administrator was just a decoration, but there really is such a person. Administrator, where did you get 1 million points? Too arrogant. It's simply inhumane. I'm so jealous. If I had so much money, I wouldn't have to worry about any dangers. Did the administrator participate in a game area that was almost wiped out, so he got a huge amount of points? At your eating, post quickly. Don't interfere with the administrator's business. At administrator, please support me. The problem is that the administrator took out 1 million to build the forum, so he must have more than 1 million on hand. So the administrator is really a player? The boss is the boss, same world, different us. The players were excited again. After all, the administrator, super boss, big points holder, alive. Gu Weiwei looked at the deviated post and fell silent. Is the administrator so attractive? Chapter 92. Shirening was also very excited at this time. Not only because the players recognized her idea, but also because she tricked the administrator out. With the help of the administrator's pinning, her posts can always stay on the front page, which means that her ideas can be implemented very well. The next moment, Shirening edited 2 posts without hesitation. Sorting post. Registration post. The simple title is definitely conspicuous on the front page. As soon as these 2 posts came out, Gu Weiwei noticed them and pinned them to the top without hesitation. By the way, Shirening's post was pinned to the top so that more players could see and understand the situation. After it was pinned, many players saw it immediately and quickly clicked on the ranking post to start queuing. This was related to their future as players, so they were still willing to cooperate. As for Shirening, after participating in the ranking, she quickly returned to the original post. She wanted to thank the administrator. At administrator, thank you. Gu Weiwei looked at the other party's message and replied directly. You're welcome. It's really great that the players can think about capturing information about the Doomsday game and fighting the game. She hopes that everything can go smoothly. If she has the ability, she is willing to do her best. And it's just money. What she lacks the most is points. At this time, the players watched Gu Weiwei continue to bubble up, and quickly spoke again. Boss, which game zone are you in? Please protect me. How many points do you have? Why are you willing to spend 1 million points to build a Doomsday Forum? Does the administrator have any privileges on the Doomsday Forum? How much do you know about the Doomsday game? Will the Doomsday game give you privileges because of you? Why can your forum name be administrator instead of your real name? Are you a man or a woman? Looking at the various questions, Gu Weiwei twitched her lips. She is quite curious, but there are also people with ulterior motives. Especially the topic about the privileges of the Doomsday Forum and the Doomsday game. These people really think too much. How can a Doomsday game give players privileges? Although she does have privileges, they are given by the Doomsday Landlady system. Then, Gu Weiwei gave a reply in the post. Ordinary player, a lot of points, no privileges, nothing else to say. This is the information she can tell. Forget about the details. The players looked at this short message and fell silent. The administrator is really good at playing. Then, except for a few who still wanted to continue talking to the administrator, the attention of other players was directly transferred to the two pinned posts. Think about it, if they were administrators, they would not easily expose their identities. But one thing is certain. The administrator's points are very, very high. Wow, I'm envious. After a while, the posts in the ranking posts were growing rapidly. And the players who confirmed their numbers began to enter the registration post to register the game area they entered and the game area information. After the registration on the first floor, the second floor continued, and then the third floor, one layer after another. The players at the bottom of the ranking were not idle either, and they edited their information first, waiting to join in the end. Gu Weiwei's attention was also shifted to it. Watching the disasters integrate one by one, she had more confidence in the final estimate of the number of game worlds. Regardless of whether it was accurate or not, there was a rough data, and the players were also prepared. What Gu Weiwei thought of was also what countless players thought of. So when many players had time to enter the Doomsday Forum, they saw 3 posts pinned to the top. Originally, they didn't know what happened, but after entering the post and understanding it, they all became excited. The posts related to these 3 posts were constantly refreshing on the homepage, but most of them were supportive, or even excited. Countless players, who had time, kept refreshing the registration post, wishing to add their own entries immediately. At this time, the virus zone. Shirin was really excited to see his ideas put into action in such a short time. After confirming the progress, Shirin went to Shirwenjin. Leader, we have started to register information on the Doomsday Forum. We will continue to register, and maybe we will have some specific data in a few days. Shirin was a little excited when she spoke. This matter was initiated by her, and this achievement alone was enough for her to be proud of. So fast? Shirwenjin was a little surprised. This speed really exceeded his imagination. Although this proposal is in the interests of all players, it is difficult for Shirin, an unknown player, to get other players to recognize her initiative and cooperate with her actions in such a short time, right? He even thought that there would be many initiators in the Doomsday Forum. After all, this is an honorable thing, and you can even gain a lot of benefits from it. The administrator helped. Shirin said, he helped me to pin my post. With his operation, other players are willing to recognize my post and cooperate with the action. Administrator? Shirwenjin was a little surprised. Is there an administrator in the Doomsday Forum? Is it related to the Doomsday game? If it is related, why would he help the players? The administrator is also a player, but he is a very powerful player. When the Doomsday Forum was triggered, it was mentioned that 1 million points were required to unlock the Doomsday Forum. As a result, someone paid and became an administrator in a short time. He is really amazing. He earned so many points in just 4 game areas. When Shirin said this, there was envy in his expression. It's really inhumane. Don't you suspect it's an organization? Shirwenjin said. Players enter the game area randomly, and according to our analysis, the probability of players from the same game area entering the same game area together is very, very small, almost non-existent, let alone an organization. At the same time, the other party unlocked the Doomsday Forum at the first time. On the first day of the game, it is impossible to form a team in such a short time and make others believe him, so it is speculated that it is an individual. Then did your Doomsday Forum have the function you just mentioned from the beginning? Shirwenjin asked sharply. No, there was only one homepage at the beginning, and the others were added later. Is there a fee to join the Doomsday Forum? It's free, and you only need to pay when you use the functions, but it's very low. Shirening replied. After hearing this, Sherwingen paused, and then said, It seems that this administrator is a good person. The Doomsday Forum unlocked 1 million points for you, and the idea is to let some ambitious people take action, and 1 million points is probably just the beginning, and subsequent functions will also need to be charged. If ambitious people get it, it will definitely not be free. I'm afraid it will trigger a lot of chain reactions. Now all players can use it for free, which is really good luck. Shirening had never looked at the problem from this perspective. After hearing what Sherwingen said, he had a better impression of the administrator. Yes, he is really nice. But someone asked the administrator before, what benefits did he get from the Doomsday Forum? If there are benefits, he deserves them. Sherwingen thought highly of the administrator. Shirening listened and felt a little emotional. I will tell you when the registration information comes out, especially the situation in your world. Shirening then said to Sherwingen, there may be corresponding strategies for sale in the game guides. I will buy them for you. Yes. Sherwingen nodded. The players who can survive now are definitely experienced players. Their experience is crucial to their world. As for Shirening, she immediately continued to browse the posts on the Doomsday Forum. At the same time, she was also searching for posts related to the administrator. She decided to become the administrator's brainless fan from today. Desert area. The posts Tang Ting saw were major discovery posts, ranking posts, and registration posts. After all, it was the first time she saw that posts could be pinned. Without hesitation, she clicked on the post and started reading. After reading it, her heart was pounding. The most important thing was that in reality, she almost couldn't sit still and stood up in the bus excitedly. What's wrong? Fan Ting-jun stood next to her, looking at her excited look, and asked subconsciously. Tang Ting came back to her senses and said to Fan Ting-jun, Good news, big news. Then she briefly described the content of the post. After listening to it, Fan Ting-jun's eyes flickered. If there is any specific data in the future, can you tell us? Fan Ting-jun added, I am willing to pay you. No, I am willing to tell you. Tang Ting came back to her senses and continued, This data is a great thing for all mankind. This kind of information can be provided free of charge. In fact, it was not because Tang Ting was generous, but because this news was also free to the public in the Doomsday Forum, and every player could see it. Why did she charge Fan Ting-jun? If she paid too much, he could ask other players for a lower price. If she paid too little, it would not be cost-effective, and she would be perceived as greedy. It would be better to say it was free in exchange for a favor, and her work would be smoother in the future. There would definitely be no shortage of other hidden benefits. Tang Ting thought, and her little calculations in her mind were clacking. Thank you. Fan Ting-jun didn't know what Tang Ting was thinking, but he was grateful that Tang Ting was willing to tell him for free. Of course, he was also excited. In fact, the most important thing here is the natural disasters and strategies in the game area. If there is a disaster similar to their world, they can gain experience from it. If it is a disaster that is happening in their world, they can also discover it in the first place. In short, it will not make them passive. You're welcome. Tang Ting responded. She really liked this game zone because it allowed her to encounter the Doomsday Resort town, and let her experience so many good news, making her feel that the future is bright. Fan Ting-jun then took out his mobile phone to report the situation to the leaders outside. The leaders of the virus zone and the desert zone knew about this through the players, and the leaders of the fog zone also knew about it, and also reported the situation to the outside world as soon as possible. The national leaders of the 3 game zones in the same world were all excited after hearing the news. They saw something deeper. They saw the spark that could fight against the Doomsday game. They firmly believed that one day, a spark could start a prairie fire. Chapter 93. The players were experienced in many battles, and the NPCs, with the help of the official and the players, quickly adapted to the increased difficulty of the game on the 10th day, and then devoted themselves to fighting and cleaning up supplies. In addition to these, the players also had to refresh the registration post every day, watching one player after another, and checking the world information summarized in it. Time passed slowly. The 11th day of the game. In the foggy area, the foggy weather returned. The monster's visual range has expanded to 100 meters. Its sense of smell has evolved, its strength has increased, and its size has increased after swallowing. The official NPC uses a locator to locate the monsters that have been discovered, and uses the locator to kill a large number of monsters. Players and survivors participate vigorously. Virus area, sunny weather. Zombies devour each other, accelerating evolution. The official NPC organizes a team to trap zombies and carry out large-scale massacres. Players and NPCs actively cooperate. Desert area, the temperature is 61 degrees, high temperature. The sandstorm weather continues, the ground dust is as high as 5 meters, and the houses in the game area are buried. NPCs spend points to take the player's bus to high-rise buildings to search for supplies. The 12th day of the game. Fog area, foggy weather. Monsters' vision and sense of smell evolve, and their abilities become stronger. Monsters die in large numbers under the attack of official NPCs. Virus area, sunny weather. Zombies evolve in large numbers after being devoured, gaining wisdom, and multiple zombie waves appear. Official NPCs provide hot weapon exchanges to the public, and players and NPCs also begin to kill zombie groups in large numbers. Desert area, temperature 62 degrees, high temperature. The sandstorm weather continued, the ground dust height was 7 meters, and the buildings were buried. It was difficult to enter and exit the shelter, and the bus became the only means of entry and exit for NPCs. The official NPCs carried out entertainment activities to relieve the psychological pressure of the people. The 19th day of the game. Fog area, foggy weather. All the located monsters were annihilated. Virus area, sunny weather. A large number of zombies were annihilated, and intelligent zombies appeared and began to avoid the crowd. The plan to completely annihilate the zombies was blocked. Players and NPCs began to walk the streets to find zombies and search for supplies. Desert area, temperature is 69 degrees, high temperature. The sandstorm weather continues, the ground dust height is 21 meters, and low-rise buildings are completely buried. The materials that can be collected in high-rise buildings are reduced, and residents go out less. 1 hour countdown to the 20th day of the game. Doomsday Resort Town. It is already late at night, but the players are not sleepy at all. The whole town is also brightly lit. There are also countless players in various public buildings. Hot springs, filled with smoke, standing in the open-air pool, all the fatigue seems to retreat, while the players are running, surfing on the Doomsday Forum. In the commercial street, 10 shops have been opened, covering all aspects of food, drink, accommodation, and transportation. Players relive the fun of shopping here. In the library, many players are reading novels to kill time. In the Vitality Center, training room, swimming pool, and gym, many players are exercising. Crazy sweating can relieve their stress to a certain extent. In the playground, when players play games, their minds are completely empty. In short, there are people everywhere. The reason for this is that the players are waiting for the 20th day of the game to arrive, waiting to see what the game will do and what tricks they can take. Players are killing time everywhere, and the Doomsday Forum is even more lively. Players in various game areas are actively speaking on it, which is also the only fun for many players in the game area where life and death are unpredictable. It's almost the 20th day of the game, and I don't know if I can survive the last 10 days. The last 10 days are always the most difficult. I'm lying down waiting to die, and I have nothing left. I pulled money with a few friends to buy a shelter, hoping to survive these days. In fact, as the game progresses, players have accumulated a lot of points, and it is still easy to survive the game by buying some props in the Doomsday Game Mall. Points cannot be consumed blindly. In the first 10 days, try to collect supplies in the game area as much as possible. In the next 10 days, use the accumulated points to buy shelters and other props to ensure safety, and it will be easy to pass the level. Alas, but in the face of an absolute disaster, a shelter is useless. The energy of a shelter is fixed, and there is a risk of being breached by natural disasters. I envy the game area with the Doomsday Resort Town. I heard from players in the fog zone that the official NPCs there locate monsters and bombard them with thermal weapons. The located monsters have been cleared, so there shouldn't be any problems later. I envy you. I just passed the intermediate field. I wonder if the points in the intermediate field will be higher. Of course. Otherwise, the difficulty is high, and the points are so few, how can I pass the next game? I am also in the intermediate field fog area, and there are monsters. I am not so lucky to encounter the Doomsday Resort Town. Now I am struggling to survive. The monster is too scary. Even if it lives in a high-rise building, it can be captured. I am surrounded by all kinds of screams. The monsters seem to be evolving against the clock. Same game area, different fate. I hope I can encounter the Doomsday Resort Town in the next game area. But the Doomsday Resort Town seems to be facing only intermediate levels now. If possible, it's better to play in the primary level. Looking at the difficulty of the intermediate level, I think I just die if I go there. Sooner or later, you will enter the intermediate level, so you'd better prepare early. In fact, you should read more game guides. I found a game guide that is exactly the same as my current game area, and I have successfully survived until today. I hope I can successfully get through the last 10 days. I also prepared in advance according to the game guide, and got through many difficulties. Think about it, it's much better than before, shouldn't we be thankful? The discussion is still going on. All the players are destined to have a sleepless night. In addition to refreshing the news on the Doomsday forum, the players in the Doomsday resort town will also chat and communicate in their respective chat groups. After all, this is related to their next plans. Chat group of players in the fog zone. It's the 20th day of the game. Even if the difficulty is increased, it won't be a problem. The monsters we have located have basically been annihilated. In that case, is the foggy area safe? I hope there are no monsters hiding in secret. The person in front, please stop being so pessimistic. The entire foggy area is so small. On the 10th day, the authorities even used drones to search everywhere. Monsters that big cannot be hidden at all. Maybe they are underground or something. You can search after that. It's better to be careful. That's true. After all, I don't believe in Doomsday games. Yes, there are still 11 days left, so be vigilant. But you should get a good night's sleep today. After 12 o'clock, if there is no noise outside, you can go to sleep. Hey, are there any players in the shelter in the game area? Remember to report the situation later. Okay, the official NPCs are also on alert. They have deployed many drones, and I heard that many of them are equipped with thermal imaging. This makes me feel more at ease. The official is really awesome. In fact, as long as the official forces are not destroyed at the beginning, their strength is very strong. Virus Zone Player Chat Group. The zombies should evolve again. The intermediate field is really worthy of being an intermediate field, this difficulty. There are so many zombies, and I don't know where they are hiding. Although the zombies have evolved, their number has decreased. Players, official NPCs, and NPCs can always solve them by investigating one area after another. Yes, the situation is different now. Everyone has complete equipment, and has a certain degree of defense. Don't be afraid. Yes, I now have the most points in my hands after going through so many game zones, and I have bought a lot of equipment, weapons, potions, etc. The zombie crystals in this game zone are really great. Because of these crystal cores, I think I can safely pass through the next few game zones. So for the next 11 days, let's keep working hard and earn more crystal cores. Go, everyone, sleep well tonight, and go and try it tomorrow. Chatting group of players in the desert area. The disaster in our area is probably still the sandstorm. The worst that can happen is that we will continue to be buried. The entire shelter is about to be buried. So the official NPCs have been hiring people to clean up the sand outside these 2 days. It feels like the sandstorm will be more powerful tomorrow, and the speed of burying should also increase. Compared with the other 2 game areas, the desert area is really suffering and has fewer points. This one is a pure natural disaster. I think the desert area is the most difficult. Just think about it, if there is no Doomsday resort town, how difficult it would be for us in the desert area. Only high-rise buildings can survive. So many people squeezed into a small space will definitely kill each other. It seems so. Anyway, we have earned some points, big and small, and bought so many equipment, weapons and potions, so it's not a loss. Let's do business next. In the chat area of the 3 game areas, players chatted with each other, and spent the remaining 1 hour together. As for Gu Weiwei, she was also checking the situation in the Doomsday forum in the room. For some reason, she felt that the matter of all the monsters in the fog area being solved was not that simple. After all, if it could be completed within 10 days, the players would not have to take action, and the official could deal with the monsters with the resources in their hands. Therefore, she felt that there should still be pitfalls here, and she could focus on it later. On the contrary, the virus area and the desert area, which require great efforts to solve the difficulties, will be less difficult. Just wait and see. The 3 game areas bordering the Doomsday resort town are now well maintained by the official forces, and even the virus area is well prepared. Time passed as everyone waited, and it was the 20th day of the game. Shelter in the foggy area. The fog began to disperse, and the weather returned to normal for the second time. Countless drones flew out of the shelter and patrolled the entire game area, but no trace of monsters was found. Safe base in the virus area. A large number of drones flew out and searched for traces of countless zombies. It can be seen from the camera that the zombies are killing each other, and the zombies that devoured their companions are advancing. After confirming their whereabouts, they began to bomb. Shelter in the desert area. The sandstorm weather worsened, and the speed of sand accumulation became faster. The survivors watched the shelter being buried bit by bit. Chapter 94. Doomsday Resort Town. As soon as many players got up, they checked the latest news in the chat group of their own game zone. After reading the records, they had a general understanding of the situation. Then, they went to the first floor after washing up. The lobby on the first floor was already crowded, and the restaurant was full of players eating. In the first few game zones, the players had limited points, and they would stock up some durable supplies in the first few days, so they naturally rarely chose to eat in the apartment restaurant. After all, eating in the restaurant consumes points, and eating with points is obviously a luxury. Without confidence, no one dared. However, in this game area, there was no place to eat normally from the beginning, and everyone had a lot of points in their hands, plus they made a lot of money, so they were relatively willing to spend more. The opportunity to encounter a Doomsday Resort town is rare. Anyway, the supplies they have stored can be used in the next world, so what if they can live a slightly normal life in this world? And with so many people eating, even some who can bear it can't bear it in the end. This is what made the restaurant so lively. However, it must be said that eating delicious breakfast and chatting with people around them comfortably, for many players, this ordinary life also makes them feel happy. It's been a long time since I had such a peaceful breakfast. I never feel at ease in the game area. I am always worried about possible dangers. Similarly, there is almost no place in the game area that is completely safe. Alas, how can we live without the Doomsday Resort town in the future? So we can enjoy it while we are here. Only 10 days are left. What's the situation outside now? The situation is quite good for now. There is no heavy fog in the foggy area today, and the official drones have not found any traces of monsters. Now we are encouraging all survivors to go out, clean up the entire city, and try to collect things that can still be used. In addition, the authorities seem to be recruiting some professionals to restart the industrial zone. It seems that they are preparing for the future. After all, they can now contact the outside world. They have a shelter, which is also a safe zone. If a disaster occurs in the outside world, there is also a place to retreat. For the first time, I felt the influence of official power on the game zone. In fact, I have heard of the Doomsday Resort town before. It was mentioned by a player I met in the previous game zone. He said that his previous game zone only survived for a month because of the official NPC. I didn't believe it at the time, but I believe it now. There must be players who have experienced the Doomsday Resort town and cooperated directly with the official. In the future, players can also seek more official cooperation. What about the virus zone? It's more troublesome in the virus zone. The zombies have evolved and become smarter, and they have begun to devour each other. It's troublesome for players to fight against them. However, once they succeed, the return rate is not bad. But it's not as cool as before, killing a large number of people at once. After all, it's an intermediate field, so this is normal. The monsters in the fog zone are larger and easier to find and deal with. Zombies are like people, hiding in the city, so it's naturally hard to find. Desert area. The most troublesome thing about the desert area is the sand brought by the sandstorm. It almost buried the entire shelter yesterday. What about now? They say they have been hiring people to dig out the sand and dig a path for the shelter. But there are still 10 days. Will the shelter still be there after 10 days? If it is just a simple sandstorm, it is still possible, but if there are other disasters, it is not certain. How do you say? Some people say that entering the desert area will make your personality become irritable unconsciously. Last night, many NPCs committed suicide in the shelter. What's the problem? Anyway, the players who stayed overnight there warned that they should not stay there for too long. Fuck, I thought the desert area was the safest. But now it seems that the desert area is the most difficult. If it weren't for the Doomsday Resort town, how many NPCs and players would have died? More trouble is yet to come. In just one day, the height of the sand was 10 meters. After 10 days, it was likely to be 100 meters. 100 meters, even if there is a shelter, you will be trapped underground. So it is better not to go to the desert area for the next few days. Various information was intertwined in the restaurants of each apartment. Players could not only know the situation of their own game area, but also the situation of the other two game areas. After breakfast, most players went straight to their own game area without hesitation. No matter what, they will not stop earning points. They must accumulate more points while the time is good. They don't know when the next opportunity will come. At this time, at the city gate, Gu Weiwei stood on the city wall and looked at the situation in the three game areas. Compared with before, the fog area and the virus area have become much calmer now. There will be no monsters and zombies blocking the entrance, especially zombies. When they were not smart before, they would come at the first sign. The most surprising thing is the desert area. Yesterday, the height of the sand was 21 meters. Today, it has risen by 10 meters to 31 meters, like a wall blocking the door. Players in the desert area can only rely on buses to travel. The former city gradually lost its original traces in the sand, leaving only a few high-rise buildings. But there are still 10 days. After 10 days, I am afraid that the last high-rise building will be destroyed and the traces of its existence will be erased. Only now has the desert area gradually shown its fangs as an intermediate field. Perhaps, the shelter is no longer suitable for the desert area. After all, being buried once a day would take a lot of energy. Gu Weiwei's eyes instantly searched on her control panel. Finally, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the product of the offshore base. In the previous world, the volcanic area and the island area were preserved to the end because of the offshore base. The offshore base is a floating version that can float on the water. Similarly, it should also be used in the desert area. The reason for this idea is that every time a new game area or upgrade is launched, the Doomsday Landlady system mall will have targeted new products. The situation in the desert area is so obvious that there should be substitutes. But now there are none. Maybe the Doomsday Landlady system assumes that the existing products are sufficient. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei directly contacted the official of the desert area. This is the contact information left by Fan Tingjun. In just a moment, the phone was dialed. Gu Weiwei bought a new phone from the internet. After all, the system-produced phone can contact the three game zones and the worlds where the three game zones are located, which is much more convenient than her original one. Hello. As soon as the call was connected, Fan Tingjun on the other side of the phone hurriedly spoke. He had already memorized Gu Weiwei's phone contact information. The Doomsday Resort Town has a product that is very suitable for your desert area. Gu Weiwei said directly. What product? Fan Tingjun said nervously. He didn't think that the product that Gu Weiwei could personally promote would be simple. Maybe it could directly solve one of the current difficulties of their shelter. The water base can float on the water, and should also float on the car. After upgrading, it can eventually be built into a water city. Gu Weiwei introduced briefly. Fan Tingjun knew what Gu Weiwei meant as soon as he heard it. Did she want them to rebuild a base for migration? But the current shelter consumed a lot of their energy. A new sea base means new investment costs. They have limited points in their hands, and there are also goods that the superiors specify to be purchased, which is really stretched. However, the existence of the offshore base is necessary for them. Boss Gu, I really want to buy it, but I have limited points now. Fan Tingjun said a little embarrassedly. Gu Weiwei listened and said directly, you should know that players are counting the disaster worlds in the Doomsday game. According to the current statistics, the disasters in many game worlds are homogeneous. The game area you belong to is a desert area. The disasters in your world should be developing towards extreme heat, and desertification is even more of a trend. Don't you think that a commodity like the offshore base can solve the problem once and for all? Fan Tingjun listened and paused. He did know about this matter, and it was confirmed by the outside world. It had not rained for a long time in many places outside, and the temperature was getting higher and higher. Inland cities showed a trend of desertification, and coastal cities also continued to be hot. The whole world seemed to be fulfilling the trend of extreme heat. Inland desertification requires offshore bases that can float on the sand. In the future, coastal cities will not only supply water, but also food. At that time, the sea will be the direction of their development. But even if they understand this, they still have limited points. Thinking about it, Fan Tingjun immediately said, I discuss it with my boss. Okay. Boss Gu, can I cooperate with you using undeveloped resources? Fan Tingjun suddenly spoke. Undeveloped resources? Gu Weiwei raised her eyebrows. She just felt that Fan Tingjun's excuse of limited points was a bit strange. Now, she felt that this was the purpose of the other party's bad luck. There is a large undeveloped oil field near City X, which is one of the reasons why we have been stationed in City X for a long time. Now the points are limited, and all that can be exchanged have been exchanged. If you need to buy a sea base, you can only exchange this resource point. When Fan Tingjun was talking to Winja, he looked a little nervous. This was also the task assigned to him by his superiors. He just took this opportunity to say it. After all, in their opinion, Doomsday Resort Town and Gu Weiwei were both very powerful, and could come up with so many good things. It should be easy for them to develop resources. In the future, they might not have the opportunity to develop this large oil field, so they might as well take this opportunity to exchange for what they can. This is a win-win situation. Gu Weiwei listened and felt helpless. How could she develop resources? This Fan Tingjun really thinks highly of her, and he also took so many detours. Host, promise him. Suddenly, the voice of the system popped up in Gu Weiwei's mind. Chapter 95. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment when she heard the system speak. Before, she realized that the system had self-awareness, but she had always kept it hidden. But now, it is not hidden at all. Energy is quite important to the system. Then will the Doomsday Landlady system bind her for energy? The thought flashed through her mind, and Gu Weiwei suppressed it. No matter what the purpose of the Doomsday Landlady system is, at least it has saved many players since the Doomsday game appeared. Maybe there is a purpose, which can make her feel a little relieved. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei responded to the system in her mind, how to trade. The system will provide tools, and then share the profits with the host. Gu Weiwei listened and raised her eyebrows. He knows how to feed the horse with grass, but Gu Weiwei is indeed much more relieved. At least the system can't transfer these resources out of thin air. The next moment, Gu Weiwei saw a new product appear on the control panel. When she saw that this product had never appeared before, Gu Weiwei had a feeling in her heart that the Doomsday Landlady system still had a lot of good things in its hands. On weekdays, it just put all the general products on the shelves and let it grow wildly. Now that I think about it, for upgrades, apart from the inherent conditions, the other specific things are up to her, and she only supplements them when needed, just like now. The Doomsday Landlady system should not be a particularly formal organization, but most likely a small group or an individual. So does this small group or individual know the group behind the Doomsday game? After all, the appearance before and after is too coincidental according to probability. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei suddenly felt that she seemed to be getting more and more carefree, and she actually wanted to pursue the secret behind it. Then, Gu Weiwei looked at Fan Tingjun in front of her and said, "Okay." Fan Tingjun heard Gu Weiwei's agreement, and a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. They also inferred from the goods in the recycling cabinet of the Doomsday Resort Town that the Doomsday Resort Town needed energy, and the rarer it was, the more valuable it was, so they had an idea. Just don't know how to exchange it, Fan Tingjun said. It will be exchanged according to the amount of mining. Gu Weiwei said directly, it will be settled on a single day using special mining tools and storage facilities. When Fan Tingjun heard Gu Weiwei say that they could exchange while mining, his eyes moved slightly. It seems that the Doomsday Resort Town cannot plunder their resources out of thin air. Great. Okay, I will send a team to cooperate with your mining. Fan Tingjun continued, not for surveillance, but for better cooperation. Gu Weiwei listened and replied, then this team will be considered as hired by me, and I will pay them wages. Gu Weiwei now has tens of millions of points, and the points are still soaring. She feels that she can be a little more generous. Thank you. Fan Tingjun did not refuse, as this was also a benefit for his subordinates. For a big customer like Gu Weiwei, he did not think there was any problem. Then, the two ended the call. Fan Tingjun looked at the phone and stayed where he was. Just then, someone came in a hurry. Today's sand level is 10 meters higher. According to the news from the players, it will definitely rise by at least 10 meters in the future. Even if we clean up the sand, we can't clean it up. The shelter is likely to be buried in the end. Bai Yunan said, with obvious worry on her face. If the height of the sand is up to 100 meters, is it suitable for survival? Moreover, according to the players, this is only the second time that the situation has increased, and the most difficult day is the 30th day of the game. She is really afraid of the last day, when the Doomsday game will hit them hard. In short, according to the data she got, the situation on the last day of their game area must be not simple. Can they hold on to the end? There is also an invisible pressure. She felt that the sand was not right. So many people committed suicide yesterday. You know, it is not difficult to survive in the shelter now. After all, there are Doomsday resorts and players, selling water and food. At the same time, there are teams going out to collect supplies. The shelter also provides jobs. There are ways to survive everywhere. How can people commit suicide in despair? She is more inclined to believe that it is external interference. And the external objects in their desert area are just sand, right? Fan Tingjun looked at Bai Yunan and said directly, I just talked to Boss Gu. What are you talking about? Bai Yunan was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked after reacting. The Doomsday Resort Town has launched a new product, the offshore base, which can not only be used at sea, but also on sand. Van Tingjun said. This is a good thing. But the price is probably not low, right? Bai Yunnan said hesitantly. I exchanged points with the other party using undeveloped oil fields. Van Tingjun directly told the details of his transaction with Gu Weiwei. After listening, Bai Yunnan's expression also eased a little. From this point of view, it is a good thing for us. Bai Yunnan is not stupid, and in a short time, he has already thought of the role of the sea base in the future. The world is destined to be gamified, and what they have to do is to deal with it well. What they lack most now is points, because points can be exchanged for enough special products. It is still unknown when they will encounter the Doomsday Resort Town next time. So do you think we should build another shelter on the sand? Van Tingjun asked. I think so. Bai Yunnan asked back. Then you will be responsible for notifying the personnel and arranging the migration sequence. Van Tingjun said. Since we have made up our minds, we should act early. It will not be good to delay for too long. Okay. Bai Yunnan nodded. She did not expect that the biggest problem would be solved in one go. Who would be willing to live in the dark underground when they can live on the ground? Van Tingjun made a direct call to the outside world. After learning about the existence of the offshore base, the outside world was also very happy. When they knew about the sandstorm in City X, and that it had buried the city, they had already speculated on the final disaster, and were also worried about the future development of mankind. Now that there is an offshore base, it undoubtedly gives them another possibility. It's good that you are willing to change. This proves that neither the Doomsday game nor the Doomsday Resort Town can plunder our energy out of thin air, but it also proves that our energy can indeed be put to use. The Doomsday game has involved so many worlds. There must be a purpose behind it. It's a pity that we are too weak to resist. It would be great if we could unite other worlds. The sighs from the other side kept reaching Fan Tingjun's ears. Wait a minute. At least the worlds I know are trying to fight back. Maybe one day, if we meet an opportunity, we can always get back this debt. Fan Tingjun replied. Yes, wait. The other party sighed for a moment, and soon calmed down, and continued, the offshore base must be purchased. Take a look and replace a product in the vending machine. In addition, continue to try whether you can use energy to exchange for cost-effective points from the purification trash can. Yes. Fan Tingjun nodded. In fact, they were excited when they knew that there were monster cores and zombie crystal cores in the other two game areas, which could still earn a lot of points after leaving the Doomsday Resort Town. They could only hope for energy. In fact, they had tried it when recycling scrap vehicles. A car can be exchanged for 10 to 20 points in the Doomsday Resort Town, but it can only be exchanged for 1 to 10 points when it is put into the purification trash can. After knowing this, the outside world has already started to collect scrap vehicles. After all, if the game zone breaks out in various areas in the future, supplies will definitely be in short supply. At that time, vehicles may become a life-saving straw, because that is something that has already been developed. But relying on vehicles alone is not enough. They also want to find other substitutes. He thought, maybe we can consider energy such as oil and natural gas. Later, metal ores can also be tried. You are the only game zone we can contact now, and you also carry our hope. Please survive. Special times, special treatment, everything is our responsibility. Yes. Van Tingjun answered firmly again. He would definitely take out as many goods as possible from the Doomsday Resort Town, at any cost. After the call ended, Van Tingjun had already arrived in front of the vending machine. Because he was the buyer, he could operate it. He directly replaced a piece of equipment with a sea base. After it appeared, the initial area was 1,000 square meters, and the price was 5,000 points. Of course, upgrading is cheaper than buying. Van Tingjun chose to buy without hesitation. After the purchase, Van Tingjun directly imported it into the backpack grid. In this short while, the news of moving the base has spread throughout the shelter. New base? Why build a new base? Because this shelter will be buried by sand, and I heard that it will grow 10 meters every day. 10 meters? That means it may be 100 meters in 10 days? That's terrible. Yes, we cleaned for a long time today, but only managed to clear a little space. After a while, the sand was rolled in again. No wonder we need to change to a new base. Is the new base built on sand? Is it okay? Yes, I just saw the person in charge of the base standing in front of the vending machine for a long time. After he left, I saw an additional product for the offshore base. This should be it. Offshore base? Isn't that on the sea? If it can be used on the sea, it can definitely be used on the sand. What is it like? Besides, It will take a lot of points to build a new base. Can it accommodate so many of us? If it can't, do we have to give up some people? Don't worry. If it can't accommodate so many people, this shelter is still there. It's just that sand may be safer. That's true. Hey, they have an official team ready to go out. They must be building a sea base. Then let's go and take a look. Let's see what the requirements are for going to the new base. It's definitely better to go on the road than underground. Let's go! Ban Tingjun led the group in front, and many survivors followed in the players' cars. The entire shelter became active because of the new base. While the desert area was busy building a new base, Gu Weiwei was considering the construction of the Doomsday resort town. Chapter 96. At this time, Gu Weiwei first looked at the current business situation. Building, Doomsday resort town upgradable. Level 1. Owner, Gu Weiwei. Description: within the scope of the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 4782932. Mall, open, goods available for purchase. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, stone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants, 5378223/910495. Buildings, special buildings *17, ice and snow world, trading hall, activity center, hot spring, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, hospital, library, pond, commercial street, watchtower, arrow tower, ancient city wall, amusement park, arena, grain processing plant, network center, Doomsday apartment *673, tent area, integrated planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot, warehouse. Looking at the latest data, Gu Weiwei was a little dazed. It turns out that before we knew it, the Doomsday resort town had already developed to this point. It was really a wild growth. Then Gu Weiwei took a look at the upgrade conditions. Condition 1. Serving 100,000 tenants, satisfied. Condition 2. 10,000 points, satisfied. Condition 3. Buildings *1000, not met. Condition 4. Special buildings *24, not met. After the last promotion, she saw that she was far from the next promotion conditions, so she temporarily ignored it. After all, the conditions are too different, and it is highly unlikely to be completed in a short period of time. At this time, she paid attention to it again, just to make the next construction as close to the upgrade conditions as possible. The construction she wanted to do this time was mainly to enrich the needs of the player's spiritual world, especially in terms of food. The reason why she had such an idea was still due to the registration post on the Doomsday forum. 10 days of effort was enough for part of the game world to reveal its true face. According to current statistics, there are already 7 types of disasters, including extreme heat, extreme cold, meteorites, natural disasters, mutations, and alien plants. Among these disaster worlds, there are also multiple worlds with different historical backgrounds. According to the data currently compiled, there are no more than 3. At the same time, among these worlds, only a few worlds with the same background as them were involved at the beginning, but gradually, the proportion of cities involved is getting higher and higher, and the government is slowly losing control of the game area. This point has also been discussed by players on the Doomsday forum. Gu Weiwei often follows one of the analysis posts. According to the analysis post, as players play games, the game world will become more and more difficult. Of course, I feel that the primary games will become more and more difficult. You can imagine that the second primary game I experienced just went through a game. Although the whole game was well preserved, there was also a shortage of supplies. In the game area I was in, I heard the survivors say that they were transferred from another disaster city, but they hadn't settled down for a month before a new disaster came. I am also struggling to hold on now. Hey, I made a few friends in the comment section, but they disappeared one by one these days, all dead. There are currently 7 natural disasters in the world. We have played 5 games, and some people have entered the intermediate level in the 5th game. Does that mean that there are about 10 types of disasters in total? There are different disaster modes under the same disaster. There are many types of natural disasters. But as long as the major categories are determined, at least we have a general idea. After a few more games, we should be able to make a rough judgment. Now I have summarized 7 types, which is actually pretty good. It's really hard to be in the intermediate field. Many players and survivors around me have died. The primary field is just as hard. I didn't collect any food at the beginning. Now I have nothing left. If this continues, I will have to use points to buy food from the Doomsday game. The above poster is only buying now, but I have already started buying. It's too hard. The number of levels of this post is still increasing. And it also reveals a reality. As the Doomsday game progresses, more and more game areas are involved, and even show explosive growth, which means that there are almost no cities that have not been invaded by natural disasters. Therefore, after many players enter the new game area, the city they face is no longer quiet and peaceful but devastated. In this way, even in the early stage, the food they can collect will become less and less. Therefore, players will become more and more dependent on the Doomsday game mall in the future game area, and the Doomsday game will harvest more and more points from players. In the end, it will only become more and more difficult for players to survive the Doomsday game. Or, this trend has already formed. And this trend is difficult to change by the Doomsday Resort Town, unless players can break through the boundaries of the game area and realize void transactions. Of course, the Doomsday Resort Town now sells purified trash cans and castrated vending machines, which also helps players to a certain extent. At least players who match the worlds of these three game areas in the future can have alternatives. Gu Weiwei also hopes that the next game area can influence more worlds and leave more opportunities for players to survive. Back to the topic. Since it is inevitable that players will buy food from the Doomsday game in the future, she naturally cannot miss this business opportunity. Especially in the three game areas where they are now, players have stable points in their hands, and their strength is relatively strong, so they have corresponding consumption capacity. Then, her eyes searched in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. Gu Weiwei found out the food-related products. Product, snack stall. Price, 10,000 points. Introduction. A random snack will be dropped, and there will be no repetition. After reading it, Gu Weiwei bought 10 snack stalls without hesitation. Buy 10 snack stalls, and the special snack types are being drawn. Grain pancakes, grilled oysters, rigiamo, fried noodles, grilled cold noodles, octopus balls, crispy chicken fillets, spicy hot pot, hot and sour noodles, and stinky tofu will be dropped. Listening to the system's notification, Gu Weiwei was completely attracted. Although the food in the restaurant is becoming more and more abundant, it is still a meal after all. When I see these snacks, I feel like my mouth is watering. 10 snacks are not enough. More, Gu Weiwei bought 10 more without hesitation. Buy 10 snack stalls, and the special snacks are being drawn. Cold noodles, braised food, fried skewers, oden, sushi, fried buns, rice rolls, grilled gluten, egg burgers, and sauce cakes are dropped. Snack stalls *20, trigger the special building *snack street. When Gu Weiwei saw the next notification, her expression was still calm. In addition to wanting to increase the variety, she was actually thinking about her previous experience in combining special buildings. Even if it didn't work, she wouldn't lose. And now it worked. After all, a snack stand costs 10,000 points, and 20 stands are 200,000 points. If such a cost can't make a special building, it is indeed a bit of a loss. With this successful case, Gu Weiwei continued to aim for the next one. Product, drink stand. Price, 10,000 points. Introduction. A drink will be dropped randomly, and it will not be repeated. Gu Weiwei paused. This beverage stall is a bit unreliable. Normally, a beverage shop would have many kinds of beverages, but now a beverage stall only has one kind. So what? Of course, Gu Weiwei directly selected 20 beverage stalls. Purchase beverage stalls *20, special beverage types are being drawn, and pearl milk tea, raw coconut latte, mango sago, cheese grapes, lemon tea, fruit tea, passion fruit duet, fruit barrel. Beverage stalls *20, trigger special building *beverage street. After these two cases, Gu Weiwei continued to build other special buildings. Anyway, she has so many points now that she doesn't care about this little bit of money. Naturally, she will build as early as possible. Even if there is extra, it won't be much extra. The next game area can still use it. After the food and drinks are over, it's the entertainment buildings. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building *shopping mall. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building *cinema. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building *internet cafe. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building *cultural center. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building *machine factory. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building *music square. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building *park. After gathering enough buildings, Gu Weiwei stopped. She really racked her brains to find so many buildings, and even failed to build some small buildings in the middle, but it was just a drop in the bucket for her current points, so she didn't feel bad at all. At least with these special buildings, not only can the players' lives be enriched, but the level of the Doomsday Resort town can also be improved. Anyway, she had a feeling that it was not a bad thing for her to upgrade the level of the Doomsday Resort town in advance. After there were enough special buildings here, Gu Weiwei looked at the last condition. After the 1,000 buildings are full, Gu Weiwei needs to build 322 more buildings. Build all apartments? Building apartments can accommodate more than 250,000 players, and the next game zone may be able to develop another game zone. Do you want to spend 322,000 to buy apartments *322? Yes. After the purchase, various building icons appeared on the entire map. Entertain 910,495 tenants, meet the conditions. Own Doomsday Apartments *995, tent areas, integrated planting and breeding gardens, bus stations, parking lots, warehouses, meet the conditions. Own special buildings *24, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 100,000 points and upgrade the level 1 resort town to a level 2 resort town? Yes. The Doomsday Resort has been upgraded from a level 1 resort to a level 2 resort, unlocking 25,600 rooms. At the same time, the control area has been expanded from 12,800 square meters to 25,600 square meters. Yes. The next moment, the area of the Doomsday Resort expanded by 1,600 square kilometers in an instant. This size is equivalent to an extra county town. Gu Weiwei paused as she looked at the extra open space. There was already open space, and now there is even more open space. The next moment, Gu Weiwei began to place the buildings bit by bit. The apartments were organized into various communities, with 2 lanes, 2 sidewalks and green belts between the communities, and 4 lanes, 2 sidewalks and green belts on the main roads. The sides of the main roads were directly reserved for public buildings. The middle point was set up as a music square, corresponding to the city gate, and other buildings were built on both sides of the main road. After arranging them neatly and regularly in a U-shaped pattern, Gu Weiwei directly chose to run. After the operation was completed, the buildings began to pop up like mushrooms after rain. The players of the Doomsday Resort town only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the surrounding scenes began to change rapidly. After the changes stopped, they were shocked to see the Doomsday Resort town expanded by an unknown amount. Damn, the Doomsday Resort town has been upgraded again. Chapter 97. What happened? I upgraded without any notice? Yes, before I could react, I felt the world changed completely after I opened and closed my eyes. If I didn't know this game was not over yet, I would have thought I had entered the next game. Yes, it was too sudden. There are so many more public buildings. The area is much larger too. It will take a lot of effort to walk now. Was it like this before? I think so. Oh my god, it's so cool. It's like playing a game. We've been playing games. No, it feels different. But the Doomsday Resort town upgrade is great. A lot of good stuff will appear again. That's right. I'm also planning to treat myself well in the remaining 10 days. If conditions permit, I also want to live a good life. Yeah, I'm so busy with the game that I don't have time to think. I also hope that if I die one day, I don't want to think about the good old days and regrets in my mind. That's why I meet many players who enjoy life in the moment. Why are you all talking about it? Let's go and see what's changed. Yes, let's go and see. While talking, the players began to explore the new territory excitedly. The newly added apartments were not what the players would look at. The new public buildings became their main target next. Especially when they saw the newly added snack street and beverage area, they were all excited. Ah, so many snacks. They are all my favorites before the end of the world. I want to eat all the snack streets. Eat skewers. And bubble milk tea, my favorite. I used to dislike it being too sweet, but now I wish it was sweeter. Hot and sour noodles, exciting. Odin is also very good. It seems that all the new buildings are entertainment-oriented, mall, cinema, internet cafe. The Doomsday Resort town is becoming more and more like a city with complete infrastructure. Yes, the music square and the park are all free and open. Walking in them, I feel relaxed. I used to love to go to the nearby park with friends for a walk and a picnic. And movies. Every time a new movie is released, I will invite 1 or 2 friends. Movies, it feels like a distant thing. I don't know what movies are in the cinema. It's a good time to rest in the evening, so you can watch a movie and relax. There's also an internet cafe. I wonder if they provide games. I found that I haven't played my favorite game for a long time, so I go see if there's any. It doesn't matter what game it is, as long as it's playable. I feel like the Doomsday Resort town is corrupting me. I want to have a good rest for a day and spend a day in the new building. Sure, you won't lose anything if you play for a day, and there are plenty of opportunities to earn points. You can stay until the last day to play, but the points you earn are still few. It's everyone's choice, it's alright. As the players learned about the new building, they were directly divided into different places, among which the snack street and the beverage street had the most people. Eating and drinking have always been a major event in life. The more difficult the environment, the more you miss this bite of food. After all, the players are really too tortured when it comes to eating. They store supplies, and in order to save grid space, they basically choose large quantities that are full, and many of them are even ready-made, because it can reduce cooking time. They can only enjoy delicious food when they first enter the game area. In every previous game, they were extravagant when the game area was still intact, but when the disaster came, the food they could eat became monotonous. However, this game made the players realize it will be more and more difficult to eat normal food in the game area in the future, let alone snacks. During this period of time, they naturally want to enjoy more. As for players who surf the internet, watch movies, and go shopping, perhaps only when they play can they temporarily forget the troubles brought by the Doomsday game. No matter which kind, they are everywhere in the Doomsday Resort town, and it is as lively as a party. And the liveliness in the Doomsday Resort town has gradually spread to the Doomsday Forum. Today's Doomsday Forum has once again become the main venue of the Doomsday Resort town. The Doomsday Resort town has been upgraded again and again. I finally ate authentic stinky tofu again, and it tastes exactly the same as the one I ate in City C. While soaking in the hot spring, eating barbecue, and drinking beer, I feel that my life is instantly complete. Ha ha ha, I'm watching a movie. Oh, I'm playing games. Hey, I'm shopping in the mall. Waiting in line, I'm visiting the park. I'm watching the musical fountain in the music square. The players in the Doomsday Resort town showed off without hesitation. And looking at their posts, the players in other game areas were jealous. Damn, we are suffering, you are enjoying. Does the world have to be so uneven? Just wait, when I go to the Doomsday Resort town, I won't be polite either. Indy, I'm eating cookies now. I'm eating bugs. I am the best, right? Being chased and eaten by monsters. When I get to the Doomsday Resort, I will eat all the snacks in the street. In fact, the players in the Doomsday Forum are somewhat immune to it. When the Doomsday Resort appeared strongly in the morning, they were not impressed. But as the full picture of the Doomsday Resort slowly unfolded in front of them, they inevitably felt a yearning in their hearts. That is, they hope that they will have the opportunity to go to this place in the future. With this in mind, they are willing to accept the goodness of Doomsday Resort. Of course, there is another big reason. Doomsday Resort sells a lot of equipment, weapons, and potions with very high cost performance, and also sells them to game areas. If they encounter a game area sold by Doomsday Resort, it will undoubtedly greatly increase their chances of survival. In addition, Doomsday Resort is seen as hostile to Doomsday game in the minds of players. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They are willing to put themselves in this position, and naturally have a positive impression of the Doomsday Resort. Of course, not all players think this way, and there are still many players who are involved in it, and they are sarcastic. Show off, people are in dire straits. What's your intention in posting these? Haha, you have points to eat and drink well. Why don't you sponsor us? If the Doomsday Resort is really that good, do you dare to open it to us? If you don't spend money, the Doomsday Resort may find a way to open it to more players. The Doomsday Resort must be in the same group as the Doomsday game, and the money you spend on it will definitely become a sword stabbing yourself in the end. These players just keep showing off. If I meet them in the future, I will definitely take away everything from them. Haha, you can buy more, the future is ours. Many posts have similar remarks, but most people don't take them seriously. Since the Doomsday Forum was opened, there have been all kinds of voices, some good, but also many bad. Most players are immune to this. As I said, across the network, who knows how many of the harsh words can be fulfilled. The players of Doomsday Resort Town really have so many equipments that they are not so easy to be dealt with. In addition, being high profile on the internet does not mean being high profile in reality. It is with this idea that players can speak freely on the Doomsday Forum, and many people even want to leave a little trace of themselves in this way. Having participated in the Doomsday game, more players know one thing: live in the present. Therefore, in the following work, the players of Doomsday Resort Town will continue to show their presence in the Doomsday Forum. Of course, the players outside were the ones who were most affected. After all, they were in the same game area as the Doomsday Resort Town, but because they were outside, they did not witness the changes in the Doomsday Resort Town with their own eyes. This moment of effort made them even more itchy. Fog area. Fuck, the Doomsday Resort Town has been upgraded, with a snack street, a drink street, a shopping mall, a cinema, an internet cafe, etc., and the area has increased several times. It was already big, and now it's getting bigger? Yes, it's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. It should be in time to go back now. Forget it, since we are already out, we should search carefully, and get more points to reward ourselves in the evening. That's right. We are almost done collecting in this area. When the time comes, we can hand over the task to the official NPC and go back. Yes. Why did the official NPC conduct a carpet search of the entire area? Maybe they are worried. After all, when the disaster deepened, the entire game area did not change at all. I was afraid that someone was behind this. Didn't we kill all the monsters? If we kill them all, there will be no threat? The official NPC must have his reasons for doing this, and we are not getting points, so we just do it. Players looked at the Doomsday Forum and searched, feeling their mouths watering. Unconsciously, I accelerated the search. This is the last location. The map says there is a cold storage here. In addition to searching this area, you can also check if there is anything else in the cold storage. Okay. A team of players found the cold storage in a basement according to the map. Then, with special means, they opened the door of the cold storage directly. As soon as the door of the cold storage was opened, a rotten smell came. The players took flashlights and shone them inside, and what they saw was piles of rotten meat. The meat in the cold storage is useless. Let's go. Yes. After making a judgment, the players turned around and left. However, they did not notice that after they left, something was wriggling in the piles of rotten meat. Virus zone. Hurry up, we can go back and restock. What to restock? Snacks, drinks. The survivors in the virus zone now have crystal cores on hand, and they should be willing to exchange for some delicious food. I don't believe they won't be greedy. That's fine. Let's go back and eat something. I think we can enjoy this game area more. The more we spend, the harder we will work to earn points. The players who do business immediately thought of business principles in their minds. The players who focus on killing zombies were even more excited. As soon as the players moved, the news reached Sherwingen and his friends. The Doomsday Resort Town has been upgraded? Sherwingen said with some surprise. Yes, I heard that many buildings have been added, and the area has increased several times. Jean Manjun said, with a sigh on his face, I thought the Doomsday Resort Town was big enough, but I didn't expect it to be upgraded. Maybe it will be able to accommodate more people in the future. It's a pity that such a good place does not belong to their game area. It's good to upgrade. Maybe it can connect to more game areas. The probability of encountering it in the game area of our world is even greater. Sherwingen thought more deeply. Even if we don't encounter it, there will be others who will encounter it. One more game area means more power. Perhaps, the Doomsday Resort Town was upgraded with this idea in mind. Jean Manjun responded. She liked the Doomsday Resort Town more and more. Because she could feel the changes that the Doomsday Resort Town brought to them the most. Especially in the current base. From top to bottom, men, women, old and young, they all had a strong vitality. She knew that it was because their lives had hope, and they could eat and drink enough. In the Doomsday, being able to eat and drink enough was already everyone's greatest wish. Do you want to go and take a look? Sherwingen asked Jean Manjun. Jean Manjun shook her head. No, I just listen. If I go, I'm afraid I'd be even more reluctant to leave. Since it can't be owned for a long time, it's better to cut it off all at once. At this moment, in fact, she understood very well that the Doomsday Resort Town did not allow the survivors in the game area to enter the Doomsday Resort Town in large numbers. Once you live there for a long time, it's easy to corrupt your mind. Especially the survivors, if they are used to a beautiful and safe place, and then let them face the bloody storm of the Doomsday, it's too easy to collapse. Even she, with a strong mind, would have the idea of staying forever when facing the Doomsday Resort. Let's work hard and build this base into something similar to the Doomsday Resort. Sherwingen also understood Jean Manjun's idea and encouraged her. Although it can't be as powerful as the Doomsday Resort, it can provide a safe place for the survivors to live. Okay. Jean Manjun nodded. The Doomsday Resort is getting better and better, which will only give them more encouragement. Desert area. Selling pearl milk tea, raw coconut latte, mango sago, and large barrels of fruit tea. Cold drinks. Drink a big cup and enjoy the coolness all day long. Players in the desert area are more active. When other players are thinking about having fun, they have already seen the business opportunities. Especially the newly launched beverage street, which is a blessing from heaven for the desert area. In the hot weather, drinking a sip of ice is simply the ultimate enjoyment in the world. As the players shouted, the people who were building the offshore base could not help but be attracted. Ice drinks. How much are they? Someone could not help but ask. Not expensive, only 1 point to 2.5 points. The player said hurriedly. The drinks in the Doomsday resort town are still very cheap. The cheapest is lemonade, which only needs 0.5 points, and the most expensive is the fruit bucket, which is only 2 points. They all add a little point to buy it. The former is 0.7 points, and the latter is 2.5 points. They just earn hard-earned money. After listening to the introduction, almost everyone bought lemonade, and of course, there were many people who bought together. After drinking the cool lemonade, many people felt like they were alive again. Of course, they worked harder. Fan Ting-jun, who was supervising on the site, also noticed this scene, but he did not stop it, and even bought a cup. When the iced lemonade was drunk, Fan Ting-jun also felt a sense of comfort. Doomsday Resort Town has started selling drinks? Fan Ting-jun asked Tang Ting beside him. Yes, it has been upgraded, and many new buildings have appeared, and the beverage street is one of them. Tang Ting had already seen the latest news about the Doomsday Resort Town from the Doomsday Forum, and replied without hesitation. It's good. Fan Ting-jun said that the Doomsday Resort Town is like a rising star, destined to shine. Alas, if I don't encounter it in the next game area, I will be very sad. Tang Ting couldn't help but sigh. You still have a chance to meet it, but it's hard for us. Fan Ting-jun said directly. Tang Ting was speechless when she heard it. The probability of meeting Doomsday Resort Town in the same game area is really small. As if seeing Tang Ting's embarrassment, Fan Ting-jun continued, however, I am very lucky to meet it. Even without it, we will try our best to survive. I look forward to the day when we meet again, maybe in other places. Yes. Tang Ting nodded heavily. The upgrade of Doomsday Resort Town did not affect the passage of time. In all game areas, the days are still moving forward day by day. Chapter 98. The 21st day of the game. Fog area, foggy weather. As it was initially determined that all the monsters were annihilated, more and more survivors walked out of the base to search for supplies. Virus area, sunny weather. Official NPC. Players continue to kill zombies in large quantities in team mode and search for usable resources and supplies. Zombies continue to devour each other and advance. Zombies are becoming more and more intelligent, and they begin to avoid large teams and attack small teams instead, or organize zombie waves. Desert area, temperature 71 degrees, high temperature. Sandstorm weather continues, ground dust height 41 meters. Continue to buried buildings and bases. Official NPC vigorously promotes the construction of bases on the sand. NPC's demand for heat-resistant equipment and water sources increases. Game Day 22. Mist area, foggy weather. The overall environment is stable, there are no special circumstances, and residents are active outside. Virus area, sunny weather. Many large and small zombie waves broke out. Desert area, temperature 72 degrees, high temperature. The sandstorm continues, the ground dust height is 51 meters, and the buildings and bases are still buried. Construction is still going on the sand. Due to the high temperature, the shelter needs more energy. The 29th day of the game. Fog area, foggy weather. The overall situation is stable, and there is a strange smell in the air. The official NPC calls on the survivors to suspend their plans to go out and stay in the shelter. Virus area, sunny weather. The number of zombies has decreased visibly, but the level of the participating zombies is relatively high. Desert area, temperature 79 degrees, high temperature. The sandstorm weather continues, the ground dust height is 121 meters, and the whole city is covered. The base on the sand is initially completed, and a large number of people are still living in the under the sand shelter. The 30th day of the game. Doomsday Resort Town. I didn't expect that it's the last day without knowing it. Yes, when I stepped into the intermediate field, I was full of hesitation, but now, my heart is extremely quiet and peaceful, waiting for the end of the game. Yes, there is only one day left. I don't know whether I should celebrate the end of this game, or worry about the next game. There is no way, the days will not stop. They will only move forward. We can only follow the reality. In fact, compared with before, we are now better off. We have prepared so much equipment, weapons and potions, and we have so much more foundation than before. What are we afraid of? Yes, don't be afraid, just do it. And we've been living a very fulfilling life these days. We earn points during the day and enjoy the Doomsday Resort Town at night. These days are so happy, just like before the Doomsday. It's just that I've been living too comfortably recently. When I think about the suffering in the next game area, I really need to be mentally prepared. I'm preparing myself mentally. Hey, what's the situation in the 3 game areas? Do you know? I don't know yet. I have to wait until the day. It was relatively stable in the past, and I think it should be similar on the last day. There shouldn't be any threat. I saw that the number of people online in the Doomsday forum has dropped by millions today, and it is still decreasing. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. We are lucky to be alive. The players in the Doomsday Resort Town discussed, and their eyes were unconsciously on the Doomsday forum. At this time, the front page of the Doomsday forum was basically filled with players leaving last words. The depressed mood was spreading. Many players could only force themselves to sleep on the last night in this game area. When they woke up in the morning, many players immediately checked the situation of the Doomsday forum. The most obvious thing is the current number of online people. Compared to last night, when most people went to bed, there are nearly 20 million fewer people. This is really a terrible data. 20 million fewer people in one night, terrible. If this continues, how long can we players hold on? Last words. I hope I can survive the last day. Doomsday game, hack you. Woohoo, who will save me? I don't want to die. Life and death are up to fate. Comrades, keep working hard. I want to be free. I feel that I have done my best to survive until now. The comments on the forum are still low at this moment. The 30th day of the game is the most difficult time for all games, and it is also the most dangerous time for players. In the face of an absolute natural disaster, most players are powerless. The players of the Doomsday Resort Town, who like to share their lives on the Doomsday forum these days, also said nothing at this time. After a moment of silence, they packed up. They still have to face today's reality, but when they got up early and gathered in the restaurants of the Doomsday Resort Town apartment, not many people had smiles on their faces. The whole atmosphere was a little heavy. Hey, so many people died again. Yes, I was more confident when I didn't know before, but it's really hard to ignore it when I see it. In fact, it's getting less every day, but we just ignore it. It's because the environment we are in is too comfortable now, and we ignore the danger outside. I didn't ignore it. I just don't want to live my life with only the pain in my mind. I enjoy myself and die without regrets. Don't say such unlucky words. We will definitely survive. Similar remarks spread throughout the Doomsday Resort Town. Although their mood was greatly affected, they did not feel desperate because they were in a safe environment, but quickly turned their attention to the game area where they were. What's the situation outside now? Not sure yet. You can consider going out to take a look later, or wait for news from the official NPC. It's the last day of the game, so I don't dare to stay overnight in the game area like before. But not all players can enter the Doomsday Resort Town. Those players, I don't know if what they say is true or false. When it comes to their own interests, they won't joke. Don't we have a cell phone to contact? It seems that many people have bought mobile phones. Let them ask the NPCs. But the NPCs with mobile phones are all official NPCs, and they don't have each other's contact information. Someone must have it. Tang Ting in the desert area is employed by the NPCs. She must have contact information. Where does Tang Ting live? It seems to be apartment 111. Go find her. But she is in the desert area. I want to know about the fog area. I want to know about the virus area. Hey, I'm in the desert area. I'm going to look for someone first. Instantly, the players split into 3 groups according to their game areas. Gu Weiwei also knew what the players were concerned about in the Doomsday Resort Town. It can be said that Gu Weiwei is the only person who can contact the 3 game areas so far. The players also know this, but no one dares to disturb Gu Weiwei. It can be said that with the upgrade of the Doomsday Resort Town, Gu Weiwei's image has become more and more mysterious in the eyes of the players. In addition, Gu Weiwei is a simple person, and the players who know her personality naturally dare not do anything unnecessary. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwei contacted the official NPCs of 3 game zones. Fog Zone. On the 30th day, just like the 10th and 20th days, the fog dissipated, and the entire city was exposed to the sun again. Except for the traces of monster attacks on the city buildings, everything was so peaceful. In the past few days, because of the news that the monsters were eliminated, countless survivors walked out of the shelter, gained more and more points for themselves, and made their lives better and better. As the person in charge of one of the shelters in the foggy area, Yayun was happy about this, because the survivors had achieved self-sufficiency. But after learning about the characteristics of the Doomsday game from the players, she didn't dare to let the survivors go out on the last day and directly block the door. But this made the survivors a little dissatisfied. Without the fog today, we will definitely get more things. Why don't you let us go out? We can take responsibility for ourselves. The survivors stood at the gate of the shelter and shouted. It was because they knew that there were too many good things in the Doomsday Resort town. And buying these good things requires a lot of points. They knew that after today, the Doomsday Resort town would leave, and they would have to face other natural disasters in the outside world. If they didn't accumulate more points, what would they do in the future? Yayu knew what the survivors were thinking, and said directly, the situation outside is unclear today, waiting for the official drone exploration news. But there has been no danger for so many days. The 30th day is recognized as the most dangerous day in the Doomsday game, and we must be vigilant. Yayun said directly, I am now contacting other shelters to count the number of people. Counting the number of people? Why do we need to count the number of people? Did something happen? Is anyone missing? Because of Yayun's words, the survivors' attention was instantly diverted. Yayun listened and said directly, I just have some doubts, because the number of goods sold in the shelter has decreased during this period of time. Yayun controlled the castrated vending machine in their shelter, and she had a clear view of the sales situation inside. Starting from the 20th day, the daily sales of water and food were gradually decreasing. This was unreasonable. After all, the minimum consumption per person was fixed. After discovering this, she made up her mind to investigate it thoroughly on the 30th day. She had just contacted the heads of other shelters, and when they investigated, they found that the situation was the same. If their guess was correct, it meant that some of the survivors had never returned after leaving in the past few days. It was true that many people stayed outside, but this would not happen in every shelter, because where could be safer than a shelter? And listening to Yayun's words, the survivors cooperated one by one. Soon, a survey was launched in the shelter. According to the final data, in the past 10 days, at least tens of thousands of people disappeared without a trace. This is nothing among all the survivors, but considering the number of people, it is a relatively large accident. Many survivors were shocked. Speaking of which, I found that there was no news about a team I knew in the past few days, but because the shelter is quite large, I thought they went to live somewhere else. Now it seems that they are missing. I also know a friend who has not appeared for many days. So many people are missing, it's terrible. Didn't they say there are no monsters outside? Yayu listened to the discussion below, and her heart sank unconsciously. At this time, Yayun's phone rang. After checking it, and seeing number 1, Yayun became nervous in an instant. This was a message from Boss Gu. Soon, Yayun picked up the phone. After hearing that the other party wanted to know their information, Yayun informed Gu Weiwei of their situation without hesitation. More than 10,000 people are missing in our shelter. According to the news from other shelters, some are being checked, and some have also lost tens of thousands of people. There is definitely danger brewing in the dark. Gu Weiwei on the other side was indeed surprised. Although she knew that the intermediate field was not simple, because the monsters were cleared early, she thought that the fog area was definitely the safest of the 3 game areas. Now it seems that it is not necessarily the case. Since the search on the ground is no problem, we can consider searching underground. Gu Weiwei suggested. Yayun nodded, we are planning to do so. Please tell the players, Boss Gu, to be careful when traveling. If possible, try to avoid going out today, and wait until we have some results. Yeah. After the call was hung up, Gu Weiwei informed the players of this matter. After the players in the Doomsday Resort town knew about this, they were indeed shocked. For a while, many players in the fog zone gathered together to discuss. Virus Zone. The situation in the Virus Zone has always been the most dangerous of the 3 game zones, and of course the benefits are also the highest. These days, there are still countless players and survivors who are fully engaged in killing zombies, and some casualties are inevitable. But they can accept this kind of casualties. However, because they know that the zombies may still change on the 30th day, neither the players nor the survivors act rashly. They are all listening to the official information. The official NPC has directly established a strong credibility in front of the survivors and players these days. In addition, they have made a lot of money these days, and they don't need this last day, so they are all quite safe. But their safety does not mean the zombies are safe. Official drones were flying over the entire city, investigating the traces of zombies. Soon, they noticed something was wrong. The zombies are gathering in large numbers today. Jean Manjun reported the latest results to Sherwinjin. They want to attack the base? Sherwinjin thought. If the remaining zombies in the entire city attack the base, then it will indeed be a fierce battle. But it is also an opportunity to catch all the zombies in one fell swoop. Not just the base but also the Doomsday Resort. When Jean Manjun spoke, his tone deepened. What? Sherwinjin looked at Jean Manjun in surprise. Because the zombies obviously formed two groups, one very close to us, and the other very close to the Doomsday Resort. Jean Manjun said directly, the one close to us is just across the street. Their location means that we cannot use large-scale lethal weapons, otherwise it will affect our own base. The leading zombies definitely considered this, so they deviated from us and chose the zombie tide near the Doomsday Resort. They are definitely heading for the Doomsday Resort. They can sense the existence of the Doomsday Resort town. Perhaps because of the players' movements, they are certain. Jean Manjun said, in fact, the hatred value of the players and the zombies is no less than ours. Then we have to tell Boss Gu and see if they need our help. Sherwinjin said that he was willing to sell this good. Jean Manjun listened and nodded. Okay, then we contact Boss Gu? Yes. Just when Sherwinjin nodded, Gu Weiwei's call came first. Sherwinjin picked up the phone immediately. After knowing Gu Weiwei's purpose, he quickly told her what he had discovered. Zombies have set their sights on the Doomsday Resort town. Gu Weiwei was indeed surprised by the news. It was normal for zombies to attack the Doomsday Resort town because the players had guided them. But it was not normal for zombies to take the initiative to attack the Doomsday Resort town. I see, thank you, Gu Weiwei responded. She suddenly felt that the anomaly found in the fog area might have something to do with the virus area. Those hidden monsters in the foggy area, maybe their target is also the Doomsday Resort town, desert area. Today the temperature reached 80 degrees. Unlike the previous daily fixed increase of 1 degree, today it increases by 1 degree every hour. Now, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the temperature has reached 88 degrees. At the same time, the height of the sandstorm has also increased from 121 meters to 201 meters. The area that once belonged to the city is now visible to the naked eye as sand. The traces of the past have been completely buried. At this moment, there are countless buses busy in the desert area. They were all busy moving the survivors of the underground shelter to the surface. In fact, the base on the sand was only completed yesterday, and the official migration also started yesterday. The reason why he made a prompt decision was still Fan Tingjuan's sixth sense. These days, in order to maintain the operation of the underground shelter, energy blocks are being consumed in large quantities. The deeper the dust is, the more energy is needed to maintain the operation of the underground shelter. It was originally worth it, but after entering the 30th day, the energy blocks required increased exponentially, which means that in the end, it is very likely that the energy blocks they stored will be consumed. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to abandon the underground shelter and relocate all the survivors to the base on the sand. Although the base on the sand was a little small, it was okay to squeeze in during special times. Under such circumstances, the migration operation began. Apart from this matter, there was nothing to do in the desert area. The former city was buried, and there was basically no chance to search for supplies. Migration is becoming more and more difficult. A subordinate reported the news to Fan Tingjun. Why? Today's sand feels like an obstacle. Driving is not so easy. Speed up. Fan Tingjun listened and could only speak. Yes. The subordinate quickly ordered the convoy to go. As for Fan Tingjun, he came to the edge of the sand base and reached out to scoop up a handful of sand. He had a hunch that the abnormality of the convoy was related to the sand. When they were trapped before, some people had thoughts of suicide. Just as Fan Tingjun was thinking, the sand in his hand fell down the next moment. Fan Tingjun was stunned watching this scene. Because his hand was upward and curved, the sand in his palm should not fall. Unless these sands have life and choose to fall down on their own. When the thought came up, Fan Tingjun felt absurd. But at the end of the world, it is not an outrageous thing for the sand to have life. Just when Fan Tingjun came to this conclusion, Gu Weiwei called. Fan Tingjun then told the other party about his discovery. I think even if there is no life, there is definitely something controlling it, Fan Tingjun said without hesitation. Gu Weiwei listened and suddenly felt that the dust had settled. She had always felt that there was something wrong with the desert area, but the NPCs and players had never discovered it. As a result, on this last day, it showed a little bit of its fangs. Then, Gu Weiwei went to the city gate as soon as possible. Standing on the city wall, Gu Weiwei switched to the gate of the desert area. The height of the sand continued to rise, squeezing the entire Doomsday Resort town tightly. Originally, I thought that such a height of sand was normal in a sandstorm. Now it seems that it is not normal at all. There are special existences targeting the Doomsday Resort town in 2 of the 3 game areas. Is the fog area far behind? Gu Weiwei, who came to the conclusion, called up the system in her mind. Has the Doomsday game discovered our existence and started to target us? The Doomsday Landlady system didn't respond for a long time. After a while, it made a sound. Testing, please wait. Gu Weiwei, For the first time, I felt that the Doomsday Landlady system was not so reliable. Looking at the text on the panel, Gu Weiwei temporarily put it aside and edited the notification directly. Today, no matter which game area is suitable for players to go out. After a while, the notification appeared on the lobby screen of the Doomsday Resort Town apartment. In a short time, it was seen by many players. The moment the players saw it, they were completely stunned. Damn! Something bad is going to happen. Chapter 99. The Doomsday Resort Town was attacked? The notice sent by Boss Gu must be true. How could it be so sudden? It's already the last day. Maybe it's because of the last day. What do you mean? It's the last day. All disasters have intensified. In the past few days, we relied on the Doomsday Resort Town to fight back against the natural disasters created by the Doomsday game. Especially the monsters and zombies, they are still intelligent, and they may have a grudge against the Doomsday Resort Town. Does that mean we won't be safe on our last day? It's just said that we shouldn't go out easily, but we are not required to participate in the battle. The Doomsday Resort Town has its own protection system, don't worry. In fact, we can participate in the war, just to see if we can get some benefits from it. If someone attacks us, will the game area be safe? It's definitely not safe. They will definitely attack them too. It's really the day of death. Hurry up and get ready. I go outside and see how they're going to attack the Doomsday Resort. The news was spreading like wildfire in the Doomsday Resort, and it couldn't be avoided on the Doomsday Forum. On the Doomsday Forum, some players were quite concerned about the Doomsday Resort, but some were sneering. The Doomsday Resort has been so high profile that it's probably being targeted. Maybe the Doomsday game has discovered the Doomsday Resort bug and is preparing to clear it. Haha, I'm afraid there will be no Doomsday Resort in the future. The Doomsday Resort was pretty crazy, and now it's their retribution. That's right, I saw them show off a while ago, and I couldn't stand it anymore. Yes, why? The players of Doomsday Resort posted the information not to tell their suffering, but just to let more players know about it. Who could have thought that so many voices of gloating would suddenly appear? The players were instantly dissatisfied. Don't you know what Doomsday Resort means to us players? If you have the ability, don't buy things from Doomsday Resort in the future. Maybe they couldn't buy it anyway, so they complain so much now. That's right, Doomsday Resort doesn't accept all garbage. Haha, they can't buy the goods from Doomsday Resort in this life, so they can only be furious at this time. The players' words were more poisonous than each other, which made these people break their defense. Then a group of people started a war of words directly on the Doomsday Forum. Gu Weiwei naturally noticed it. Looking at the curses coming back and forth, Gu Weiwei couldn't help but sigh that the energy was really strong, and the strong energy at least proved that they were still alive. Gu Weiwei then browsed the forum, while waiting for the system's reply. The Doomsday Landlady system took so long to investigate, I wonder if it has come to a conclusion? Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking this, the Doomsday Landlady system popped up. Host, the Doomsday game has indeed discovered the existence of the Doomsday Resort. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei felt that the dust had settled in her heart. Yes, the Doomsday game can involve so many worlds in the game, and it is so powerful, how could it not have discovered it all the time? But the host does not need to worry, the Doomsday game system cannot fight against the Doomsday Landlady system, and its settings are fixed. Once turned on, it cannot be changed. It can only do some tricks now. With the current situation of the Doomsday Resort, it can resist it. As long as you are in the Doomsday Resort, it can't do anything to you. As long as you are there, the Doomsday Resort will always exist. Gu Weiwei listened, her eyes flickered. Since the program is fixed, doesn't it prove that if someone can really pass all the games, Blue Star will return to normal? Return to normal, except that the players return to Blue Star. The system paused for a long time before speaking. What do you mean? Is Blue Star also suffering from something? Gu Weiwei asked anxiously. It was not easy to learn about the situation on Blue Star from the system, and Gu Weiwei would definitely not miss this opportunity. She thought that if the system didn't want to return, she would not ask for the time being, but it returned. Blue Star is also being invaded by the Doomsday game, but in a different way. So the old man and the child didn't actually leave Blue Star? Yes, there are also some young and middle-aged people. The game draws tasks from them to enter other higher worlds to play games. If they stay alive, they will get rewards. If they die, natural disasters will befall their countries. Gu Weiwei listened, and her heart sank unconsciously. Is the higher world dangerous? Yes. What is the situation in our country now? Gu Weiwei still asked. Your country is in the best situation now. Although there have been many natural disasters, it is generally under control. Many small countries have been destroyed. If in the future, I pass the level with the Doomsday Resort Town, will I return to Blue Star with the Doomsday Resort Town? Gu Weiwei continued. She wanted to know whether this golden finger would always be hers, or how long she could have it. Yes, as long as you can run the Doomsday Resort Town well, and not go bankrupt, it can always exist. It turns out there is a prerequisite. Then is the existence of the Doomsday game legal or illegal? It has involved so many worlds, and killed so many people. Gu Weiwei continued to ask, holding her breath unconsciously. The Doomsday Landlady system and the Doomsday game are obviously the products of a higher civilization. Worlds like Blue Star were treated like toys, and the other party played with them in their hands. She wanted to know if there was a higher level behind the other party. Especially the Doomsday Landlady system, which was higher than the Doomsday game, was it from a higher level of civilization? Legal, because it was in the name of promoting the evolution of civilization. What do you mean? The civilization level was too low, and external forces were used to improve it. These natural disasters can promote the evolution of civilization? Funny. Gu Weiwei sneered. It's just because of self-interest. If it fails, it means that the civilization has failed to evolve. At that time, all the resources of the planet can be obtained, and the planet will recuperate and restart. So it's essentially a plunder. The energy of low-level civilization planets is the most basic energy, and the most important energy. Advanced civilizations do need it. You need it too, Gu Weiwei said directly. She had guessed it before, and now she just confirmed it. Yes, but our clan has always been based on exchange. Gu Weiwei listened, but she didn't trust him in her heart. The transaction between the strong and the weak is also a kind of plunder to a certain extent. It's just that it's more legitimate. She still has players, so she has no choice. However, the Doomsday Landlady system did help her and the players. If we successfully pass the civilization evolution, will the higher civilization take us seriously? Gu Weiwei continued. No, only if you reach the second level of civilization can you enter the interstellar civilization system, and be protected by the Interstellar Civilization Convention. Otherwise, any civilization above the second level can plunder your civilization or even destroy it. You have completed the civilization evolution, but still can't reach the second level of civilization? Gu Weiwei said. No. Gu Weiwei listened, feeling somewhat desperate. Their future looked bleak indeed. It turned out that even if they survived the game, they would not necessarily survive. So, is everything they are doing now really meaningful? If you continue to develop the Doomsday Resort Town, it may be possible to help Blue Star cross the level 2 civilization in the future. Suddenly, the system continued to speak. Gu Weiwei instantly became alert. Really? The Doomsday Landlady system is a product of level 3 civilization. With level 3 civilization as the background, it is easy to help a planet develop into level 2 civilization. Gu Weiwei listened to the system calling it the Doomsday Landlady system, which was obviously not the system itself, and the system did not necessarily know so many things. What's your purpose in telling me all this? Gu Weiwei asked directly. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The other party told her so many things. There must be a purpose. You just need to develop the Doomsday Resort Town, visit more game areas, and trade more. We have always used peaceful means to obtain energy. Gu Weiwei listened and sighed. She couldn't believe it. But at present, there seems to be no other way except to believe it. With the Doomsday Landlady system, they still have the ability to resist the Doomsday game otherwise. Well, I will develop the Doomsday Resort Town well. Gu Weiwei calmed down. If she could survive, she was still alive. At least, there was still hope. Host, do your best. After saying this, the system soon fell silent. Gu Weiwei did not ask any more questions. The information she had received today was enough. She felt dizzy from the shock. The future prospects were really bleak. Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the Doomsday Forum in front of her. Do you want to tell the players about the news on Blue Star? The thought flashed through her mind, but was quickly suppressed by Gu Weiwei. It would be useless to say it now, and it would only shake the players' hearts. She should continue to aim to complete the game. At least the situation on Blue Star is better than theirs. Then, Gu Weiwei's attention returned to the 3 game areas. Since she is now targeted by the Doomsday game, she should prepare well. Anyway, according to the system, as long as she defends the Doomsday Resort Town, the other party can't do anything to her. She lacks everything except points. Maximize the defense and attack of the Doomsday Resort Town, and everything will be rubbish. The next moment, Gu Weiwei directly opened the Doomsday Landlady System Mall, and began to look for the corresponding buildings in it. While Gu Weiwei was preparing to strengthen the construction of the Doomsday Resort Town, the 3 game areas, under the control of the Doomsday game, began to show their fangs to the Doomsday Resort Town. In the originally silent fog area, countless monsters suddenly emerged from the ground. Half of them went to the various shelters, and the other half went to the location of the Doomsday Resort Town. In the virus area, the zombies seemed to have completed their summons, forming 2 huge waves of zombies, one heading towards the base, and the other heading towards the Doomsday Resort Town, at an astonishingly fast speed. In the desert area, countless ants cling tightly to the protective shield of the Doomsday Resort Town, devouring its energy. The war is about to begin. Chapter 100. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special building, Air Defense Center. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special building, Sniper Tower. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special building, Bunker. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a special building, City Defense Firepower Cannon. After buying a variety of defensive and offensive buildings, these 4 special buildings were combined. Just when Gu Weiwei was about to place them, a new message popped up. The materials required for this building cannot be replenished for the time being, please upgrade. After several reminders in a row, Gu Weiwei suddenly realized. These 4 buildings are all hot weapon buildings. So far, there have been no hot weapons in the Doomsday Resort Town. So you have to upgrade before you can buy them? Gu Weiwei's eyes are on the upgrade conditions. Condition 1, 200,000 tenants satisfied. Condition 2, 20,000 points satisfied. Condition 3, buildings asterisk 1,500, not met. Condition 4, special buildings asterisk 32, not met, 500 new buildings, 8 special buildings. For Gu Weiwei, the pressure is not great. As for the waste, if the next world can connect more game areas, it won't be a big loss. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei continued to work. After all, she is also interested in the subsequent promotion direction. Will the Doomsday Resort Town be followed by the Doomsday Resort City? And after the city, can it move towards a higher level goal? She didn't forget what the system said. If she developed the Doomsday Resort Town well, in the end, it could help Blue Star enter the level 2 civilization. The next moment, Gu Weiwei continued to synthesize other special buildings. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building arsenal. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building defense trap. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building military fortress. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the special building military reserve. After the special buildings were achieved, Gu Weiwei began to choose to build apartments. Do you want to spend 5 million points to buy apartments asterisk 500 yes. Entertain 910,495 tenants, meet the conditions. Own Doomsday Apartments asterisk 10, for 95, 10 areas, integrated planting and breeding gardens, bus stations, parking lots, warehouses, meet the conditions. Own special buildings asterisk 32, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 20,000 points and upgrade the level 2 resort town to a level 3 resort town? Yes. The Doomsday Resort Town has been upgraded from a level 2 resort town to a level 3 resort town, unlocking 51,200 rooms. At the same time, the control area has been expanded from 25,600 meters to 51,200 meters. At this moment, the area has been expanded again, with the size of 2 more county towns. After the expansion, Gu Weiwei began to place buildings. The apartments were also built one by one according to the rules. As for the new special buildings, they were naturally placed around the city wall. This time, it was placed successfully, and there was a reminder at the first time. Please select the corresponding weapons and shells. Gu Weiwei only noticed at this time that the hot weapons needed for several special buildings appeared in the Doomsday Landlady System Mall. Product, Unmanned Bomber. Price, 100,000 points. Product, Unmanned Combat Vehicle. Price, 100,000 points. Product, Grenade. Price, 100 points. Product, Sniper Rifle. Price, 200 points. It seems that as the level of the Doomsday Resort Town increases, there will be more and more good things. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei went shopping in the mall without hesitation, and directly filled all the weapons needed for these buildings. In addition, public infrastructure such as bus stops and buses were also added. After all, according to the area of the Doomsday Resort town, if there were no buses, it would take a lot of time. Of course, the most important thing is that Gu Weiwei also directly launched a lot of transportation tools, including energy electric vehicles, energy cars, etc. As for the bicycle, Gu Weiwei didn't plan to waste her energy, as there were plenty of them in the game area. With this investment, all the points were reduced by more than 20 million. However, Gu Weiwei felt that it was still worth it. The next moment, Gu Weiwei's people were heading towards the city wall. She wanted to witness the power of the Doomsday Resort town with her own eyes. During this time, the players were shocked to see the Doomsday Resort town undergoing another huge change. Huge. Huge. It was really too big. In just a few days, the Doomsday Resort town was upgraded twice, and its area expanded several times. It was simply amazing. This amazing speed made them speechless for a moment. After a while, after they recovered, they couldn't help but speak. Why do we have to upgrade again suddenly? According to the current number of people, the last upgrade is more than enough. It has become so big, it feels empty all of a sudden. The distance has to be increased a lot again. There are so many apartments anyway, we can move to one that's closer. That's right. Fuck, did you see that? There are suddenly a lot more weapons on the city wall. I saw it, and they are basically firearms. So is the Doomsday Resort ready to use firearms? Oh, the firearms in the Doomsday Resort must be cool. I was wondering if the Doomsday Resort would be in trouble if it was attacked later. Now it seems that it has made all the preparations. Haha, the monsters and zombies that come here will definitely be scum. The Doomsday Resort is so awesome. I plan to fight together later. Fight together? Are you sure it's not an advantage? Haha, you see it but don't say it? Now I hope they come more, so I can get some broth. Me too. Hurry up and get ready. After praising the changes in the Doomsday Resort, the players immediately made preparations. The little worry before was completely thrown behind her. I had already trusted the strength of Doomsday Resort Town, and now I have more trust. When Gu Weiwei arrived at the city wall, she saw that the control range outside Doomsday Resort Town was full of players. They were all choosing the best attack position. Seeing this scene, Gu Weiwei felt a little relieved. Then her eyes fell on the newly built special building on the city wall. The radar screen in the Air Defense Center was showing the search status. The sniper rifle in the sniper tower was pointed outside. The guns in the bunker stretched out and kept scanning, and the guns and ammunition were sufficient. The city defense artillery stood on the city wall like a steel giant. The defense traps were outside the control range, and the mechanisms and various obstacles were ready. The military fortress was hidden underground, waiting to block the attack at the critical moment. And the arrow tower that had been owned before was also pointing forward. It must be said that these military facilities made Gu Weiwei feel a little more secure. We must make sure that the monsters and zombies never return. Just when the atmosphere on the scene was a little tense, the detection tower was the first to sound the alarm. As soon as the alarm sounded, everyone looked outside. The players in the fog area saw countless huge monsters roaring and rushing in not far away. The huge bodies really brought a strong sense of oppression. The players in the virus area saw densely packed zombies, so many that it was difficult to count, especially the hideous faces, as if there was a little more desire to tear them apart and swallow them into their stomachs. At this moment, the players clearly realized one thing. The monsters and zombies they encountered today were definitely different from those they encountered in the past, because they showed higher IQ and stronger attack capabilities. Just when the players were in a trance, the monsters and zombies had already approached the Doomsday Resort town. But before they really got close, countless arrows, ammunition and wine attacked the monsters and zombies like raindrops, directly forming a dense firepower network outside the Doomsday Resort town, directly achieving firepower suppression. The monsters in the fog area were able to withstand the fire attack with their huge size, but they still had scars on their bodies. The zombies in the virus area were different. They gathered together and fell in large numbers under the attack of artillery fire. Even the scattered ones could continue to move. The bullets from the sniper tower could accurately hit their heads, one by one. The players were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Fuck, the Doomsday Resort town with upgraded firepower seems to be even more awesome. This is simply a Doomsday killer. Haha, this scene is more sci-fi than the movie. Those sci-fi movies are simply weak in front of this scene. If possible, I really want to live here forever. Who doesn't want to? Wait a little longer, Wait until the firepower of the Doomsday Resort is consumed again, then we will go out to pick up the leaks. Speaking of which, is the Doomsday Resort considered a military base? Yes. The players talked excitedly, with excitement in their eyes. Originally, they were full of confidence in the strength of the Doomsday Resort town, and now they were extremely excited when they saw the opponent's firepower coverage. Of course, while feeling excited, they couldn't help but develop a kind of attachment to the Doomsday Resort town in their hearts. It's not just the defense and counterattack capabilities of the Doomsday Resort town, but also the various infrastructure and entertainment services provided by the Doomsday Resort town. These all seemed to bring them back to the days before the Doomsday. Of course, they knew in their hearts that these were just thoughts. In front of them, there stood the huge mountain of Doomsday game. When they came back to their senses, the players continued to watch Doomsday Resort town killing people everywhere. In the following time, Doomsday Resort town continued to cover with firepower. Monsters and zombies, one wave after another, killed one wave after another. Every wave of monsters and zombies that came was ruthlessly wiped out, and the scene was simply a massacre. The next moment, all the people at the scene heard the howling of monsters and the roar of zombies, which were sharp and piercing, but also very long. Gu Weiwei narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard the voice. Is this a call? That's fine. She's not afraid of more people coming. She is a rich man with hundreds of millions of points. She wants to see what tricks the Doomsday game can play with so many monsters and zombies. With more people on her side, the pressure on the game area will be reduced, right? Now that she knows the truth behind the Doomsday game, she also hopes that these game area worlds trapped by natural disasters will be able to break free from their shackles and advance to level 2 civilization one day. As long as they advance to level 2 civilization, their disaster will be over. And just as Gu Weiwei thought, the shelters and bases in the fog zone and the virus zone were originally in a fierce struggle, but the pressure suddenly decreased in a short period of time. When they looked carefully, they found that the attacking monsters and zombies decreased. Fog zone. There are fewer monsters. Hurry up, we are about to win. Defeat these 2 monsters, and we can rest. After discovering that the number of monsters had dropped sharply, Iyayu immediately called on the survivors in the shelter. Hearing these voices, the survivors who had been fighting hard suddenly became energetic, and they fired their ammunition at the monsters without hesitation, attacking the monsters' weaknesses. They had already accumulated experience in fighting monsters before, and now was a good opportunity to show it. They knew very well that perhaps the turning point of the battle had come. With the efforts of all the survivors, the 2 monsters that were still attacking finally couldn't bear the intensive damage, and finally fell down limply, losing all their vitality. When the monster fell, the whole shelter cheered enthusiastically. They won. They defended the shelter. They protected their home. They knew that the victory in this battle was only temporary, and there were many challenges waiting for them in the future, but they were still very happy. Because they had tomorrow. At this moment, Iyayun's eyes were also searching around, and after confirming that there was no trace of the monster, he directly gave the order. Go deal with the monster's body, and be alert at the same time. Yes. The subordinates followed Iyayun's purpose, and quickly dealt with it. As for the survivors, they also cooperated. As for Iyayun, she had other preparations. The monster's retreat was a little sudden. She wanted to contact other shelters to see their situation. After a while, news from other shelters came one after another. Their situation was the same. When the monster attacked the shelter fiercely, it suddenly seemed to have received some order and retreated directly. Monsters can't leave for no reason. They must have a bigger goal when they leave. A person in charge of a shelter said confidently. The next moment, all the persons in charge, including Iyayun, thought of a place in their minds. The Doomsday Resort town. Iyayun was the first to react and said, I call Boss Gu and remind him. In fact, she now has a bad feeling. According to the information they have, in the past game areas, the Doomsday Resort town seemed to exist independently of the Doomsday game, silently bringing help to players and game areas, and never being attacked. But now, they were attacked by monsters, and they were transferred from their game area. What did this prove? It proved that in the eyes of the Doomsday game, the Doomsday Resort town was more threatening. After the call was connected, Iyayun received a reply that Gu Weiwei already knew. Don't worry, the ones it sent before couldn't beat me, so they were transferred. Their final fate is the same. Hearing this, Iyayun was relieved and informed the heads of other shelters of the news. After the call ended, Iyayun immediately asked someone to control the drone to go to the Doomsday Resort town to check the situation. Although she believed in the strength of the Doomsday Resort town, she was still worried. The Doomsday Resort town is not only the hope of the players, but also the hope of the world where these game areas are located. Virus Zone. The Virus Zone is different from the Fog Zone. Currently, the main force is only one base. Other small forces can't defend their own homes at all, so in the past few days, they have entered the official base under the guidance of players and official NPCs. Therefore, the zombie tide that erupted was also huge. Outside the base, a dark mass of zombies gathered together. At a glance, they were all human heads, and they were still madly rushing towards the wall. All the zombies showed unprecedented passion, and wanted to enter the base wholeheartedly. Because as long as they entered the base, they could add countless companions, and finally completely capture the base. At this moment, the zombies' eyes were only greedy for blood and life. They roared and used their bodies to hold the wall tightly, while other zombies used their bodies to build stairs one after another. The survivors in the base looked at the surging zombies, their hearts filled with anxiety and fear. But even so, they never retreated. Those fighting on the front line had already put life and death aside, because behind them were their families and compatriots. And Sherwingen was leading this counterattack at this moment. But even if they were well prepared in advance, countless people still sacrificed themselves to fight against the zombies at this moment. Many soldiers and survivors were unfortunately bitten or scratched by zombies. Some of the seriously injured took the grenades and flew into the zombies without hesitation to detonate them, perishing together with the zombies. Sherwingen, who was watching the scene, had sadness in his eyes. All he could do was to let those whose protective equipment had lost their effectiveness retreat and replenish them. Base Commander, many soldiers and survivors are slightly injured, but they have not yet turned into zombies. What should we do? A medical staff member couldn't help asking. How many people? There are already dozens of people, and the number is still rising. The medical staff's eyes were red when she said this. In fact, she had asked many leaders, but those leaders were unwilling to give orders. Finally, she came to Sherwingen. Sherwingen listened, and his heart sank unconsciously. Reason told him that these people who were scratched and bitten by zombies should not be kept, but emotions told him that they should be given a chance. Just when Sherwingen was in a dilemma, Jean Manjun came and reported the situation directly. The zombies behind are retreating. Retreating? The drone detected it. We have been searching for the zombie king who is leading this battle. We just found one. The energy fluctuations on his body are very large. We were about to kill him, but suddenly, he began to command the zombies behind to go in another direction. That direction is the direction of the Doomsday Resort town. Jean Manjin replied, I have asked people to continue to command the drone to track it. We will soon be able to see the situation in the Doomsday Resort town. Jean Manjin knew that their base was important, and the Doomsday Resort was also important. If it weren't for the equipment of the Doomsday Resort today, they would have sacrificed more people. Sherwingen thought a lot at this moment, and the same idea came to his mind as Yayun. He was sure the Doomsday Gang was targeting the Doomsday Resort. This was really not good news. Especially when it was not known whether the Doomsday Resort could resist. In fact, wasn't it detected that a group of zombies went to the Doomsday Resort a long time ago? Now that zombies have been transferred again, it can only prove that the previous batch of zombies can't do anything to the Doomsday Resort town. Compared to Sherwingen's worries, Jean Manjun is relatively optimistic. In short, she believes in the strength of the Doomsday Resort town. Sherwingen was also convinced by Jean Manjun's statement. At this moment, he has made his own decision about what happened just now. Let someone tie them up and send them to isolation, monitor their conditions closely, and notify the experimental team studying the virus. Sherwingen said to the medical staff. They fought for the base, and he was unwilling to give up on them before they completely mutated. He was afraid that the situation was out of control before, but now that the pressure is reduced, he thinks he should be able to control it. Yes. The medical staff listened with a little happiness in their expressions. Because her family members were also on the front line, she also hoped that if her family members were injured, there would be more hope of being rescued. At the scene, because of the retreat of the zombie group behind, and the fact that many zombies were constantly being withdrawn, the pressure of defending the base was suddenly reduced. Sherwingen directly ordered the personnel to increase the fire output. With this output, the personnel fighting on the scene immediately noticed something unusual. They found that the power of the zombie tide seemed to have weakened. This discovery made the combatants excited. The zombie king has left. Kill! Sherwingen reminded loudly with a loudspeaker. The idea was verified, and the combatants began to attack crazily. However, unlike the previous desperate counterattack, they now cherish themselves more. If they can survive, they will definitely survive. At this moment, the situation on the scene began to reverse. With the suppression of firepower and the counterattack of the combatants, the number of zombies began to decrease. Looking at this scene, Sherwingen felt relieved. This time, they also persevered, and the sacrifice was relatively small. Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. Now we are waiting for the news of the Doomsday resort town. Almost at the same time, drones in the fog area and the virus area arrived outside the Doomsday resort town one after another. They also could not detect the existence of the Doomsday resort through the camera, but they could see the battle scene outside the Doomsday resort. Outside the Doomsday resort, there were densely packed monsters and zombies. But in front of these monsters and zombies, it seemed that there was an invisible line of defense, and it was difficult to move forward. At the same time, countless artillery fire attacked the monsters and zombies from the Doomsday resort. The monsters and zombies had no ability to resist, and could only be forced to bear it. In the short time they were watching, several monsters and a large group of zombies fell directly. The monsters and zombies that frightened them were nothing in front of the Doomsday resort town. Yayun in the fog zone and Sherwingen in the virus zone looked at the scene in front of them, and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The Doomsday resort town was as awesome as ever. They were relieved. Chapter 101. In the following time, the officials of the fog zone and the virus zone not only organized a counterattack with all their strength, but also kept observing the situation outside the Doomsday resort town through drones. Although they didn't know how the battle was fought inside, they could roughly understand it by looking at the casualties of monsters and zombies. Seeing the crushing victory of the Doomsday resort town, the officials of the two game zones were full of hope when encouraging the survivors to fight. The Doomsday resort town was working hard, and they were also working hard. Let's return their world. A clean one. At this time, in the Doomsday resort town, the monsters can't get close to the Doomsday resort town at all. What about the zombies in your virus zone? Same, a large number of zombies die when they die. The Doomsday resort town is really amazing. Yes, I also saw that there seemed to be support from the rear. Yes, I heard from the fog zone and the virus zone that a large number of them just came. Speaking of which, monsters and zombies broke out in the fog zone and the virus zone. So what about the desert zone? There can't be nothing. We don't know what's going on in the desert area, but I heard the sand is getting higher and higher. Can someone from the desert area tell us what's going on? Many players' attention was instantly diverted to the situation in the desert area. After all, the fog area and the virus area are under control, and only the desert area is calm. And it's too calm, and they feel something is wrong. It just so happens that there are many players from the desert area at the scene. Compared with the players in the fog and virus zones, they were calm because all they saw was sand. The disaster in the desert zone was too monotonous, and there was no danger, so most players were preparing various equipment in the Doomsday resort town, ready to enter the next game. Only a few were on site. When asked, they spoke directly. It looks like sand, no problem. Some players drove out to check the situation, and they didn't encounter any danger, and even helped to relocate the survivors. They said they were going to make a small profit before leaving. But because I knew it was the last day, I didn't get greedy and didn't follow them. The temperature outside is still very high. Don't try it easily without heat-resistant equipment. Everyone who went out stayed in the ice and snow world for 2 hours, and they also said they would return within 2 hours. Many players in the desert area are still self-aware. They have survived until now purely relying on the Doomsday resort town. Success is imminent, so don't take too much risk. The players in other game areas also looked a little strange when they heard this. There was no danger until the last day. Is this desert area really that simple? The fact is, it is really not that simple. Originally, Gu Weiwei was not particularly worried about the test of the last day because she was strong against monsters and zombies. However, she did not expect that there would be a little accident in the desert area. The function of the protective shield is weakening. Please replenish energy. The function of the protective shield is weakening. Please replenish energy. The function of the protective shield is weakening. Please replenish energy. After 3 consecutive notifications from the system, Gu Weiwei looked at the control panel and noticed that the defense function of the Doomsday resort town was only 30% at present. You know, in the past, it was always above 90%, so Gu Weiwei never worried. Even when attacked by monsters and zombies, the shield was still stable. For this reason, she had an advantage in fighting monsters and zombies, so she didn't check the shield. As a result, in such a short time, the shield was almost scrapped. After replenishing the shield's energy without hesitation, and even replenishing some more, Gu Weiwei began to pay attention to the loss of the shield. Damage source. Desert area 85%. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but show a suspicious look when she saw that the desert area occupied most of the area. Then she looked at the sand in the desert area that was about to bury the Doomsday Resort town. Does the danger come from these sands? System, is there anything special about the sand in the desert area? Gu Weiwei subconsciously called the Doomsday Landlady system in her mind. Knowing that the other party was a system that could answer questions and solve problems, Gu Weiwei's attitude became much more casual. As the old saying goes, it won't hurt to ask. The sand has mutated and is absorbing the energy of the Doomsday Resort town. Gu Weiwei originally thought that the other party would not answer, but she didn't expect that the mechanical voice sounded in her mind the next moment after asking. Gu Weiwei continued to ask, is it the sand in a game area that is mutated, or the whole world? What will be the impact in the future? The whole world. The sand will devour as many energy-rich things as possible to achieve its own evolution, even human emotions. As for the future, after the sand absorbs enough energy, it may allow the world to upgrade, but by that time, humans may no longer exist. The system's words made Gu Weiwei's heart skip a beat. Without humans, what's the point of the world upgrading? Is there any way to stop it? Everything in the world is interdependent and restrained. The world where the desert area is located naturally has something to restrain it. If the humans in this world handle it properly, they may be able to achieve peaceful coexistence, or even use this new life to upgrade to level 2 civilization. Gu Weiwei listened with a slightly surprised look. The upgrade the system mentioned turned out to be the upgrade to level 2 civilization. In this way, this devouring sand is both a challenge and a rare opportunity for the world in the desert area. Gu Weiwei was suddenly a little envious. Concentrating her mind, she continued, how to prevent these sands from devouring the energy on the protective shield. Or should she solve her current dilemma first? Host, consider manual intervention. Let them stay away from the Doomsday Resort town, maybe it will have some effect. Gu Weiwei, Or, I can launch a product you need. After the system finished speaking, Gu Weiwei saw a new notification on her control panel. Gu Weiwei clicked on the notification about the new product in the Doomsday Landlady system mall without hesitation. Product, large shovel truck. Price, 10,000 points. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but be stunned. The price of this car is so expensive. But the products in the Doomsday Landlady system mall have always been worth the money. The next moment, Gu Weiwei bought it without hesitation. Buying a bulldozer can not only be used now, but also in the future. Moreover, the points required to replenish the energy of the protective shield are much more. Not only did she buy a big bulldozer, but she also posted a sand excavation task in the Doomsday Resort town. After posting, Gu Weiwei said sincerely to the system, "Thank you." It must be said that in recent days, the system has provided her with enough help, allowing her to have a clearer understanding of her future and a direction to strive for. She was really grateful. The host also helped me a lot. The system responded to Gu Weiwei in her mind. Gu Weiwei listened and was stunned for a moment. Host, please manage the Doomsday Resort town well. If the Doomsday Resort town is good, we will all be good. The system continued to say one more sentence. Gu Weiwei saw this and responded without hesitation. Yes. No matter what, work hard to make the Doomsday Resort town good and pass the level of the Doomsday game first. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei didn't say anything and the system didn't say anything else. But Gu Weiwei felt more at ease at this time. At this moment, the players of Doomsday Resort town were surprised by the new mission launched by Gu Weiwei. They thought about whether Doomsday Resort town would reward players for help when it was attacked by monsters and zombies. Later, seeing the strong strength of Doomsday Resort town, they put this thought aside. Unexpectedly, the desert area actually allowed Gu Weiwei to use this power. Does this prove that in the judgment of Doomsday Resort town, the desert area is more dangerous than the fog area and the virus area? There are quests in the desert area. Will you accept them? I want to accept them, but I'm afraid it's dangerous. That's right, the virus area, fog area, and Doomsday Resort town didn't ask players for help. Desert area, why? But what dangers can there be in the desert area? I just sent a message to the players in the desert area. Their migration was safe. They didn't encounter any monsters. It was just that the temperature was a little high. Then why does Doomsday Resort town need the help of players in the desert area? Maybe it's because the sand is an eyesore? I still think there's something to the sand. Many players in the desert area were arguing, but one player in the desert area took the task without hesitation and went to the parking lot to get a bulldozer. There are only 10 bulldozers, first come first served. Hey, why are you running so fast? You must be rushing to rent a bulldozer. Why, aren't they afraid of danger? Maybe you can think about it. If there is really danger, will the Doomsday Resort town directly post the mission? The fog area and the virus area are so dangerous, but the Doomsday Resort town still chooses to bear it head-on. Although the firepower coverage is awesome, it definitely costs a lot of points. It is willing to protect us. Yes, although the other party wants to pick our pockets, it gives us an absolute sense of security. What's wrong with spending some money on it? I am willing to spend it. That's right. I still say that I trust the Doomsday Resort town unconditionally. Go! Although I'm not a player in the desert area, I can't go, but we support you spiritually. The reality is that the 10 large bulldozers that Gu Weiwei rented out in limited quantities were sold out in seconds. Fortunately, the mission does not require everyone to have a large bulldozer, but the rewards for players who have a large bulldozer will be much higher. Soon, many players in the fog area and virus area saw the 10 large bulldozers rushing out of the city gate in a menacing manner. After rushing out, they naturally couldn't see them anymore. However, from the reaction of the players in the desert area, it can be seen that the bulldozer should have played a role. With the bulldozer as the beginning, the players in the desert area also went out one by one. Digging sand can get points, and it is a business that makes money for free. They will do it. As more and more players in the desert area go out, they find that there is no danger, and more people go out. The players in the fog area and the virus area are so envious. It turns out that there is a pie in the sky. Wow, I envy the players in the desert area. I envy them too. Who wouldn't envy them? Gu Weiwei also heard the discussions of the players below on the wall, and then set her sights on the battlefields in the fog area and the virus area. Because of the problem of fire suppression, the monsters and zombies are now obviously at a disadvantage, and there are still many of their remains on the ground. In fact, in addition to attacking, the monsters and zombies will also look for opportunities to devour their companions. Who knows if a big boss will emerge after swallowing it to the end? Since the players in the fog zone and virus zone want to enter so much, she will give them a chance. The next moment, Gu Weiwei continued to edit the task. After editing, she published it directly. Not long after publishing, the players exclaimed again. Fuck. There are tasks in the fog zone and virus zone. What tasks? Go out and collect the corpses of monsters and zombies. Half of the points belong to the Doomsday Resort town, and the other half belongs to the players. If the players kill the zombies, they will belong to the individual. Isn't this a free reward? Yes. But there's a lot of gunfire outside. Can we get out? I think we can. Wait. The fact that Doomsday Resort has this mission proves that it is absolutely feasible. Sure enough, the next moment, in the eyes of the players in the desert and virus zones, a wall suddenly appeared from the ground outside the control range of Doomsday Resort. Of course, there is an exit on the wall. At the same time when this wall appeared, the attack range of all weapons in Doomsday Resort became farther, directly pushing the monsters and zombies out a short distance. The players in the two game zones watching this scene couldn't help but shout fuck. Again. Then they rushed forward with their weapons without hesitation. These were points that came to their doorsteps. Gu Weiwei looked at the energetic players with a slight smile on her face. She treated everyone equally. Anyway, these points would eventually flow back to the Doomsday Resort town. Just think of it as a discount for the players. In this way, all the players in the Doomsday Resort town, no matter which game zone they were from, came out in full force. The battlefield was in the game area, so naturally, the images of their battles were also transmitted to the official NPCs of the game area. Seeing the players come out to fight, they had the same idea in their minds. The victory was decided. With this idea, the officials of the game area were more powerful in dealing with monsters and zombies. The battle was taking place in different forms in the three game areas. Monsters, zombies, and sand were all defeated by everyone's efforts. Especially the official staff of the game area. They knew that the Doomsday Resort town and the players were actively fighting, and they only had one idea, which was to kill more monsters, zombies, so that their city could be quiet for a while longer. As time passed, the number of monsters and zombies in their respective game areas decreased drastically. Even taking advantage of this opportunity, the official NPCs used drones to conduct a carpet search throughout the city. In addition to drones, the officials of the two game areas also sent out many small teams, using all kinds of means. As for the desert area, they still had to continue to guard their base on the sand, while speeding up the migration of the survivors in the shelter. Originally, the desert area was not in a hurry, but as the number of sand layers increased, Fan Tingjun, as the actual controller of the shelter, continued to receive notifications to replenish energy blocks, and the replenishment speed was getting faster and faster. This also made Fan Tingjun keenly aware that sand also had an offensive effect on the shelter. After all, as long as the shelter's protective shield energy was gone, the shelter would be invaded by sand, and that would be a real disaster. In addition, we got a message from the players that the Doomsday Resort Town actually issued a task for players to clean up the sand surrounding the Doomsday Resort Town. This also indirectly proved that the sand itself was indeed problematic. Therefore, Fan Tingjun immediately increased the intensity of the migration. At this time represents life. The 3 game areas are all working hard for their cities in their own way. From day to night, for more than 10 hours, everyone is working non-stop. However, the results are also remarkable. Fog area. There are no monsters in our shelter area. Our shelter area has been cleaned up. We found a monster nest in our shelter area and have completely eradicated it. A monster nest was found in the D area shelter. A monster escaped and fled to the E area. Please help from the E area. The E area has received the message. The monster has been annihilated. Different shelters are actively reporting their information. They all believe that the other party would not joke about this matter. It seems that this time it is really safe. Yayun's mood has really calmed down at this moment. He has been beating his heart all day long. What is the situation outside the Doomsday Resort Town? The monsters have been cleared, and the players are cleaning up the battlefield. Yayun said. Then can we go to the Doomsday Resort Town to exchange points for equipment now? Someone asked. Sure, let's go together. In a few hours, we will leave the Doomsday Resort Town. Hurry up. The state asked us to do everything we can to exchange goods. Yes. All of a sudden, the officials of the entire fog zone were mobilized. Virus zone. All the zombies have been wiped out. Team A1 has finished cleaning. Team A2 has finished cleaning. Team D300 has finished cleaning. Thousands of teams sent their cleaning results to the official base. Watching all the areas on the map of S City being lit up one by one, Sherwingen, who had cleared the threat of zombies, had a slightly red eye socket for some reason. I have experienced so much along the way, it was really too difficult. There were countless times when Sherwingen felt that he was about to give up, but he still relied on the little hope deep in his heart to come to this day step by step. Today, he finally handed in a beautiful answer sheet. All the zombies in S City have been cleared. Sherwingen reported the news to the other end of the phone. Good, 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 it's really great. A deep voice came from the other end, calm but with a sense of surprise. Now, continue to tell a task. Take all the crystal cores and points in your hands to the Doomsday Resort Town. Those goods will be the hope of our world, please. Yes, Sherwingen said without hesitation. Even if he was not told, he would do it. After the call was hung up, Sherwingen led his men straight to the Doomsday Resort Town. Desert area. There are still some people who are unwilling to leave, and they can't be persuaded. Then, of course, they were all knocked out. A player said without hesitation, their emotions are a bit wrong. These sands are really a bit evil. Thank you. Fan Tingjun looked at the team of players in front of him, his eyes full of gratitude. Today, if it weren't for the help of these players, he might not be able to move all the remaining survivors to the sea base. Thank you so much. You're welcome, you paid the points. The player chuckled. They gained a lot today. He had already earned back several times the money he invested in the bus. So excited, with so much excitement, he already had the capital to clear the next game area. Fan Tingjun's eyes moved slightly when he heard the word points. After paying all the players, Fan Tingjun headed straight to the Doomsday Resort Town with the remaining points. He must buy more sea bases. He will not miss any heat-resistant equipment, potions, weapons, etc. This is the foundation for their future foothold in the Doomsday. The officials of the 3 game zones all headed straight for the Doomsday Resort Town. At this time, the players in the Doomsday Resort Town were also very excited. Players in the 3 game zones each received a generous reward today. For them, this reward was several times more than the sum of the previous game zones. As they watched, they felt a little dizzy. They had never seen it before, so many points. Ah, I got rich in one day. I really love Doomsday Resort. I love it too. I'm so excited. I hope I can see Doomsday Resort in the next game area. I hope I can see Doomsday Resort again one day. The players gathered together inside, their faces filled with love and yearning for Doomsday Resort. They believe what the old tenants of Doomsday Resort Town said. Once you enter Doomsday Resort Town, you will fall in love with it. They really love it. What are you going to do with so many points? Of course, I buy. If I don't spend the points on Doomsday Resort Town, will I earn them for Doomsday Game? I will try my best to spend them all. Me too, I think I will never be able to buy such cost-effective products in the next game area. The Doomsday forum said that the products of Doomsday Resort Town are now hard currency among players. Really? Yes, many players bought Doomsday Resort Town merchandise from some other players. When did it leak out? Of course, it was from the previous game field. Yes, many players have experienced Doomsday Resort Town before. It's so good now. The players sighed, and then appeared in groups in various shops in Doomsday Resort Town. And soon, the official NPCs also arrived. They also shopped in Doomsday Resort Town. In a short while, the turnover of Doomsday Resort Town was soaring. Guweiwei was very happy watching this scene, not only because her pockets were full again, but also because she saw the motivation of various game areas and players to fight against the game. More people dared to fight against the Doomsday game. At this time, she deeply felt the significance of Doomsday Resort Town. She will continue to operate it. As for some information to be given to the game area officials, let the system forward it. They can only rely on themselves to escape their fate. She only hopes that one day in the future she will hear good news from them. The remaining time is a race against time for players and official NPCs, but no matter how reluctant they are, the time they stay in the Doomsday Resort Town has also entered a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. As the countdown ends, the Doomsday game sends a notification. Congratulations to the host, you have cleared the Doomsday Disaster, Mutation, Fog Zone, Intermediate Field, Zone 1 and obtained 1,000 points. There are 200,000 players in this game zone, and there are 165,243 players left. The remaining players will share the player points, and get 250 points. You have been assigned to enter the Doomsday Disaster, Geology, Landslide Zone, Intermediate Field, Zone 10. There are 200,000 players, and 200 NPCs in this game zone. The scene is being generated, waiting for the remaining players. The scene has been generated, and the sixth game officially begins. Chapter 102. On the original site of the Doomsday Resort. The official NPCs of the three game zones all stayed where they were, watching the Doomsday Resort disappear in front of them. Looking around, the people who could have met in the Doomsday Resort were no longer able to meet each other because of the distance in time and space, and they felt a sense of loss in their hearts. However, they were also really happy, because they had survived once again. Moreover, they were not completely unprepared for the Doomsday game in the future. Afterwards, each of them returned to the shelter with their own team. Fog Area. The fog lingering over the city has dissipated, revealing the city's true appearance. Many survivors in the shelter couldn't help looking out. Have the monsters outside been completely eliminated? Also, have all the players left? What about the Doomsday Resort Town that helped them so much? There's network. There's network. Suddenly, a loud shout reached everyone's ears. One of them held a mobile phone and spoke excitedly. Then, he took out his phone and started using it, and most people around him were looking around. Trapped in the fog for too long, many people's phones were out of power, and the shelter did not provide power supply services, so most people could not use their phones. I heard that there were phones for sale in the Doomsday Resort Town, but for them, it was a sky-high price, and they would not waste points on phones. Therefore, many people really have been away from their phones for too long. The person holding the phone originally wanted to contact his family as soon as possible, but because there were too many people around him, he thought about it, and just opened the hot search to see it. Hot searches can best reflect the current social situation. By checking the hot searches, they can know what happened during the time they lost contact. 3 cities fell in succession. The Doomsday game is raging. Where is the future of mankind? The official said that there are cities that have survived the Doomsday game. Is it true? The Doomsday is coming. Looking at these hot search topics, the survivor was simply stunned. Is the situation outside not much worse than the fog area? The survivors who gathered around also saw it, and they were all shocked. Is the situation outside so serious? Several cities have already fallen. The number of casualties worldwide has already exceeded 100 million. More and more cities are involved, and it's a purgatory everywhere. Then if we get out of here, we will just go from one pit to another. Will this be the next game area? Can you lend me your phone? I want to contact my family. Me too. After a brief thought, the survivors at the scene panicked one by one. At this moment, they couldn't hold it anymore. After all, many people have relatives and friends. Most importantly, they felt that they had just climbed out of the abyss, but they didn't expect that there were abysses everywhere around them. When Yayun came back, she saw such a chaotic scene. Seeing this, She stood up to appease without hesitation. The government will open up electricity next, so that everyone can contact their families. Yayun said. Her voice was steady and powerful, as if she could reassure people. After watching everyone calm down a bit, she continued, I just want everyone to understand that the disaster has already happened, and we can no longer avoid it. However, this does not mean that we should give up hope. On the contrary, we should face reality bravely and cheer up. Besides, we have a certain amount of capital to resist. This game area has one under our protection. In the end, we have a shelter, equipment, weapons, and potions. When we had nothing, we succeeded for the first time. I believe there will be a second and third time. The survivors listened, their eyes gradually became firm. Yes, they are no longer useless in the face of disasters. Seeing that everyone's emotions were mobilized by her, Yayun breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and then immediately arranged for people to start the generator to supply electricity to the survivors. After making arrangements, Yayun directly contacted the outside countries. In a very short time, many people from the national team directly poured into this city. Compared to the uncertain situation outside, at least there are several shelters here, and many special supplies. In addition, this city was a key city before the Doomsday. If nothing unexpected happens, it may slowly develop into the core of the country. When Yayun was preparing to receive the guests, a notice suddenly appeared in front of her. Looking at the notice that suddenly appeared in front of her, Yayun was completely stunned. The Doomsday game is a kind of civilization evolution, which can be terminated when it reaches level 2 civilization. This simple sentence was deeply engraved in Yayun's mind. After a while, when Yayun saw the national leader, she reported the news without hesitation. Who gave this information? The national leader asked Yayun. The only one who has this ability is probably the Doomsday resort town. The national leader listened and nodded. He thought so too. Level 2 civilization. Even if it is a hypothesis of existing scientists, they are still a long way away, let alone a true level 2 civilization. However, the national leader wants to see all kinds of monsters and beasts appearing in various cities now. Perhaps, when they can really deal with these monsters and beasts, they will not be far from level 2 civilization. This is also a kind of hope. Only by choosing to persist, choose to believe, and choose hope, will they have the possibility of surviving the disaster. A moment later, countless helicopters took off from here and flew to different cities. On each plane was the hope of mankind. Virus Zone. Similarly, at the moment when the game zone ended, the entire S city once again appeared in the country's vision, and the country was naturally excited. Sherwingen was contacted immediately. At this time, the country was paying close attention to Sherwingen. The first game allowed the country to own the base of City A and countless shelters. The second game not only saved City S, but also encountered the Doomsday resort town again and had more capital to resist the Doomsday game. Sherwingen still had some metaphysics in him. I have sent people to City S, and they will send the crystal core and some resources over there. Yes. Sherwingen nodded. He knew very well that S City's exit from the game area was not an end, but a brand new beginning. At this moment, they had no time to rest. For example, Jean Manjun took the team directly to the towns near S City to clean up the zombies and see if they could rescue some survivors. This was originally one of the purposes of S City's construction base. Being involved in the game, this operation was stopped, and now it is just advanced. Now many disasters are rampant in their world. They cannot stop natural disasters, but if they encounter losses that can be reduced by human power, they will do it without hesitation. In addition to exchanging, sending crystal cores and resources here is also to prepare to move things away from City S. Because the zombie crystal cores allowed them to exchange enough points, Sherwingen also bought many castrated vending machines and trash cans. If these things can be distributed to other cities, no matter which city is involved in the Doomsday game in the future, it will no longer be defenseless. This is why the country is so anxious. The two discussed the details of the distribution in detail on the phone. Basically, first-tier cities and key cities will be allocated roads, and at the same time, each province will be guaranteed to have at least one. In this case, the allocated cities will be used as a benchmark to take care of other areas in the province to maximize the survival rate of each area. Although some sacrifices are inevitable, there is nothing that can be done about it. At least so far, the areas involved in the Doomsday game are basically some cities. Although some villages, towns and counties are affected by natural disasters, the mortality rate is not that high. It is unknown whether there will be changes in the future. At least for now, they can only take care of the big cities that may be involved. Although there will be people constantly migrating to small places, The government also controls this migration. No one knows whether quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. Just after the two sides agreed, the national leader thought about it and said to Sherwingen, "If you are transferred to other places, would you be willing?" "I am willing. Where to go?" Sherwingen said without hesitation. "Southwest region." The national leader said, "According to the latest news, the plants there have mutated due to the virus and have begun to invade the city. According to this pattern, it is very likely to become a game area. I have already sent people to set up the first batch of shelters. The disaster is still within the controllable range, but I don't know if there will be any changes in the future. I can leave immediately," Sherwingen said without hesitation. In this difficult time, the country needs it, and he is naturally willing to stand up. "Sherwingen, on behalf of the country, thank you," the national leader said solemnly on the other end. "My honor," Sherwingen said without hesitation. The matter was decided. Sherwingen soon received various materials about the Southwest region. When checking the materials, Sherwingen immediately looked for the materials he got from the Doomsday resort town. There were some players' experiences of surviving in the game area with plant alienation, and Sherwingen was ready to study them one by one. Of course, these data were also directly shared to the national database. In the next period of time, these data will be the focus of all experts' research. These data. The national leader looked very surprised. These experiences are really crucial. They were shared by players in the Doomsday resort town. I bought some of them from players. As for the summarized parts, they were given as gifts. Players are also summarizing the types of natural disasters," Sherwingen replied. "Great, great," the national leader said excitedly. Sherwingen's eyes were red. The whole country is in such a difficult situation. The national leader must be under great pressure. From what he saw, in just 2 months, the national leaders have aged a lot and have a lot more white hair. Just as Sherwingen was thinking this, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. The Doomsday game is a civilization evolution, which can be terminated when reaching level 2 civilization. Seeing this information, Sherwingen reported it immediately. The national leader did not expect that after Sherwingen had given him so many surprises in succession, he could still give him such a big surprise. Level 2 civilization, we are still a long way from it, but at least we have a goal. The national leader said, "I will set up a special team to do this." Sherwingen looked at the calm look of the national leader and came back to his senses. This matter is obviously a long-term struggle process, and it may not even be achieved, so it is indeed too early to be happy. They should do their current work well. Ensure more people survive. Desert area. The Doomsday game is a civilization evolution, which can be terminated when reaching level 2 civilization. Sand mutates and can absorb a lot of energy, including human emotions. There are things in your world that can restrain it. If you can handle it well, you may be able to use this new life to advance to level 2 civilization. When Fan Tingjun watched the Doomsday resort town disappear, his expression was still a little dazed. As a result, the next moment, he received information about the Doomsday resort town. After confirming the content, Fan Tingjun's pupil shrank unconsciously, and his face showed an unbelievable look. No wonder he always felt that the sand was not right, but he couldn't find the specific reason. Now it seems that it is really wrong. These sands are not fools, but an unknown creature. And this creature can evolve into life after swallowing energy. This is too terrible. Fan Tingjun couldn't help but feel a panic in his heart. However, this fear disappeared instantly when they saw that the sand was likely to lead them into the level 2 civilization and escape the Doomsday game. When they looked at the sand again, their eyes were filled with real love. The sandstorm invading their world was inevitable. Then, they naturally had to find this opportunity and completely control this natural disaster. Level 2 civilization, they would definitely work hard to do it. Even if it was a long process, it was worth looking forward to. Fan Tingjun immediately informed the country's top leader of the news, along with countless supplies they had purchased in the Doomsday resort town, and the good news that more than 90% of their personnel survived. As soon as the news spread, it immediately attracted great attention. An expert team to study sand was directly established and escorted to City X. In addition, there were other various teams, scientists, engineers, soldiers, from different cities, entering City X with their own missions and goals. At the same time, the equipment and materials purchased by the sand base from the Doomsday resort town are also being transported to other cities. They will be distributed to various cities to support local residents and resist the Doomsday game. A huge national machine is running. According to the information they learned, their world was involved in the Doomsday game relatively late, so they have enough time to prepare. They must make good use of this opportunity, and the Doomsday Resort Town not only affects these 3 game areas, but also countless game areas. Because the countless good things of Doomsday Resort Town are rapidly pouring into different game areas through hundreds of thousands of players. Castrated vending machines, purification trash cans, invitations, special goods, equipment, weapons, potions. The fame of Doomsday Resort Town is spreading rapidly, becoming the light in the hearts of countless game areas and players. Chapter 103. Player, Gu Weiwei. Task: complete the Doomsday game. Each game lasts for 1 month. Pass safely and enter the next level. Failure means death. Any player who completes all the games can restore Blue Planet to normal. Points: 2847678285. Extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered as a failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game, 6, Doomsday Natural Disaster Geology Landslide Area, Intermediate Field, Area 10 Countdown, 29 days 23 hours 57 minutes 32 seconds. Building, Doomsday Resort Town upgradable. Level, Level 3. Owner, Gu Weiwei. Description: within the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 2847678285. Mall, open, goods available for purchase. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, cobblestone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants, 0/1373032. Buildings, special buildings *32, ice and snow world, trading hall, activity center, hot spring, tailor shop, blacksmith shop, hospital, library, pond, commercial street, sentry. Tower, arrow tower, ancient city wall, amusement park, arena, grain processing plant, network center, shopping mall, cinema, internet cafe, cultural center, machine factory, music square, park, air defense center, sniper tower, bunker, city defense artillery, armory, defense trap, military fortress, military reserve, Doomsday apartment *1495, tent area, integrated planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot, warehouse. After waiting for the latest data on the panel to come out, Gu Weiwei had already subconsciously started to analyze. In the game column, the game area that was entered was indeed not any of the ones encountered before, which seemed to continue to verify that the games experienced by players would not be repeated. In addition, in the last intermediate field, most of the connected intermediate field divisions were only in the top 3, probably because the number of intermediate fields was small. But this time it went directly to the 10th, which can only prove that there are more intermediate field games in the Doomsday game. Looking down, Gu Weiwei saw the upgrade of the Doomsday Resort Town. Now the Doomsday Resort Town is already level 3, and the next level is the Doomsday Resort City. Just as Gu Weiwei thought, the next level will be the city, but what will come after the city will depend on the future. When the data was scanned, the system just sent a message. It is detected that the capacity of the Doomsday Resort Town exceeds the upper limit of the tenants in the game area where it is located. It is expanding its operations. Please wait. The number of game areas that can be connected is currently 6. Note: the more game areas you connect to, the stronger the subsequent attacks will be. Please be mentally prepared. Gu Weiwei looked at the system and didn't let her choose to connect to the game area directly, but let her prepare herself. She couldn't help but be stunned. Subconsciously, Gu Weiwei glanced at her points. Speaking of which, the points spent on the last day of the counterattack in the previous game area, the Doomsday Resort Town, added up to tens of millions. If there were 6 game areas, the cost would probably be much more. But would she give up? No, huge risks also mean huge gains. She did spend tens of millions, but she earned back 200 million. More than 400,000 players, regardless of other things. Just their rent, the daily income is more than 1 million, not to mention other income. Therefore, the more game areas you connect, the more tenants you will have, and the more points you will get. The most important point is that you can rescue more people. After knowing the truth about the Doomsday game, Gu Weiwei now only hopes to have more and more survivors. When they pass the level and return to Blue Star in the future, they, the players, will have a greater impact on Blue Star. As many as you can connect, Gu Weiwei said without hesitation. After the voice fell, the system seemed to stay for several seconds, and then refreshed the game area for Gu Weiwei to choose. Connecting to other game areas. Choose from Doomsday Disaster, geology, earthquake area, intermediate field, area 8. Choose from Doomsday disaster, natural disaster, insect disaster area, intermediate field, area 11. Choose from Doomsday disaster, extreme cold, hail area, intermediate field, area 3. Choose from Doomsday disaster, biological disaster, plant area, intermediate field, area 5. Choose from Doomsday disaster, gamification, island survival, intermediate field, area 1. Gu Weiwei looked at the game area above and was stunned for a moment. Because this time, a disaster that she had never heard of appeared. Gamification. She was sure that this had never been mentioned by any player. There were only two reasons for this. One was that all the players who participated died, and the other was that the game was too difficult, so it took a long time to brew. Gu Weiwei felt that it was the latter. Because if it had happened, when the last game area Doomsday Forum appeared, there would be no news. Gu Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. There is one more. In fact, Gu Weiwei does not want a new Doomsday disaster to appear. Because once it appears, it means that there are new types of natural disasters that they have not mastered. Fortunately, except for this one, the others are in the types summarized by players. Gu Weiwei made a choice directly. The 2nd to 6th game areas have been selected and are being connected. Connection completed. Do you want to spend 5 million points to open the gate of the courtyard once? Yes. The gate of the other dimension has been opened, and the Doomsday Resort Town will soon face 6 game areas. Please host it officially. This time, 5 more shadows appeared on the city gate. After the opening, Gu Weiwei continued to place advertisements in these 6 game areas. After the advertisements were placed, Gu Weiwei's attention was directly focused on the Doomsday Forum. At this time, the Doomsday Forum was also very lively. Woohoo, I finally survived another game. I actually entered the intermediate field, scared. Shit, I actually entered a new natural disaster field, gamified. Has anyone heard of it? I actually saw the castrated version of the Doomsday Resort Town vending machine in the new game area. Oh my god, I love the players who carry the machine so much. I can finally buy the Doomsday Resort Town merchandise. The intermediate field is too difficult. It is a flooded world as soon as you enter. Who can be as unlucky as me? I landed on a ship, and the natural disaster is a tsunami. Isn't this like playing the Titanic? The game area I entered is in the record. I will read a guide first. Gu Weiwei glanced at the post where the game area was located. She didn't know if the player was in the game area she just connected to. After looking at it again, some players mentioned that they saw a castrated version of the vending machine in an area without the Doomsday Resort Town, and Gu Weiwei's mouth curled up unconsciously. In the previous game area, millions of vending machines were sold. Distributed to the players, each of them has several. Players go to different game areas, and finally the vending machines will take root in these game areas, bringing different hopes to NPCs and players. That's great. Maybe one day, the goods of the Doomsday Resort Town will be spread all over the game areas. After thinking for a while, Gu Weiwei entered the pinned post. Scrolling to the end, she saw that gamification had indeed been added. Extreme heat, extreme cold, meteorites, natural disasters, mutations, geology, biology, and gamification. Including gamification, there are 8 types now. Will there be more? Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking, suddenly, Gu Weiwei found that there were guests in the Doomsday Resort Town, and there was more than one. So fast. At this time, Gu Weiwei had no idea how excited the players in the 6 game areas were when they saw the advertisement. This time, the players who thought they could enter the Doomsday Resort Town, one by one, headed straight for the Doomsday Resort Town without hesitation. The Doomsday Resort Town has completely made a name for itself among the players. All the players are sure of one thing. The game area where the Doomsday Resort Town is located is the hope of the players. Chapter 104. This is the Doomsday Resort Town. It looks no different from a city. Woohoo, good luck finally came to me. I encountered the Doomsday Resort Town. Did you come here as soon as you received the message? Yes, without delaying for a second. I was afraid that if I delayed for a moment, my life would be harvested immediately. Yes, I was exhausted in the last game area. When I arrived at this game area, I was just looking for a secluded place to rest, but when I saw the Doomsday Resort Town, I didn't even have to think about it. Which game zone are you from? The Sinkhole Zone. Hey, I'm from the Earthquake Zone. We should belong to the same category. I'm from the Hail Zone. I'm from the Plant Zone. There are already 4 game zones. I heard that the last game zone, the Doomsday Resort Town, connected 3 game zones. Is it bigger this time? Hey, I'm from the insect plague zone. There are 5 game zones. I'm from the latest game category, the island survival game. Then how did you get here? I saw it wasn't far away, so I swam here with my swimming ring. I was going to buy a product and go back to pick up other players to earn some points. You're really hardworking. I can't help it. This game area is purely for people to kill each other. When I swam here, I saw a lot of corpses. They were all fat. So it wasn't just opened. It's been open for a long time. We are the new batch that was drawn in. Drawn? It's the world where the game area is located. Many people will be drawn into the game. After they die, they will be transferred again. And our game process is directly broadcast live. So you can live stream when you come to the Doomsday Resort? You can outside the Doomsday Resort, but not after you come in. That might attract the attention of the game area staff. Let them pay attention. We are all victims of the Doomsday game anyway. Players from 6 game areas walked and chatted in the Doomsday Resort. In the end, the players' attention was immediately attracted by the game-based island survival area. After all, the game-based game area is a new game area for most players. The first game attracted the players' attention. After all, it is very likely to become their game strategy in the future. After the discussion, the topic returned to the beginning. So this time, the Doomsday Resort town actually connected 6 game areas and 1.2 million players. Yes. Can the Doomsday Resort town accommodate them? Yes, right? I heard that the last game area was upgraded twice in a short period of time. Maybe the ability to connect 6 game areas this time is related to the upgrade of the Doomsday Resort town. It's possible. Let's go and have a look. Each apartment in the Doomsday Resort town can accommodate 800 people. Well, let's go and have a look. Then, we can register a room and have a good sleep. I'm from the sinkhole area. Let's go together. Yes, according to the game area, we will live in the same building. It will be easier to communicate in the future. Players from different game areas quickly gathered with players from the same game area in groups of 3 or 2 and headed straight for the apartment. They just wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. After they kept choosing to check in, Guweiwei received a large number of points. Then, she turned her attention to the Doomsday Landlady system mall. After connecting the 6 game areas, many new products appeared in the mall. Product, air base. Price, 10,000 points. Product, bound shoes. Price, 50 points. Product, insecticide. Price, 50 points. Product, anti-fall helmet. Price, 50 points. Product, pesticide. Price, 50 points. Product, fishing rod. Price, 100 points. After casually looking at a few new products, Guweiwei had a rough idea in her mind. Obviously, these new products are prepared for the new game areas. However, looking at the effects of the products, most of them have a specified range, and the effects are only temporary. Guweiwei feels that as the game progresses, these products should also change accordingly. It seems that starting from the last 2 game areas, the Doomsday Landlady system has become more and more intelligent. Perhaps, it is because the Doomsday Landlady system has also seen the potential of these game areas? Guweiwei has a feeling that the Doomsday Landlady system is now eager to sell the products in the mall to all game areas. If the other party is willing to support, she will definitely sell it, because the more products are sold, the more game areas and game worlds are involved, the more people can be saved, and the more power to fight against the Doomsday game. Cast a wide net, there will always be some special ones. Thinking of this, Guweiwei started buying and buying. After buying, she put all the products on the shelves, and set the automatic listing function. After doing all this, Guweiwei's attention returned to the Doomsday Forum. At this moment, perhaps many players have found a suitable place to live, and it is the busiest time. I guess everyone is still awake now. I can't sleep, so I am frantically catching up on the strategy. The Doomsday Resort town is actually connected to 6 game areas. It is getting more and more awesome. Haha, I am a lucky person. I am lying on the big bed in the Doomsday Resort town apartment and resting peacefully. The newly appeared game-based island survival area is really a pit. There is no experienced strategy. Although there is no strategy for the game-based island survival area, it is lucky to have the Doomsday Resort town. After having the strategy, I have a bottom line in my heart. Suddenly found that many game areas have castrated vending machines of the Doomsday Resort town, which is great. In the future, players in the Doomsday Resort town will continue to work hard to spread it. The biggest difference in the game so far is that more and more game areas know the existence of the Doomsday game, and they have made preparations early, and they can no longer experience the beauty before the disaster. Compared with facing the disaster without knowing anything, everyone would rather know everything in advance. On the homepage, there are all kinds of topics, and some even echo each other. Compared with the previous whaling, now more people are facing it positively. The passage of time brings not only changes in the environment, but also changes in personality. Players gradually begin to adapt to the rhythm of the game. What makes Gu Weiwei feel even more surprised is that the previous players brought the goods of the Doomsday Resort town to different players and game areas, and also brought them the capital and confidence to live. A single spark can start a prairie fire. She will also work hard to build the Doomsday Resort town and let it affect more people. Originally, Gu Weiwei never thought about taking on any important responsibilities, but as time went by, she found that her role was becoming more and more important, and it was too difficult to stay out of it. However, she just did her best. She still didn't consider things beyond her ability. The life and death of a world can only rely on the efforts of the people in that world. She was just one of them. Then, after browsing the homepage again, Gu Weiwei went to rest. That night, some people tossed and turned, some slept soundly, some were exhausted, and some died. The next day was a new day. Many players have learned not to look at the number of online people. As the old saying goes, it affects the heart of Tao. And more players, seeing the fluctuations in the numbers above, will not have too much ups and downs in their mood. They have a calm feeling that if they can live, they will live, and if they can't live, they will die. In the Doomsday Resort town, the players brought a lot of vitality. In the restaurant. Ah, I finally have a normal meal again, delicious, delicious, so delicious. I didn't expect that a bowl of white porridge would make me miss it so much. White steamed buns too, I ate 10 in one go. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed? There are other delicious things. My stomach is too empty, I need high-quality carbohydrates to nourish it. I will come back later to have a good meal at noon, braised pork set meal, that's it. You can actually buy them and leave. Just leave one space. Yes. I also need to buy some snacks. It will take a lot of points. The game is getting harder and harder now. It's good to have enough points. You still have to enjoy it. Otherwise, if you die unexpectedly one day, you won't have any good memories. I think so too. Alas, I made a lot of friends in the last game area at the beginning of the month, but there were only a few left at the end of the month. You never know when an accident or death will come. Then enjoy it. Bye. Trading Hall. There seem to be a lot of jobs there. Well, the recruitment for the Doomsday Resort town is also posted here, which is a relatively stable job. Are there many people doing this? The demand is far from enough to meet the supply, because you are free to do anything outside of work hours. Many people also earn points outside while working. Relatively speaking, it is just an extra stable income. People with relatively weak abilities can consider it. Or maybe it's because I need to adjust my mentality. What about the rest of the work? They are all group forming, and you have to be equipped with Doomsday Resort equipment and weapons to join. I didn't expect the requirements to be so high. They are all for earning high points. The most expensive product in Doomsday Resort can be almost 10,000 points. Amphibious bus? Yes, the trump card of Doomsday Resort, except that it can't fly. Everything else is universal, a must-have for travel. With it, you can pass the level without any problems. I didn't expect that I would have to roll inwards after entering the game world. You have to roll in order to survive. Activity Center. The training camp is full? So fast? Yes, many people are ready to make good use of the 30 minutes to supplement their weaknesses. If you come late, you will lose them. Forget it, I go somewhere else. Tailor Shop. So many equipment. I was so greedy when I saw others talking about it before, and now I can finally buy it. Especially the backpack grid, which can't be expanded in the Doomsday game, but fortunately it is available here. There are also various protective clothing, buy them all. I'm in the hail area, so I just need to buy something thick. Then remember to buy the anti-fall helmet at the automatic sales counter. Is it a new product of the Doomsday Resort town? Yes, there are many, and they seem to correspond to different game areas. This service is too good. So just buy, come to the Doomsday Resort town to spend points. Just to give yourself a few more lives, opportunities are hard to come by. Oh, buy it! Blacksmith Shop. Didn't they say that the Doomsday Resort town would produce hot weapons? Why are they still cold weapons? Hot weapons seem to be defense equipment, so of course they can't be bought here, but the cold weapons here are very good, and their durability is much higher than the average ones. You can still buy them according to your combat habits, both long range and short range. Then I buy them all. I've trained myself for long range and short range combat, so I decide based on the situation. I thought so too. I hope hot weapons will be available soon. I hope so too. If I can sell it, I will definitely sell it. Hospital. I have to buy a bottle of all the medicines and store them. Why buy so many? Maybe. In the last game area, I almost died. Fortunately, someone was willing to sell medicine. Although it costs hundreds of points, it is worth saving a life. It is better to be prepared. That is, sometimes medicine is equivalent to several more lives. You have to know that if a person dies, the points are gone, and if the points are lost, they can be earned again. That's right, I'd buy one too. Hot spring. Are you all from extremely cold regions? Yes, I almost froze to death last night. Although I prepared thick clothes, the cold really penetrated my bones. Me too. When I entered the Doomsday Resort town, I felt like my life was hanging on. Have you bought cold-resistant clothing and boots? Yes, but I think it's better to soak in a hot spring to keep the warmth. That's a kind of psychological warmth. Then let's go together after we're done soaking. Okay, let's go together. I heard that some players who can't enter the Doomsday Resort town are planning to team up to rob. The target is us. I don't know if there are any in our game area. More people and more preparations. Well, the points I worked hard to earn can't be spent by others in vain. Commercial Street, Drink Street, Snack Street. Wow, you know how excited I was when I saw the Snack Street. I haven't eaten snacks for a long time. This time we can eat and drink. Eat, drink, and have fun, all you can do in this street. When I was in the primary field, I could still see such streets. As the number of game venues increased, they became less and less. Most of the time, I saw a devastated city. The past days seem to be getting farther and farther away from us. Only when we are in the Doomsday Resort town can we be sure that the past days are not just a dream. After eating, drinking, and having fun, let's continue to face the wind and rain outside. How would I know? Besides, you need to accumulate points to eat, drink, and have fun. I want to have a good time in the last few days of the game. I will definitely not be depressed in the early stage. Pond. Haha, go fishing and try your luck. So exciting. It's mainly to calm my restless heart. Why are you restless? I killed too many people in the last game area. Okay. Seeing that you can enter the Doomsday Resort town, you must have killed the right people. But it's easy to lose control when killing people. And it's also easy to enjoy the high rewards from killing people. Fortunately, this game area has entered the Doomsday Resort town. Otherwise, I don't know if I will become a killing machine in the end. Suddenly, I feel that players have a lot of psychological problems. Fishing is a good choice to calm down. Then you continue. Farmland. Wow, the rice is almost ripe. There are so many ears of wheat on it. Yes, it's so heavy, and it makes people feel hopeful. I didn't expect there is such a large piece of land for farming. There are people watching it. We are still hiring. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Isn't it said that it's hard to find a job? We need to increase the area of farmland this time, and we need people to cultivate it, so there are more people. Then I go and have a look. It can not only exercise, but also make money and relax the body and mind. It's a good way to have fun. I go and enjoy it for a while before going out to level up and fight monsters. Internet cafe. There are so many types of games? So many pre-apocalyptic games. I miss them so much. There are still many new games. Wow, wait for me. Why, you don't want to play? I'm not that addicted to games. I go out and earn points first, and come back in the evening. In the Doomsday Resort town, except for the buildings that cannot be entered, all public buildings are full of people. The players are enthusiastic about the Doomsday Resort town. Of course, most people chose to go out after visiting these places. Gu Weiwei naturally saw the situation in the Doomsday Resort town. She also found that the current players are more and more able to adapt to the environment. After confirming that everything in the Doomsday Resort town is enough for players to use, Gu Weiwei began to focus on the 6 game areas connected this time. What about the world they are in the second intermediate field? Will there be a new world? Then, after Gu Weiwei opened her phone, information from the 6 game areas began to pour in frantically. Land subsidence area. Doomsday game invaded, many places were wiped out. Humanity is heading towards Doomsday. Geological disasters occurred in many places. Is our world still suitable for survival? Magnitude 8 earthquake shook 10 times in a row, and the whole city disappeared. Has our Sea City also fallen? Suddenly, I couldn't contact the outside world. Sea City has experienced land subsidence many times. Deep pits and huge holes have appeared. Please be careful when traveling. Sea City officials have set up shelters. Please move to the affected areas as soon as possible. Earthquake zone. Did the earthquake happen again today? It feels like the entire Earth's crust is moving. It's over. Hey, D City has been selected as the game area. It's over now. After so many consecutive earthquakes, you must have expected it. My dad asked me to move before, but I didn't listen. Now I'm slapped in the face. Anyway, there is no safe place in the world. Whatever. What the hell is the Doomsday game? How can it decide our life and death? Insect plague area. The cockroaches in my house have been too active recently. It's the same in my house. Insecticides are useless. Our city may be invaded by insects. Everyone, hurry up and get ready. Insecticides are sold out. The Doomsday game is here. Are the players here? Players may have useful things on them. Buy them from them. Players don't even have time to use them themselves. How can they sell them? There are so many insects. Is it useful to raise chickens and ducks at home? I wonder if our game area will be lucky enough to encounter a Doomsday resort town. Hail area. Fuck, the temperature has been getting colder recently. We have already prepared for extreme weather. If you have the conditions, make physical cold-proof preparations quickly. According to the current weather, the power will be cut sooner or later. I heard that the coldest weather can reach -100 degrees. Don't live, just wait to die. The cold-resistant clothing I bought from players at a high price finally came in handy. I hope that the players who landed in the game area this time will have more goodies. Yes, more players, more shelters. No matter how many we build, it seems that it will not be our turn. Plant area. Are the plants growing too lush recently? I also found it, and I suspect that this is plant alienation. If you have plants at home, should you clean them up quickly? The community has already started cleaning, but it is too late for the property management. Let's act together. Eliminate the plants before they mutate. Let me first say, are the vegetables and fruits we eat considered plants? And rice? No way, rice is already considered a fruit. Under the Doomsday game, nothing is impossible. Damn Doomsday game, it has messed up our world. Is there anyone who can punish it? Island survival zone. A lot of people died again. Will we be picked soon? The death rate is really too high. At first it was 10,000 or 20,000, then tens of thousands, and now it is more than 100,000 or 200,000. It's terrible. So many people have died. Haven't you found a way to deal with the Doomsday game? I found that the new batch of players seemed to be very capable and avoided attacks again and again. I found that many players jumped into the sea and ran in the same direction, and then suddenly disappeared. What happened? I also found that the back showed that the player was still alive, but the page was not visible. I also saw it. Could they be our turning point? Browsing the information of the 6 game areas, Guweiwei did have a little idea in her heart. Except for the Game Island survival area, other game areas have already known about the existence of the Doomsday game, and most of them were discovered by players who have been to the world. This shows that the existence of players in these worlds is no longer a secret. Perhaps it is because some players seek help from the game area. Even, there are countless transactions between players and NPCs. And in these game areas, the landslide area and the earthquake area are in the same world. Various geological disasters are happening all over the world, and because of geological disasters, the losses of the entire country and even the entire world are very large, and the whole people have lost information. The game area where the insect disaster area is located should be the island area that the Doomsday Resort Town has visited, so the people in the insect disaster area know the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town, and the world they are in has some experience in fighting against the Doomsday game, and can take early precautions, and the overall order has not yet gotten out of control. The world where the hail area is located has experienced many extreme weather events, and the disaster situation may be more serious. There are more players who have descended, and there are safe areas built, but the number is relatively small, and not all people can enter. The situation in the plant area is similar to that during the insect disaster, except that the affected area may be larger. Affected by various biological disasters, people's food and drink have been greatly affected. As for the world where the island survival area is located, it has always been dominated by the Doomsday game. The situation is similar to that of Blue Star, and this is the first time that players appear. After sorting out all the information, Guweiwei sighed. Doomsday games are really evil. Chapter 105. After sighing, Guweiwei immediately issued several tasks in the trading hall. Task 1. Send an invitation letter to the game area official, 100 points. Task 2. Place a castrated version of the vending machine and a purification trash can in the game area, 100 points. Task 3. Place a signal tower in the game area, 100 points. Task 4. Long-term task. Sell mobile phones to the people in the game area. Basic salary 1,000 points plus commission. The 4 tasks are first come first served. The first task, the third task, and the fourth task are unique, only one player can accept. The second task is limited to 10 people, and the players who receive the task can go directly to the vending machine to extract a castrated version of the vending machine and a purification trash can. Since the Doomsday game already knows about the existence of the Doomsday Resort Town and is consciously targeting it, the two are already on opposite sides. Then she doesn't have to hide it. The more survivors there are, the more power there is to fight against the Doomsday game. She just wants to pay a little bit. Not only can she get more rewards, but she can also fight against some Doomsday games. Why not? After doing this, Gu Weiwei continued to check the information of the Doomsday forum, especially paying attention to the situation in other game areas. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. She needs to know more information. If she has enough information, it may come in handy in the future. While Gu Weiwei was checking the information, the players in the 6 game areas were preparing to go out in groups after preparing everything they should. Even if they encountered the Doomsday Resort Town, they never thought of hiding in the Doomsday Resort Town. The Doomsday Resort Town is just a temporary harbor, not a lifetime. If they want to live for a long time, they have to rely on themselves. Relatively speaking, they were already very lucky. They were able to arm themselves and improve their survival rate when they encountered the Doomsday Resort Town. As a result, when they were gathering information, they suddenly found a big commotion coming from the trading hall. Many players rushed in frantically. Of course, it was not long before the situation returned to calm. When the news came, some players who stayed behind realized how much they had missed. What happened just now? Nothing, just that Boss Gu issued 2 tasks in the trading hall, and everyone is scrambling for them. What tasks? It's very simple. One is to send an invitation letter to the official NPC in the game area. One is to send a castrated vending machine and a purified trash can to the game area. One is to put a signal tower, and the other is to sell mobile phones to the public. Both tasks give 100 points. First come first served. Fuck, aren't these points delivered to your door? That's right. That's why everyone is going crazy for it. Aw, I missed it. There are only 13 spots in a game zone, and tens of thousands of people are competing for them. It depends on who is quick. Yes, but I'm still disappointed. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. What I care about is the meaning behind it. What does it mean? The Doomsday Resort Town is officially involved in assisting the game zone. Hasn't it been helping before? Looking at the previous information, the Doomsday Resort Town is still relatively passive. Boss Gu contacted the official NPCs of the game zone, and used the power of the official NPCs to guide them through various natural disasters on their own. From the beginning to the end, the Doomsday Resort Town seemed to be on the sidelines, and it probably didn't want to get involved too much. But now, the Doomsday Resort Town sends these things, which is more like taking the initiative to rescue the NPCs in the game zone. That is, it is not hiding it. Anyway, that's about it. I understand. Why did the Doomsday Resort change? I have a guess. Do you remember that in the last game, someone said on the Doomsday forum that the Doomsday Resort was attacked by 3 game areas? I heard that the Doomsday Resort killed all the enemies and suppressed them directly with firepower. In the end, it gave all the players half of the rewards. I envy them so much. It is reasonable to speculate that the Doomsday Resort stayed out of the matter because the Doomsday game didn't know about its existence. But now that it is known, the Doomsday game is going to attack the Doomsday Resort. After the Doomsday Resort was attacked, it decided to fight the Doomsday game to the end instead of giving up completely? Haha, you are quite good at telling stories. Don't you think it is very logical? Yes, it is. That must be the case. Anyway, it is good for us that the Doomsday Resort Town can openly fight against the Doomsday game. We have a powerful assistant. Yes, I am more and more confident about completing the game now. According to the major disaster categories summarized now, perhaps we are really not far from completing the game. Yeah, come on, hold on. Wait until the goods of Doomsday Resort Town are distributed in all game areas. Okay, we have talked about this for now. Well, it's time to go, don't waste time. The topic gradually returned. The confident players went from Doomsday Resort Town to the game area with full of enthusiasm. The sinkhole area. After entering the game area, Min Shuili and the players in the team walked carefully. It's really not possible to be careless. The sinkhole area, as the name suggests, is in danger of ground collapse. Deep holes have been appearing these days, swallowing up some buildings on the ground. More importantly, sometimes, The underground things are hollowed out, but the surface is still normal. When someone walks on it, they just step on empty space. Once they step on empty space, they fall directly into the abyss. After they learned about the situation of this game area through their mobile phones, the whole ground was a little numb. It was really too deceptive. In such a game area, what can they do under normal circumstances? You know, the collapse of the land cannot be predicted in advance. What can they do if they are resting well, and the building they are in suddenly falls? Luckily, they now have the Doomsday Resort. And the jumping shoes of the Doomsday Resort. They are called jumping shoes, but in fact they are flying shoes, which can stay in the air for a short while, and as long as the energy is enough, they can stay in the air forever. Of course, you can jump around if you want. Minchueli met many people along the way. Although they encountered such a natural disaster, life still had to go on, and people would come out to get some food and drink. When Minchueli saw the pedestrians, she went straight to them. "Hello, sister, I want to ask, where is the official shelter? Hasn't it been notified? How come you don't know yet? I have been hiding in the mountains before." Minchueli explained, "It's not that I have nothing to eat or drink, so I came down the mountain to get some food." "Okay, we're going too. You guys can follow me." Chi Jinlan sighed and said, "When the disaster hits, everyone has a hard time." Afterwards, Minchueli and her group followed Chi Jinlan. On the way, Minchueli also asked Chi Jinlan for information. "What's the situation at the official shelter? Is it stable?" Before the disaster in City C, our city had already been under military control, so when the disaster occurred, the authorities also had the situation under control. As Chi Jinlan spoke, she sighed, "If it weren't for the ground collapse, the supplies we stored would definitely last for a long time. It's a pity that my home also collapsed." As she spoke, Chi Jinlan's eyes suddenly became moist. Minchueli listened, and her heart was also a little heavy. When the disaster came, the first to bear the brunt were these residents. "It's good to be alive," Minchueli comforted. "Yeah." Chi Jinlan nodded. "Where are your family members?" Minchueli asked cautiously. "They are guarding the house. There are still 2 million people in the whole city. If they all leave, it will be easy for others to take over. So they stay here to guard the house." Chi Jinlan explained, "I will come to the shelter to see the situation first. Then, sister, I think you can move to the official shelter," Minchueli said. "Do you know any inside information?" Chi Jinlan looked around and lowered her voice. "In the future, the government will build an air base that can be built in the air. When the time comes, the people in the official shelter will definitely be the first to be relocated," Minchueli said bluntly. "Is it true? Is there really such technology?" As Chi Jinlan spoke, she looked Minchueli up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. She felt that the other party was trying to fool her. Could it be a scammer? Thinking of this, Chi Jinlan subconsciously stepped a few steps away from Minchueli. As a result, after these few steps, the ground suddenly collapsed. Seeing that Chi Jinlan was about to fall into the abyss, Minchueli immediately turned on her jumping shoes and jumped to Chi Jinlan's side and grabbed her. Soon, the two of them rose into the air. Chi Jinlan hugged Minchueli tightly, with disbelief in her eyes. After landing on the ground, Chi Jinlan looked at Minchueli in surprise. "Your shoes. They are the same batch of products as the air base," Minchueli said without hesitation. "Who is it? Who has this ability?" Chi Jinshui asked curiously. "Doomsday Resort Town." After thinking about it, Minchueli still said the name. In fact, Doomsday Resort Town obviously no longer intends to hide it, and judging from the statements of players in other game areas, the existence of Doomsday Resort Town is no longer a secret in some game areas. Perhaps, the emergence of Doomsday Resort Town will be the spiritual pillar of the NPCs in the game area, just like the meaning of Doomsday Resort Town to them. It's a weird name, but he's a capable person to make this thing. Chi Jinlan looked at Minchueli, a little embarrassed. "How much do you sell the shoes on your feet? Are they expensive?" "If they are too expensive, they can't afford them. You can buy them for 70 points. 70 points? What is this number?" "It's a unit of measurement in the Doomsday Resort Town. You can consider exchanging metal for scrap iron," Minchueli said. "Where can we exchange it?" "Official shelters should launch an exchange system later," Minchueli replied. Chi Jinlan listened and had a clue in her mind. She must go to the official shelters to take a look, and she will move there with her family later. She has a feeling that their city is going to change. In fact, it was not just Chi Jinlan who was there. When the other NPCs saw what happened to Minchueli, they could not help but gather around, Looking at the jumping shoes on Minshueli and the others' feet, their eyes were full of desire. If it weren't for the fact that Minshueli and her group looked difficult to deal with, they would have robbed them long ago. Of course, more importantly, they heard that it could be bought. If it could be bought, why would they rob? You know, because it is a chaotic time, and there are severe punishments in times of chaos. Those who wanted to take advantage of the disaster to rob were directly shot on the spot. In such a situation, they would not rob unless they had no choice. But at this time, countless NPCs remembered the name of Doomsday Resort Town. Although I don't know what this place is, it is definitely an amazing place. In fact, such things are happening everywhere. The players of Doomsday Resort Town wear jumping shoes and move around in every corner of City C. If they see someone who accidentally falls deep, they will rescue them if they can. And their jumping shoes have become famous in City C. The Doomsday Resort Town has also come into their sight. Many people followed the players directly, doing whatever they did. They only know one thing, that is, only by following capable people can they survive to the end. Of course, many people were persuaded to enter the official shelter. Originally, many people did not trust the official shelter. After all, in a city with frequent natural disasters, they did not believe that any area was absolutely safe. But now it is different. They have seen the sci-fi product of the Bing Bing shoes. Then, they are willing to believe in the existence of the air base. Therefore, many survivors also dragged their families to the location of the official shelter. In this moment, Minshueli had already arrived at the official shelter with her people. When they arrived, they saw that the official shelter was building a signal tower. At the same time, a long line of people had formed in an open space in the shelter. Shi Jinlan immediately joined the crowd. This is the fastest way to get information. Of course, before leaving, Shi Jinlan did not forget to thank Minshueli. Fuck, they are really fast. Looking at the lively scene in front of them, the players around Minshueli couldn't help but be surprised. They thought they were fast enough, but they didn't expect other players to be faster. Come to think of it, the players who can survive until now are all capable. There is even a possibility of a role king. It's okay, get well soon, so that more people can be saved. Minshueli nodded. After that, Minshueli looked at a few people. You guys go shopping first. I go to send the invitation letter. Yes. Others nodded. At this time, Minshueli went directly to the soldier guarding the gate. I want to find. You are a player of Doomsday Resort Town, right? Come with us. The soldier said hurriedly. Then, not only Minshueli, but also some other players followed the soldier to an office in a daze. There were already many players gathered in the office. The person in the lead was obviously the leader, who was warmly entertaining the players. After seeing Minshueli come in, he also motioned for them to sit down. After sitting down, the leader, Tang Fenghua, the person in charge of the official shelter in City C, spoke. We invite you all to come here mainly to borrow some points from you. Don't worry, it's definitely not free. We are willing to pay you interest. After Tang Fenghua finished speaking, he continued to explain, we are also preparing resources, and waiting to go to the Doomsday Resort Town to redeem points at any time, but there is a time lag in preparing resources. You have also seen the situation outside, so we want to build the air base quickly, so we have the idea of borrowing points from you. How much is the interest? 20%. Borrow 1,000 points, return 1,200 points within 3 days. After hearing Tang Fenghua's answer, the players on the scene immediately started to discuss. Do you want to borrow it? 1,000 points, you can get a return of 200 points within 3 days, which is relatively high. If you give it to us, it will be difficult to earn 200 points. Are you cheating us? This is official, it's impossible to cheat. Besides, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. I still prefer to borrow it. With the Doomsday Resort, they won't dare. If they dare, we ask Boss Gu to make the decision for us. The players were talking about it, and they had already reached a conclusion in their speeches. I borrow 2,000. I borrow 10,000. I borrow 5,000. I borrow 3,000. I borrow 1,000. The players spoke without hesitation. Tang Fenghua listened with a smile on his face. Okay, I thank you all on behalf of the country. Come on, register your names one by one. The scene soon became noisy. Minshueli stared at the scene in astonishment. Didn't they say that there were no points? She saw that these players were all quite rich. Will you lend it to me? The player next to Minshueli asked. Lend it to me, Minshueli said without hesitation. How could I not lend it to her? I could make so much money just by reselling it. At this moment, Minshueli's favorability towards the official NPC of this game area was rising. She could see the reason why the other party did this, which was to build the air base as soon as possible so that more survivors could survive. Then, Min Xueli walked towards Tang Fenghua. Hello, I am a player from Doomsday Resort Town, and I have accepted a mission. As Min Xueli spoke, she took out dozens of invitations and handed them to Tang Fenghua. Well, thank you. Tang Fenghua took it. Obviously, he had known about this matter in advance. After all, other players can also get invitations for free. It's just that the number is relatively limited. There must be players who arrived first and gave Tang Fenghua an invitation. It's okay. Min Xueli looked at Tang Fenghua and felt relieved instantly. She got 100 points safely. Tang Fenghua looked at the invitation letter in his hand, which was different from the previous one. He was stunned. It turned out that the invitation letter directly given by the Doomsday Resort Town could store points and be used as an alternative identity card. This is perfect. It doesn't need to be stored in other players' accounts. This Doomsday Resort Town is really a good one. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Fenghua said to Min Xueli, I wonder if you are interested in being employed by our official shelter? What? Relocate the survivors. Tang Fenghua said directly, we still have many survivors scattered in various corners. Our rescue force is limited. We urgently need your help. And you have jumping shoes on your feet, which is just suitable for the situation in our city C. Tang Fenghua didn't know how many times he had said the same thing to the players, but he still had to say it. After all, hiring one more player is equivalent to having one more powerful force. I am willing. Min Xueli listened and agreed without hesitation. Don't you want to ask for compensation? Tang Fenghua was stunned for a moment. Min Xueli was one of the few players who didn't ask for compensation. It's fine as long as there is compensation, Min Xueli said directly. Her mentality has also changed a little. And helping is just a matter of convenience. People in the game area are also human beings like them, right? Thank you. Tang Fenghua hurriedly thanked. And we are willing to do it too. Other players who came with Min Xueli also hurriedly spoke up. Thank you. We will definitely not treat you unfairly in terms of compensation. Tang Fenghua promised, and immediately asked someone to arrange it. In a short time, the entire security base was up and running. After borrowing the points from the players and transferring them to his invitation letter, Tang Fenghua went directly to the vending machine. The vending machine was crowded with people, all talking about it. What is this? It's a vending machine. What is this thing used for? I heard that it sells some things. What is it? Have you seen some people on the street who can jump into the air? Yes, I heard it's a high-tech product. If I had that shoe, I wouldn't have to worry about the ground that could sink at any time. They're selling those jumping shoes here, 70 points a pair. What is 70 points? I've never heard of this price unit. Did the vendors over there notice that gold, metal, and scrap iron can be exchanged for points, that is, those points? In addition to the jumping shoes, there are also some food and drinks. Of course, the most expensive item is worth 10,000 points. 10,000 points? Is it so expensive? What is it? It's an air base. What is this? A base that can stay in the air. What? How can you afford it? Don't worry, the official has already collected points. Many people who had jumping shoes were called over. The official wants to borrow points from them. Do they have points? Of course, they are players. Players of the Doomsday game? Yes, that's them. They look like us. I didn't even notice it. They are also human beings. They are victims like us. Then did they send the vending machines? Yes. Do you know where they came from? They were sent from the Doomsday Resort Town. What is that place? That's a long story. Someone was explaining the science at the scene. It was obvious that someone was guiding them. It must be said that this kind of guidance is also powerful, and many NPCs at the scene were excited all of a sudden. While everyone was discussing, Tang Fenghua stood in front of the vending machine, looking fixedly at the air base above. This is their hope for the future of City C. In fact, he has been a little dazed until now. There are too many changes today. He is purely supported by his own reason. At this moment, seeing that he is about to witness a miracle, his heart is beating fast. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to buy an air base? Yes. As Tang Fenghua made his choice, a model of an air base appeared on the screen. Please choose to place. At the same time, a map appeared in front of Tang Fenghua. Tang Fenghua chose the sky above the official shelter without hesitation. After making his choice, suddenly, a huge flying object began to appear above the official shelter. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted. There really is an air base. Now, their city C is saved. Chapter 106. Earthquake Zone. Wu Penghua came to the game area alone on the bus of Doomsday Resort Town. The reason why he came alone was because he was lucky enough to accept 2 tasks issued by Doomsday Resort Town. One was to deliver a vending machine, and the other was to deliver a signal tower. He was the first to find the task, and he started clicking without hesitation. Originally, after accepting a task, he wanted to try to see if he could complete the second task. After all, the rule was that only one person could receive a task, and it did not say that one person could not complete 2 tasks. In the end, he really succeeded. But when he wanted to grab another one, it had already been grabbed by others. He could only make a fortune alone because he had to get 2 game tasks alone, so he chose to travel alone. He also considered the safety issue. A powerful boss directly bought the Amphibious bus of the Doomsday Resort Town, which operated in the Doomsday Resort Town and the Earthquake Zone, with 2 points per trip. The price was acceptable, so he got on the bus. As the car was running, the scene outside was in full view. The ground was undulating, and many of the towering buildings collapsed. Some of them even collapsed. The pedestrians on the road were covered in dust, exhausted, with dull eyes and a bit numb. Many people were digging at the collapsed buildings, obviously looking for their buried relatives. No matter who saw the scene, they would feel an indescribable sadness in their hearts, and they would shed bitter tears for the unfortunate people. The players in the bus also felt uncomfortable watching it. This is too tragic. If it's a natural disaster, we can still say that there's nothing we can do, but when I think about this being controlled, my scalp really tingles. I've seen so much that I'm a little numb. I've seen people who are worse off than them. Who hasn't seen that? It's just that I feel really bad. It feels bad because we still have a conscience. We go exchange supplies with them later, and that's a small favor. The players' discussions kept entering Wu Penghua's ears. Then, a team of players got off the bus. After getting off the bus, they started looking for scrap metal in the ruins in groups. Each player was wearing special merchandise from the Doomsday Resort Town, and with the weapons they prepared, they felt safe in the current situation. And obviously, the appearance of the bus also attracted the attention of some NPCs. After all, the buses in the Doomsday Resort Town did not look cheap. In addition, with its brand new appearance, many NPCs speculated whether it was a rescue mission. With this mentality, many people followed the bus, and many even wanted to get on the bus, but they were stopped. The boss who drove the bus knew that at this time, if he let other people get on the bus at will, the final result would definitely not be under his control. Of course, there were still many people who wanted to force their way on the bus, but these people were electrocuted and fell down with their bodies stiff. After killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the NPCs did not dare to act rashly. But after witnessing the power of the bus, more and more people followed behind. The car drove silently until it stopped in front of the city government. There was a square in front of the city government, and countless survivors had gathered there. Obviously, it had become a temporary gathering point. The arrival of the bus attracted countless eyes. Wu Penghua got off the bus under the burning gazes of others. He automatically blocked the surrounding sights, and began to look for the official person in charge. The reason why he came here was also guided by the system. He thought, since the system chose this place, it can only prove that the system wants them to find the official NPC of the game area to let them know the existence of the signal tower. In this case, he didn't do anything extra and just went directly to the official. After a lot of trouble, Wu Penghua found the official person in charge, Chai Shuquan, and saw that the other party looked very anxious. Can't contact him? It's certain that we can't contact him. Our D city should be selected by the Doomsday game and become a game area. The staff member's eyes were red as he spoke. In fact, the last call he received was that his father fell into a deep pit to protect his mother. He was about to ask for leave to go home, but their city was selected as a game area. In fact, they all knew that once selected as a game area, it would be a life or death struggle, and almost no one would survive. The most regrettable thing for him now is that he didn't even see his parents for the last time. Chai Shuquan listened to the staff's answer and pursed his lips. Now it can be confirmed. In fact, an earthquake had already occurred in their city, but the vibration was very small at the beginning, and the magnitude gradually increased later. Even if they guessed that there was a problem, they could not do anything. After all, disasters of varying degrees were happening all over the country, and there was no pure land in this world. In such a situation, most people chose to stay in their hometown. Chai Shuquan also thought that the Doomsday game might come one day, but he really didn't expect it to be so soon. At this moment, unprecedented pressure was on him. Mayor, this is Wu Penghua who has something important to report. The staff member who brought Wu Penghua also reported to Chai Shuquan at this time. Chai Shuquan looked at Wu Penghua, restrained his emotions, and said to Wu Penghua kindly, "Hello, what are you talking about? Have you heard of the Doomsday Resort town?" Wu Penghua asked. In fact, from his observation, it can be seen that he is definitely the first player to see Chai Shuquan. In that case, he asked directly. When he heard about the Doomsday Resort, Chai Shuquan's pupil shrank unconsciously. A few days ago, at a meeting, he did hear the name of the Doomsday Resort. But according to their understanding, the Doomsday Resort was mentioned by some players, and they knew it from the players' Doomsday Forum. After several layers of separation, the existence of the Doomsday Resort is in doubt. Especially the players said that there are many useful special products in the Doomsday Resort. These special products can help people overcome various natural disasters, and the survival rate of the game area where the Doomsday Resort is located is as high as 90%. Such data is really unbelievable. After all, the power of the Doomsday game is best known to the cities that have suffered from it. It is precisely because it is clear that it is more difficult to believe. As a result, at this moment, he actually heard the name of the Doomsday Resort town again. "Are you a player?" Chai Shuquan asked subconsciously. Apart from being a player, he could not think of any other possibilities. After all, very few people know about the Doomsday Resort town. "Yes, I am a player." Wu Penghua nodded and said, "The Doomsday Resort is also connected to this game area. I came here for the Doomsday Resort mission." Looking at Chai Shuquan's reaction, Wu Penghua knew that the other party must know about the Doomsday Resort, so he told them directly. Chai Shuquan was stunned. Not only did he hear about the Doomsday Resort again, but this mysterious place also appeared in their city. After Chai Shuquan was stunned, he quickly recovered, suppressed his emotions, and asked directly, "What is the mission?" "I will install a signal tower in the game area and send you a castrated version of the vending machine. After the signal tower is installed, you can use your mobile phone to contact the outside world, but the mobile phone must be from the Doomsday Resort town. Someone will come here to sell it later. As for the castrated version of the vending machine, you can buy some of the Doomsday Resort town's individual products, such as water, food, special products, etc." Wu Penghua said simply. However, he didn't know that his words had set off a huge wave in Chai Shuquan's heart. "Where is the thing?" When asking, Chai Shuquan's tone was a little difficult. Wu Penghua looked at the other person's eyes, and directly took out the vending machine. When the vending machine appeared out of thin air, Chai Shuquan and the staff on the scene were all stunned. Chai Shuquan subconsciously walked to the vending machine. Then he saw the products for sale at a glance. Product, air base. Price, 12,000 points. Product, bound shoes. Price, 70 points. Product, drinking water. Price, 2 points. The most expensive one is tens of thousands of points, and the cheapest one is 2 points. But they all shocked Chai Shuquan deeply. With these things, their game area is indeed saved. The question is, are these things real? As if seeing Chai Shuquan's doubts, Wu Penghua operated directly on the spot in front of him, and then bought a bottle of water directly. When the water came out, Wu Penghua handed it to Chai Shuquan. Chai Shuquan took it, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a sip directly. When the water went down his throat into his stomach, it brought a burst of coolness to Chai Shuquan. After swallowing, Chai Shuquan looked at Wu Penghua excitedly. "How do I get points? Gold, scrap iron, or are all fine? Different things have different values. The most valuable ones at present are cultural relics." Wu Penghua replied. "Hundreds of thousands of points can be hung high on the homepage of the recycling cabinet. Do we need to go to the Doomsday Resort town to redeem them? How do we enter the Doomsday Resort town?" "With an invitation letter, you can enter, but non-players cannot stay overnight." As he spoke, Wu Penghua also took out a few and handed them to Chai Shuquan. "Invitation letters are free in Doomsday Resort town, but when I came, Doomsday Resort town gave me a task, saying that someone should send invitation letters to you. I think the 2 invitation letters should be different." "Thank you." Chai Shuquan looked at Wu Penghua and said excitedly, "You're welcome, we are all human." Wu Penghua replied, "I also brought the signal tower, but the space here is too small. Can you see if you can arrange for someone to install it with me?" "Of course," Chai Shuquan said without hesitation. Wu Penghua's arrival was a lifesaver for him. Afterwards, Chai Shuquan called someone and accompanied Wu Penghua to the most suitable place to put the signal tower. It was also when the signal tower was being built that other players arrived at the city government one after another. Many players set up stalls on the spot to collect gold, and exchanged gold for food, water, and some daily necessities, etc., which attracted a lot of attention in a short period of time, and many survivors lined up in a long line. Earthquake Plus was selected as the game area, which instantly made countless survivors realize that food and water are their next survival capital, and they can live one day at a time. Of course, there are also players who accept tasks and are guided to deliver tasks to Chai Shukwan. Invitation letters and taskers who sell mobile phones have arrived at the scene one after another. After receiving the invitation letter, Chai Shukwan immediately discovered the difference. Of course, after installing the signal tower, Chai Shukwan directly chose the most conspicuous location and placed the vending machine and the purification trash can in the most conspicuous location. As soon as the vending machine and the purified trash can appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of countless NPCs. What is this? Vending machine? Trash can? Yes, I wonder what they are placed here for. There are soldiers guarding them with real guns and live ammunition, so they must have special functions. And those people wearing strange clothes, what are they about? I just noticed that the vending machine and the trash can seem to appear suddenly. I noticed it too. What's going on? It's the players of the Doomsday game. What? The legendary players? They look no different from us. There is no difference at all, except that they have an extra Doomsday game system and the ability to buy special equipment. But even so, they will still die under the natural disaster. The appearance of the players proves that our city is now a game zone. It's over, it's all over now. Obviously, the existence of players is also known to NPCs. After all, the survivors who survived in the game area basically mentioned the special group of players. NPCs discussed, and their faces became more gloomy. The results of the Doomsday game can be checked. However, the NPCs who squeezed in front of the vending machine noticed the products on it. Air base? What is this? It seems to be a base that can be built in midair? Is it true? It must be true if it can come out. 12,000 points? Is it expensive? I heard that the initial points of a player are 100, and the reward for completing a game zone is 100 points. Then it takes at least 120 players to buy an air base? And this air base is still in its initial state. While the NPCs were discussing, they suddenly realized that the person who was selling just now was a player, and they surrounded the stall directly. You are players, right? Water is sold for 2 points at the vending machine. You exchange water for gold. Can we exchange gold for points? Is the air base real? Can the jumping shoes really jump into the air? Faced with the enthusiasm of the NPCs, the players paused, then looked at the desire in their eyes and spoke up. I am indeed a player. As for gold, it can indeed be exchanged for points. If you are willing, you can go to the vending machine to get a tourist card, and then you can exchange points with us. The air base is real, it's like a refuge. There were also water bases and sea bases before. As long as there is enough energy, they can form a protective shield to avoid risks from the outside world. Bing shoes are also real, we are wearing them, they can help us save ourselves in times of danger. It doesn't matter if you exchange water for points, they will make money anyway. So the players were very honest when they answered. The NPCs listened to their answers and their eyes widened. Then someone continued, besides gold, what else can be exchanged? Or metal, etc., many things can be exchanged, you can all try. The player replied dutifully. The NPCs listened to the player's words, and their hearts became hot. If the air base and the jumping shoes could appear in their city, wouldn't they be safe? Just when the NPCs were thinking this, suddenly, a strong tremor came from the ground. Another earthquake. Soon, the ground was shaking, and the NPCs at the scene could not stand steadily, and they fell all over the place. This was also the best time to promote the Bing shoes. Many players activated the Bing shoes and jumped directly into the air. The NPCs' eyes were attracted, and they looked at the Bing shoes on the players' feet with even more enthusiasm. And Chai Shukwan also witnessed the magic of the Bing shoes with his own eyes, and his mind was made up. After a while, the earthquake ended, but all the NPCs did not stop where they were. They turned around one by one and ran straight to the nearby gold shops. Gold, they must get it. Mayor, they are going to look for gold, right? A soldier who was guarding Chai Shukwan said subconsciously. That is the hope of survival for the survivors. There is no need to obstruct them, but the authorities can also send a team to collect it. Chai Shukwan said without hesitation, go directly to the bank and urgently call for the gold stocks in the bank, as well as the ore, the cultural relics in the museum. Let them collect them, and go directly to the Doomsday resort town. Afterwards, Chai Shukwan directly issued orders one by one, and along with the orders, there were invitations from the players. According to the setting of the game area, now is the first day, a relatively stable day, so this is the golden time. The NPCs in the square in front of the entire city government are all moving, and the news is spreading rapidly through the mouths of these NPCs. For a while, the whole city was in a frenzy of searching for gold and scrap metal. In fact, many survivors drove their cars and transported them here, lining up to exchange them. As for the officials, they acted even faster. Countless gold, ores, and cultural relics quickly entered the Doomsday resort town and were converted into points. And Chai Shuquan also urgently mobilized the team to the Doomsday resort town and brought Wu Pengfei with him. Wu Pengfei didn't know what happened until Chai Shuquan got the points, bought an air base, and then built the air base directly outside the Doomsday resort town. Wu Pengfei, After being shocked, Wu Pengfei took a look at his task and saw that the best location for the signal tower had actually changed. Then he diligently moved the signal tower to another location. As for Chai Shuquan, after completing the construction of the air base, he immediately led the NPCs of the entire city to the air base. For Chai Shuquan, because of the earthquake, there was no completely safe place in the entire city. He had selected some places that could be used as bases in advance, but they had not been built yet. In this case, is there a more suitable location than outside the Doomsday Resort? The air base of the earthquake zone was built outside the Doomsday Resort. When the players saw the scene, they were dumbfounded. Fuck, the leader of the earthquake zone is too quick-witted, isn't he? Haha, there is definitely no safer place than outside the Doomsday Resort. In the future, won't we be under the sight of NPCs when we enter and leave the Doomsday Resort? It has to be an NPC with an invitation, otherwise they can only see us disappearing into thin air. That's really too scary. How can I explain it? Just explain it any way you want. I went online and found that the existence of the Doomsday game and its players is no longer a secret to the NPCs, so the NPCs should be able to accept it. What about the Doomsday Resort? The Doomsday Resort will be known sooner or later. I heard that the official NPCs know about it. That's right. It's already an intermediate field. This world has been involved for so long, so they must know the inside story. This is also a new idea. But it happens to be an air base. Everything needs to be rebuilt. It doesn't matter where it is built, otherwise the base must be chosen based on suitability. That's right. Then it seems that it will be more convenient for players in the earthquake zone to move around in the future. Yes, business can be done directly at home, exciting. But the competition is also strong. While the players were discussing, countless NPCs, who heard the news and rushed over were indeed shocked. They saw many people suddenly disappear. What the hell is this place? After learning the details, the NPCs were overjoyed again. With such a magical place and an air base, they will definitely survive. Chapter 107. Insect-infested area. Ah, there are so many insects. So disgusting. Woo, this game area is definitely a serious psychological blow to me. I am also afraid of insects, and snakes and so on. It's really too blatant. I saw a group of rats directly broke into a supermarket. It feels like there is no place to step outside. So I bought protective clothing. It can protect against viruses, so it must be able to protect against these snakes and insects, right? The players were in the bus, looking at the scene outside the window and discussing enthusiastically. No matter men or women, seeing such dense snakes and insects, few would not care. This fear is psychological. Feng Qingan was also a little worried. In fact, in the past few game areas, she even ate insects to survive. She was not so afraid of insects, but so many insects were wandering freely on the street, and some would even climb onto people's bodies and bite parts that people couldn't reach. Just on the short walk, some people couldn't help but take off their clothes and let people look for bugs. Most people wrapped themselves tightly, with cloth strips wrapped around their exposed ankles. Bugs are really too annoying, especially the small ones. You can't catch them even if you want to. The big ones can be stepped on to death. Feng Qingan, who watched this scene, sighed in her heart. Different game areas really have different disasters. The common point is that all game areas are equally difficult. We can actually get off the bus and try out the insecticide. Have you all bought insecticide? Of course. Insecticide is obviously prepared for insect-infested areas. How could we not buy it? It costs 70 points too. Isn't it a bit of a waste to use it casually? Then let's give it to people to try out on the street, and then exchange it for gold. Will people be willing to exchange it? Of course. There are so many people harassed by insects. If it were me, anything that can be solved with money would definitely not be a problem. In fact, I heard that people in this game zone seem to know the existence of Doomsday Resort Town, and they said that it was produced by Doomsday Resort Town, and there must be many people scrambling to get it. Then let's give it a try. The players were discussing, and some players were ready to get off the bus. Of course, these players were fully armed. So when they appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. After the NPCs shifted their attention, they noticed these players and the bus next to them. Seeing the Doomsday Resort on the bus, some people started to discuss. A bus produced by the Doomsday Resort? Is it real or fake? Haven't there been many scammers before? Those scammers lied to people that they were players from the Doomsday Resort, and also lied to people that they were selling special products. It's true that we should be more careful, but the clothes these people are wearing seem to be quite unique. Could they be real? It's just an ordinary protective suit, probably made of better material. Just wait, they will definitely sell something next. Just as the NPCs were mumbling, the players went down. They shouted directly, selling insecticide produced by Doomsday Resort Town. After the words fell, the NPCs looked at each other, and their eyes were the same. See, I guess right. The next moment, many NPCs turned around and left. The players, After reacting, they shouted, "Don't leave. We are not liars." As they spoke, the players directly extracted the insecticide from their backpacks. When something appeared out of thin air, the attention of the surrounding NPCs was attracted again. Fuck, taking something out of thin air is actually real. Is it really a player? So this bus is also from the Doomsday Resort? Is the Doomsday Resort really in our game area? Where is it? Can you take us to see it? How much do you sell this insecticide? Do you want to use points? How many points? How much gold can you get? The NPC's words made the players understand instantly that the NPCs in this world not only knew about the Doomsday Resort, but also had a little understanding of the operation of the Doomsday Resort. Now we can talk business. We sell a bottle of insecticide for 75 points, which costs about 130 of gold. Can you see the effect? An NPC asked quickly. In fact, after knowing that the goods in the Doomsday Resort town can be exchanged for gold and other metals, most people try to exchange their family's money for gold, and often collect scrap metal, just for the arrival of this day. Now that the opportunity has come, they must seize it, but they also have to see the effect of the goods. Of course. The player said without hesitation. Then he just took out the insecticide, and sprayed it lightly on the place where there were many insects. Then everyone saw that the sprayed insects were all dead, and even affected a large circle around. At the same time, the insects did not dare to approach the place where the insecticide was sprayed, and they avoided it from a distance, which shows its power. I want one. I want one too. Besides the insecticide, do you have any protective clothing? I want to buy protective clothing too. The NPCs became excited and shouted frantically. They knew very well that these things were much more important than their possessions. The players watched this scene, and were of course willing to meet the needs of the NPCs. And the NPCs around knew what was happening here, and more people were rushing towards this side. In a short while, the news of the Doomsday Resort town spread throughout their city. Countless NPCs heard the news, and wanted to find the NPCs to buy things. As for Feng Qinglong, she followed the bus away. However, looking at the players surrounded by NPCs from a distance, Feng Qinglong guessed that the insecticides in the Doomsday Resort town should be selling well. And Feng Qinglong went directly to the official shelter in the insect-infested area. The official shelter here is a shelter purchased by the official from the players. After several upgrades, it occupies a large area. Of course, staying in the shelter also costs money. Because the price is relatively high, most NPCs do not stay in it. In their opinion, their city just has some bugs temporarily, and the type may also be related to the bugs. They can still tolerate it, so they are reluctant to spend money to stay. However, there are still many rich people who are willing to spend money to stay. The shelter can be continuously upgraded. Naturally, it is also funded by these rich people. Of course, the shelter does not prohibit people from entering. There are still many people who enter the shelter during the day to spend their days, to avoid the interference of bugs. When Feng Qinglong arrived with the bus, the shelter was also very lively, and players were already doing business inside. The network and power of this game area were not paralyzed, and the news spread quickly. Many NPCs had come directly to the shelter to wait. When Feng Qinglong got off the bus, she saw that the shelter was crowded with people. Of course, they were all crowded in front of the vending machines and the purification trash cans. They were going to get the tourist cards, and then buy things in front of the vending machines. In addition, signal towers were also built in the shelter. They really moved fast. Feng Qinglong sighed and got off the car. As soon as she got off the car, Feng Qinglong noticed that there were countless insects swarming on the ground. Luckily, She wore protective clothing, so the insects didn't attack her. As she walked, the insects followed her closely. Until she stepped into the shelter, the insects were intercepted in front of the protective shield. If you look carefully, you can see that these insects seem to be lying in front of the protective shield and biting. Feng Qinglong frowned slightly, and suddenly had a bad premonition. The shield uses energy blocks, which means that the shield itself is a kind of energy product. The insects bite the shield. Does it mean that the insects themselves also feed on energy? If they can eat the shield, what will happen next? When Feng Qinglong looked up slightly, there were still flying insects on the shield in the air. Just as Feng Qinglong was thinking, she suddenly saw several soldiers holding a lot of insecticides in their hands, and then began to spray around the outer periphery of the shield. As the soldiers sprayed, the bugs began to move away. In addition to manual spraying, drones also started to be deployed, spraying around the protective shield. The densely packed bugs immediately left the protective shield. Feng Qinglong breathed a sigh of relief watching this scene. The official NPC also noticed this, and should know how to solve it. After entering the shelter, Feng Qinglong asked the patrolling soldiers, and then set up a stall next to the signal tower, and then put out his mobile phone and computer. Feng Qinglong's appearance also attracted some NPCs. Seeing her fully armed appearance, the NPCs spoke directly. Are you a player? You are displaying a mobile phone? Is there anything special? This is also a product of the Doomsday Resort Town? How many points does this cost? Do you have any insecticides for sale? Like your protective clothing? Or other special products? Feng Qinglong looked at the enthusiastic NPCs and said calmly, what is sold here is a mobile phone, which is produced by the Doomsday Resort Town. This mobile phone can not only be used in the game area, but also can contact the outside world. Contact the outside world? Really? Is there a phone number I can call? Is it expensive? Of course it's true. I came here on the orders of the Doomsday Resort Town. I won't lie. Feng Qinglong was also afraid that she would encounter difficult NPCs, so she brought out the name of the Doomsday Resort Town, which at least could reduce some unnecessary trouble. The NPCs listened and looked at Feng Qinglong with different eyes. Just when they wanted to ask, Luo Pingying, the person in charge of the official base, came directly over. After the signal tower appeared, she had already learned from the player who installed the signal tower that there were special mobile phones in the Doomsday Resort Town. She really needed to contact the outside world now. Although she had prepared for losing contact with the outside world after entering the game area and had even rehearsed many times, she still inevitably felt a little nervous when she really lost contact with the outside world and the insect plague escalated again, fearing that she could not manage it well. Now that she can contact the outside world, she not only has room to discuss with the outside world, but also has to spread the news of the Doomsday Resort Town. The emergence of the Doomsday Resort Town is not only a good thing for their game area, but also a great benefit to their world. When the other NPCs saw Luo Pingying, they temporarily made way for her. Luo Pingying looked at Feng Qinglong and said directly, how much is this? 1,200 points for a mobile phone. Give me one first. Luo Pingying said directly, and then took out his tourist card. These points were exchanged by their official with the players first. Although they gave the players a little profit, at least they could have a large number of points in a short period of time, so that they could make adequate preparations. After everything is arranged, they will send the things they prepared to the Doomsday Resort Town for exchange. Feng Qinglong did not expect that she could sell one so quickly, and quickly took out a well-packaged mobile phone and handed it to Luo Pingying. Are there many players coming out? Luo Pingying asked Feng Qinglong. Quite a lot. The bus is full, but many people stopped on the road, and some sold pesticides and other items on the roadside. Feng Qinglong told the truth. Very good. Luo Pingying listened, left this sentence and left. After Luo Pingying left, others immediately surrounded him. The official person in charge came to buy, so it must be real. Of course, there are still too few people who can spend 1,200 points to buy goods. On the contrary, some rich people came after hearing the news. Feng Qinglong didn't have much time to think afterwards, and was always greeting customers. At this moment, Feng Qinglong had already felt the benefits brought by some experienced game areas. After leaving, Luo Pingying returned to the office and immediately contacted the outside world. Luo Pingying's superior was very surprised when he heard her news. After all, everyone knows that once you are selected as a game area, it means disconnection. Unless Doomsday Resort Town appears in your game area? Luo Pingying's superior Qian Jianglong said excitedly. Yes. Luo Pingying nodded, and then briefly reported on the situation in their city. On the first day of the game, those bugs mutated. Although Qian Jianlong was concerned about the Doomsday Resort town, his attention was immediately attracted by the natural disaster that Luo Pingying mentioned. After all, a natural disaster involves the lives of countless residents. Since their world was involved in the Doomsday game, there have been too many casualties, and every day makes them feel extremely sad. But they never thought of giving up. After discovering the existence of players, they have been relying on the things exchanged from the players to get some help for their city. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. Even though the shelters could shelter survivors in the early stages, they were easily destroyed by natural disasters in the later stages of the disaster due to insufficient energy. Until the past 2 months, they met a group of special players who directly found official cooperation and provided them with something called energy blocks. It was the existence of these energy blocks that allowed more than 80% of the people in their game area to survive. Of course, there were not only energy blocks, but also many other products of the Doomsday Resort town. Therefore, the Doomsday Resort town came directly into their sight. They did not hide the news of the Doomsday Resort town, and even used that game area as a typical example, and made a documentary for the people of the country to watch, so that they would have confidence in the Doomsday game. The effect was naturally obvious. But it also brought some consequences, that is, the prices of gold, metals, etc. began to soar. In addition to hoarding supplies, people also hoarded gold, metals, etc., just waiting to meet players and the Doomsday Resort town one day. Yes, players will also receive gold. Unconsciously, gold and other metals have become hard currency among players, all because of the existence of the Doomsday Resort. Unexpectedly, they actually encountered the Doomsday Resort this time. It's really lucky. If they encounter the Doomsday Resort directly, they will get more things in exchange, and they will be more confident in dealing with the natural disasters of the Doomsday game. Yes, they are still gnawing at the protective shield of the shelter, and the protective shield has been damaged because of their existence. Luo Pingying said with a serious look, "Fortunately, there is a product called insecticide in the Doomsday Resort town that can restrain them. After spraying, they stayed away. What do you think? I wonder if these insects are mutating. They need energy to feed on. Are they also a kind of energy?" Luo Pingying said directly, "But just throwing them into the trash can has no effect, so I have asked people to collect a large number of corpses, thinking whether enough can be exchanged for points." Qian Jianlong listened to Luo Pingying's words and nodded in his heart. Luo Pingying was selected through many levels to become the official person in charge of this city. Her greatest characteristic is her meticulousness. Do it according to your idea. If you can really exchange points, you will have made a great contribution. I just want to try it. It's good to have an idea to try it. Qian Jianlong responded, "But the most important thing is that you have to exchange enough points at all costs to buy various goods from the Doomsday Resort town, and keep them well, and wait for the day when the game area is opened. This is the hope for the future of our country." Yes. Luo Pingying listened and immediately felt unprecedented pressure on his shoulders. Also, we need to buy more signal towers and mobile phones that can contact the outside world, Qian Jianlong explained. With these signal towers and mobile phones, no matter which city is involved in the game area in the future, they can know the situation in the game area in the first place, and even provide remote guidance. This is really too important. Yes. Then the two learned about the Doomsday Resort town in detail, and were told a lot of things. After the call ended, Luo Pingying let out a long sigh. I have to say that after talking to the leader, she felt that the road ahead seemed to be much clearer. Mayor, the things have been mobilized, and we have already agreed with the player who owns the bus to rent his bus to enter the Doomsday Resort town. Shall we go now? At this time, an assistant came to report the situation. Listening, Luo Pingying nodded. Let's go to the Doomsday Resort town first. The Doomsday Resort town, she had heard before, was all hearsay. Only when she saw it with her own eyes could she truly understand what this holy place in the mouth of the player was like. Just as Luo Pingying was about to leave, the team that Luo Pingying had sent out to catch bugs came back. The first thing they did was to come to the purification trash can. They threw a sack of bugs directly into the purification trash can. Get points *10. After a flash of light, the words suddenly appeared on the purification trash can. When looking at the 10 points on it, the team leader Mu Wenjin's eyes were wide open. These bugs can actually be exchanged for points. And this movement was also noticed by the people watching around. Hey, what is this? It's worth 10 points. Aw, that's a lot. Before, they put some scrap metal in, which was only worth 1 point, and that amount of scrap metal was worth 3 points when exchanged with players, and even more valuable when exchanged with the Doomsday Resort town. So no one tried it with scrap metal, But the thing this person just threw in looked so light, but it was worth 10 points. It's amazing. Can I ask what it is? I want to collect it, too. I just saw a lot of good stuff in the vending machine. These require a lot of points. Although I have saved a lot, I still can't stop using them. It would be great if we could know. When everyone was talking, they looked at Mu Wenjin and his party with burning eyes. Mu Wenjin listened to the discussions around him, and woke up from his dream. Then he asked the people around him to call Luo Pingying. Whether this news can be told to ordinary people depends on Luo Pingying's opinion. Although he knew that the other party would announce it, according to normal procedures, they could not say it. Another soldier hurriedly called out. At this moment, not only NPCs, but also many players were attracted. After all, something that can make the purification trash can spit out high price points must be extraordinary. They are also very short of points. When Luo Pingying arrived, she saw people inside and outside, and their eyes were full of hope. Thinking about the news she just heard, her heart was also beating wildly. Mayor. Mu Wenjin saw Luo Pingying coming and hurriedly greeted her. Let me try. Luo Pingying said. Yes. As Mu Wenjin said this, he immediately handed another sack of bugs to Luo Pingying. This sack is about 10 gene. 10 gene, 10 points. 1 gene, 1 point. This is a high price. This time, she seemed to be a little bit dissatisfied with the fact that there were too many bugs in her game area. Then, Luo Pingying threw the sack in her hand directly into the purification trash can. Get points asterisk 15. Fuck, this time it's 15. What is in here? The price is so high. The surroundings have already started to talk. Luo Pingying took a long breath, looked at the burning gazes from the surroundings, and spoke without hesitation. The sack just now contained bugs. After the words fell, the whole place was silent, and then a more urgent voice broke out. Bugs, really? Bugs can be exchanged for points? Is it a lie? Why would someone lie to you? I catch it right away. Aw, so exciting. You just believe it. This is our mayor. I definitely believe her. Listening to the voices around him, Luo Pingying took the sack from Mu Wenjin again, opened the sack directly to let the people around him see it clearly, and then put it into the purification trash can again. Get points asterisk 12 this time. Seeing it with their own eyes, the scene was completely boiling. Countless people turned around and left. They were going to catch bugs now. As for the players, they were even more excited. The opportunity to get rich has come. Luo Pingying looked at the boiling scene and breathed a sigh of relief again. She guessed right, and their game area is not only saved now, but also takes off. Mayor, are we still going to the Doomsday Resort town? The assistant asked on the side. Yes, but you have someone announce this to the whole city, and make sure everyone knows that bugs can be exchanged for points. Luo Pingying said without hesitation. Yes. After a while, Luo Pingying took a bus to the Doomsday Resort town. And the official shelter behind her fell into a carnival. This bug, how can it be a disaster? It is clearly a good luck. Chapter 108. Hail Zone. Today's temperature has reached a new low. It's really cold. The heating doesn't work at all. We should be thankful that we still have heating. I heard that there's a power problem in Zone B, and the heating has stopped. What should we do? They freeze to death. There are indeed many elderly people who can't adapt to the temperature and have frozen to death. Alas, the crematorium can't even burn the bodies. It's confirmed that we are already in the game zone, and it's only a matter of time before the power and heating are cut off. Luckily, I turned my bed into a pit. That would have to be a villa, not a high-rise building. What pits can there be? You can also burn charcoal at home for heating, but you have to be careful not to get poisoned. Wasn't it popular to make earth stoves before? I did it at home, and now I'm slowly burning firewood at home, hoping to hold on to the end. It's difficult. Also, remember to protect yourself. Don't open the door to anyone. There is a family in our community who may have boasted about their abundant supplies before, but was robbed by someone. Now it's a gaming area. When will the shelter be built? It takes time to build, and it can't accommodate so many of us at the beginning. Wait. I really envy those cities that have shelters early on. On the internet, residents of the Hale area were chatting. It's not that they are too idle, but that they are shivering with cold, hiding in their beds one by one, and the only way to relax and entertain themselves is probably to go online. It's just that most people's internet is not very good, and it's intermittent. During this time, many players also logged onto the internet and learned about this world through the words of NPCs. After checking the information on the internet, Li Winley said directly to other players, most survivors are at home and will not run around outside easily. Supplies and other things are also stored in advance. No wonder, this place is like a dead city, cold and deserted. After all, it is an extremely cold world. If you are not at home, there is no place outside to resist the wind and snow. So, besides the official staff, the people hanging around outside at this time are people with ulterior motives. Be careful, don't let down the NPCs. I know, I will definitely be careful, and the only place to relax is in this bus. Where are we going now? The official office is directly arranged in the residential building of the community at the previous intersection. Let's go there. After listening to the players' discussion, Lee Winley replied, the people sitting in their bus are all players who have accepted the mission, and these people are also gathered by Lee Winley. Similarly, she also bought this car, which is why she can dominate this group of players. The extreme environment of the Hail Zone has destined them to be unable to obtain enough resources here. They can only grasp the current task first, and see if there are any points that can be explored. Of course, there are more players coming out than just them. Some of them went straight to the river in the game area to cut ice. The backpack grid can store ice. The upper limit of one grid is 99, regardless of size. 99 large ice cubes can be exchanged for a lot of good things in a water-scarce world. After many games, players have already learned to make the best use of resources. Of course, in their previous games, because of the limited backpack grid, they had to consider how to make the most of resources, but this world is different. They encountered a Doomsday resort town, and there is no shortage of backpack grids, so naturally they can collect as much as they can. Anyway, as long as it is supplies, no matter what supplies, there will always be a day when they will come in handy. In addition, some people with high skills and courage will explore supplies that can be exchanged for points. I heard that in the insect-infested area next door, 1 caddies of insects can be exchanged for 1 point, which makes the players in the insect-infested area crazy. Other game areas are jealous and hateful. The last time everyone was so envious was the fog area and virus area passed by the previous game area, the Doomsday resort town. The fog area has monsters, and the virus area has zombies, which makes the players in the 2 game areas earn a lot of money. The reason why we know about it is not only because of the high profile of the previous game area, but also because of the recent discussion in the Doomsday forum. After more than 300,000 players in the 2 game areas were dispersed into different game areas, they were selling goods crazily, and too many players benefited. Because these players are not only helping the other players, but also helping the official NPCs of the game area. Especially the latter, the players have found that if the official NPCs of the game area can control the situation, the survival rate of the game area will increase a lot, especially those with shelters, which are no longer as annihilated as before. For all players, this is undoubtedly good news. Not to mention, the disaster categories summarized in the pinned post also improve the survival ability of players. I just don't know if the official of this game zone has the ability to build a shelter? In the snow and ice, do they have the resources? Listening to Lee Winley's answer, a player said worriedly, this game zone knows about the Doomsday game, and has built a lot of game venues, so they must be prepared. That's right, more and more players are promoting the Doomsday resort town. But we have Doomsday resort town. Even if the official NPCs in this game area are not powerful, we don't have to be afraid. Yes, Doomsday resort town gives us a lot of confidence. There are lights ahead. We should be close to the official office. The players were chatting, and when they saw the lights ahead, their attention was drawn to it. Soon, the car stopped in front of the community gate. As soon as it stopped, a team of people from the gate rushed out and pointed real guns at their bus. At the same time, a figure had already jumped in, obviously calling for help. Who are you? Where are you from? A clear voice came from outside the car. Lee Winley and her group looked over, and saw that the group of people in the car were all wearing cold-resistant clothing. No wonder they could move freely in such cold weather. But they had just felt that there was no shelter here. It seems that this game area is indeed as described on the internet, and there is no shelter. We are players. Lee Winley opened the car window, and said to the soldiers outside the window, I accepted the mission of Doomsday Resort Town, and came to do something. When they heard about the players and Doomsday Resort Town, a group of people instantly became excited. Bai Qingye, who had just called out, looked at the bus seriously. When he saw the name of Doomsday Resort Town printed on it, he immediately made a gesture. Everyone put away their guns in unison. Bai Qingye hurriedly said, Welcome. When he saw the bus just now, he had some guesses, but he still had to be on guard. After all, not all players are friendly. But now, it is different after confirming that the bus is produced by Doomsday Resort Town. Produced by Doomsday Resort Town, the players are guaranteed to be good, at least the players who can use the bus are not vicious. While thinking about it, he directly opened the door, and signaled Lee Winley and others to enter. The players naturally drove the car in. When the players parked the car, the official person in charge Xia Jinwei had already come out to greet them. When Lee Winley got out of the car, she excitedly said, "Welcome, welcome." "Hello." Lee Winley also took the initiative to greet him. What mission does Doomsday Resort Town have for you?" Xia Jinwei asked curiously. In fact, the name of Doomsday Resort Town is well known. They have heard it from players, and know that Doomsday Resort Town often contacts the game area officials to cooperate with the officials to fight natural disasters, but he really doesn't know the details. The only thing he knew was that the assistance from the Doomsday Resort Town would most likely allow more residents to survive in their city. Invitation to the Doomsday Resort Town. With the invitation, you can enter the Doomsday Resort Town. Signal tower plus a mobile phone stand, which allows you to contact the outside world. Castrated vending machine and purification trash can. If you have points, you can directly buy goods from the Doomsday Resort Town. 3 sentences, each of which made Xia Jinwei very happy. It's really so good. At this moment, Xia Jinwei really wanted to cry. Good luck finally landed in their city. "Can you sell me the shelter?" Xia Jinwei said immediately, not forgetting such a good thing as the shelter. Of course, there are also energy blocks in the Doomsday Resort Town. With energy blocks, their shelter can be completely safe and sound. "Yes," Lee Winley said without hesitation. "Then I will exchange gold with you now." Xia Jinwei said without hesitation. "Let's build a shelter first, so that they can have a stable working environment, and then we can rescue the residents step by step." "Yes." Lee Winley did not refuse. Normal transactions can promote more transactions. Everyone has suffered from the Doomsday game, and no one wants to get something for free. Xia Jinwei quickly ordered his subordinates to collect it. A moment later, he not only traded the shelter with Lee Winley and his party, but also traded some points. After the transaction was completed, Xia Jinwei immediately built the shelter in this community. This community itself was carefully selected by them. There are office buildings, residences, and a shopping mall in front, which is very suitable for use as a base. Just after the shelter was placed, the entire community seemed to be covered by an invisible protective shield in an instant, and the falling snow outside was directly blocked outside. The temperature in the entire community was rising rapidly. People in the community and office buildings felt the rising temperature at the first time. "Oh my God, what happened? The temperature has risen. Why did the temperature change suddenly?" Some players came and built a shelter. "Great, we actually have a shelter too." Some staff members ran out of the house. After learning about the situation, they became excited. Some even took out their phones and started sharing with their relatives and friends. They wanted to spread hope to every corner of the city. Xia Jinwei also noticed it, but he didn't say much. Anyway, there would be special personnel to do this later. After a long sigh in his heart, Xia Jinwei said to Lee Winley, "Where is the invitation letter?" Lee Winley listened and handed him the invitation letter of Doomsday Resort Town. After Xia Jinwei took it, he held it tightly in his hand, looked at the signal tower and castrated vending machine that were already placed, and said directly, "When will you return to Doomsday Resort Town? Can I go with you?" Because the temperature was too low, the vehicles had long been unable to drive. To go to Doomsday Resort Town, you really had to take a ride. It will be convenient after they buy a bus. Of course. Lee Winley said without hesitation, 2 points per person. Okay. Xia Jinwei agreed immediately. This little point is nothing compared to the huge points. And the payment is in full, which is good for both parties. Then, Xia Jinwei welcomed Lee Winley and other players in for tea. In the shelter, more and more survivors walked out of their homes. Not only the survivors, but also the players, were announcing the establishment of the Hail Zone shelter. On the network of the Hail Zone. "We have built a shelter in the Hail Zone." "Is it true? Wasn't it our turn?" "Of course it's true, I guarantee it. It was said by an insider." "So a player showed up?" "I guessed it. When a game zone becomes a zone, players will come. Isn't it normal for a shelter to be built when players come?" "Haha, there's more to surprise you. Not only players, but also a Doomsday Resort Town." "Fuck, is this true?" "Really, the video and pictures are proof." "Ah, so exciting. With a Doomsday Resort, our city is safe now. I heard that the survival rate of a Doomsday Resort can reach 90%. I saw it. It is indeed a bus for the Doomsday Resort. But the bus does not necessarily mean there is a Doomsday Resort. Don't worry. It was announced by the official account. There is no need to lie to us. I took a look, and it really is an official account. Excited. Then do we have a chance to visit the Doomsday Resort Town? It's a legendary place. Don't even think about it. I heard that you need an invitation letter, and the number is limited. How can we get it? Unless you find a good player friend, but even if you are a good friend, they won't give it to you for free. The price is quite high, worth a lot of gold. I hope someone who has been in there can tell me about it. There is a chance for this. Did the official say where the shelter is? I have said that they will arrange the migration of people according to the area. Don't run around by yourself, otherwise they will not accept you. Then I will definitely follow the arrangement. I hope you can enter the game area as soon as possible. The game area is getting more and more dangerous. I will definitely arrange it first. By the way, you also have to prepare gold medals well, so that you can go directly to the shelter to exchange things. Can I exchange directly in the shelter? Yes, there is a vending machine. Although there are only 10 kinds of goods, they are all good things in the Doomsday Resort Town. It seems that they can exist forever. Great. Please pay attention to your surroundings. I heard there are 10 of them in total, provided by the Doomsday Resort Town to the game area for free. They are placed in crowded places. If the situation is urgent, you can directly use gold to exchange points from the purification trash can. Although the price will be lower than that of players and the Doomsday Resort Town, it can still save lives in special circumstances. The internet is getting more and more lively because more and more people are joining in. Unlike the confusion and despair they faced in the game area before, they now have hope of survival and are naturally in a much better mood. On the Doomsday forum side, some players also notified other players through group chat. The shelter in the hail zone has been built. Pick a spot for everyone. You guys are really quick. What's the situation in the hail zone? It's okay. Most NPCs stay at home. They should have some goods stored at home. The shops on the road are closed. There are soldiers patrolling with guns. The patrols may be more frequent in the future. I found that the official NPCs in the game area are responding faster and faster. The death rate was so high before because no one was prepared. The situation is different now. The game area officials have prepared in advance and have traded with players. In addition, with the help of Doomsday Resort, the survival rate will definitely get higher and higher, even in the intermediate field. But don't relax. What do you mean? In the last game, Doomsday Resort was attacked by 3 game areas. It should be the work of Doomsday Game. It has already known about the bug of Doomsday Resort. It will definitely find a way to deal with Doomsday Resort, or us. Everyone should take it easy, and don't be too relaxed. Don't relax until the moment of clearing the level. But didn't Doomsday Resort win the last game against 3 game zones? This shows that Doomsday Resort is quite powerful, and it also proves that Doomsday Game has limited countermeasures. Why? The Doomsday Game can involve so many worlds in the game, so it must be very powerful. It can definitely deal with a Doomsday Resort, but the last game was quickly solved by Doomsday Resort, which shows that its countermeasures are also limited and need to follow certain rules. Someone has analyzed that as long as Doomsday Game really abides by the rules, then the game will be cleared one day, and we will return to normal. This rule is correct, otherwise it is just a carrot hanging in front of the donkey. I've seen this speculation, and the mainstream idea now is that the Doomsday Game can be completed. That's great. Looking at your analysis, I feel happy. Haha, work hard. You can survive in 1 game zone. Well, everyone should save more points and save more lives for themselves. It's not easy to earn points in the hail zone, right? Then look at how you earn them. In fact, there are many ways to cut ice, collect snowflakes, collect scrap metal, pry open shops, etc. It depends on whether you dare to do it. If you can do it, you will definitely do it. I really envy the insect-infested area. The points will definitely flow in. As the players chatted, the topic gradually deviated. This is also normal. And many players who were still in the Doomsday Resort Town looked at the news sent back by other players, thought about it, and went out one by one. Of course, there were also many players who were originally in the game area and had already moved. At this time, Xia Jianwei was understanding the situation with Li Wenli and her group. What is our zone? Do you know what the disaster will be? Xia Jianwei knew that the Doomsday Game had divided and named them. In most cases, the disaster they would experience could be guessed from the name. Extreme Cold, Hail Zone. Li Wenli did not hide it. After hearing about extreme cold and hail, Xia Jianwei sighed deeply. The extreme cold was the same as they expected, but the hail directly upgraded the entire disaster. Because hail is harmful to the shelter, and damage means that huge energy is needed, so the price they have to pay is relatively high. However, no matter what the cost, he tried his best to ensure that some residents survived. People are the foundation of the future. Li Wenli certainly saw the solemnity in Xia Jianyue's expression, but what else could she do? They could only passively accept the natural disaster. This time, with the Doomsday resort town, they were lucky to be able to exchange many commodities. Xia Jianyue's silence was only a moment, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. Looking at Li Wenli, he continued, I heard that you players are still collecting the categories of natural disasters in the Doomsday game, and there are game guides for the natural disasters in each category. Yes. Li Wenli nodded. They are all on the Doomsday forum. Xia Jianyue's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Can I buy this category, and the game strategy of the extreme cold disaster from you? Of course. Li Wenli said without hesitation, I won't charge you more. I will sell you the same amount as the Doomsday forum. Just give me 10 points as a reward for your hard work. In fact, Li Wenli really didn't lack points. Buying this kind of strategy was just a matter of convenience. It was just a token of appreciation. Thank you, thank you. Xia Jianyue listened and said to Li Wenli excitedly, You're welcome. Li Wenli responded with a smile. Afterwards, Xia Jianyue continued to learn about the situation of the Doomsday resort town through Li Wenli. It was not until his assistant notified him that the materials had been transferred that Xia Jianyue got up and prepared to follow Li Wenli to the Doomsday resort town. Sitting on the bus, driving in the ice and snow, the wind outside was biting, but Xia Jianyue's heart was warm. Chapter 109. Plant Zone. Have you ever experienced a biological disaster? No, it's my first time. It's my first time too. But there are guides on the Doomsday forum. Then let's take this opportunity to take a look together. Sure, can each of us buy one and share it together? Okay, this way we can save some money. Similar discussions unfolded among players from different teams. Although biological disasters are not the first time they have appeared in the player's field of vision, the number of players involved is still relatively small. The discussion on the Doomsday forum also tends to be a little bit biased. Biological disasters need certain conditions to form, and there are relatively few worlds that meet the conditions. But even so, there are quite a few strategies on the Doomsday forum. It's just that compared to other common disasters, strategies for biological disasters are relatively expensive. While checking the strategies, the players directly stepped into the game area. However, unlike what they imagined, the entire game area was occupied by plants. The city where the game area was located was obviously growing various plants. The green belts in the city were removed, the trees on both sides of the road were uprooted, and the whole city looked bare, with no greenery at all. Fuck, they are really quick to do this. Yes, it would be good to eliminate the hidden dangers as soon as possible. Yes, the plant areas of biological disasters are basically plant alienation, and I think this world is no exception. I always feel that the Doomsday game will not be so simple. Is there a trap behind it? Don't be such a pessimist. This is a reasonable guess. After all, this is the plant area of the intermediate field. Anyway, there is a Doomsday resort town, so don't be afraid. By the way, is there a shelter in this game area? It seems not, but there is an official designated shelter area. I feel that there should be such a thing as a shelter, but before there is a real disaster, the official of this game area did not take it out, in order to save some energy. This possibility is still very high. Then let's ask the official to designate a shelter area and see. Yeah. As the players were talking, they had already called up the online map of the game area where the plant area was located, and walked towards the official police station while looking at their phones. At this time, the pedestrians on the road were also in a hurry, and many people were holding bags in their hands, which were basically some dry food. The players also found that as the game went on, the new things they could eat in the game area became less and less, and most of the time, they had become dry and easy to fill the stomach foods such as compressed biscuits. These are all prepared by the world where the game area is located to deal with the Doomsday game. However, relatively speaking, today's game area seems to be relatively better. Many roadside stalls are selling vegetables and fruits at a big discount. Big clearance, 3 caddies of apples for 2G of gold. Big oranges, vitamin supplements, long-lasting storage, 3 caddies for 1G of gold. Winter dates, blood supplements, 1 caddy for 1G of gold. Basically, they are some long-lasting fruits, and the price has directly changed from paper money to gold. Gradually, as the world became chaotic, gold became hard currency. In addition to fruits, there are many vegetables, but they can't be sold at a high price. One reason is that there has been a recent plant outbreak, which has led to a sharp increase in the number of orchards and vegetable gardens. The other reason is that many people want to sell these things as soon as possible because they are afraid that the plants will mutate. The players are quite interested. They came to these stalls without hesitation and bought crazily. They haven't eaten such fresh vegetables and fruits for a long time. They can put the fruits and vegetables they bought in the backpack grid and store them for a long time. They can even use special methods to turn these fresh fruits and vegetables into dried fruits and vegetables, which can be preserved for a longer time. Therefore, the stalls that were originally a bit deserted became lively because of the players' purchases. Are you players? The owner of one of the stalls entertained the players warmly, and then asked in a low voice when he met a more friendly player. Ma Yiting was stunned for a moment, and then said, yes. Well, perhaps because some players are too high profile in the game area, the player's presence in the game area is no longer a secret. Sometimes, you can tell by their extravagant spending. After all, only players can go crazy and buy without any scruples when the atmosphere is tense. Do you have equipment for sale? For example, protective clothing. The stall owner continued, I have a child at home, and I am a little worried about her. Protective clothing not only can protect, but it is said to have a certain protective effect, and is a must-have when going out. The stall owner had a hopeful look on his face as he spoke. I didn't bring much, but I'd be able to buy it in the shelter soon. Ma Yiting replied. She didn't come out to sell goods. She knew her own strength. If she didn't go with the team, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to protect the large amount of goods, and then she would be making wedding clothes for others. The stall owner was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard the following words, he instantly became excited. Shelter? Has the shelter been built? It should be almost done. Ma Yiting knew that she was not the first batch of players to enter the game area, not to mention that there were still many players who had not yet entered the Doomsday resort town. The stall owner also reacted when he heard it. Yes, if the players are here, can the shelter be far away? At this moment, the players actually hope that there will be more players and the shelter will be built better, so that it can accommodate enough people. The stall owner felt that he should quickly close the stall and send his family to the shelter first, so that he could feel at ease. But how can there be protective clothing for sale in the shelter? Are there players buying in large quantities? The stall owner thought of his original question and asked cautiously. It's the Doomsday resort town. He will place vending machines in the shelter. Of course, there will be vending machines in other crowded places. Ma Yiting took the initiative to introduce it. When she saw the other party's unfamiliar eyes, she calmly explained, many things of the players are purchased in the Doomsday resort town. The price is relatively low, and there are no middlemen to make a profit. It's even better. In addition to protective clothing, other equipment can also be purchased. Listening to Ma Yiting's explanation, the stall owner's eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, he gratefully stuffed a large bag of apples into Ma Yiting's arms. Thank you. You're welcome. Ma Yiting still accepted it, then took the apple and left happily. A moment later, Ma Yiting had arrived at the official shelter. When she arrived, Ma Yiting found that the shelter had been officially opened and seemed to be constantly upgraded. Signal towers, mobile phone stands, vending machines, and trash cans. The mission of the Doomsday resort town has been completed by players, and countless stalls have been set up with this location as the center. Players directly purchased resources such as gold and scrap metal. Residents also lined up to exchange, and once they exchanged, they immediately ran to the vending machine to line up. Among them, backpack grids became the first choice of many residents. After all, hoarding is the pursuit of everyone in the Doomsday text. Backpack grids are the artifact for hoarding. Of course, it is also their capital for survival. Looking at the vibrant shelter, Ma Yiting's mind unconsciously relaxed. This is the most relaxing game area that Ma Yiting has seen in recent games. She only hopes that this peace can continue. As a result, when the thought flashed through her mind, she heard screams. The next moment, Ma Yiting looked outside. As a result, she saw that the plants on the roadside that had not been cleaned up suddenly grew wildly. In a short while, they had directly blocked the first few floors of the building, and some notes even broke through the windows. The players at the scene were all stunned by this scene. Although we know that plant mutation is easy to happen in the plant area, is it really good that they grow so big on the first day? It can grow to 10 meters on the first day. What will happen on the last day of the game? What kind of biological disasters have there been before? I have read the information. There are animal mutations. After they grow bigger, they attack people. The strategy says that we should use high technology to track and kill them, or put poison bait to prevent them from growing. There have been plant disasters, but the ones that have occurred are plant diseases, crop failure, and tree withering. There have also been insect disasters. Insects reproduce rapidly, then devour plants and animals, and finally target humans. Plant alienation has also occurred, attacking humans as if they have life. Are these plants also alienated now? I don't know. I can only say that it must be related to plants. Anyway, judging from the situation on the first day, this disaster is definitely the kind that will not end well. The players gathered together to discuss, their expressions becoming more cautious. The more serious the game area, the greater the risk they will face. Even if this game area has a Doomsday resort town that can keep them safe, what about the next game area? The players have already realized it, and the residents of the game area are even more so. Looking at the scene outside, their expressions are obviously panicked. People living on the lower floors can't live there anymore. I don't even dare to live in a high-rise building. If the load-bearing wall below is damaged and the house collapses, it will be even more terrible. I only saw the destructive power of the Doomsday game on the news before, but now I see it with my own eyes. It is really scary. Maybe sometimes, dying early is a kind of relief. Why should I die? No, suicide is the stupidest thing to do. I don't have the ability to fight against the Doomsday game, and I don't want to be its helper. The residents expressed their own thoughts. Their eyes were full of worries about the future, but most people still chose to accept the status quo. Their eyes were full of determination. What could be more terrifying than death? And the official speed was also very fast. Several construction teams came to the shelter and started construction directly on the spot. The trees that were still growing were directly cut in half, cut into pieces, and piled on the truck and taken away. At the same time, the person in charge of the official shelter also appeared. After appearing, he directly announced several recruitment notices. Recruiting lumberjacks. Recruiting pesticide sprayers. Recruiting inspectors. Recruiting patrol officers. All the above staff salaries will be settled by points. With the official notice, many residents quickly headed to the registration office. A job that is settled by points is a good job. Because the Doomsday game has lost its jobs for a long time, the residents who have been living off their old capital are a little impatient. Of course, there are also many players who apply for the job. It is even possible that the main purpose of the official NPC is to recruit players. Compared with residents, players have equipment to protect themselves and experience in facing Doomsday games, so they are the first choice for workers. For players, the basic order of the plant area is still there, and they don't have much room to pick up leaks. The difficulty of earning points is increasing. Now there is an opportunity to earn points, so they must seize it. After the residents move to the shelter, they can explore treasures, especially buildings damaged by plants. Ma Yuting is naturally one of them. After a while, she was hired with honor. And in the plant area, the cleaning of plants is still going on. At the same time, the official person in charge has packed up a lot of pre-prepared supplies and headed straight to the Doomsday Resort town. Chapter 110. Island Survival Zone. The players took the bus directly into the game zone. The bus drove smoothly on the water. Yes, the entire game zone was a vast ocean. When they entered the game zone yesterday, on an island, many people saw the advertisement of the Doomsday Resort town and used props to go to the Doomsday Resort town without hesitation. After buying enough things, they returned to the Island Survival Zone. Do you want to start live broadcast? As soon as they entered, a line of words appeared on the virtual screen in front of them. They saw it yesterday, but they didn't open it because they were going to enter the Doomsday Resort town. Can we open it now? Do you see the words above? Do you want to start the live broadcast? If we start the live broadcast, will everything we do be seen by the other party? Yes, it seems that the NPCs in the island survival area will also receive this notification, which is a live broadcast to the real world. Is this game area divided into reality and game? Yes, this game area is a game. NPCs can obtain resources through this game, and then materialize them in real life. How do you know so much? I bought a Doomsday Resort mobile phone and logged into the real network of the game area. Is it possible to do this? Of course, otherwise, Doomsday Resort asked us to send a signal tower to the game area. So, you are planning to build a signal tower and open a mobile phone stand on your own island. Yes, and sell some equipment and so on. Do NPCs have points? They don't have points, but they have supplies. They can get a lot of things on this island, including ore. You know how much points ore is worth? Fuck, so this game area is very rich in supplies? Yes, so if you operate it well, you will definitely earn a lot of points, but the risk is also high. Awesome. The other players all gave Wenhanhai a thumbs up. Wenhanhai looked calm. He has never been a person who would treat himself badly, even in the Doomsday game. Afterwards, when Hanhai chose yes without hesitation. As he answered, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. The virtual screen soon showed comments. New player? Why is the live broadcast so slow? Fuck, why is the new player in the car? What kind of car is this? And so many people? Is it the group of players who suddenly jumped into the sea yesterday? It feels mysterious. Didn't you notice that this bus can actually drive on the sea? Fuck, it's real. It's on live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, the real audience was really shocked by what they saw. It was really out of the ordinary. You know, this is an island survival game, a bus drifting on the sea. Where did these players come from? When Hanhai looked at the shocked faces of the audience in the live broadcast room and the dense words expressing disbelief, and calmly said to the audience in the live broadcast room, "Hello everyone, I am the anchor Hanhai. I am not a player from your world, but a player from other worlds. We are also stuffed into your game by the Doomsday game. For us, this is also a game. We will stay here for a month." When Hanhai's words undoubtedly caused an uproar for the real audience. Fuck, did I hear it right? Players from other worlds, what a niche word. Victims of the Doomsday game? So the Doomsday game not only invaded us, but also invaded other worlds. So, there really are other worlds. Report it quickly. I think the higher-ups must know about so many new players. No wonder not many players from our world were taken away this time. It turns out that they took players from other worlds. What are other worlds like? Curious. What changes can these players bring to our world? The audience's attention was indeed attracted by Hanhai and his group. After a heated discussion, they also accepted Hanhai's existence. Anyway, they couldn't interfere with this matter. Then what is this bus that can drive on the sea? Is it your prop? So cool. And other players, are you in the same group? How do you keep in touch? Also, where did you go last night? Do you have any other places to stay? The audience kept asking questions. Of course, many official people have also been involved. Obviously, the appearance of players like Hanhai has attracted the attention of the official. They all wondered whether Hanhai and his team could bring changes to their world. Of course, they asked these questions subconsciously, and they didn't expect Hanhai to be able to answer them. After all, although the players in the game can live broadcast and know the existence of live broadcast, they cannot see their bullet comments unless the system rewards them. Sometimes, they often see players fall into the traps of the game, and no matter how they remind them, it is useless. What they don't know is that Hanhai and his group of players can really see it. Hanhai looked at the various questions on the screen and selected them to answer. This is an amphibious bus, a special product bought in the Doomsday Resort Town. The Doomsday Resort Town is a mysterious existence outside the Doomsday game. It will exist in a certain game area. Because of its existence, many of our players survived. We stayed overnight in the Doomsday Resort Town last night to sell some goods, so that we can survive better in this island survival zone. As for our contact with other players, it is because we have a common Doomsday forum. Through the Doomsday forum, we can chat with players in other game areas. In addition to this method, you can also use a mobile phone. While speaking, Hanhai took out the mobile phone he bought from the Doomsday Resort Town. This is a mobile phone produced by the Doomsday Resort Town. With this phone, you can use it in the same world. I learned about your real situation through this phone. Yes, this phone can be connected to reality. If the players in your world need it, you can buy it from me. I will announce the location of my island later. In addition to the mobile phone, we also have an invitation letter to the Doomsday Resort Town. With the invitation letter, you can enter the Doomsday Resort Town, and your players can also enter it. There is also a vending machine and a purification trash can, where you can buy food, equipment, and potions. There are a total of 10 machines. Through the placement of our 10 different players, there will also be some on my island. Hanhai spoke bit by bit, but he didn't know that his words once again caused an uproar in reality. Oh my god, is it true or false? Can mobile phones really connect games to our reality? If they can they guide players to play the game? No, didn't you notice that these players can see the content of the barrage and are interacting with us? Is it true? Can you really see the barrage? Seeing the doubts on the barrage, Hanhai raised his eyebrows and said directly, "Yes, I can see it." After Hanhai responded, the comments paused for a second and then exploded. Ah, I can really see it. Finally, it's not a one-man show anymore. Great. Our players who are in dire straits are saved. They don't know your situation. Can you go to the island and tell them the good news? Give them the invitation letter, so that they can buy more things and get the capital to survive. Wow, I cried, God is still looking after us after all. Sell the phone to our players. I want to contact my sister. No matter where these players come from, I welcome them. The audience couldn't help crying. At this moment, the official was also excited. Yesterday, they guessed that this group of players with unknown origins could bring changes to their world. But they really didn't expect it to be such a big change.